Chapter 151. Balance Broken Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If the Thug Academy could maintain the so-called balance, it would only end up as food for the big clans and would eventually be divided up. What Han Fei needed to do was to muddy the waters. There was a saying, take advantage of troubled waters. Ancient existences like big clans all enjoyed vested interests. Perhaps the ancestors of some families had made contributions, but most of their descendants were on the opposite side of the commoners. For those who prioritized their own interests, who would want others to become kings, Ren Tianfei added, Heh, do you remember the scene when I just snatched the sea-quelling painting? I said that the Heavenly Palace is not as good as you said, and there is no chance of becoming a king there. Otherwise, I would have become a king long ago, and the first people I would kill would be you. All the venerables frowned. They chose not to believe Ren Tianfei's words. However, Han Fei's words seemed to be true. He even knew there were 36 heavenly palaces. It seemed that he knew some inside information. The Chu sect venerable's voice shook. Everyone, don't be swayed by this sharp-tongued brat. Let's not talk about what will happen to us later. This brat is definitely not a good person, just like Ren Tianfei and Han Guanshu. Han Fei immediately shouted, the Thug Academy is one of the 8 academies in the Thousand-Star City. We have our rules. Becoming a king? That's bullshit. If there is a king in the Thug Academy, we might attack some big clans, but we have no reason to attack everyone, just like not everyone attacked the Thug Academy back then. Han Fei paused and continued, if you still can rest assured, when a venerable is born in the Thug Academy, all the secrets of the star beads will be given to you for free. At that time, you can use your own means. But you can't just snatch the star beads from us. What Han Fei needed to do was to buy time. As long as he could hold out long enough, who would fulfill this promise? That was just a trick. Buzz. Suddenly, a venerable shouted, Ren Tianfei, are you provoking us? Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei with a stunned look, only to see this guy saying casually, what? I just destroyed a small family in Chu sect and casually killed 2 explorers. Why are you so excited? Han Fei's eyes moved. Old Ren took action again? He grinned. Did you see that? If you want to think about it, go home. I suggest you pay the money now and take your people back. By the way, the payment is limited to today. Before sunset today, whoever doesn't deliver the resources will be killed. Heavenly talents from big families? Just a bunch of iron-headed fish to me. Bang. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. Even Ren Tianfei was pressed down a bit and he suddenly shouted, attack. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei directly attacked, only having the time to launch a strike with the draw technique. The void lines only had the time to control 6 people, including Chu Qingyan, Yang Nanxi, and Li Xuan. At that moment, Luo Xiaobai's father appeared, but he failed to protect them. Luo Xiaobai and the others all vomited blood. Puffed. With broken bones and bleeding eyes, Han Fei killed 3 people with a single slash. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Han Fei controlled another 3 to explode with the void lines. Ignoring them, Han Fei roared, come on, let's hurt each other. You have to think twice before you kill me. I'll kill them without batting an eye. More than 10 people were taken away at once. Although they were not very important, Han Fei was very unhappy. Apart from Chu Qingyan and company, the other 3 who were controlled by the void lines all self-destructed. Han Fei flashed and slashed out with the blood-drinking knife. How dare you? Another person was killed by Han Fei. Someone was about to attack when he heard an ethereal voice in the air. Yang, if you dare to touch me, I'll slaughter your Yang family first. Han Fei suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. Han Fei wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and said ruthlessly, okay, the price is doubled now. If you don't pay, I'll kill them. Half of Ren Tianfei's body was destroyed, but he was still speaking. You're not going to win today. You guys want to play tough? Then don't blame me for killing too many of you. Someone flew away, and the explorers glared at Han Fei and retreated too. In the distance, as soon as Han Guanshu appeared, a figure appeared, and the 2 directly broke through the void. Someone from the Sao family who was watching the show said leisurely, this guy has acquired the war body. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect retracted his gaze and frowned. He's quite bold. Will the Thug Academy rise because of him? A strong master from the Sea Cloud Tower loosened the wooden stake in his hand. Make the water muddy? However, this kid has underestimated the big clans. In the void, there were still people hiding. A woman said, darling, is Yan Yan safe in the Thug Academy? I'm so scared. A man said, don't worry, look how confident the boy is. Why did you choose Zhang Xuanyu back then? Isn't Han Fei a better choice? The woman said, Zhang Xuanyu is so handsome. The man, is Bach Mountain of the Thug Academy. Han Fei dragged Ren Tianfei's remnant body and chatted with him. After all, it was just a clone. Able to protect Han Fei for 1 second, it was already a very powerful clone. Han Fei didn't understand why this old guy had so many clones, and they were all so strong. Han Fei set up a seal and said, Old Ren, tell me the truth. How many venerables can you defeat at once? I'm curious. Ren Tianfei leaned against the big tree. Venerables? Do you think a venerable is an iron-headed fish? If I hadn't disguised my clone as my original body to attract 2 people away, do you think I would have dared to come here? Hiss, Han Fei gasped. You mean there were 5 venerables who were going to hunt you? Ren Tianfei rolled his eyes and said, yes, fortunately your combat speed is fast enough and it only took you 3 seconds. Otherwise I would have been killed. Han Fei was speechless. Well, aren't you quite capable? You killed your way into the 1,000-star city twice. Why couldn't you do it this time? Ren Tianfei spat. How can it be the same? What was my previous state? What is my current state? Do you really think I can't be killed? Han Fei chuckled. What do you think? How long can the muddy water last? Ren Tianfei said angrily. How long can it last? Evacuate the 1,000-star city within 3 days, huh? Han Fei was shocked. Wait, only 3 days? Ren Tianfei said. If you don't get out quickly, you won't be able to get out anymore. You made a mistake, huh? Ren Tianfei said helplessly. You can brag about the Heavenly Palace and leak some secrets. However, you shouldn't have told them about the person from the Heavenly Palace that the Chu sect wants to take. Why? Ren Tianfei cursed. Chu sect prospers because of that single person. Do you know how many people feel scared? Now, their attention is on the matter of becoming a king. However, once their attention is diverted, it will fall on this person. The matter of becoming a king may be put aside, but this person is the priority. Those venerables will not allow this person to be taken by others. Therefore, they will definitely force you to stay in 1,000-star city, barely maintaining this kind of balance that no one can obtain. Then, find a follow-up solution. In this way, you will be stuck at the peak of the law enforcer realm, unable to advance. Han Fei was shocked. Damn, that's right. I was too careless. Ren Tianfei sneered and said, you're too arrogant. However, this is indispensable for a strong master. It's just that when you muddy the water, you got yourself involved too. However, Ren Tianfei turned his head and said, however, in fact, even if you didn't tell this person, you can't leave. Your strength increases too fast and can even kill an explorer. Anyone knows that if you want to choose a chance to break through to an explorer, you can't do it in the 1,000-star city. Therefore, sooner or later, you still have to run. Han Fei, Tianfei, said leisurely, your strength is growing too fast, which is also a problem. Anyway, think of a way to run quickly. Those 3 brats, just kill them. Or take them as hostages. One of my clones has already gone to Zhangdaqian and Baikongye. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how can I run? Ren Tianfei was stunned for a moment. Wait for someone to save you. Why? Do you think you can run away yourself? Okay, I have to go. Just do what you should do. Saving someone doesn't need an opportunity. Every moment is an opportunity. Han Fei was lost for words. Wait, where are you going? Ren Tianfei snorted. Although it's just a clone, it has a wisp of my soul. After that, Ren Tianfei lay down dead and a blue light flew away with a swish. Han Fei AIA. When Han Fei came to the back mountain, Yang Nanxi and the other 2 were like quails, crestfallen at this moment. They were usually arrogant and didn't respect each other. However, who would have expected that they would be crushed by Han Fei so easily? Yang Nanxi's hands were gone, so was Chu Qingyan's legs. Li Xuan didn't dare to say a word. He was the only one who had seen Han Fei before entering the ideal palace. However, he would never have thought that Han Fei had become so strong after only 2 months. Not just that, the 3 of them were dumbfounded, so were Luo Xiaobai and the others. When Han Fei saw Luo Xiaobai and the others, Luo Xiaohabai and the others, Luo Xiaoha had already left. He could attack occasionally, but he couldn't face the big clans of the entire 1,000-star city. Han Fei glanced at it, but didn't see any tree spirit clones. It must have been killed. Seeing Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, Han Fei, come on, explain to me what happened to you. Le Renquang quickly said, treat my leg first. Luo Xiaobai didn't speak, but just looked at Han Fei quietly. The Su family's explorer stood on the side with Su Daiji and company. He seemed to want to hear it too. Han Fei glanced at Su Laocheng. From today on, the Su family has nothing to do with the Thug Academy. Su Daiji and Su Songqian, our Thug Academy will take care of them ourselves. Su Laocheng's heart trembled. He was about to speak several times, but in the end he nodded slightly, tore through the void, and left the Thug Academy. Luo Xiaobai frowned. What happened? Han Fei said leisurely. I'm afraid we have to run. Everyone? Pret? Chapter 152, Prepare to Escape. After explaining the reason for his escape, Han Fei came directly to the back mountain of the Thug Academy. At this moment, Han Fei squatted beside Zhu Yinling, looking solemn. Zhu Yinling was quite seriously injured. Her internal organs were seriously injured and showed signs of being disabled. However, it was obvious that someone had helped her. She must have eaten a lot of spiritual fruits, otherwise she would have been disabled. However, even if she hadn't been disabled, her foundation had been damaged, and she needed time to recover. When she saw Han Fei, Zhu Yinling said palely, I'm fine. Fine my ass. Han Fei frowned and cast the divine healing technique a few times. Only then did he see that Zhu Yinling's complexion was better. Luo Xiaobai said, because of Zhu Yinling, the Zhu Yin family was attacked by the big clans. I heard that Senior Zhu Yinli was disabled. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, trying to hold back his fury, I see. I'll take revenge on you later, next to the hot pot. Han Fei picked up a large piece of fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth, humming, just like you can't remember anything after leaving the ideal palace, I can't remember anything either. However, I'm strong anyway. After all, Han Fei had entered the ideal palace with them. As for what he had experienced, Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't know. Han Fei was very confident no one would know it. At this moment, the big clans didn't know what Han Fei had experienced in the ideal palace. Why had Han Fei become so strong? Unfortunately, the people who entered the ideal palace didn't remember everything inside. Therefore, the big clans couldn't investigate. What kind of opportunities did Han Fei obtain inside? Everything was a mystery. However, it was obvious that many elites from the big clans had died in the ideal palace. Because of this, the big clans now also had many guesses. Whether there was someone teaming up with the Thug Academy was also quite contested. At this time, Han Fei perceived his surroundings and suddenly said, "Release your souls. I'll teach you a new language." Luo Xiaobai and the others were puzzled. Then they looked at the void and nodded slightly. A moment later, Han Fei said in the giant's language, "Regardless of how this language comes about, we have to find a way to run in the next few days. This is because I'm already a peak-level law enforcer. Although this balance seems to still exist, it's actually broken. I have to run. If I don't run, I won't be able to become an explorer." Luo Xiaobai said, "I think so too. You're growing too fast. If it were me, I would have kept an eye on you immediately. Now, someone must be already watching you." Zhang Xuanyu said, "How do we run? Will Senior Ren help us?" Le Renquang said, "I don't think so. There are so many venerables watching." Han Fei shrugged, "I don't know either." He said we should wait to be rescued. Zhu Yinling's eyelids trembled slightly. She didn't speak but just listened quietly. She saw the scene where Han Fei attacked just now. However, because of her injuries, she didn't go out. She still couldn't believe that Han Fei had become the strongest in the Thug Academy in such a short period of time. She thought that those people all said that she cultivated fast, but in fact, Han Fei was the fastest. It was precisely because Han Fei was extremely talented that the big clans in the Thousand Star City didn't tolerate him. Could she really help him in a battle of this level? Han Fei said, "So, what should we do? Do we just wait?" Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while and said, "We can't just sit idle. No one knows how many venerables there are in the Thousand Star City. How many can Uncle Han contain? We don't know either. Senior Ren should be able to hold 3. The President and Uncle Zhang might come, however. It's useless for them to come. There are many explorers in the Thousand Star City. Therefore, once they come, it means that they also have the strength to temporarily resist venerables." Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei was stunned. "So," Luo Xiaobai said, "if they aren't strong enough, they might not be able to rescue us. Besides, one of the reasons that the Thug Academy sent us here should be to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace. I don't think we've accomplished that, right?" Han Fei hesitated for a moment. "Well, actually, I think we have." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone looked at Han Fei. "What? Why did you say that?" Han Fei smiled bitterly and said, "It's complicated to say, but the so-called path has never been complicated. The problem is that we can't enter the Heavenly Palace easily. Old Han had told me that there are explorer-level puppets everywhere there. The problem is, do you think Old Bai really wants us to come to the Thousand Star City to find the way?" Luo Xiaobai's heart stirred. "Why do you say that?" Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise. "What else?" Han Fei said. "I keep feeling that something isn't right. In fact, I feel that he wants us to go to the Ideal Palace more, right? Tell me, what happened to you when you left the Ideal Palace?" Luo Xiaobai said. "After I came out, I became a law enforcer, but I don't know how I made the breakthrough." Han Fei scratched his head. "Don't know how?" He had a feeling that this matter was still related to him. Han Fei was certain that his reincarnation and the so-called reincarnation soul realm were not the same at all. To Luo Xiaobai and the others, the ideal palace might be a training ground. Perhaps the true reincarnation soul realm was meant for him to become a law enforcer. However, to him, reality wasn't like this. If there were no big clans chasing him, then when he entered the fifth soul realm, he might meet Zeman Linglin. Zeman Linglin's mountain-grabbing battle didn't succeed. Humans would lose, but what would happen after they lost? Would he be recognized? Would he have to enter reincarnation again in the end? Besides, there should be follow-up stories about the human beings and other races in the reincarnation cycle. After all, there was no statue of the sea god in the City of Justice that he had snatched. So what were his mother and the others doing back then? Also, in the prehistoric soul realm, when he transformed into a giant ape, why did the beast race fight with the fleeing humans? Logically speaking, with his appearance, the Grand Myriad Mountains should be the first to know some information about the future. Since there was a battle, the human ship he saw seemed to have found a way out. Which people and which races had escaped the disaster? Han Fei didn't know. Han Fei also sighed at the fate of Zeman Linglin. However, no matter what, everything she had experienced was something that had already happened in the past. No matter how sorry Han Fei felt for her, he couldn't change anything now. The ideal palace left many unresolved mysteries. Han Fei didn't understand. When he had the chance, he would still enter the ideal palace to take a look. If he could still enter the fifth soul realm, would it form a time paradox? Han Fei, Han Fei. Hearing that Luo Xiaobai was calling him, Han Fei suddenly came back to himself. Okay, let me put it this way. The president probably sees that the Scattered Stars Island is not very useful for our training and just wants us to find a safe place to train, but he didn't expect me to make a breakthrough so quickly and implicate everyone. Pa, Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei. We're brothers. What are you talking about? Anyway, we've come to the Thousand-Star City, become law enforcers, and been in 2 of the 3 Holy Lands. We didn't suffer any loss. Lu Renkuang nodded quickly. I don't like it here. I want to stay at sea. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Yi Xingyan and company who were eating another hot pot but were all looking at them. She said via voice transmission, the problem is that it doesn't seem to be a good choice for us to wait here. Since the battle has already come to this, I wonder if there's a way to cause a greater uproar and create opportunities for Senior Ren and the others, Zhang Xuanyu said suspiciously. Can we escape under the Venerable's nose if there is chaos? Lu Renkuang said. Change face. We can change our faces and leave. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Are you an idiot? Do you think Venerables can't recognize you? You can't escape even if you become an iron-headed fish. Han Fei pondered for a long time and suddenly beckoned to Yi Xinyan. Yan Yan, come here. Swish. Yi Xiyan and company had been paying attention to this side. They were really dumbfounded. They had just entered the school and the school was already fighting the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Senior brother, what's up? Han Fei smiled. Yan Yan, can you still contact your father and mother? Yi Xiyan shook her head. The 2 of them ran away to have a second son. They definitely won't let me find them, Han Fei said leisurely. Really? Han Fei waved his hand and let Yi Xinyan continue eating the hot pot. After pondering for a moment, Han Fei took a deep breath. Xiaobai, if you return to the Luo family, will the big clans give you a hard time? Luo Xiaobai frowned. What do you mean? Han Fei said. Make arrangements one by one. In fact, it's not difficult to leave. The difficulty lies in me, not you. Only if you can leave can I think of a way to escape. Zhang Xuanyu said, no, we must leave together. Lu Renkuang nodded quickly. If they left, wouldn't there be a full-scale war if Han Fei wanted to leave? Han Fei said, let's wait and see, after dinner. Han Fei lay on a tree, deep in thought. He was even more suspicious now. What was their purpose in coming to the Thousand-Star City? It couldn't be as simple as finding the entrance to the Heavenly Palace, right? After so many years, the real strong masters in the Thousand-Star City actually knew a few ways to go to the Heavenly Palace. Perhaps it was not that they didn't know how to go, but that they didn't have the ability to go. Just now, from Ren Tianfei's tone and casual manner, he didn't seem to be too worried. Therefore, Han Fei dismissed the gloom in his heart and stopped thinking about it. He decided to see what would happen in the coming 2 days. Since Han Fei came out of the ideal palace, he hadn't fully checked his situation. A vine in the demon purification pot had withered, which made Han Fei's heart sink. It seemed that the price to forcibly deduce the 6th level of void fishing was not small. He wondered how much spiritual energy it would take to make this vine green again. At this moment, information appeared in his mind. Owner, Han Fei level, 69 peak level law enforcer. Spiritual energy, 4,325 681, 9,999, 68696, 18696, 18696, perception range, 942 kilometers, enforcing law, invincible Vajra strength, 52 waves, first spiritual heritage, level 9, high quality second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 59, second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. When he saw this information, Han Fei was briefly stunned. When he was reincarnated, he actually recultivated. Since he was recultivating, there were many things that he hadn't cultivated. Therefore, at that time, whether it was spiritual energy, spiritual power, perception range, or strength, there were some differences. Especially when he accidentally took the heritage-stealing fruit, he didn't even realize it until he woke up later. He didn't know if he was lucky or destined to take this spiritual fruit, which made his spiritual heritage reach level 9 unknowingly. He had once wanted to pursue the improvement of his spiritual heritage, but now his spiritual heritage was already the highest level. However, after Wang Han fused with his true body, his strength didn't increase much. In particular, in terms of strength, although he was more than 10 times stronger than when he entered the ideal palace, he was only slightly stronger than when he was in the reincarnation. In the realm of peak-level law enforcers, the strength of ordinary geniuses could reach more than 40 waves. Han Fei suspected that he hadn't completely adapted yet. Perhaps he still needed some time to settle down before he could completely stabilize his strength. Since he needed to settle down, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had just reached the peak of the law enforcer realm and still had a long way to go. He didn't have time to study the sky-stealing technique now. He'd better leave the Thousand-Star City first. After experiencing this reincarnation cycle, Han Fei had seen through the true nature of the big clans. Therefore, these big clans must be destroyed. These big clans, like the cancer of human beings, had almost drained all the fishermen under the rule of the Thousand-Star City. If Han Fei wanted to become a king and rule this domain, he must get rid of this cancer. Zeman Linglin's City of Justice had set an example for Han Fei. In a sense, wasn't Zeman Linglin's path the same as his? Chapter 153, Unrest. In the Heavenly Fire Festival translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations in the evening, the people from the big clans came to deliver resources. They really gave as many things as Han Fei asked for without even bargaining. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Why don't you even bargain? Do you think you can take these resources back? In your dreams. Looking at the person who came to pick her up, young Nanshi shouted, "Come on, let's go. Have you picked up my arm?" "Miss, I've picked them up. Your arms will be put back on you as soon as we go back." Young Nanshi didn't want to stay in the Thug Academy for a second. When Han Fei and the others were eating hot pot, she had a feeling that Han Fei wouldn't let her eat hot pot. At this moment, when her family came to pick her up, she was so excited that she almost cried. She, a peerless heavenly talent, had been defeated so miserably and completely. Of course, Yang Nanshi felt a little comforted. Xu Qingyan was even worse. She had almost been minced into a human stick. What 10 geniuses? At that moment, they were nothing to Yang Nanshi. She had a new goal now, which was to crush the so-called top 10 geniuses first. Compared to Yang Nanshi, who didn't have much hatred in her heart, Xu Qingyan's eyes were filled with anger. Escorted by an explorer, she said coldly, "Han Fei, one day you will regret it." Han Fei grinned and took 2 steps forward. Seeing this, the explorer frowned, fearing that Han Fei would go crazy again. Han Fei sneered. "Don't worry, I won't attack again. Xu Qingyan, right? I originally wanted to kill you, but do you know why I didn't kill you?" Regardless of what she wanted to answer, Han Fei said, "Because you are a pile of resources in my eyes. I can exchange you for a massive amount of resources. Besides, to be honest, you aren't even qualified to be my opponent now. As long as I don't die, there will always be a demon in your heart. Maybe I can make another fortune from you in the future, in your dreams." Han Fei shrugged and waved his hand. "Get lost." When Xu Qingyan and the others were taken away, Han Fei's smile sank slightly. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "They gave resources too readily. Something is wrong." Han Fei nodded. "For them, they probably just want to keep the resources with us and think they can take them back at any time." Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "Doesn't that mean that they will attack at any time? It seems that they are really going to fall out with us now." Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He found that someone outside the school came, and it was an acquaintance. "Huh? Diwu Weiguang?" Han Fei frowned. "Him again?" Han Fei said. "Someone is here." Everyone was stunned. Someone came to their door at this time? At the gate of the school, when Han Fei saw Diwu Weiguang, Luo Xiaobai said, "Diwu Weiguang, Sea Cloud Tower, very strong." Han Fei certainly knew. In the face of the powerhouses on the genius list, this guy could fight 3 alone. How could he not be strong? When Diwu Weiguang saw Han Fei and the others coming out, he immediately cupped his hands and smiled. "I'm Diwu Weiguang from the Sea Cloud Tower. I'm here to visit you." Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. "What's the matter?" Diwu Weiguang glanced at them and said, "Hey, why don't I see your junior brothers and sisters in your school? I'm here to find them." Zhang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Diwu Weiguang grinned and said, "Well, in every Heavenly Fire Festival, we Sea Cloud Tower will have a battle of breakthroughs to boost cultivation with the battle. We sincerely invite the geniuses of the major academies to participate in the battle. I've long heard that the Thug Academy only has geniuses. How can our Sea Cloud Tower miss you?" For some reason, Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to like this person. He immediately said, "Why should we go? You're not the Heavenly Sword sect and ranks last among the 7 major sects. We're not going." Wait a minute. Before Diwu Wang could speak, Han Fei suddenly interjected. Zhang Xuanyu and the others looked at Han Fei curiously. At this moment, they were planning how to escape. How could they escape if they let Yi Xian and company go there to fight? Diwu Weiguang looked calmly at Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei grinned. "What's in it for them to go there?" Diwu Weiguang smiled and said, "Helping others is also helping themselves." Han Fei pointed at himself and said, "Do you think I can help you?" The corners of Diwu Weiguang's mouth twitched. "Brother Han, you must be kidding. Who doesn't know what happened today? You'd better forget it. I'm afraid that you can't help us but cause problems." Han Fei said, "If our academy's disciples go to help, there should be a teacher leading the team, right? We can't just let the 5 of them go, right?" Diwu Weiguang said lightly, "The Sea Cloud Tower is one of the 7 major academies anyway. We'll certainly take good care of the disciples of your school." Luo Xiaobai's eyes slightly changed. It didn't sound right. Did the Sea Cloud Tower want to help? Han Fei thought for a moment. "All right, our Thug Academy has always been friendly and likes to help others. Yan Yan, Daji, Guqi, come out." Zhang Xuanyu asked. "Fei, what do you mean?" Han Fei responded. "Didn't you hear him? Going to help with the battle is equivalent to learning from others." A moment later, Yi Xian and company came out. Han Fei said, "Jing Yue, the Sea Cloud Tower has specially invited you to participate in the Heavenly Fire Festival to gain experience. You are all strong masters of your generation, so you can't disgrace the Thug Academy. In addition, when you reach the Sea Cloud Tower, don't cause trouble for me. Take instructions from this senior brother Diwu." Huh? Jing Yue frowned. Why would he go to the Sea Cloud Tower at this moment? Yi Xian said, "Darling, are you going?" Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. "Shut up. That's just a low-level trial. Just do what you're told." Han Fei said, "Okay, it's settled." Diwu Weiguang waved his hand and a fishing boat appeared. "Let's go. Next time I have a chance, I'd like to fight Brother Han for communication." Han Fei smiled. "Okay." Xu Daji was still looking at Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. "What are you looking at? There are no toys this time. Go find your own toys to play with." Jing Yue seemed to realize something and immediately said, "Let's go." After Diwu Weiguang left, Han Fei looked up at the sky and said lightly, Xiaobai, do the Sea Cloud Tower want to snatch the disciples of the Thug Academy? Of course, these words were not for Luo Xiaobai to hear, but for some other people. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Whatever, we can take them back later. Lu Renquang was stunned. There are only the 5 of us left? Li Luoluo hasn't come out yet. Han Fei raised his brows. Leave her alone. She doesn't have a strong sense of presence. Let her do whatever she wants in the ideal palace. Seeing Su Daiji and the others taken to the Sea Cloud Tower, Zhu Yinling's heart did a flip. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that the Sea Cloud Tower had helped them. However, the Sea Cloud Tower didn't want to get too involved, so they only protected the 5 juniors. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also puzzled. Why would this major sect that had always had a low profile help them? The Heavenly Sword sect should be the one taking action, right? As for Han Fei, he seemed to have some guesses. In the ideal palace, Diwa Wagwang had helped him twice, including this time it had been 3 times. There was a saying, those who you have helped might not necessarily help you, but those who have helped you will still help you. At this point, Han Fei was sure that something was wrong with the Sea Cloud Tower. There was no helping without reason in this world. Perhaps the Sea Cloud Tower was either related to Old Han or the Thug Academy, but the probability of it being related to Ren Tianfei didn't seem to be high. This time, the Sea Cloud Tower dared to help him, which meant that the Sea Cloud Tower had a venerable level powerhouse who might be very strong. No matter who the Sea Cloud Tower was related to, Han Fei had solved a problem. Without the 5 of them, their mobility was even stronger. The next day. 1,000-star Heavenly Fire Festival. The temperature in the air was even higher than yesterday. The spiritual energy and energy surged. Han Fei was lying in the treehouse, thinking what would happen next. Lu Renquang was cooking under the tree. Zhang Xuanyu shouted under Han Fei's tree, Fei Fei, why are you cultivating all the time now? The surrounding spiritual energy and energy are floating towards you. Han Fei grinned. Level 9 spiritual heritage. Even if I'm not cultivating, it will automatically absorb spiritual energy and energy to temper my physique. What can I do? Lu Renquang shouted, let's eat. Next to the hot pot, Han Fei saw that Zhu Yinling had basically recovered, so he threw her another divine healing technique and said, your foundation was damaged, but it's not a big problem. It will recover sooner or later. Zhu Yinling hummed absent-mindedly. Today, Lu Renquang cooked a pot of sea cucumber in the pot. Han Fei looked at him in shock. Are you trying to kill yourself? Lu Renquang chuckled. Today is special. Let's eat something nutritious. Wait, suddenly, they all looked up at the sky. In the void, there was a faint trace of music, like celestial music. Zhu Yinling said, huh? This time, the sound is a little loud. In the past, it was very difficult to hear. It only appeared during the Heavenly Fire Festival. Han Fei scratched his head and didn't feel anything. However, it was quite strange. He didn't know how the Heavenly Fire Festival in the 1,000-star city came about. Crunch. Suck. Seeing that Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu were already eating, Han Fei immediately joined them. Luo Xiaobai took 2 casual bites, and Zhu Yinling only picked up some side dishes. The meal lasted for half an hour. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying explosion burst out in the clear sky. Ha ha ha. Thieves of the big clans, I, Ren Tianfei, am back. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei and the others all stood up. Has it started already? So easily? Han Fei scanned with his perception. About 800 kilometers away from the Thug Academy, the void vibrated, and a battle was happening. Old Demon Ren, you must die today. Ren Tianfei, you can't do it 3 times. If you can escape this time, I'll write my surname Yang upside down. The voices echoed throughout the 1,000-star city. However, this time only 3 venerables chased after him. The big clans were not idiots. They had already notified each other to guard their clans with all their strength. Many geniuses had gone to the 1,000-star proving ground in order to avoid being involved in this battle. Buzz. Above the Thug Academy, Han Guanshu suddenly appeared. Chapter 154, Whose Trap Is This? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He was still elegant and calm, with his hands behind his back. Han Fei was shocked. Wait, old Han, why are you here? That's not how you save people. As soon as Han Fei said so, the void was immediately sealed and 3 venerables appeared. One of them was holding a longsword that was shining with scorching light. One had a dragon behind him, and one's body was deformed, having a bird's claws and black wings. Han Guanshu glanced at Han Fei. Strength is what matters in saving people. Just stay here. Someone sneered. Han Guanshu, since you're already in the 1,000-star city, just stay here forever. The birdman grinned ferociously. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chila. Han Guanshu casually tore open a void rift. You've deduced the heavenly void divine movement to this state? Are you a man or a bird now? You're really a waste. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them, including Han Guanshu, disappeared into the void rift. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, something's wrong. Are they here to save us? Han Fei was also dumbfounded. After a long time, he said, it seems that we are just bait. Lu Renquang said seriously, bait? Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. Well, we don't seem to be the bait of the big clans, but Uncle Han's bait. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. No, I don't quite understand. What does it mean? Luo Xiaobai said. Senior Ren, Uncle Han, and the Thug Academy set up a trap together. Then, the president sent us up as bait. Han Fei was stunned. Then what will happen next? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, above the Thug Academy, Old Bai and Old Jiang tore through the void and came over. Old Jiang laughed. Brats, we're here to save you. Han Fei smiled. Do you believe what you say? Luo Xiaobai doubted the intelligence of the two old men. President, just the two of you? Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of void cracks appeared in the sky above the Thug Academy. The two explorers of the Su family on Pure Sun Island were originally watching the situation. Seeing the shock, they roared, "Hurry up, everyone! Evacuate Pure Sun Island!" In fact, as early as when the Venerable's voice echoed, countless fishing boats had already taken off from Pure Sun Island. In the last battle of the Thug Academy, half of Pure Sun Island had been reduced to ruins. Only many people of the older generation knew of this experience. Su Laocheng and another explorer of the Su family were trembling. Would the tragedy happen again? However, in the sky above the Thug Academy, many of the people who walked out of the void were wearing black robes and white faceless masks. Hiss! Han Fei and the others immediately gasped. Faceless? Han Fei asked in shock. So many faceless explorers? Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. Are the faceless men so strong? Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Junior Uncle Faceless, isn't he only a law enforcer? Why are there so many explorers here? What Han Fei and the others didn't notice was that Zhu Yinling wasn't surprised at all. She was as calm as before. When the faceless men appeared, the explorers of the big clans were also surprised. What's going on? Why are there so many faceless men? Someone shouted in a low voice. Not good. This is a long-planned conspiracy of the Thug Academy. Old Bai cursed. You just figured it out by now? Too late. Kill. The sky was a mess. Old Zhang shouted and a large circular array was activated. Tens of thousands of sword beams burst out of the array, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Among the 100 explorers, some fought in the void, and some launched an attack directly. In an instant, the sky kept rumbling, and the battle began. Old Jiang shouted, Han Fei, this is not your battlefield. Let's go. Shua! A faceless man appeared in front of Han Fei and the others. He extended his hand, and complicated patterns appeared. With Han Fei's current knowledge of arrays, he could tell at a glance that this was a long-distance teleportation array. The man chuckled. Are you surprised? I don't have time to explain to you now. Go to other battlefields. Everyone was stunned. There are other battlefields? Han Fei suddenly asked. Junior Uncle Faceless? Hee, cut the crap. Go in. The teleportation array had been activated, and several explorers descended. Junior Uncle Faceless pushed with his hand and shouted, Get lost! Although Han Fei and the others didn't understand what was going on, they immediately realized that this was actually not a battle where the enemy was stronger than them, but a battle where both parties were evenly matched. Han Fei said without hesitation, Let's go, Buzz. When the 5 of them appeared, they found that they were on a big island full of rivers. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that 6 places were fighting. Those fighting places were all places where big mansions gathered, and those who attacked were all faceless people. Only at this moment did Han Fei know that it wasn't the venerables of the Thousand Star City hunting, Old Han and Ren Tianfei at all, but the 2 of them actively restraining the enemy and creating opportunities for the faceless men. Junior Uncle Faceless shouted, This is revenge and a long-planned revolt. The so-called catastrophe of the Thug Academy was actually started by us. Our goal is to destroy the big clans in the Thousand Star City in one fell swoop. Let's go and sweep through them one by one. Zhang Xuanyu immediately laughed. You scared me, so we can rob now? Faceless chuckled. Han Fei, you did a good job. If it weren't for the fact that you attracted all the attention and made them mistakenly think that we would only come to save you, they would have noticed the trap we set. Humph, let's just play along. Han Fei and the others rushed all the way to the battlefield. Although Han Fei felt that his blood was boiling and his heart was surging, he was still full of doubts. Faceless and the others must have been preparing for a long time, right? But he felt that something was wrong. Was all this built on the basis that he was too strong and dazzling? Han Fei couldn't help asking, Junior Uncle Faceless, how do you know that I'll attract everyone's attention? What if I keep a low profile? Faceless sneered. You think you can keep a low profile? Han Fei's face was black. Even if I don't keep a low profile, what if my strength hasn't improved greatly and I can't beat them at the beginning? Faceless grinned and said, You'll have to ask your father. Hundreds of kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. What Han Fei saw was the Qin family's residence. A faceless powerhouse was fighting the people of the Qin family in the sky. Faceless said, The Qin family is a subordinate family of the Sun family. We only need to kill the explorers. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Let's be quick. Junior Uncle Faceless, go to the Zhang family next. Shua. Han Fei disappeared and had already rushed out at full speed. He had thought that the Thug Academy was actually not strong enough to resist the big clans. Who would have expected that their academy would be so powerful, directly contending with the big clans of the entire Thousand Star City? Was this what old Jiang meant by low-key? The Qin family was one of the 6 affiliated families of the Sun family. The Qin family's patriarch, Qin Long, was only an intermediate explorer. Therefore, he didn't participate in this hunt for the Thug Academy. But who could have expected that trouble would come from the sky? All of a sudden, a large number of faceless men rushed out. Except for the explorers who tore through the void, the rest had long been lurking in the Thousand-Star City. For example, an advanced law enforcer of the Qin family had suddenly become a faceless man. In the blink of an eye, he had killed several Qin family's law enforcers. While transmitting the message, Qin Long shouted, "Who are you exactly? You're making enemies of the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. You're digging your own grave." Suddenly, in the void, someone shouted, "Don't you know that the Thug Academy has always been a group of thugs? Roar!" Qin Long felt his soul tremble and his vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he saw 100 beasts rushing at him. While he was stunned, a spear beam instantly pierced his battlesuit. Immediately afterward, a bright sword beam illuminated the sky. Under the dual attacks, Qin Long, who was already seriously injured by the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, was killed. Behind him, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Fei Fei, what kind of combat skill is that? Where did you learn it? Those voices sound like the creatures in the underground city, but in terms of momentum, it's much more terrifying than those creatures." Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, "Cut the crap. We're going to hunt law enforcers." Faceless glanced at Han Fei and was a little stunned. This kid is really worthy of being chosen. He has become a peak-level law enforcer so quickly, and he can even kill an explorer? In fact, Han Fei wasn't that strong. It was just that his combat technique was too new. Other people were caught off guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for a law enforcer to kill an explorer. At this moment, there was no trace of Han Fei in his field of vision. Han Fei had already escaped into the void and pounced on another battlefield. At the same time, on the countless floating islands in the entire Thousand-Star City, a large number of faceless people appeared out of nowhere, already fighting with those big clans. In the Heavenly Fire Festival in the Thousand-Star City, countless people hid in their houses and trembled. Why were there still fights in the Thousand-Star City? Where were the law enforcement teams? Where were the patrolling teams? Where were the strong 7 major sects, the Heavenly Sword sect? Mu Tianfang said leisurely, "Is this the counterattack of the Thug Academy?" They? How ambitious. A leisure voice came from the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect, faceless. "I think there should be many people from the 7 major sects secretly joining, right?" Mu Tianfang smiled bitterly. "Doesn't this mean that the ghost ship has been deliberately infiltrating the Thousand-Star City since it was in the level 3 fishery? The Thug Academy must have been preparing for this battle for nearly 40 years, right? Swordmaster, do you know this?" It was silent in the back mountain for a moment. Got it. The Cao family's restricted area. A brawny but white-haired powerhouse suddenly opened his eyes. 2 venerables want to suppress Thousand-Star? That's not enough. Will old Demon Chu come out of seclusion? Chapter 155, Patriarch Thug Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After only half an hour, the entire Thousand-Star City was ablaze with smoke. The strong fought in the sky, and the weak fought on the ground. In just a short moment, more than 30 families had been wiped out. Of course, the destruction here didn't refer to the complete slaughter, but the deaths of the strong. After all, if the explorers of a family died, it was basically over. Then, such a family couldn't be called a real family. However, this was only the situation at the beginning of the battle. Explorers were explorers after all. They weren't easy to kill. At first, it was because they were caught off guard, but later it was just endless battles. The Zhang family of the Thousand-Star City, a family that controlled all the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery, and a family that was said to be the richest in the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, the 5 of them, plus a faceless junior uncle, were standing in the air, looking at each other in bewilderment. Theoretically speaking, the entire Thousand-Star City was fighting at this moment. However, from where the Zhang family was, he could perceive that there were only a few people fighting. Faceless's voice was slightly hoarse. The faceless men who came first are all dead. Logically speaking, there should be at least 3 explorers here, but now there is no one. Humph, since you're here, stay here forever. What kind of a place do you think the Zhang family is? A breach appeared in the void, and 2 old men with white hair and a middle-aged man surrounded Han Fei and the others in a triangle. Han Fei's face changed. Peak-level explorers? This pressure and momentum made Han Fei's face change drastically. Han Fei immediately cursed. Wasn't the entire Thousand-Star City in chaos? Why were there so many strong masters in the Zhang family's territory? Almost without giving Han Fei and the others any time to escape, the 3 of them attacked almost at the same time, but not to kill, but to catch him. When 3 big hands appeared in the air, Han Fei roared and was about to activate the Beast King technique. However, a chuckle suddenly sounded beside him. I wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet 3 peak-level explorers at the same time. All of a sudden, the 3 of them shouted, "Not good." Retreat. Hehehe, you think you can retreat just because you want to? Do you? Not respect me? Han Fei and the others turned their heads, only to see a hand that was so dry that there was almost no flesh in it. Sky explosion. 8 hands. In the void, two white bone hands extended out and grabbed the air, freezing a space. Han Fei was surprised. The law of space and time? A peak-level explorer roared and summoned a huge turtle that resembled a mountain, his double knives splitting the sky. The man's eyes almost popped out. Not good. It's Patriarch Thug. He's still alive. Second Patriarch. Come out of seclusion. As for the other two, one of them was attached to a wind snake, and his arms turned into knives, slashing out a terrifying aura, which made Han Fei and the others close their eyes. Ultimate defense. Lurenquang panicked. Maybe because he was slow to react, he wasn't shocked by the Patriarch Thug's name. Han Fei and the others were all stunned. What? Wasn't it Junior Uncle Faceless? This was clearly Junior Uncle Faceless's voice. Why did he suddenly change into the Patriarch Thug? Didn't old Bai say that Patriarch Thug was poisoned to death? Then who the hell was this person beside him, in the blink of an eye? Lurenquang's ultimate defense wasn't useful at all because skeleton hands stretched out in the void, which seemed to seal the void, looking extremely terrifying. He looked just like a devil. If he weren't on Han Fei's side, Han Fei would have thought that this person must be an evil madman. When the big bone hand grabbed the giant turtle was aging at a visible speed, and its infinite vitality was swallowed crazily. Li Diangxian? Stop. Li Daxian? Han Fei was stunned again. Isn't this fucking the powerhouse on the Ideal Palace's stone monument? One is Li Daxian, and the other is Tong Yan. These two are unparalleled. In the sky above a certain part of the Zhang family's mountain, a golden light shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, the mountain exploded. Rocks cracked, shaking the sky and the earth. When Han Fei and the others saw it, their scalps tingled. The person who came wasn't simple either. As soon as he came out, he caused a huge mountain to collapse. Could it be that this person was cultivating in seclusion in the mountain? However, it did make sense. The juniors of the family cried for help in a hurry. This person didn't have the time to come out of the cave before he detonated a mountain. As the earth was shaking, a sword of light suddenly appeared in midair. Junior Uncle Faceless. Oh no, Patriarch Thug's two skeleton hands grabbed the sword shadow. Ka. Although the skeleton hands were broken inch by inch, the sword light couldn't penetrate them. In contrast, the vitality of the three peak-level explorers of the Zhang family was being drained. The enemy's patriarch hurried over and fought so hard that even the void cracked, but he hadn't even killed a hand. What delicious vitality. Han Fei and the others couldn't help tilting their heads, looking at the patriarch of the Thug Academy who was laughing creepily, and were shocked. Was this Patriarch Thug a good person or a bad person? Zhang Xuanyu laid a hand on Han Fei's shoulder. Alas, I can't take it anymore. There have been too many ups and downs in the past few days. My brain can't keep up with the situation. Under everyone's horrified gaze, they saw that the big turtle was almost drained by the Patriarch Thug. The three peak-level explorers seemed to age hundreds of years in an instant. One of them was still a middle-aged man a moment earlier, but now he looked old and his beard was turning white. Explode. Boom, boom, boom. The self-detonation of three ultra-quality divine weapons was extremely powerful. In order to survive, they couldn't care about the safety of ordinary people in the surrounding 100 miles. Although those were ultra-quality divine weapons, they had to detonate them to try to win a chance of survival. In fact, there was no one within 100 kilometers. When the faceless men declared war, even a fool knew that the further away from the Zhang family, the better. Some people were hiding in their cellars, trembling. However, the possibility of being shaken to death was definitely not small. After all, when the big mountain collapsed just now, it caused a lot of noise. Within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, there would definitely be a dozen level earthquakes. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying impact shattered 5 or 6 big hands, allowing 2 of them to narrowly escape. However, the peak-level explorer who attacked first didn't have the time to run before he was stabbed to death by a skeleton finger. The other 2 ran as fast as they could. Fortunately, they had a rich family and had many ultra-quality divine weapons to detonate. Otherwise, they would probably die if they stayed 1 more second. Patriarch Thug said with a hoarse voice, Han Fei, those 2 people only have less than 10% of their strength left. Go kill them. Han Fei was stunned. How did you know that I can kill peak-level explorers? However, if what you said is true, it seems, I can have a try. The venerables of the Thousand-Star City didn't seem to be all out. They had just come to the Zhang family, and another venerable had appeared. At this moment, the venerable roared, Li Daxian the first worst, Li Daxian the first warny. Didn't expect you to switch to an undead creature. You're truly a bunch of thugs. You should be executed. The battle between venerables couldn't be fought in the clear sky. Only after a moment, they had cracked the void and then drilled into it one after another. Han Fei and the others were left dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai and the others also took a breath. Are we already strong enough to participate in this kind of battle? Lurenquang poked Han Fei. Fei, can you still fight those 2 peak-level explorers? Han Fei caught up with them with a swish. Hey you 2, don't run if you have balls. Zhang Xuanyu shouted from behind. Hey, Fei, are you really going to kill them? However, Han Fei was already gone. Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion, what should we do? Luo Xiaobai, known for her intelligence, was also stunned. If it were a law enforcer, we can still fight for a while. But how are we supposed to resist 2 peak-level explorers? Even if the two of them only had less than 10% of their strength left, they were still no match for them. If they insisted on going up, they would only cause trouble. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's catch up with them first. With the Zheng family right in front of him, Han Fei shouted, "You two old beastards, if you keep running home, you'll implicate the ordinary people of your Zheng family. Don't blame me then." "Humph, you're asking to be killed." The two of them looked at each other. As peak-level explorers, if they were chased and beaten by a peak-level law enforcer, wouldn't others laugh their heads off? As they looked back, a giant octopus darted at Han Fei. One of them said, "Han Fei, to kill you, we don't even need to do anything ourselves." Han Fei grinned. "You think you can kill me with a contractual spiritual beast? Then let's have another one." After that, a ball fish appeared. This was the first time Han Fei saw such a strong master using a low-level creature like a ball fish. However, Han Fei soon discovered that something was wrong. The sting on this ball fish gave him a feeling of palpitation. Han Fei immediately cursed. Patriarch Thug doesn't seem reliable. They're peak-level explorers anyway. Even if they're weak now, their contractual spiritual beasts won't be weak. Roar! Han Fei's figure suddenly changed in mid-air, and a black thunder panther more than 20 meters long appeared in the air. This scene stunned the two peak-level explorers, as well as Luo Xiaobai and the others who were chasing behind. What trick was this? Roar! Lightning flash. The thunder panther turned into an arc of lightning, and wherever it passed, thunder rumbled. Swish! 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 The sky was full of sharp spikes. Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the air in any area covered by the sharp spikes of the ballfish was blocked, which was equivalent to the power of a domain. However, this was not a problem for Han Fei. Han Fei's body trembled and he appeared in the distance. The two peak-level explorers asked in surprise, "The Yi family's star teleportation technique?" Han Fei didn't intend to fight the two contractual spiritual beasts. As long as he killed their master, the contractual spiritual beasts would die. Shua! Shua! Suddenly, a terrifying suction force fell on Han Fei through the void. It was the sucking disc of the big octopus that ignited the blood in Han Fei's body, trying to forcibly deprive him of his vitality. At the same time, a person slashed out with two sabers, carrying a scorching wave of sabers. It was a locking technique. At this moment, even if the other party's strength was less than 10% left, the power of these two blows was definitely no lower than that of an intermediate explorer. Another person summoned thousands of golden roots from the void. Wherever the grass spread, void cracks appeared. This scene sent a chill down people's spines. Roar! Han Fei turned black and white, and his body suddenly expanded in the lightning, turning into a huge ape. He held a rusty stick in his hand. Beast King technique. Under their surprised gaze, the big ape that Han Fei turned into grew to more than 50 meters high. Roar! The big ape opened its mouth, showing its sharp teeth, roared, and 100 running beasts suddenly appeared. Monkey King's 3000 Sticks, Chapter 156, A Shocking Battle Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't intend to hide anything. In the battle at the gate of the Thug Academy yesterday, when he had revealed the 100-beast soul-subduing roar and the heavenly void divine movement, he had some concerns. However, at this moment, a full-scale battle had already begun. After this battle, there was a 99% chance that he wouldn't be in the 1,000-star city, so he naturally had no scruples. Huff! Han Fei opened his giant ape mouth, and the surrounding energy gathered frantically. At this moment, something that Han Fei didn't expect happened. He saw that the rust on the embroidery needle was cracking. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Han Fei saw a shiny sheen. However, at this moment, Han Fei had no time to bother with it. Bang! 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 Thousands of rod shadows poured down like waves, and the void ripples bloomed like petals. Wherever the rod touched, the saber beams shattered and the grass was destroyed. Behind them, Luo Xiaobai, who was chasing them, quickly grabbed Zhang Xuanyu and the others and retreated. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Hiss! What kind of stick technique is this? Infinite layered waves?" Zhuan Ling's eyes widened. "What combat technique is this? What kind of creature is this?" Ren Kuang's face was trembling. "I just want to know what opportunities he encountered in the ideal palace." Isn't this too strong? Zhang Xuanyu just wanted to hit Ren Kuang with his rod. "You don't even have your own memories. Why do you want to know others?" At this moment, the big octopus still wanted to stick to Han Fei. However, with a casual wave of Han Fei's hand, the infinity water was extremely powerful at this moment, crazily attacking the octopus. Bang! 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 The two peak-level explorers' faces changed greatly, and they were shocked. "Where did this brat learn this strange technique?" one of them said. "Not good. This must be the legendary ancient giant ape." The three of them instantly collided. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was already extremely powerful, causing blood to flow from the two's 7 orifices. However, the other party were peak-level explorers after all. Just now, although Patriarch Thug injured their foundations, their soul power was still there, which was much higher than Han Fei's. Both of them activated the soul explosion piercing technique at the same time, forcibly shattering the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. One of them shouted, "All of you, come out and kill this guy! Shwa! Shwa!" In the blink of an eye, another 2 intermediate explorers tore through the void. Why were they intermediate explorers? This was because all the advanced explorers had been sent to battle by the Zhang family. Clearly, the Zhang family was scheming to send advanced explorers to participate in this kind of battle. As for the peak-level experts, they should stay at home in case anything happened. Roar. Accompanied by Han Fei's low roar, a strange sound descended from the sky. Boom, 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 Zhu Yinling shouted, retreat. It's the 9 sounds of the Great Tao. A world phantom suddenly appeared in mid-air, Shua. An extremely powerful saber burned in the air, and a sea of fire spread hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Punishing Saber and Fire Seed attacked, shaking the void, giving the 2 of them no chance to tear open the void. Although the Punishing Saber and the Fire Seed were both at the peak of the Law Enforcer level, they were legendary and their combat power was also top-notch. In fact, Han Fei wanted to summon all the 5 Law Enforcers out. However, the energy required was too terrifying. Han Fei could afford it and the cost was too great. It wasn't easy for him to accumulate enough resources. Besides, what battles would come later? Han Fei didn't know. Therefore, it was impossible for Han Fei to use all his trump cards in a battle. Seizing the opportunity, the Monkey King had already exerted the strength of more than 800 caddies, which was far from the limit, but both peak-level explorers vomited blood. They didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. One of them shouted, retreat and defend the clan. Open the array. Hearing that the 2 were going to run, Han Fei immediately held the rod with both hands and became one with the rod. Its might was domineering, comparable to the sacrificing punch. It shook through the void, causing the void to be unstable, preventing them from tearing through the void to escape. The old man pushed away the younger peak-level explorer and roared, brat, even if I die, I must take away you little devil. Explode, hey, roar. Han Fei seemed to have foreseen this scene. Han Fei launched the 100-beast soul-subduing roar again. At that moment, he also used the star teleportation technique and the void lines buckled. Without giving the old man any chance, he smashed his rod at him, making the old man explode. The big octopus died with the old man. Elder Qing, several voices roared, their eyes almost popping out, and killing intent surged in their hearts. However, Han Fei was unmoved. You want to return to your clan to activate the mountain protecting array? You have to have the opportunity. Swish! The embroidery needle, like a pillar that held up the sky, shot straight at the Zhang family's residence. The infinity water turned into 10,000 knives and charged at the Zhang family from the other side. In such a case, if no one stopped him, the Zhang family's residence would be ruined. Would the Zhang family dare to take the bet? As he expected, a person flew out of the clan, clenched his fist, and punched the infinity water. The peak-level explorer who was about to run away turned back and shouted, open the array. Explode, sacrificial punch. The area within 50 kilometers had been flattened. This was only the case when Han Fei and the others were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties. The moment the infinity water exploded, a big blue bird floated in the air. Freeze. Punishment. While the intermediate explorer was seriously injured by the infinity water, Waterluster sealed the void and Punishing Saber intended to kill the explorer. These 2 were real legendary creatures. Waterluster didn't just freeze the void, but also the soul of the strong master. Punishing Saber didn't kill the explorer's body, but his soul. In addition, the sound of the 9 sounds was deafening. The intermediate explorer was beheaded on the spot. Many of the younger generation of the Zhang family were there. They were conceited. It wouldn't be a problem for a venerable to defeat the Thug Academy. Besides, some heavenly talents also knew that the second patriarch was still alive. With such a venerable guarding him, what was there to be afraid of? But who knew that things would develop to this point? Zhang Wen and Zhang Mingkun were both shocked. It had only been 2 months, but how had Han Fei grown to this point? In the family, a cute girl was looking at the sky in fear. Although she couldn't see, she could hear. At this moment, she said, Grandpa, is Brother Han Fei going to beat us? Sigh. The person who was asked didn't know how to answer. He could only sigh. Chow Chow, go in. Han Fei heard him. However, this didn't shake his determination to plunder the Zhang family. At least, he would kill this peak-level explorer first. As for the ordinary people and innocent people, Han Fei certainly would let them go. After all, although Han Fei was ruthless, he wouldn't kill the innocent. Buzz. He had to admit that a peak-level explorer was still a peak-level explorer after all. His physique was so strong that even if he only had less than 10% of his strength, he really couldn't kill him with a sacrificing punch. This person broke his own arm and punched the embroidery needle away. He threw another punch at the sacrificing punch, revealing the creepy white bones, but they didn't collapse. Just as Han Fei was about to attack again, the void cracked, and a white bone hand and a sword light appeared at the same time. Shocked, Han Fei immediately activated the star teleportation technique and moved horizontally. Patriarch Thug shouted, Brat, let's not rob this family. Han Fei didn't know what to say. I've been fighting so hard, and it's not easy for me to have such an opportunity. Why do you suddenly stop? Han Fei gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The infinity water and the embroidery needle returned. He rushed crazily in the direction of Luo Xiaobai and the others. At this moment, he saw golden blood dripping from the void. He didn't know who was injured. However, at this moment, there was a sudden noise in the void. Lidaxian, you won't be able to leave. Violent art. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Are there still venerables here? How many venerables have already appeared in the big clans? There are already 7 of them, right? A huge white bone hand wrapped the air. Han Fei and the others saw a flash before their eyes, and they had already appeared on another battlefield. When he reappeared, Han Fei found that he was standing with Luo Xiaobai and the others. Where was the Zhang family? Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. He had spent so much effort only to kill 2 explorers, not even a peak-level explorer who was seriously injured. He had planned to get the 7th level of the True Spirit fishing art. Now he hadn't even succeeded this time. He didn't know when he would be able to get it. However, after what happened today, Han Fei was a little shocked. How deep was the heritage of these big clans? Even though the Thousand-Star City was in such a dangerous situation, they still had such terrifying combat power. However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others had no time to think at all, because in the sky, battles were going on in all directions. Han Fei asked, "Where is this?" "Shua." Old Bai and an explorer fought out of the void and shouted, "This is outside the 3 Holy Lands. This is a battlefield. Don't stand in the air." Zhang Xuanyu and the others were a little stunned. What about the planned robbery and escape? All they did was just running back and forth. Except for Han Fei, who could still attack, they couldn't do anything. This made the hearts of Zhang Xuanyu and the others sink. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Now, they didn't even have a chance to help. Below, near the ground, a large number of faceless men of the law enforcer realm were fighting. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Let's go down and help." Han Fei shouted, "Go." Han Fei felt that it wasn't so easy to fight explorers. However, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to fight some law enforcers? However, a voice echoed in the void, "Kill Han Fei." All of a sudden, a white-haired young man appeared with exquisite facial features and cold eyes. He pointed a finger at Han Fei. At that moment, pressure suddenly descended. Suddenly, old Han shouted angrily, "Lidaxian!" White bones floated in the air, and Patriarch Thug roared, "Get lost!" The big bone hand slapped at the terrifying finger mark. The void was punched out of a vortex, and the remaining power sent Han Fei flying. A voice sneered, "Lidaxian, didn't you say that you crushed the Thousand-Star City alone? Why, do you only have this little power now that you've switched to an undead creature?" As he spoke, the void trembled as another huge vortex shattered the white bone hand. A huge face illuminated the sky. It felt like everyone in the world could see him. Han Fei felt that this person was too pretentious. Was he afraid that he would be forgotten, or had he been cultivating alone for too long? That person was the 2nd patriarch of the Zhang family. He had used some unknown method to appear in advance. At that moment, Le Renquang roared, "Fei Fei, run!" Han Guanshu's voice came into Han Fei's mind. Use the dragon diagram. Chapter 157, Sky Dissecting Finger Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei was surrounded by enemies. Gazed at by venerables, Han Fei was unusually calm at this moment. Did he have the time to use the dragon diagram? Han Fei stood still, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "Today, watch me slaughter venerables." At that moment, in Forge the Universe, millions of points of spiritual energy suddenly disappeared without a trace. On Han Fei's finger, a finger bone burst out with an overwhelming aura, dazzling and illuminating the heavens. Son of a bee, Tosh, Lidaxian cursed somewhere. He didn't seem to expect Han Fei to have such a weapon. However, the 2nd patriarch of the Zhang family's expression changed drastically. A king's aura? How is that possible? However, in an instant, the finger bone transformed into a huge finger. Like a jade pillar that held up the sky, it seemed to be about to pierce through the sky. The surrounding void was instantly imprisoned. In the sky, there were dozens of battlefields. People even forgot to fight as they watched this terrifying scene. Is this the king's strike? Gulp. Old Bai swallowed. This finger is way too big. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of feet high in the sky. Because the speed was too fast and the power was too strong, almost in an instant, within hundreds of kilometers, the void energy was suddenly sucked away by it. At the same time, Chu Sect, Sao Family, Heavenly Sword Sect, Sea Cloud Tower, the hidden powerhouses of the super forces were all shocked. Where did Han Fei get this finger bone? Did he really have the potential to become a king? The 2nd patriarch of the Zhang family roared, "Old Demon Chu, help me!" At that moment, in the void, there seemed to be a shadow of a rod extending hundreds of feet. Old Bai screamed, "Not good, be careful of the aftershock, block it." Buzz. Blood oozed from the corner of Han Guanshu's mouth, and he tore open the void with a swish. He stretched out his arms and shouted, "All of you, come here." Han Guanshu took a deep look at the shocking finger. This was beyond his plan. If he had this king's finger bone, his plan might have changed. Boom, ka-ka-ka. The earth-shaking finger touched the shadow of the rod, and the roar shook thousands of kilometers, shaking the entire Thousand-Star City. Countless cultivators were hiding at home or gathered together, looking horrified. Damn it. What's going on today? Who are the big clans fighting? The Battle of the Venerables hasn't happened in many years. It's too terrifying. Master Sea God, please don't implicate us. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Tonga and Muling stood on the sword tower. Tonga's expression was extremely ugly. Although we can't see the battlefield, the people who can shake the big clans like this can only be related to the Thug Academy and foster father. Muling held Tang's hand and comforted him. Don't worry, it will definitely be fine. Now the two sides are probably evenly matched. Inside the Sea Cloud Tower, Jingye and the other four weren't here to fight at all. At this moment, they were standing in front of a teleportation array. Diwu Weiguang said, the Thug Academy probably can't stay in Thousand Star City anymore. Don't think about this battle. You have to work hard to grow up. Outside the three Holy Lands, a strange light flashed in the sky, and the 100-foot-long stick shadow finally failed to block the finger and exploded. Following that, a figure tore through the void in such a situation. A golden palm was printed in the sky, and the pressure of the palm made the void within hundreds of kilometers sink. Han Guanshu shouted in a low voice, Cao Tianji, old demon Shu has already taken action. Why are you still not taking action? In the sky, a huge palm blocked the king's finger, and rays of light shot out. Old Shu shouted in a low voice, Cao Tianji, if the thugs rise, how can your Cao family reach the peak? Swish tea, nothing happened. The big palm was instantly filled with cracks, and the terrifying impact made the flesh and blood of the second patriarch of the Zhang family melt. This force was too strong and couldn't be resisted before he reached the peak. However, there was no response from the Saul family. They didn't seem to want to participate in this battle. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he couldn't count on others. He couldn't help but ask, Old Han, are you okay? If not, let's run first. Swish. As soon as Han Fei said so, a crack appeared in the sky and a small red sword suddenly thrust at old demon Shu. However, because the small sword was too small under such power, it looked a little funny. However, no one dared to underestimate this sword. This space was held down by the sky-dissecting finger. No one else could enter, but this small sword had entered. Old Chu shouted, Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, are you going to be an enemy of our Chu sect? A voice said leisurely, Chu sect is too domineering. It's time for you to stop. Others can become kings, but you, old Chu, can't. You want to suppress Thousand Star City? Then don't blame me for drawing my sword and slashing the sky. Han Guanshu's eyes flickered, and he drew an array with one hand to protect everyone. As for him, he stepped into the sky, holding a book in his hand. Under the watch of Han Fei and everyone else, the book opened, and the golden light dazzled the sky. There was a small red sword on the left, a strange scroll on the right, and the sky-dissecting finger in the middle, all darting at the old man in the sky. Han Guanshu's voice was still elegant, and he smiled faintly. The sword master wants to draw his sword and slash the sky. Then I'll try to kill you. Old Chu's hair fluttered in anger, and a big snake appeared behind him, spewing green flames. Old Chu shouted, Just with the half volume of the Great Tao Book? Are you qualified? In Han Fei's shocked gaze, he saw the golden light spewing out of the book transform into a sharp claw, which seemed to be a bird's sharp claw grabbing at the giant snake. Ding! The small red sword was blocked by Old Chu with one hand. In the surrounding 100 kilometers, the void was full of cracks. The sword might didn't decrease as it pressed forward inch by inch, and the bird's claw had already torn apart the blue light all over the sky and grabbed at the giant snake. With a rip, a large piece of flesh was torn off from the snake's body. Golden blood splashed across the sky. Humph! 7 major sects. Our Chu sect will remember this grudge. The void exploded as a void rift appeared behind Old Chu. The latter took a step back. He couldn't save the second patriarch of the Zhang family. The second patriarch of the Zhang family shouted angrily, Old Demon Chu! Bang! The sky-dissecting finger, whose power had been greatly reduced, finally hit the second patriarch of the Zhang family. The latter burned his essence blood and resisted with all his strength, and his arms were melting. Puff! At this moment, while the second patriarch of the Zhang family was still roaring, a white bone palm had penetrated deep into his body at some point. The flesh and blood of the second patriarch of the Zhang family were rapidly drying up. Hee hee hee! You underestimate the undead creature that I've switched to. When I suck you dry, I can restore 10% of my strength. Boom! Crack! A red sky mark appeared in the sky. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, bright red like blood. At this moment, a venerable died. At this moment, on the ghost ship in the level 3 fishery, a faceless man suddenly looked up at the sky. When he saw the rain of blood, he immediately shouted, Take action and suppress the dragon boats. Roar! Second brother, Li Doxian, I'm gonna kill you. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky-dissecting finger was melting, and the space around him opened again. A venerable struck out and blasted Patriarch Thug into the void. Han Guanshu frowned and shouted in a low voice, Son, open the dragon diagram. Han Fei shivered. Did they call me? It seems so. There was only one dragon diagram that Han Guanshu mentioned, which was the one he gave him in the Scattered Stars prison. It was an array map that old Han seemed to have painted for a long time. Clatter Han Fei took out the map without hesitation, and the long dragon diagram spread out in midair. Roar! The moment the diagram was unfolded, a dragon roared in the sky, and golden light spots flew around. Almost at the same time, 2 venerables arrived. Han Fei didn't know who these 2 people were. Anyway, since old Han asked him to open the dragon diagram, so be it. At this moment, Han Fei saw a huge dragon shadow surrounding him. Shoot! An azure dragon? Han Fei was stunned. He knew this guy. Wasn't this the azure dragon in the Blue Sea Soul Realm? Why did old Han draw this dragon? But that didn't make sense. Wasn't old Han drawing an array? But why did it become a dragon at this moment? Han Guanshu stepped on the dragon head, and the book in his hand floated in front of him, enveloped in golden light. King slash. Roar. Dragon roar suppress souls. In the great Tao book, a wing cut through the void. All the spectators, including the explorers, were dazzled by the attack. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Aha! Rumble. In the sky, a second red mark bloomed, and another venerable died. Old Han said slowly, "The Birdman of the Yi family, you can't escape me. The Tao runes have sealed the space, and you still wanted to use the star teleportation technique? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Only at this moment did Han Fei know that the one who died was the venerable from the Yi family. Gulp. Han Fei, including Zhang Xuanyu and Liren Kuang, swallowed hard. A venerable. That's a fucking venerable. 2 of them died so easily? Humph. Han Guanshu, show me what you've got. I'd like to see what else you've got. The old demon of the Chu sect ran out again. This time, even Han Fei's face changed. Old Chu was extremely insidious. Just now, he couldn't resist the sky-dissecting finger and the attacks of the 2 venerables, so he left the Zhang family's venerable behind and ran away. Now, when the sky-dissecting finger was gone and old Han killed another one, he appeared. Was there anyone more insidious than him? Han Guanshu extended his hand and said, "Swordmaster, may I borrow your sword?" Swish. A long red sword appeared in old Han's hand. This guy, holding a book in one hand and a sword in the other, charged into the sky. In the end, Han Guanshu glanced at Old Bai. "You can go now," Old Bai asked in surprise. "There is still a venerable left." Patriarch Thug's voice rumbled. "Leave him to me. Go." Chapter 158, Chaotic Battle. At this moment, the situation was weird. It could only be said that everyone here was a tough guy. The only remaining venerable was the patriarch of the Yang family. He was so scared just now that he almost peed his pants. Han Guanshu's terrifying blow wasn't much weaker than that big finger. Fortunately, it was targeted at the Ye family's birdman. Otherwise, he would have died. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yang family rubbed his head and was about to kill his way out of the void when he saw the white bone hand grab at him, forcing him to fight. "B.S. starred, Lidoxian, you think you can fight 2 alone? We should have crushed your bones back then so that you couldn't even become an undead creature." He. I once crushed the entire 1,000-star city. Do you think you can kill me? However, there were still many explorers. Someone shouted, "Everyone, hunt the younger generation of disciples of the Thug Academy. Han Fei must die." Han Fei immediately roared, "Who the fuck is talking? If you have balls, say it in front of me. I'm going to dig up your ancestor's tomb." There were no venerables on this battlefield anymore, but dozens of explorers appeared. Among them, there were faceless people and people from big clans. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 peak-level explorers fighting. Old Bai shouted, "Follow me." It seemed that Old Bai had arranged a retreat. No matter what, in today's battle in the 1,000-star city, the Thug Academy had shocked the entire 1,000-star city. From now on, the name of the Thug Academy would be remembered by everyone. After all, if the death of 2 venerables couldn't leave a deep impression, what else could? However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others weren't in a good situation. Just from what Han Fei saw, there were 3 explorers besieging him. Han Fei knew one of them. Wasn't that Xuanhuan? This guy had the strength of a peak-level explorer. As for the other 2, one was an advanced explorer and the other was an intermediate explorer. Han Fei didn't panic at all if they were only intermediate explorers. However, he really couldn't defeat advanced explorers in his current state. At most, he could only hold them back. Xuanhuan shouted, "Bai Kongye, are you surprised that Zhang Daqian didn't come?" "I knew that old brat was setting up an array to give you a way out. Therefore, I specially sent someone to stop him." Old Bai's face changed drastically. "Xuanhuan, do you think the 3 of you can stop me?" Xuanhuan smiled coldly. "If Han Guanshu were here, I wouldn't have come. However, you, Bai Kongye, aren't qualified yet." As he said this, Xuanhuan shouted, "I'll hold back Bai Kongye. No matter if it's Han Fei, kill all of them." Buzz. The 2 explorers took action. Han Fei's face changed greatly, and he shouted, "Xiaobai, you go first." Someone sneered. "Can you leave?" Roar. The advanced explorer still wanted to attack, but Han Fei roared and used the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. This time, he didn't wait at all. He simply turned into the big ape, activated the Devil Change, Beast King technique, and absorbed the surrounding energy with the war body. A dull roar burst out of Han Fei's mouth. Punishing Saber, Waterluster come out. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 sounds of the Great Tao appeared, and Han Fei wanted to use the same trick. He stopped the advanced explorer, and Punishing Saber and Waterluster cooperated to kill the intermediate explorer. Faced with Han Fei's current state, the advanced explorer was slightly moved. How could a person's strength increase so much in such a short period of time? In fact, Han Fei was no longer relying on Devil Change to increase his strength. Since he became a peak-level law enforcer, the improvement of the secret method of devil change had become 4 times, which was not as good as before, and the improvement of the Beast King technique was nearly 5 times, which could almost replace devil change. The war body and the indestructible body, which was close to the 4th level, made Han Fei's physique and strength reach their peak state. Otherwise, it was impossible for Han Fei to have the ability to resist an intermediate explorer. Humph, you are only a peak-level law enforcer after all. No matter how much you improve, you can't stop me. Bang! Han Fei struck back with his rod. The embroidery needle shattered the void and smashed at the advanced explorer, and an array appeared on the rod. Void Saber Array. The man shook his shoulders and took out his armor box, and thousands of knife lights floated in the sky. Fuse! Han Fei roared, and his eyes turned black and white. Ignoring the knife array, he activated the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks and smashed his rod down at such a fast speed that shadows of rods filled the sky. Bang, bang, ding ding ding, shield fight. The advanced explorer reacted very quickly. He immediately discovered the power of the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Not daring to let Han Fei continue, he directly summoned dozens of shields and rammed forward. Bang! In the end, he was defeated in strength and was knocked away. However, after fusing with Little Black and Little White, Han Fei's mind was very clear. Seeing that the 9 sounds of Great Tao didn't trap the intermediate explorer, Punishing Saber seemed to only cut off one of his arms. The man slashed at xuanhuan and the others. The draw. The embroidery needle hadn't acknowledged him yet, so he couldn't exert its power, but Snowmorn had already acknowledged him. Therefore, under this blow, the sky changed, and the sword shadows tore the sky and the earth apart. Seeing this, Waterluster immediately tweeted and froze the air within dozens of kilometers. Chila. The intermediate explorer wanted to tear the void, but he found that his soul reaction was too slow. When he turned his head back, intending to resist, Punishing Saber tore through the air and slashed at him. This person took out a lobster to block it. However, when Snowmorn swept over, he was directly killed. Of course, Han Fei did pay a price. Launching the attack to kill this intermediate explorer, he could hardly defend himself. When he wanted to do that, a mountain-like boulder pressed down on him. Rumble. Han Fei was hit by the mountain. However, in an instant, the infinity water shot out and exploded. Renquang, who was running wildly in the distance, shouted, "Ultimate defense!" Luo Xiaobai shouted, "On the ground." Luo Xiaobai knew that under such circumstances, she couldn't increase the pressure on Han Fei. They were too weak, and this battle had already exceeded the scope of their abilities. How could the advanced explorer expect that Han Fei had such a terrifying method as the infinity water? A sea-quelling bizarre treasure was already terrifying enough. Now that the infinity water exploded, he had to defend himself. Even so, he was still blown up and his 3 shields were broken. Unfortunately, the infinity water's power wouldn't increase with the strength of Han Fei's secret technique. After all, it only matched the strength of Han Fei, who was at the peak of the law enforcer realm. It was probably just barely considered a high-quality divine weapon. It was very likely that even if it hadn't reached this level, it wouldn't really be able to shake an advanced explorer. Moo! Han Fei hit the ground, making a huge pit as blood oozed from his 7 orifices. However, Han Fei turned into a unicorn rhinoceros. Both of them were bulls. Han Fei chose the unicorn rhinoceros, which was the best in the Beast King Valley in terms of brute force. After all, the other party was an armorist. If the other party was a manipulator, Han Fei would turn into a water buffalo and strengthen the law of gravity. I'm gonna kill you. Han Fei transformed into hundreds of one-horned rhinoceros shadows that soared into the sky and crashed brutally at the advanced explorer. So fast. What surprised the advanced explorer was not that Han Fei had changed again, but that he was so big. How did he do it so quickly? The person said angrily, "No matter how many means you have, you can't shake an advanced explorer in the end." Shield Mountain, suppress, rumble. In the void, Han Fei's big horn broke through 2 shields in a row, almost piercing the lungs of the advanced explorer. The man shouted angrily, "Go catch the remaining people of the Thug Academy and force them to surrender." Roar. The 100-beast soul-quelling roar was activated, directly suppressing his voice. The law of gravity suddenly descended, directly crushing this person into the ground like a meteor. It was impossible to kill this advanced explorer in a short period of time. The void lines were almost useless against such a guy. His soul power was no weaker than yours, and he might have a soul treasure. Han Fei didn't continue to fight. He turned around and ran towards Luo Xiaobai and the others. As he was running, Han Fei's feet were gone, but a pair of wings appeared. Now he turned into a sky-swimming falcon? Since he learned the Beast King technique, Han Fei had never changed like today. The sky-swimming falcon, plus the heavenly void, divine movement technique was so fast that in the blink of an eye he had traveled hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, a faceless man tore the void and shouted, "I'll block the one behind." Go to the east. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately shouted, "Come on up." Han Fei flew at a low altitude, and Luo Xiaobai jumped on his back at a high speed. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, Fei, how did you become that bird in the underground city? What combat skill is this?" Renquang trembled. That's horrible. We should have left from the beginning instead of robbing the Zhang family. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Idiot, we've already robbed them. Although we didn't succeed, we killed a venerable and 2 peak-level explorers. Isn't it worth it? Han Fei said. Shut up, I'm escaping. Buzz. All of a sudden, the void twisted, and Han Fei appeared 100 meters away and continued to rush forward. In the place he had just passed, a void hand reached out. Fuck. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. I was startled. I couldn't see anything at this speed. Luo Xiaobai said. To the east is the place to go to the Sky Meditation Garden. Han Fei's heart stirred. The Sky Meditation Garden? That's my sister's garden. Instantly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The way out must be in the Sky Meditation Garden. Old Han must be very familiar with this place. Therefore, Patriarch Thug had brought them here. Unfortunately, things didn't last long. After only flying for less than 10 minutes, Han Fei suddenly sensed danger and twisted space. However, as soon as he turned around, danger arrived. At that moment, an array appeared in Han Fei's eyes. As he flapped his wings, Luo Xiaobai and the others entered an array and appeared more than 10 kilometers away. Unfortunately, Han Fei could only activate such short-distance teleportation arrays now. Crack. The moment Luo Xiaobai and the others entered the array, Han Fei was slapped dozens of kilometers away, his bones broken and blood spurting out. If he couldn't even withstand a single blow, this guy must be a peak-level explorer. A figure walked out of the void rift and glanced at Han Fei. You can't leave today. Chapter 159, A Prediction Appeared. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Seeing this person, Han Fei found that this person seemed to be injured, but not seriously. There was only a knife light emitting knife intent on his chest. When Han Fei saw this person, his eyes almost popped out. What are the faceless men doing? Why did they let out another peak-level explorer? The man seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking and couldn't help but laugh. The people who tried to stop me are already dead. Since we've completely fallen out, who can resist our Chu sect? Han Fei, die, roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated, but the Chu family cultivator took out a large bell. Clang, the sound of the bell shakes the world. The man chuckled. I know you have a weird soul attack method. Let's see how my soul-quelling bell works. Clang, clang, clang. The 100-beast phantoms were exploding one after another. With each beast phantom that was shattered, more blood oozed out of Han Fei's mouth. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, Father. The person from Chu sect subconsciously turned his head, but immediately knew that he had been tricked. At this moment, the void in front of him shook, and Han Fei had already twisted the void and escaped 1,000 meters away. Humph! Do you really think you can resist a peak-level explorer? Big Bell Great Tao. Han Fei knew that it was not good. He subconsciously tried to use the star teleportation technique to get rid of the weird bell. But in the next second, he discovered that the star teleportation technique was useless. The Chu sect powerhouse sneered. I'm already half a step into the Tao. How can I give you a chance to escape? Han Fei was shocked. Is this person a half-venerable? At that moment, Han Fei's first reaction was to use the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. However, reason told him that even if he used the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, it wasn't enough. It was impossible for him to cross such a huge realm to defeat this person. No one responded, and the peak-level explorer attacked very quickly. He had a single horn on his head, his fingers became sharp, and he directly broke the void. There was no telling what spiritual beast he had fused with. Demon King Contract. Han Fei roared. When there was an absolute gap in strength, Han Fei couldn't care so much. In this situation, he either died or used all his trump cards. There was no other way than fighting a desperate battle. The sharp claws in the air had just reached half a meter in front of Han Fei and were about to succeed. Suddenly, a black fog rose from Han Fei's body, and wherever the sharp claws touched, the black fog condensed into a scale. Bedeviled? The Chu family powerhouse shouted, So what? Open up. Chi La Ai, the ear-splitting sound of claws clashing echoed, which sounded extremely creepy. Buzz. Unfortunately, the Chu family's strong master didn't get what he wanted because the black gas on Han Fei's body became more and more intense. Behind him, large swaths of black fog rose. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai and the others were horrified. They saw a huge black claw trying to extend from behind Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai suddenly felt refreshed. For some reason, she felt that she had seen this scene somewhere. Zhu Yinling wanted to approach him, but Luo Xiaobai stopped her and shouted, This is a sign of bedevilment. Wait. However, before they stayed long, they saw 5 or 6 law enforcers pouncing at them. Zhang Xuanyu roared, Beat them first, son of a Bida Qi. What's going on here? Great sky swallowing technique. Seal. Roar. The corners of Han Fei's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. As for the palm full of black gas, it suddenly grabbed the hand of the Chu family's strong master. The other party's hand withered at a visible speed. The Chu family powerhouse was horrified as he had suddenly aged dozens of years. Phuff! He severed one of his arms and tried to escape through the void in horror. However, this time he was dumbfounded. Just now, it was Han Fei who couldn't run away, but now he couldn't. I finally returned. Endless black fog began to envelop the void. The Chu family powerhouse shouted in horror. He found that his body couldn't move. This was impossible. Even if the other party was a peak-level venerable, it was impossible for him to instantly freeze the void. Yes, this was not sealing the void, but locking down the void. At this moment, no speck of dust here had any spiritual energy or energy. Everything was imprisoned. Han Fei said with a heavy voice, "I knew that you couldn't resist the temptation of power. From now on, you will become a reincarnation of this emperor. This is your glory. Oh, rich vitality, give it to me. Aha." The Chu family powerhouse felt a chill down his spine. From his body to his soul, he was extremely terrified. His vitality was stripped away inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, his skin began to dry up as if he had aged hundreds of years. However, at this moment, black and white light flashed in Han Fei's eyes. 3 golden pages floated out of Han Fei's body. At that moment, the black gas sizzled. Roar! Fuck off! You think a mere 3-page Dao Rune heavenly book can suppress me twice? Han Fei's body was trembling crazily. He frowned and let out a low growl. The weird voice came from Han Fei's mouth again. Boy, give up struggling. I'll give you eternal life. Roar, fuck off, absorb. 2 small vines extended from between Han Fei's eyebrows, and one of them had withered. The vine was yellow and withered when Han Fei deduced the 6th level of void fishing. At this moment, in an instant, green light dazzled. The billowing black gas was crazily absorbed by the vine. The withered root gradually restored its color, and cyan mist circulated on the vine. What's that? Get lost. Ah, die. The black fog began to collapse. The black fog seemed to be trying to shrink into Han Fei's body. However, under the crazy swallowing of the demon purification pot, the black gas entered Han Fei's body and was sucked out again. For a moment, the eyes of all the strong masters in the Thousand-Star City were focused on this space. However, the great Dao here was chaotic, and a terrifying Dao charm was born, blocking everyone's vision. Open. A sky-reaching fist mark smashed out of the void, leaving a big hole in the chest of a venerable. Chila, Ren Tianfei tore the venerable apart. Having no time to think about it, he grabbed at the void where Han Fei was. Han Guanshu's expression changed slightly. The golden light on the great Dao book dazzled. He shook off Old Chu and stepped into the air. Patriarch Thug exploded 5 big skeleton hands and also disappeared in the void. Buzz. A rotten body crawled out of the black fog. Who else could it be but the peak-level explorer of the Chu family? At this moment, he was about to pee. He had thought that he could kill Han Fei easily. Who could have expected that Han Fei's body contained great horror? If it weren't for Han Fei's own problem, he would have been drained by the black mist in a couple of seconds. Even so, he was seriously injured and had lost more than half of his lifespan. Even if he found a way to treat himself, he might not be able to recover. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed out of the black fog, he saw Ren Tianfei. At that time, he couldn't have felt worse. He had just left the tiger's den and then entered the wolf's den. How could Ren Tianfei have the time to care about him now? He just glanced at him and casually pressed down. This person directly exploded, his body shattered. Ren Tianfei stepped into the black fog. Huh? Ren Tianfei looked at his arms, which were slightly aging. However, he didn't care at all as he activated the indestructible body and vitality was reproduced. The 2 venerables who were chasing Ren Tianfei also wanted to rush into the black fog, but as soon as they entered, they found that their vitality and flesh were being drained. Immediately, the 2 retreated. Their physique was incomparable to Ren Tianfei's. They were just ordinary venerables. And this black fog clearly exceeded the limits of ordinary venerables. Oh, boy, let that little vine go back. We can talk. Damn it, did you hear what I said? Aha, crack. With a crack, something seemed to be broken. At that moment, the entire sky turned red, a rain of blood poured down, and the sound of breaking echoed 1,000,000 kilometers away. In the next moment, the infinite black gas immediately became thin, and the black shadow disappeared without a trace. When Ren Tianfei arrived, he found that a green light was retracted between Han Fei's eyebrows. At the same time, there seemed to be a shadow in the black fog, but he didn't know where it went. Ren Tianfei's heart stirred. Before everyone arrived, he picked up Han Fei with one hand and threw him to Luo Xiaobai and the others. Keep running. After that, Ren Tianfei extended his hand into the void. Old Bai was making slapping postures and seemed to be fighting someone. He was directly pulled out of the void. Ren Tianfei said, "Protect them." After that, Ren Tianfei grinned ferociously. It seems that if I don't kill one of them today, you will forget my ability. Primordial chaos, heaven, breaking hand. A black palm slapped out infinite white light, grabbing the venerable who had just been reborn. Rumble. The big hand and the venerable's body exploded at the same time. Crack. Another red mark appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. Ha! Who else? Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing as if he was being dragged. The bumpy ride almost shook his brains out. There seemed to be noise in his ears. When Han Fei opened his eyes in a daze, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. Old Bai, go! The hoarse yell echoed between the heavens and earth. The dark veil before Han Fei's eyes seemed to be suddenly lifted. At this moment, he was in the middle of the sky. Han Fei lowered his head, only to find that he was at least thousands of feet from the ground. He looked back, only to see that little gold had attached to him. Its huge wings were opened, and blood was dripping from them. Suddenly, a knife light spanning 1,000 meters passed above Han Fei's head. Han Fei was horrified and looked up, only to find that there was a great battle in the sky. Old Bai was besieged by a group of people who were all ferocious. In the sky, several huge spiritual beasts flew across the sky, blocking the sun. Fuck. Han Fei was horrified. He had seen this scene before. He saw this scene when he climbed the altar at the bottom of the steps into the sea. While Han Fei was stunned, he saw that Zhang Xuanyu had appeared beside him. What are you waiting for? Run! Han Fei immediately grabbed Zhang Xuanyu, twisted his body, and appeared dozens of meters away. Shua, a sword chi that swept across, suddenly penetrated the place where he was just now. Chapter 160, Calabash, Absorbit Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't know if he was attacked at all. He only felt that he was. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. So fast. Han Fei, on the other hand, was horrified. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Xuanyu had been pierced through just now. Immediately afterward, a hand fell from the sky. Han Fei watched a sword-wielding powerhouse being slapped to death by this slap. Old Bai shouted, "Take these children away! Hey, the Yi family guy, don't you want a son-in-law? Take them!" Han Fei suddenly realized something and quickly looked up, only to see that Zhang Xuanyu had been taken away by a big hand. He didn't know that person, but he was so handsome and seemed to be on par with Zhang Xuanyu. Old Bai shouted again, "Only one? Take the damn fatty away too." On the other side, Le Ringquang appeared below, crying, "I'm not leaving." Han Fei frowned and looked into the void. An old man with an unshaven face drew a huge arc in the sky and stood in front of Le Ringquang. In the next moment, Han Fei twisted his body again and dodged a fist mark. Huh? Some people seemed to be suspicious that they failed to hit Han Fei. Han Fei activated the Heavenly Void Divine Movement and thrust a high-quality divine weapon into the sky. Han Fei roared, "President, run!" However, before Han Fei could do anything, Old Bai slapped him away. "What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here!" Old Bai roared and charged at the sky with his divine weapon. Below, Han Fei came back to his senses and a faceless man rushed over and took off his mask. "Xiaozhan?" Xiaozhan shouted in a low voice. "Remember to take revenge." "Revenge? What revenge?" Boom! Before Xiaozhan answered, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. In the sky, Old Bai detonated himself. "Old Bai, President, wait, something is not right." Han Fei frowned. "Why didn't you detonate the divine weapon but yourself? Was this old man pretending?" Xiaozhan grabbed Han Fei with one hand, trying to throw him away, but Han Fei was unwilling to let him do so. As he recalled, Xiaozhan was about to blow himself up. Han Fei clasped Xiaozhan and appeared on the battlefield below with a swish. The two rushed forward. Soon, Han Fei found Wenren Yu, who was fighting a law enforcer. Roar. The law enforcer was killed by the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Han Fei grabbed Wenren Yu and shouted. Mr. Xiaozhan grabbed Wenren Yu and shouted. "Xiaozhan, where are you going?" Wenren Yu shouted. "Han Fei, let go," Han Fei said. "Cut the crap and run." Wenren Yu roared. "Wrong direction. Pass diagonally." At this moment, in the sky, a cold voice echoed, "The Thug Academy defies the heavens. You deserve to be punished." A voice echoed, "Today, I'll wipe out all your teachers and students." Someone shouted, "You want to kill me? Don't you know what you are?" One after another, people Han Fei didn't know appeared in the sky, on the ground, and above the city. The sky was overcast, a rain of blood was falling, and explosions were ceaseless. Wenren Yu shouted, "Han Fei, let go, we have a way out." Han Fei shouted, "Liar." Wenren Yu was speechless, took out a jade slip, and showed it to Han Fei. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be a teleportation array. Wenren Yu said, "Did you see that? Let go." Han Fei was lost for words. Why did it feel different from what he remembered? Something was wrong. Was the prediction he saw wrong? Suddenly, Han Fei saw Luo Xiaobai and Zhu Yinling in the distance. Zhu Yinling was flying towards him. Xiaozhan said, "Han Fei, go by yourself. Our paths are different. Get lost." Han Fei realized that it didn't seem right. He didn't see many pictures back then, but the explosion of Old Bai just now was too strange. Could it be that it was a way for them to escape? Han Fei asked. "Teachers, are you going to blow yourselves up?" Wenren Yu scolded. "What are you thinking? I haven't lived half my life yet." Hearing that, Han Fei immediately let go and flashed through the void. He seemed to have made a mistake. Han Fei grabbed Zhu Yinling and ran while he looked at Luo Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, what are you doing? Let's go." Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "We'll be separated for now. You go by yourself. I'll go back to my family." Knife light and sword light flashed around him. Han Fei stepped on the array and the infinity water swept over, directly killing two law enforcers. Chila, 7 sword beams swept over. Han Fei's heart stirred. Sword 7 from the War Soul realm? No, the other party is an explorer. Han Fei pushed Zhu Yinling away, snowmorn in hand, and slashed through the void. Luo Xiaobai took the opportunity to throw a spherical seed into the sky. Boom! In a flash of white light, the opponent's explorer's long stick broke through the air. Han Fei thought to himself, how can this attack cause trouble for me? However, before Han Fei flew away, a large swath of spider silk suddenly appeared within a kilometer. Boom! He was about to perform star teleportation when he realized that Zhu Yinling was still behind him. Immediately he roared, stepped on the great coiled turtle array, and threw out the sacrificing punch, punching a hole in the silk net. And Han Fei was hit by the long stick. Boom! When the opponent's divine weapon exploded, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and was blown away. In his dizziness, Han Fei heard someone shouting, "No, this kid's physique is too strong. We have to kill him with soul attack." At that moment, Han Fei felt that his head was a mess, and he seemed to see Zhu Yinling drawing a teleportation array with one hand. Then, he seemed to see the shadow of a big turtle, which was full of black gas. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt his vision go dark as if he had been hit by something. Then he fell like a shooting star across the sky. At that moment, he felt that his bones were shattered, his internal organs were damaged, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood, after a long time. Old Bai's voice came to his ears. "What's wrong with this kid?" Zhu Yinling said weakly. "He was injured by an explorer." Old Jiang shouted, "Go!" In the end, Han Fei survived 99% of the battle, only to be heavily wounded by the Demon King contract. At this moment, Han Fei's mind was still in a mess. In his dizziness, he was standing in a void. In front of him was an old turtle. This turtle was ugly and black all over. Other turtles' heads looked like snake heads, but this one's head looked like a crocodile's head. Its eyes were staring forward like two big fucking car lights. When the big turtle saw Han Fei, it roared, "Asshole thief, return my great Tao to me, you brat. You called me over and I borrowed your power, but you tried to swallow me." Han Fei was stunned. "Wait, who are you?" Suddenly, Han Fei remembered something and his eyes widened. "Fuck, are you the old monster behind the Demon King contract?" Han Fei remembered. At that time, this old thing seemed to want to swallow his soul. Han Fei bared his teeth and suddenly saw the demon purification pot floating in the air. The two small vines swayed slightly, emitting green fluorescence. Immediately, Han Fei realized that he was probably in a very special state. Was he communicating with this turtle with his spiritual senses? Why did this turtle come into his body and be suppressed by the demon purification pot? Yes, I'm fighting. Zhu Yinling saved me. And old Jiang. Han Fei immediately confirmed that he was asleep. He immersed his spiritual senses into his mind and talked to this turtle. He wondered how the battle outside was going. It was a mess. They didn't know who was fighting whom. Especially the last melee. It was simply a mess. Zhang Xuanyu had probably been taken away by Yi Xinyan's parents. And Fatty was taken away by someone too. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had gone home. Then where was he? However, he didn't care anymore. He should be safe now. Han Fei sneered. He glanced at the big black turtle and said in disdain, "This is the first time I've seen such an ugly turtle. Old turtle, are you really worthy of being called an emperor?" The old turtle roared with bloodshot eyes. "Brat, you came to me first. I saved your life, and your life should have been mine. Ouch." Han Fei rubbed his ears and thought of something. The Demon King contract was deduced by the demon purification pot. It seemed that he had to deduce secret techniques more carefully in the future. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei curled his lips. "You saved my life? I, Han Fei, am going to be a king. Do I need you to save my life? Even if you saved my life, so what? You don't look like a good person at all, Calabash. Suck it up." Hey boy, don't go too far. Let's talk nicely. Let's calm down." Han Fei sneered. "Now you know you should calm down? Why did you do that earlier?" Han Fei urged the demon purification pot to suck the old BA starred to death, but it didn't move. "Huh? I've suppressed it. Can't you suck it to death?" The old turtle looked nervous. "Boy, what are you thinking?" "Let me tell you, don't try playing tricks on me or I'll die with you." Han Fei glanced at the turtle contemptuously. "Hey, you're too confident. Calabash, absorb now. Hey, don't. I was just kidding." Han Fei held his head high. "Hey, such a coward. Why do you call yourself emperor? Tell me, where are you from?" The turtle stared at Han Fei with bloodshot eyes, as if it felt something was wrong. Han Fei frowned. "Why are you staring at me? Do you know whose territory you are in?" "Calabash, suck, enough, BS starred. Stop calling Calabash. You can't control the Calabash, can you? If you could, you would have sucked me to death long ago. Humans are truly shameless." Han Fei pretended to be furious. "What did you say? I can't control my Calabash? If I can't control it, why were you sucked like this? You don't believe me, do you? Fine, let me show you what I'm capable of. Abracadabra." Then Han Fei found that the big turtle was looking at him as if he were an idiot. Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I won't bicker with you. You don't seem to be weak. If it weren't for the fact that you seem to have a powerful background, I would have sucked you to death." Chapter 161, Causes and Effects Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. If he had known this would happen, he would have been calmer and done it better. Han Fei stopped pretending and spread his hands. "Okay, enough talking. Tell me, who are you?" "Where are you from?" the big turtle said leisurely. "I am the ancient Yuan emperor. Pay attention to what you say. As for where I come from, even if I tell you, you don't know. If you hadn't practiced the Demon King contract I left behind, do you think I would have come?" Han Fei sneered. "You seem quite willing. Let me think about it. I'm a bit confused, huh? Are you going to give me strength? And you're going to give me eternal life. Come on, give me some first." The big turtle, Han Fei sneered. "Look, you broke your word. Give me strength? If it weren't for the fact I lacked some strength, I wouldn't have used your Demon King contract. Although Han Fei said that, his mind was racing. It seemed that this old turtle had a powerful background. The Demon King contract was a venerable level secret technique. Whoever could create such a secret technique had to be at least a venerable. Besides, this old turtle kept calling itself Emperor. Was he really an emperor? But that didn't sound right. He had never heard of the Emperor realm. Could there be an emperor above the King realm? But then he realized that something was wrong. The King realm was just a name. The real realm was sea expansion. Above that was the sky opening, right? Emperor? Beast Emperor. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Big Turtle, I don't care who you are or how strong you used to be. However, you are in my territory now. If you are of no value to me, then we will still fall out in the future. Therefore, you have to tell me some useful things. For example, what are the realms above the sea expansion realm? Which level are the emperors? Where are you from? Do you have any way to obtain power? I don't have many problems. Anyway, we have a long time to come. If looks could kill, Han Fei felt that he would have been killed by the big scarlet eyes of the big turtle. However, at this moment, he didn't panic at all. This turtle should be a strong master. If he used it well, he might have one more helper in the future. The old turtle said in a low voice, Didn't your parents tell you not to be too curious? You are only a peak-level law enforcer. What's the use of asking about realms above the king level? As for the emperor level, it's a level that's beyond your imagination. Han Fei sneered. Are you sure you're talking to me like this? Can't you see that I'm going to be a king? The big turtle gnashed its teeth. It probably wanted to swallow the narcissistic Han Fei in one bite. However, under the eaves, he had to lower his head. He said leisurely, Boy, even if you have the bearing of a king, you have to transcend the small heavenly tribulation first. As for the realm you mentioned, a king establishes the sea, an emperor opens up the sky, a monarch lives forever, and a god fuses with the Tao. Every realm has infinite contents. Even if you know the realms well now, so what? You can't understand them at all. It will only increase your burden. Han Fei's heart did a flip. There are still so many realms to go. I'm still so far away from becoming a king. When will I reach the explorer and venerable realm? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Are you really an emperor? The big turtle immediately roared, Of course, brat, return my great Tao to me, roar. Han Fei couldn't help sighing and glanced at the demon purification pot. Wow, this pot can even eat the great Tao of others. Where is the demon purification pot from? Isn't it too powerful? Han Fei knew very little about the demon purification pot. Under normal circumstances, in addition to the need for it during deduction, there was also Forge the Universe where things could be placed. Except for those, it didn't seem to be useful. Refining? I've acquired the 100 War Divine Hammer. As long as I have enough materials, refining divine weapons is a piece of cake for me. Han Fei said in disdain, Hey, stop yelling. You want to swallow me, don't you? If you don't swallow me, how can your Tao be gone? It's all your fault. Now tell me where you come from. Han Fei was about to continue to talk with this big turtle when he suddenly stumbled and a voice sounded in his mind. Han Fei, wake up, brat. Pa, pa, pa. In the void, Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing as if he was being slapped. With a flash in front of his eyes, a dazzling light shone into his eyes. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a plain-looking village girl and an old man with a wrinkled face staring at him. And the old man even wanted to slap him. Han Fei hurried to stop him. Wait, who are you? The old man yelled. Do you not know who I am? Huh? Old Jiang? Old Jiang snorted. At least you have a conscience. I worked so hard to get you out. Han Fei glanced at the village girl again and took a breath. Zhu Yinling? Zhu Yinling nodded with a smile, as if she had been worried sick. Han Fei sat up with a swish. Old Jiang, where are we? What about the Thousand-Star City? What about old Han, Ren Tianfei, and our unreliable patriarch? Old Jiang was about to slap him again. Who do you call an unreliable patriarch? It's Patriarch Thug. Han Fei remembered the patriarch who had become a big skeleton and sighed. I thought he was the Demon King. Where is old Han? Old Jiang said. You don't have to worry about that. The situation in the Thousand-Star City is very complicated. Your father ran away, so did Patriarch Thug and Ren Tianfei. Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Hey, old Jiang, what's going on here? Why did you suddenly start the war with the big clans? Why did you ask us to go to the Thousand-Star City? Old Jiang clicked his tongue. It's mainly because we want you to be bait. We were going to wait a few years before launching this revenge war. Who knew that you would cause such a great uproar just a few days after you left? Now you can even kill an explorer. Han Fei automatically ignored the latter half of old Jiang's words and stared at old Jiang. Be bait? Why? Old Jiang said triumphantly. First of all, it's naturally for revenge. After all, we have to avenge the Thug Academy. We have to settle accounts with those big clans and make them remember that the Thug Academy is not to be trifled with. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched and he muttered in his heart, This is the typical style of villains. The Avengers shocked the world and killed 3 venerables in one day. Half of the strong masters in the Thousand-Star City were killed. However, this didn't matter. After all, those big clans didn't care about anything. All they knew was how to make money and how to go to the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the second purpose? Old Jiang snorted. Besides taking revenge, we'll also smooth out the obstacles for you and kill some of them first. Otherwise, it won't be easy for you to enter the Heavenly Palace. The main reason is that there are too many strong masters. If we don't take the opportunity to kill some of them, it will be very difficult for you to have any chance in the future. You have attracted all their attention. Do you really think that if you can really become a king, those venerables can leave you alone? Of course they will find a way to kill you. Han Fei was speechless. Are you not afraid that I'll really be killed? Old Jiang waved his hand. On the path of cultivation, who doesn't have no disasters? You've passed them, haven't you? Han Fei, Old Jiang said leisurely. As for the third point. Han Fei's eyes widened. There's a third point? Old Jiang smiled contemptuously. Do you think we did all these just for fun? Old Jiang said proudly. After this battle, the 36 towns and the level 3 fishery belong to us. With the death of the venerables, no matter how bold they are, they won't dare to leave the 1,000-star city. If they dare to come out, I guarantee that their home will be gone. Han Fei, Old Jiang smiled and said, the fourth point is to send Patriarch Thug to the Monument of Gods, by the way. This matter has been settled. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Is there still a fifth? Old Jiang said. Isn't the fifth trying to save you? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Compared to these old foxes, I'm too simple-minded. However, Han Fei thought of something. Patriarch Thug went to the Monument of Gods. Why? To go to the Heavenly Palace? Han Fei knew that there was a controller of the Heavenly Palace in the Central Holy City who was also a venerable. Even without that controller, the Central Holy City still had a killing array. Old Jiang said proudly, to go to the Heavenly Palace, of course. The real body of Patriarch Thug is still in the Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, do you think Patriarch Thug only has this little combat power? If his corpse was here, he would kill at least 2 more venerables. Oh, that's not right. If his corpse was here, Cao Tianji of the Cao family wouldn't sit by and watch, and the master of the Heavenly Sword wouldn't have taken action. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. As long as Patriarch Thug can fuse with his corpse, his strength will definitely increase again. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So Junior Uncle Faceless has always been Patriarch Thug? Old Jiang curled his lips. Sometimes he is, sometimes not. You don't have to worry about that. After this battle, those big clans should have behaved themselves a little. In the coming years, you can consolidate your strength. Your improvement is indeed too fast. It doesn't make sense, Han Fei was stunned. Where are Le Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu? Old Jiang said leisurely. When you reach the law enforcer realm, everyone should have their own path. You can't be together forever. You should have discovered from this battle that when your strength makes a breakthrough too quickly, their role becomes dispensable. So they have to improve their strength, Han Fei asked. What about old Han? Old Jiang said angrily. You have too many questions. He is a venerable. How do I know where he is? Han Fei said. Last question. Where did the Thug Academy get so many faceless strong masters? So many explorers are all from the Thug Academy. Is the Thug Academy that strong? Old Jiang stared at Han Fei for a while. So, you still need to gain experience. Do you think it's possible those people are all from the Thug Academy? The big clans, the 7 sects, and the itinerant cultivators all have a grudge against the big clans. There are more than 1 or 2 people who want to overthrow them. If there is such a chance, do you think they will take action or not? Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. He understood everything. Chapter 11622, Wind Rain Village, Cloud Soaring Town Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This full-scale war didn't mean that it could last long. After all, both parties had sacrificed a lot. This battle was the outbreak of many people who had been suppressed to the extreme. In a society where social classes existed, there must be oppression and resistance. However, the resistance this time was too fierce. This battle was caused by many reasons. It was hard to tell if such battles would happen again. Knowing the whole situation, Han Fei was relieved. Then, where are we now? Old Jiang, let me tell you, those venerables are capable of divination. Let's not let them find us. Old Jiang looked at Han Fei strangely. I'm afraid you don't know your own situation yet. In your father's words, even a king can't figure out your current state. What's the use of being a venerable? Huh, Han Fei swallowed and murmured. Am I already so awesome now? Tusk. Old Jiang rolled his eyes. Okay, as long as they can't figure out where you are, they won't spend so much effort to find other people. The 3 venerables are dead, and you want them to leave the 1,000-star city. Then they have to be bold. Han Fei took a deep breath. What about the 1,000-star city? What will happen to Xiaobai's family, the Zhu Yin family, and the Heavenly Sword sect? Old Jiang paused and smiled. Don't worry about the Luo family. The Luo family's divine technique is not a joke. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, you don't have to worry either. The 7 major sects are one. If the big clans dare to attack the Heavenly Sword sect, the consequences won't be good. Both parties will suffer heavy losses. The Cao family and the Chen family, which don't participate in the battle, are also happy to see the other big clans suffer. As he said this, Old Jiang glanced at Zhu Yinling and said lightly, as for the Zhu Yin family, Zhu Yinli has pledged allegiance to the Luo family and was rescued. However, his strength must have plummeted, and he will probably fall to the level of an explorer. As for your sister, she has already gone to the Scattered Stars Island. She's fine. Zhu Yinling was secretly relieved, but she didn't say anything. Zhu Yinling might be standing on the side of the Thug Academy in a daze, but Zhu Yinli was not a fool. He had bet all his wealth on the Thug Academy. He was sure that if Zhu Yinling followed Han Fei, she would definitely make great achievements in the future. Old Jiang said, "All right, since you're awake, I'm leaving." Although we won this battle, all the resources accumulated over decades have been used up in one go. This time, too many explorers on both sides have perished. Those who didn't die must have lived in seclusion. They probably won't come out again unless it's extremely necessary. I should go into seclusion too. Now I'm in a good mood. Old Bai and I are going to try to reach the venerable realm. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Yes? Old Zhang chuckled. How can it be so easy? Anyway, just stay here. Although no one will know where you are, you have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by their people hiding in the 36 towns. You have to keep your strength a secret and don't expose it. Although they won't deliberately look for other people, they are still very concerned about you. If they discover you, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't leave the Thousand-Star City. With that, Old Zhang stomped and a teleportation array appeared. With a swish, he disappeared. Han Fei was still a little stunned. When the teleportation array disappeared, he wanted to ask more questions, but he had already left. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the village girl, Zhu Yinling. Where is this? Zhu Yinling pursed her lips and blushed. Wind Rain Village, Cloud Soaring Town. Puffed! Where? Zhu Yinling asked in confusion. Why? Is there a problem? Wind Rain Village, Cloud Soaring Town? Ah, Old Jiang, come out. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Yinling. Are there only the two of us here? Zhu Yinling thought for a moment and eventually nodded. Yes. Do you want to ask about a girl? Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling in surprise. How do you know that? Why didn't I myself know that? Zhu Yinling thought for a long time and said, well, Junior Uncle Faceless said that you had a knot in your heart because the first time you entered the level 3 fishery, at that time you were still young and didn't have enough experience, so you had a knot in your heart. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Junior Uncle Faceless, isn't that patriarch thug Li Doxian? Yes, he was a venerable, a super powerhouse who once suppressed the entire Thousand-Star City. How could he not know what happened to him back then? However, he didn't save that girl. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed. She's not dead? Zhu Yinling shook her head. No, she's dead. Han Fei frowned even more. Since she's dead, why are we here now? Zhu Yinling said again. She can't be considered dead either. Han Fei was lost for words. Is she dead or not? Hiss, undead creature? Han Fei was shocked. Thinking of Li Doxian's own state, Han Fei immediately shouted angrily, Li Doxian, fuck you. Zhu Yinling secretly stuck out her tongue and thought to herself, why did you even scold a venerable? Han Fei said angrily, couldn't he have helped me back then? Now I'm so frustrated. As he talked, Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhu Yinling up and down and said leisurely, Xiao Zhu. When did you know our patriarch? Zhu Yinling blushed a little and said nervously, No, I didn't know that Junior Uncle Faceless was Senior Li. He just asked if I wanted to be with you. Then, he said that he brought me to a place and told me that you would have a disaster. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he heard that. They were all old foxes. Those people had set countless traps from top to bottom, from left to right. It could be said that all the people around him who could be used had been used. Why was it that in the end, it was Zhu Yinling who saved him from the Thousand-Star City? It was because they had foreseen that he would have an accident. As for Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Ling Huang, they had attracted too much attention. But Zhu Yinling was different. Although she was talented, she wasn't that talented. Her strength wasn't strong enough, and she didn't have a powerful family. Of course, few people paid attention to her. Therefore, the person who was easiest to save him was Zhu Yinling. Han Fei was speechless. He was as pure as a little white fish in front of them. Li Doxian didn't have any divination abilities, so he must have contacted old Han long ago. Therefore, he knew that he would have a great disaster, so he arranged for Zhu Yinling to save him in advance. Everything had been arranged, including the sea-quelling painting matter. This matter involved Ren Tianfei. It could be seen that Ren Tianfei was actually on their side. Yes, the three of them were on the same side. He didn't know how long they had hooked up. The three of them had put on a big show. Except for the three of them, everyone, including him, Old Bai and the others, was a chess piece. And all of this must have started when Old Han paved a path for him. This path was his path to becoming a king. From beginning to end, his growth had been clearly arranged by them. But he had fucking thought that was just because he was extremely talented and lucky. Han Fei pondered. Where is she? There was a reason for Zhu Yinling to disguise as a village girl. In fact, the couple of the family had died in an accident in the ordinary fishery. Therefore, this small courtyard was controlled by the faceless men. To outsiders, Han Fei was a level 8 fisher named Tai Ren. Most people called him Old Tai. Han Fei was speechless when he heard the name. Feck, if he went out, everyone would call him Old Tai. Perhaps because of the name, Old Tai was a refiner. Of course, the refiner in the village was actually a blacksmith and had nothing to do with refining. Zhu Yinling certainly wasn't as pretty as she used to be. Her skin was a little dark, and she looked very ordinary. She wasn't ugly or beautiful, but the kind of person that no one would remember if she was thrown into a crowd. She was acting as Han Fei's wife, Zhou Nan, a level 6 fisher who would never reach level 7. She was responsible for the fish tax of the family. This was an extremely ordinary family. Old Tai often went fishing with his wife in the sea because he was bad at foraging. At this moment, when the two of them went out, Han Fei felt a strong village vibe. In the big tank at the door there were 7 or 8 clams. The simple drains were where the seafood was cleaned as usual. The stone tables and hammers in the courtyard were suitable for Han Fei's foraging tools. However, from the small courtyards next door, Han Fei could tell that the location of this residence was definitely not the best in the village. When the two of them went out, they saw a small girl cooking 5 clams in the yard next door. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old and looked a little thin. At this moment she was only a level 7 fisher. Huh? Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling in surprise. This girl used to be a fishing master, but she was seriously injured. Zhu Yinling nodded and said via voice transmission, "Her name is Lin Wu, and she is Lin Miao Miao's sister. In the resource competition of the village, she was seriously injured by the neighboring village. Because she is half disabled and spiritual fruits are too precious, she can only live like this." Han Fei frowned. Lin Wu, sister? Why doesn't the village arrange a profession for those who are disabled because of the resource competition? Zhu Yinling said. She refused to accept it and believed that she still had hope of rising. One day she hoped that she could return to the fishing master realm. Therefore, she gave up the position arranged by the village and insisted on going to sea every day. Seeing Han Fei and Zhu Yinling leave, Lin Wu immediately waved her hand. "Uncle Tai, Auntie Nan, have you eaten breakfast? If not, eat together." Zhu Yinling said to Han Fei, "We don't usually eat with her. You're more honest and simple-minded. I'm not a talker. It seems that they are just neighbors." Han Fei thought to himself, "Am I an idiot again? Why do I have to pretend to be an idiot again? However, I seem to be a professional in this aspect. My acting skills have reached the point of perfection." Considering that he might have to stay in the Wind Rain village for a long time, Han Fei smiled innocently. "Xiao Wu, why are you up so early to cook? You can eat by yourself. Your Auntie Nan and I are going to sea today." Lin Wu waved his hand. "Uncle Tai, Auntie Nan, be careful." Han Fei didn't rush to contact the girl but frowned slightly. "Xiao Zhu, did Lin Miao Miao never come back?" Zhu Yinling shook her head slightly. "Undead creatures might not have a way to come back. Uncle Faceless said that the reason he chose this place was to let you overcome the knot in your heart. After all, Lin Miao Miao is alive in another way, so you shouldn't keep thinking about her. Besides, Uncle Faceless said that in the past few years, you'd better consider all the things you have done in the past. There may be many small details that should be resolved. If you can reach a perfect state of mind, it will be good for a breakthrough." Han Fei curled his lips. "That's easy to say. I've almost forgotten what I did in the past. I should follow my heart. Even those villains can make breakthroughs, right? So, following my heart might be a simple solution." Han Fei counted his fingers and realized that he had caused a lot of trouble. Han Fei shrugged. "Okay, I'll take my time. I need to consolidate my foundation too." Chapter 1163, Lin Wu's Opportunity. Lin Wu didn't know why. In the past month, she discovered that the spiritual energy around her seemed to have improved a little, allowing her injuries to recover further. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before she became a level 8 fisher. This was something to be happy about. Therefore, she cultivated even harder. Since her sister went to the town and hadn't come back for so many years, she had a rough guess. However, she couldn't lose hope. She had to find a way to find her. If she wanted to find her sister, she had to be strong. The first step for her was to find a way to return to the fishing master realm. At this moment, because the spiritual energy had become slightly more intense, she ran from home to an empty little slope not far from home to cultivate. At night, the spiritual energy here would be more intense. On this night, as usual, Lin Wu came to this small slope but was surprised to find that there was someone grilling food there. The sizzling sound was very clear, and the fragrance wafted in the air, which was very tempting. Lin Wu immediately grew vigilant. Why did this kind of person come out to barbecue in the middle of the night? Therefore, Lin Wu turned around and left, afraid that she would meet a bad person. However, for 3 consecutive days, every time Lin Wu wanted to come over to cultivate, she would see someone grilling food. This made her a little speechless. She couldn't give up cultivating just because someone was eating here, right? The spiritual energy in this small hill was clearly more intense. Just as Lin Wu was hesitating, an old voice sounded. "Little girl, are you afraid that I will eat you?" Lin Wu's heart tightened. From the sound of it, it seemed to be an old grandpa. However, an old grandpa could also be a bad guy. Those who should be bad would always be bad. Lin Wu thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the small hill. She had to cultivate. What if this old grandpa wasn't a bad person? When she got closer, Lin Wu immediately swallowed. This smell was really nice. When she approached a little closer, she found an amiable-looking, white-bearded old man who was grilling a strange lobster. He was sprinkling some powder on it from time to time. But what surprised her most was that when she approached the old man, she found that the spiritual energy around him was more than twice as rich as where she was. Lin Wu wasn't stupid. Her first reaction was that she felt that she had encountered a powerhouse. She hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Senior, I don't mean anything bad. I just feel that cultivation is a relatively private matter. Since Senior is eating here, I shouldn't disturb you." Swish! Lin Wu subconsciously caught a wooden skewer. When he took a closer look, he found that it was a skewer of shrimp meat, golden in color, greasy and fragrant. Gulp! Lin Wu looked at the barbecue in her hand and swallowed, not knowing what to do. Han Fei looked indifferent. They were indeed a family. Lin Miao Miao was a meticulous person. He didn't expect your sister to be like this too. Han Fei said leisurely, eat it. Lin Wu looked at the shrimp skewer in her hand and then at Han Fei, who was biting hard. From time to time he would lick his fingers. Is it really that delicious? Lin Wu thought to herself, this senior shouldn't be weak. He should at least be a peak-level fishing master, right? He's so strong. There's no reason for him to harm me. Besides, I don't think I can resist this fragrance. Crunch. Lin Wu took a small bite. Instantly, Lin Wu's body trembled and his eyes widened. How could there be such a delicious thing in this world? 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls. Soon, to her surprise, she found that there was no meat on the skewers. However, before Lin Wu said anything, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Her body began to heat up and sweat came down with a swish. Lin Wu's expression changed drastically. Senior, what exactly is the food you gave me? Han Fei smacked his lips and raised his head. He glanced at Lin Wu and threw a jade slip over. Little girl, you seem to be fated with me and your strength is so weak. Fine, I have a small technique here. Now I'll give it to you. Lin Wu took the jade slip and scanned it, only to be shocked. This was actually a nameless body-refining technique with 108 strange postures. Lin Wu endured the impact of the terrifying energy in her body and suddenly heard a leisure voice. If you don't cultivate now, your body will explode in at most 1 minute. Hiss! How could Lin Wu dare to be negligent? She hurriedly imitated the first movement and began to cultivate. It's so difficult. When Lin Wu made the first movement, she felt terrible. How could there be such a difficult movement in this world? However, it was at the moment when she took the first posture that she breathed a sigh of relief. The energy in her body seemed to have a place to vent and was circulating rapidly. On the surface of her body, impurities were discharged. Bang! When the morning sun appeared in the sky, Lin Wu directly fell to the ground. She was too tired. This was more tiring than fighting on the sea for a whole day. However, the benefits were obvious. In just one night, she was like a different person. Lin Wu felt that her strength had increased by more than 30% and her physique seemed to have improved. Her dantian seemed to have recovered a lot. What a terrifying technique. However, when Lin Wu looked at the small slope again, there was no sign of the white-bearded grandpa. Lin Wu immediately looked around and hurriedly held the jade slip. She knew that she had met an expert. An expert must have taught her a divine technique. This matter must not be revealed. Zhu Yinling sensed that Lin Wu was sneaking home and couldn't help but ask curiously, why don't you teach her directly? Han Fei chuckled. Don't you think this is more interesting? Isn't it interesting that I become the white-bearded old man in other people's stories? Zhu Yinling, the next day. Lin Wu came to the small slope again and saw the white-bearded grandpa who was grilling meat again. She immediately knelt on both knees. Lin Wu pays respects to master. Bam! An invisible force lifted Lin Wu up, and a voice full of vicissitude said, I travel between the heavens and earth and never accept disciples. However, seeing that you are too weak, I decided to enlighten you. Lin Wu was a little flustered, traveling between the heavens and earth? How powerful was this person? Some weak people were like drowned people, and grabbing all the opportunities they could grab was their instinctive reaction. Lin Wu immediately said respectfully, Senior, please teach me. I will definitely work hard. Han Fei pondered for a moment. He wasn't as calculating as old Han and Patriarch Thug. Everything had karma. He just needed to teach her a little more. Han Fei said, fine, since you seem to be fated with me, I'll just teach you for a few days. Lin Wu was overjoyed and was about to kneel when she was lifted up by a force. Han Fei said leisurely, the strong kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not people. Thousands of people have died along the way of cultivation. None of the strong masters became strong by kneeling. Do you understand? Lin Wu's heart trembled. Yes, Senior. Han Fei stroked his white beard. You're a promising student. I'll be here for a month. During this month, you can ask me a question every day. After a month, you and I will be even, and you'll have to rely on yourself. Lin Wu's heart flipped. This might be a month that would change her life. She had to think clearly about every question. Watching from afar, Zhu Yinling couldn't help but snicker. Han Fei was still the same, Han Fei who was very naughty. What are you laughing at? Things that are too easy to get will inevitably not be cherished. This is what I call a reliable opportunity. Han Fei thought about the opportunities that Ren Tianfei, that old guy, left for him, which were so hard to get. He was much nicer than that old beak-starred. Therefore, the first day. Lin Wu asked, Senior, can you tell me the levels above great fishing masters? Han Fei said, it's not good to know that in advance. Don't think of making a huge goal for yourself. That goal may become your inner demon. Han Fei was also curious back then, but he only got to know it slowly. Now he felt that the matter of becoming a king was almost becoming his inner demon. Therefore, he didn't plan to answer Lin Wu. The next day, Lin Wu asked, Senior, do cultivators really have to kill people? Han Fei said, on the path of cultivation, countless people died. If you don't kill, others will kill you. When you have absolute strength, do it as you please. The third day, Lin Wu asked, Senior, how can I safely obtain the resources in the sea? Robbery, day 30. At this moment, Lin Wu had returned to the peak of level 9. In just a month, not only had she fully recovered from her injuries, but she was also several times stronger than before. All of this was thanks to this old senior. She knew that this might be the last time she saw this mysterious white-bearded old man. She had thought about this question for a long time, but in the end, she gave it up. On this day, Lin Wu asked, "Senior, can I hug you?" Puff, cough, cough. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? What are you thinking? Is an excellent man really as dazzling as a firefly in the dark night? No matter what, he can attract girls? I've already disguised myself as an old man with a white beard, but I still can't escape this curse? Lin Wu grinned brightly. Senior, you are my second dearest person in this world, can I? Han Fei was silent for a while. Okay. However, when Han Fei was hugged by Lin Wu, he suddenly discovered that he couldn't sever the karma. Teaching people was originally for the cause of Lin Miao Miao, but new karma was produced. As for what kind of fruit it would bear, he didn't know yet. Immediately, Han Fei felt tired. It's fucking difficult for me. Cough, cough. After that, Han Fei threw out a few random fish skin maps. Forget it. I casually threw out a few small opportunities in this sea area. Whether you can get them depends on your own ability. Before Lin Wu had the time to take a look, she saw Han Fei disappear in front of her eyes. At that moment, Lin Wu stood where she was for a long time. Then, she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the little slope. Master, I'll never kneel to another person in this life. Chapter 164, I'll wait for you to come back. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei and Zhu Yinling had seen everything that Lin Wu had done. Han Fei was lost for words. Look, she's so useless. I taught her for nothing. Pfft. Zhu Yinling smiled strangely. You're already a powerhouse that travels between the heavens and earth. The little girl is idolizing you. Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling weirdly and said, Xiaozhu, you've changed. You even learned to tease me now. Don't forget, I taught you how to be a human. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. Huh, you talk nonsense every day. How did you have the cheek to call those fish skin maps opportunities? They can't even make her an explorer. Han Fei's face sank. Shut up. Do I have to teach her into the sea expansion realm? Since he chatted with the old turtle last time, Han Fei could chat with the old turtle freely. Of course, the two usually mocked each other, and neither liked the other. Of course, the old turtle's origin was still an enigma. It seemed that the old turtle didn't even know where he was. Only by using a secret method did he escape from certain confinement. But he didn't expect that as soon as his soul escaped, his great Tao was sucked away by Han Fei, and now he had been basically crippled. Therefore, Han Fei knew that the old turtle still had some strength, but he didn't have a body, his soul was seriously injured, and his Tao was severed. Even if he still had hidden strength, under the suppression of the demon purification pot, he was no threat. 4 years. It was neither fast nor slow. Every day, the two went out to fish like ordinary people. Of course, fishing was fake. They digested and grew respectively while they secretly cultivated. However, Zhu Yinling was repairing her foundation, while Han Fei was visualizing the god-scaring painting. The two of them were geniuses in the first place, so under such harmonious conditions, they naturally made rapid progress. When they came back at night, the two of them lived separately. Most of the time, Han Fei would talk about the ways of the world to Zhu Yinling. For example, someone treated them to dinner, and then Han Fei would occasionally go to have a meal and get some poor-quality liquor to drink to prevent him and Zhu Yinling from breaking away from the normal net of life. Zhu Yinling, on the other hand, thought that since they were already living together, it didn't matter if they slept together or not. As long as she could see and hear Han Fei talk every day, it was good enough. It was better than when she was in the Thug Academy. After all, back in the Thug Academy, Luo Xiaobai often appeared out of nowhere. In the past 4 years, no acquaintances had appeared. Old Bai, Old Zheng, and everyone related to him had never appeared. As for Lin Wu, as early as 3 years ago, the courtyard next door was empty. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Wu had suddenly risen. After being crippled for 2 years, she finally returned to the fishing master realm. Not long after Lin Wu left home, in the Wind Rain village, at least around Han Fei's home, people often heard rumors about Lin Wu. Lin Wu's strength suddenly soared and she survived the fish tide. Lin Wu had a conflict with someone and then robbed that person for half a month. Lin Wu obtained a heaven-defying spiritual fruit in the level 2 fishery, which could improve her spiritual heritage. The most recent story had been circulating for a year. It was said that Lin Wu entered the arena of the cloud-soaring town and won a 100-game winning streak, shocking the entire cloud-soaring town. But these so-called legendary stories, in Han Fei's ears, were normal. In every village, there would always be some people who would be remembered. After that, the news about her in the level 3 fishery couldn't be spread to the village, and Han Fei was too lazy to care about it, on this day. As usual, Han Fei and Zhu Yinling met some people on their way to the port. Old Tai, when are you going to make me a stick? You've been going to sea a lot recently, Han Fei beckoned. I'll make one for you when I come back. Someone smiled and said, Old Tai, your refining skills seem to have improved a bit recently. Why don't you build a shop and forge weapons? Han Fei smiled innocently. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Someone shouted, Old Tai, buy a portion of meatball. Even if you don't want to eat it, Nan needs to eat. Han Fei reluctantly took out a pile of sea coins, counted 20 of them, and handed them over. Then, give me a portion. Every time this happened, Zhu Yinling would wait by the side with a smile. Whether the meatball was delicious or not, she liked this feeling very much. When he took the meatball, Han Fei's innocent face suddenly trembled and his body stiffened slightly. A leaf grew from the dead branch. Zhu Yinling narrowed her eyes but didn't look around. Han Fei calmly took the meatball and handed it to Zhu Yinling. He said calmly, "No one is around. It's just, I should go now." Zhu Yinling froze slightly. Although she knew that this day would come, she didn't expect it to come so soon. On the surface of the ordinary fishery, Han Fei said, "Let's go to the Scattered Stars Island. Once Old Tai dies, someone will definitely cause trouble for you. When the time comes, you'll definitely have to do something. Why don't you change your identity and go to the Scattered Stars Island?" Zhu Yinling nodded slightly. "Okay, in the evening." At the port of the Wind Rain village, dozens of fishing boats were sailing close. Someone shouted, "Not good, there is a fish tide in the fishery." Behind the port, an inspector shouted, "Where is it? How big is the area?" Someone was still in a panic. "It's not big. It seems to be only about 100 kilometers. However, I saw a ship being hit." The next morning, the fish tide became everyone's topic of discussion. After investigation, it was found that the fish tide was almost harmless this time. It seemed that only a couple had died. Those who were familiar with the couple would sigh. "Old Tai is a good person. Good people don't live long," someone sighed. "Xuanhuan is also a good wife." "I've never seen Xuanhuan fight with Old Tai. What a pity." 3 days passed. In the sea beyond the Scattered Stars Island. On an ordinary fishing boat, Han Fei and Zhu Yinling stood at the bow. Han Fei said, "Xiao Zhu, your foundation has been repaired. In the past few years you've experienced a lot about life. It's time for a breakthrough, right?" Zhu Yinling grunted. "I'm going to the Empyrean waterfall to make a breakthrough." Han Fei thought for a moment, took out a sea-swallowing seashell, and handed it to Zhu Yinling. "If your strength improves too quickly and you want to become an explorer in the next few years, you have to be very careful when transcending the tribulation. This road of yours is not simple. There are a few arrays in it, as well as 3 high-quality divine weapons, just in case." Zhu Yinling smiled sweetly and accepted the sea-swallowing seashell naturally. "Okay, I'll try to make the breakthrough after you come back." Han Fei was speechless. "If you can make a breakthrough, why did you wait for me to come back?" Zhu Yinling smiled naughtily. "The tribulation is very powerful. I don't trust others." Han Fei curled his lips. "If you want to transcend the tribulation, go to Xuanhuan. Although I'm not sure if this guy is on our side, he will definitely be happy to see an explorer on the Scattered Stars Island." Zhu Yinling nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Han Fei was lost for words. "Did you hear me? You should make a breakthrough. A war will break out on the Scattered Stars Island in 3 years. The 10,000 Demon Valley will definitely take action in a year or 2. Besides, it will definitely not be a war on the level of the 8 wings of Blue Feather. If you don't have enough strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself in a battle of the strong." Zhu Yinling nodded quickly. "Got it. Cut the crap. Just go. I'm going my own way." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm a nag?" Han Fei smiled bitterly and said lightly, "I'm leaving." Buzz. Han Fei disappeared. In the past 4 years, he had cultivated hard. With the special level 9 spiritual heritage, even if he didn't do anything, his body would automatically absorb spiritual energy and slowly transform his body. 4 years ago, he was still a peak-level law enforcer and hadn't fully fused with his original body. But now, Han Fei's strength had reached a new level. In terms of realm alone, he had really reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. He had also practiced the indestructible body into a bottleneck. He just needed to make a breakthrough with the help of the tribulation. Once he made a breakthrough in the indestructible body, his strength would definitely exceed ordinary explorers. Not in the mood for any romance, Han Fei flew away. He still had a long, long way to go. The responsibilities on his shoulders were still great. More importantly, whether or not old Han was doing this for his own good, he had to find a way to escape from their chess game. Zhu Yinling waved her hand at the sky, put her hands to her mouth, and shouted, "I'll wait for you to come back, cough, cough, cough." Han Fei rushed forward. Compared to Thousand Star City, he was much more familiar with the unknown place. Half a day passed. Han Fei was running crazily and didn't even need the Wind God boat. His body could devour energy indefinitely. His level 9 spiritual heritage could not only absorb energy, but also absorb spiritual energy automatically. Therefore, no matter how he flew now, he would never worry about spiritual energy or energy shortage again. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived a person, an extremely familiar person, standing in the void. Xuanhuan. In a few seconds, Han Fei was not far away from Xuanhuan. The two looked at each other and Han Fei grinned. "Senior, are you deliberately waiting for me?" Xuanhuan's expression was serious and he said indifferently, "No one can enter the unknown place without being detected. It's the same for venerables, not to mention you." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Marshal, what can I do for you?" Xuanhuan was still so cold and serious like an iron-blood god of war. He said flatly, "I know where you're going. If possible, check the attitude of the demon plants there to see if they're friendly to human beings." "Huh?" Xuanhuan pointed in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. "If I've guessed right, the mysterious royal city is already stirring." Recently, fighting in the sea outside the Scattered Stars Island has become more frequent. For the venerables of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City, the appearance of a king-level corpse might be something they like to see. After all, it's a king-level corpse. Even the materials on it are extremely precious. Han Fei wondered, why didn't they snatch it before? Fishing Ch1151 said indifferently. If they did, they would offend almost everyone in the Thousand-Star City. Even they couldn't afford it. Once they did this, no one from the big clans could take a step out of the Thousand-Star City. But if the sea demons attack the island, they have enough reasons to fight over it in the name of protecting human beings. You can imagine the consequences, right? The sea demons are going to attack the island, but human beings are not united at all. This is why I chose to stand on your father's side and bet on him. Han Fei said solemnly, I know, but I don't know the situation over there, nor do I know the demon plant's attitude towards humans. Han Guanshu nodded. It doesn't matter, you can't count on others. Also, there should be people there except for the demonic plants, but I can't be sure. You can try to find helpers. If you want to become a king, you have to do these. Therefore, you should be the one who cares about it the most. Han Fei nodded. Got it. Bye. Chapter 1165, Little Vine returns. Han Fei felt great pressure. The Thousand-Star City was not united internally, and a group of venerables were greedy for the chance to become a king. They didn't care about the life and death of ordinary people, or rather, ordinary people were just tools for the big clans to gather wealth and resources. In this aspect, they were no different from the people in the Justice City of the Age of Doom. In his mind, a low voice said, Boy, your domain is not big, but the battle is fierce. It seems that you have to transcend the tribulation elsewhere. Han Fei chuckled. It's none of your business. Don't always think that you're knowledgeable. Everybody comes from the weak. When I pass the tribulation, I'll be a strong master. The old turtle scoffed. What kind of powerhouse is an explorer? It's just a minor tribulation. I took a nap back then and passed it. What does a minor tribulation look like? I didn't even see it. Han Fei scoffed. The longer you live, the more shameless you are. In the past few years, all this old turtle could do was nagging. The great devil was very likely to be an emperor-like existence, but in the end, he hid in his body like a turtle, only knowing how to brag. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the dry branch tremble. Immediately, he stopped and took out the dry branch. The moment Han Fei took out the dead branch, the fresh leaf fell directly. When the leaf fell on the sea, a vortex gradually appeared within a kilometer, and some withered roots emerged from the border of the vortex. Han Fei smiled and plunged in. After a while, the scenery suddenly changed. A large area of broadleaf algae appeared in Han Fei's field of vision. Han Fei saw schools of fish quickly leaving, and a large octopus drilled into the gaps between the plant roots. However, there were not many of these creatures, nor were they very strong. He didn't see any peak-level hanging fishers. Han Fei knew that the leafless tree had paid a heavy price in that battle, and most of the primitive creatures here had died. Huh? Interesting. There is a king-level seal here. Your strength has been directly suppressed to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. Han Fei was puzzled. A king's seal? Can you feel it? Of course, I am an emperor. Even if I only have my soul left, I am still an emperor. Han Fei curled his lips. Cut the crap. You are now a prisoner. Tell me, is the seal of a king so powerful? Can it seal a realm? The old turtle said disdainfully. You won't understand even if I tell you. One cannot talk to summer insects about the ice, to a frog in a well about the sea. The power of a king is beyond your imagination. Don't try to measure a king with the power of a venerable. Well, so far you aren't even a venerable. Man Fei darkened. Shut up. Don't interrupt us next time. Buzz. At this moment, on the undersea tree next to Han Fei, the old face of the leafless tree appeared in front of Han Fei. You're here? Han Fei smiled. Senior Leafless, you're quite fast. It's only been 5 years since I left, right? The leafless tree's face was twisted. It's been a long time. Have some strong masters died recently? There seems to be a lot more spiritual energy and energy coming in from outside. Otherwise, I would have to wait a year. Instead of chit-chatting with the leafless tree, Han Fei was excited that the third vine was about to mature. He was going to reap the harvest now. Han Fei said, Senior Leafless, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. 1 day passed. Han Fei finally flew slowly to the leafless tree. Although it only took him half an hour at most, because of the limitation of his realm, it took him a full day to arrive. When the leafless tree saw Han Fei, it said, You're fast. Han Fei rubbed his hands and said, Ha, Senior, where is the vine? The leafless tree said slowly, I can pull it out from the ground veins. However, be careful of the 10,000-year tree demon. The power that the vine emits is too terrifying. It no longer swallows energy and spiritual energy, so it looks tempting. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. The 10,000-year tree demon? Han Fei remembered that he didn't kill the 10,000-year tree demon, but only snatched its fruit. However, Han Fei didn't care. Don't panic. If the 10,000-year tree demon dares to cause trouble, I'll kill him. Han Fei was very confident now. With his current strength, if he couldn't even handle a 10,000-year tree demon, how could he be called an unparalleled heavenly talent? What qualifications did he have to become a king? The leafless tree grunted, and the branches began to shake. The ground was shaking, and there seemed to be roots moving underground. It seemed that the leafless tree also wanted to take the vine away. Over the years, almost half of the energy and spiritual energy in the entire demonic forest channel had been eaten by the little vine. If another few decades passed, the leafless tree would wonder if the little vine would suck up the entire demonic forest channel. In Han Fei's mind, the old turtle said leisurely, "What are you talking about? Why do I feel that I feel nothing except for a little tree demon?" Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Tree demon, where is it?" the old turtle said. "About 150 kilometers to the left. See, it's coming this way." Han Fei spread out his perception, only to find that a small ball of thorns was wriggling forward with algae. It had moved hundreds of meters forward in an instant. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. How dare he come here? Is he here to compete with me for the demon purification vine? Is he out of his mind? Han Fei said calmly, "Whatever, Buzz." Boom! The ground trembled more and more violently, and the ground where Han Fei was began to rise slowly. Before an emerald vine emerged from the ground, the old turtle was still wondering, "Why can't I perceive it although it is so close?" However, when the small vine emerged from the ground, Han Fei heard a roar in his head. How is it possible? Isn't it already a complete soul treasure? Why is there still a vine outside? The old turtle began to roar in panic. 2 vines had almost killed it. Now it has got 3, Han Fei said angrily. "Shut up. I don't have the time to kill you. This is my chance. If you roar in my head again, believe it or not, I will kill you in a minute." The big turtle trembled. At this moment, Han Fei's pupils constricted, and he suddenly reached for the air. Ding! It was a red sharp thorn. Han Fei felt that he was stabbed painfully, and even his palm was bleeding. "A little tree demon dares to snatch things with me? 5 years ago you were no match for me. 5 years later you still won't have any chance." Han Fei grabbed the small thorn, issued an order in his heart, and cast the void lines to the thorn. Instantly, Han Fei seemed to catch a huge soul body. "Good lord, I underestimated you. However, that's useless. Come out." "Let me go." Under the effect of the void lines, the 10,000-year tree demon could still resist a little. It seemed that the 10,000-year tree demon wasn't weak either if it weren't for the restriction of the space. However, Han Fei simply ignored it. He simply threw all the void lines on it and then ignored it. At this moment, nothing was more important than collecting this vine. Han Fei's heart pounded. Han Fei stretched out his palm, and a green calabash appeared. 2 vine leaves swayed slightly, and a third vine flew over with a swish. When the third vine was about to be combined with the demon purification pot, Han Fei felt that his arm was shaking as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. The old face of the leafless tree was looking at the scene solemnly. Its eyes were widened, and it seemed to be waiting for the scene curiously. At this moment, the most panicked one was the old turtle, whose head was shivering in the black fog turtle shell. Hiss! The moment the vine disappeared into the calabash, Han Fei was refreshed as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on him in summer. At that moment, Han Fei somehow felt that the little calabash was alive. Han Fei took a closer look and scanned it in his head, only to find that it didn't have any special features. Han Fei swallowed. If the function of the demon purification pot hadn't increased, it must have been strengthened. For example, when Han Fei looked at the combat skill again, the words, "The demon purification pot has reached its current deduction limit. If the deduction is continued, it will involve the profound mysteries of the world, which will damage the demon purification pot," disappeared. This meant that at this moment, the demon purification pot could deduce venerable level combat skills and techniques. Han Fei was excited. This vine is finally back. The leafless tree, which was still energetic a moment earlier, immediately dropped its head and let out a long breath. Finally gone. Han Fei took back the demon purification pot. He was in dire need of something. He should be able to fuse with his 4th contractual spiritual beast now. The creatures to be fused had been lying in the demon purification pot for a long time. However, Han Fei still glanced at the space in his mind and said, "Calabash, suck the turtle to death." Han Fei didn't care if this thing was an emperor or not. In his body, there lived a terrifying and evil creature. What was that? The old turtle roared, "Ashhole, you just said you wouldn't kill me." Han Fei said in surprise, "You can hear my thoughts?" The old turtle roared again, "Of course, how can I not hear you?" Han Fei shrugged. "What are you yelling for? I'm just trying. Don't you see that nothing happens?" Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that the demon purification pot is still not fully obedient to him yet. What a pity, this big turtle looks extraordinary." However, Han Fei ignored the roaring turtle and glanced at the 10,000-year tree demon controlled by him. "Heh, I let you off back then, but you still dare to mess with me? Fine, I need a weapon soul, so I'll just use you." Chapter 166, Embroidery Needle acknowledged Han Fei as its Master 1 translator, Hunye Translations editor. Hunye Translations. Han Fei could feel the 10,000-year tree demon's begging. If the demonic plant channel hadn't suppressed its strength, Han Fei could almost be sure that this guy would definitely be a difficult opponent, whose strength was at least at the explorer level. However, if they were in the same realm, the 10,000-year tree demon's strength would pale in comparison. It was defeated by Han Fei in a single clash. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree with a smile. "Mr. Tree, wait a moment. Let me collect this thing first." The leafless tree said with a weary voice, "Aren't you going over now? I can open the passage." Han Fei said, "There's no rush. I have a few things to do now." Han Fei was not in a hurry. He sat down not far away and took out the embroidery needle first. This sea-quelling bizarre treasure had never acknowledged him as its master since he got it. Before, Han Fei felt that he wasn't strong enough to make it recognize him as its master. But at this moment, his strength had reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, and his physique and blood were comparable to that of an intermediate explorer. There was no reason that it still refused to recognize him as its master. At this moment, Han Fei had already seen that the rust on the surface of the embroidery needle had been mostly removed. He believed that he should be qualified to become its master. Of course, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was almost killed when he refined Snowmorn. When he took out the embroidery needle, Han Fei also took out more than 2,000 spiritual fruits to prevent any accidents. Sheila. Han Fei cut his palm with Snowmorn, and blood flowed. Han Fei was a little surprised. His blood had a faint golden sheen. However, he didn't care so much. He held the embroidery needle and shouted in a low voice, "We're old friends. You've seen how my strength has grown. It's not outrageous for me to become your master, right? If I'm not mistaken, it'll be a matter of minutes for me to break through to the explorer level. By then, even if I have a lot of resources, I can still reach the peak of the explorer level. Do you believe me?" In his heart, the old turtle roared, "In your dreams. You, a mere peak-level law enforcer, want to subdue a sea-quelling bizarre treasure so easily? How can it be so simple?" Hardly had the old turtle said that when Han Fei was refreshed and his essence blood poured into the embroidery needle crazily. Swish! However, in a few seconds, 20% of his essence blood was consumed. Fuck, I'm already a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei's face changed greatly. His first reaction was that the embroidery needle was of a higher level than Snowmorn. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a scene? Buzz! He continued to activate the indestructible body, and the 1,000 or so spiritual fruits around Han Fei were shattered. As long as he nurtured vitality and blood, he could subdue this rod in the end. Ka. On the embroidery needle, rust cracked. The actual consumption was not as much as the old turtle said. Han Fei certainly wouldn't be sucked to death. There were so many spiritual fruits here. After only more than 10 minutes, the rust on the embroidery needle had all cracked, revealing its true body. It was a black and shiny, exquisite long stick, which was covered with array patterns. Unfortunately, it was very fine, but it didn't affect the feel of it at all. The texture was dark golden and didn't look very bright. This color couldn't cover the black and shiny color of the stick. When the embroidery needle revealed its true body, Han Fei was refreshed. It looked extraordinary. He wondered if it could compare to Monkey King's golden cudgel. The leafless tree said, "What a powerful weapon. It's much stronger than the branch of the 10,000-year tree demon." The old turtle in Han Fei's body also widened its eyes. What it said just now was just a bluff. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures were strong, but weapons were weapons. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't absorb so much of Han Fei's essence blood in the blink of an eye. After all, it was just acknowledging a person as its master and wasn't being used for fighting. After half an hour, Han Fei's face turned pale. 1,000 spiritual fruits were not enough, and the indestructible body's vitality was almost suppressed. Bang, 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 bang. When the other 1,000 spiritual fruits were shattered again, Han Fei was refreshed again as if he had been injected with vitality. An hour later, Han Fei shattered another 1,000 spiritual fruits before he felt the suction force suddenly drop, which stunned the old turtle. The big turtle cursed in Han Fei's body. "You damn lucky fish. Where did you get this rod? It's a regular combat rod of a king." Huh? Han Fei was shocked. The embroidery needle was used by a king? Han Fei was overjoyed. "Old man, if you had shown your usefulness earlier, I wouldn't have sucked you to death. Tell me about this rod." Now that his essence blood was consumed less, Han Fei had enough time to chat. The old turtle snorted heavily. "However, don't be cocky. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure is just a common weapon used by kings. It's very common in the sea establishment realm." Han Fei didn't think so. "I'm only a peak-level law enforcer, still far away from becoming a king. Now I have 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. What do you call this?" "This is called ability," the old turtle said disdainfully. "Even if it has acknowledged you as its master, you won't be able to exert its real strength. The quality of that sword is much worse. When you become an explorer, you'll probably be able to use 5% of its strength. As for this stick, forget it. You won't even be able to use 5% of its strength before you become a venerable." Han Fei was stunned. Were they so difficult to use? No wonder Snowmorn didn't work well every time he used it. It didn't seem to be much stronger than a divine weapon, so it turned out that he couldn't give a full play to its strength. Han Fei's heart did a flip. "When I push my strength to the peak, I think I can use at least 10% of its strength." The old turtle sneered in disdain. "When you meet a real powerhouse, even if you exert 10% of its strength, so what? Those you can be defeated by you without using a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. If you can't beat them, even if you use its strength, you may not be able to beat them." Han Fei said angrily, "Shut up. It's none of your business." After consuming more than 3,500 spiritual fruits in total, Han Fei finally made the embroidery needle recognize him as its master. It didn't matter how many spiritual fruits he used, because Han Fei still had about 30,000 left. This was because the resources he looted the year after the Scattered Stars Island were given to Luo Xiaobai and the others, and he had eaten countless spiritual fruits in the secret realm of reincarnation. Otherwise, Han Fei's resources would reach a terrifying number. Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle again. Immediately, he felt as light as a feather. Han Fei thought that even if he couldn't exert its full strength, he could use it to smash people. However, when Han Fei wanted to see if there was any information about the embroidery needle, no information appeared in his eyes. Snowmorn was the same. Han Fei couldn't help but take out his blood-drinking knife. Name. Blood-drinking knife, introduction. It's made of black, yellow, and green iron, blue serpent venomous teeth, ultra-green essence, essence of wind, and star clamshells. It can break divine metal and become an ultra-quality divine weapon assisted by a weapon soul. A quality, high-quality divine weapon. R enchantment, RT enchantment. RO recastable, RO recastable, RO unrefined. RO we know, only by attaching a soul to it can the perfect form be revealed. Han Fei's heart did a flip. His current need for the golden seal was not very high. The law of gravity, plus his explosion power and with the help of arrays, could smash people easily. As for the blood-drinking knife, it was the most handy weapon he had at the moment. He could give it a try. Enchantment. Han Fei didn't care if the little 10,000-year tree demon was willing or not. The demon purification pot appeared and absorbed the 10,000-year tree demon and the blood-drinking knife. Seeing this scene, the old turtle trembled. What was the use of this calabash? Immediately, the old turtle's eyes kept rolling. It was horrible. He knew that the best thing Han Fei had was this calabash, which was far beyond the level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Judging from its current strength, it might have reached the level of a godly weapon. The old turtle thought for a moment and decided to give Han Fei some advice from time to time. After all, it was not that Han Fei couldn't control the demon purification pot at all, but that he couldn't completely control it. If he could control it someday, wouldn't it be over for him? If he, an emperor, became the soul of a weapon, that would be too sad. A moment later, a new blood-drinking knife flew out. It looked the same, but the information had changed. TAT. Name blood-drinking knife, worse. Introduction. It's made of black, yellow, and green iron, blue serpent venomous teeth, ultra-green essence, essence of wind, star clamshells, refined from the 10,000-year tree demon. It can break divine metal. Quality, ultra-quality divine weapon, worse enchantment, 10,000-year tree demon. TTTT, 10,000-year tree demon, are recastable. Armor break, void demon stings, HTT, a remarks TTT, a remarks TTT, perfect state. When it slashes, it will carry the damage of the void demon thorn. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Yes, not bad. At the same time, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was probably much higher than that of a divine weapon, and the demon purification pot was obviously not in the state to read the information of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This meant that there must be other small vines of the demon purification pot scattered in other places. Anyway, Han Fei didn't believe that this was the limit of the demon purification pot. The old turtle had said that a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was a king-level weapon. With the appearance of the third vine, the pot could probably deduce things below the king level. Anything higher might really exceed the level he could understand. After all, Han Fei had no idea how powerful a king was. The Beast King and the Divine Sun were strong enough, right? They were only known as half-kings. They could only challenge 2 or 3 peak-level venerables at the same time. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Turtle, how many peak-level venerables can a new king-level powerhouse defeat? The old turtle's voice was deep and his tone was obviously disdainful. How many? There's no comparison. No matter how useless a king is, it's no big deal to kill 7 or 8 peak-level venerables. Even the extremely strong venerables are no match for a king. Hiss. Han Fei was shocked. Sure enough, below the king level, there were only ants. No wonder he couldn't see the information of the embroidery needle. The difference was too great. Chapter 1167, A Heavenly Dog, a Lapdog. The leafless tree was dumbfounded. The old face seemed to be shocked and looked at Han Fei weirdly. Where is the 10,000-year tree demon? Where is it? Seeing the reaction of the 10,000-year tree demon, Han Fei smiled and said, Mr. Tree, don't think too much. Wait for me a while longer. Then Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Turtle, seal your mind. I have something secret to do. The big turtle said leisurely, Now that you and I are one, I know what you do. It can't be closed. Han Fei, gnashed his teeth in anger. This is tricky. I can't kill him. If this goes on, won't he discover the secret of the demon purification pot? Even if I want to enter Forge the Universe, will I have to take him in? With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he was still weak and had to quickly improve his strength. At that time, even if he couldn't kill this old turtle, he would have to keep it in his body or subdue it for his own use. Han Fei said, Mr. Tree, I'm going to set up an array. Don't watch it. With that, Han Fei stomped, and circles of complicated lines began to light up within 100 meters. With Wang Han's foundation, he could be said to have reached the level of instantaneous activation of small arrays. The more complicated large arrays would only take a little bit more time. The array rose, and the mist filled the air. The old face of the leafless tree didn't look curious. After all, he was just a guardian. At this moment, Han Fei looked a little nervous. He had a lot to do on this trip to the Waterwood world. Breaking through was one thing. If there was a chance, he should let the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others grow faster. When he was in the Windrain village, releasing the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others might expose them. But if he didn't release them, they had all reached the bottleneck and could make a breakthrough at any time. At that time, his combat power would be greatly improved. Also, it had been a long time since he entered the Soul Sea. Contractual spiritual beasts were one thing, but spiritual beasts were the key. Next time he made a breakthrough, he had to find a way to enter the Soul Sea again. Now, 5 legendary creatures were lying in the demon purification pot. They were respectively Ghost Eel, a legendary creature, Tree Lobster, a legendary creature, Sky Swimming Falcon, a legendary creature, Nether Water Poisonous Frog, a legendary creature, Wolf of Playfulness, a legendary creature. This was the strongest batch of creatures that Han Fei had gathered so far. Their level of fusion was above the 9-death soul-splitting octopus. With excitement in his heart, Han Fei issued an order in his heart fuse. The 5 legendary creatures shattered in the blink of an eye and were sucked into a black vortex. Different from before, this time, what gradually appeared was a mixture of yellow, black, and red colors. A strong, ancient breath blew at his face. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. It was very powerful. This time, it was definitely a ferocious beast. If it was comparable to the creatures in the Beast King Valley, he would be very satisfied. Not only Han Fei, but even the old turtle was a little surprised. Is this an ancient breath? While the two of them were curious and looking forward to it, the light gradually dissipated. Meow, meow, huh, Han Fei? When the mist of light dissipated, Han Fei's eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? A dog? Are you kidding me? What species is this? Han Fei rubbed his eyes and opened them again, only to see a big blue-black dog. Its tail was like a mass of cloud, and on its back was a pair of blue wings that gradually turned purple. Its head looked solemn and ferocious, and its eyes were golden yellow. On its 4 legs and its abdomen, there was a yellow flame-shaped pattern. But no matter what it looked like, it was still a dog. At this moment, 1 person and 1 dog were staring at each other. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Contractual spiritual pet, 1 in Team Decevenly Dog, named Decevenly Dog. Introduction. Their sounds are varied and often reduce their sense of threat by pretending to be cats. Heavenly dogs have wings and blue feathers like sharp blades. They can twist the void and escape extremely fast. They are good at stealth and like to bully the weak. Heavenly dogs have the ability to devour the sky and the sun, but they need to be activated passively. Sequels 41 quality. I, Ancient Mutant, contains spiritual energy. I, it can swallow spiritual energy infinitely. Food omnivorous, prefers meat. I, battle technique. I, sky escape technique. I, remarks. I, a cub. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Heavenly dog, the one of Langod, swallowing spiritual energy indefinitely. This guy was only level 41, but he could already swallow spiritual energy infinitely. He was indeed an ancient exotic species. Han Fei couldn't help but touch his chin. It looked so serious on the surface, but it could still activate the sky-swallowing sun-eating ability. It must be very powerful. However, why didn't it have any combat skills? By logic, wouldn't it be a pity if it didn't fight? Immediately, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Could it be that this guy didn't need combat skills? Like the tiger and the bear, he could tear the void with his claws? Han Fei nodded secretly. It was possible. However, he was still a little confused. Why did he synthesize a heavenly dog? How awesome was this existence? Just based on the words ancient mutant, he was probably not ordinary. Han Fei slightly jumped. Can you talk? Meow, meow. Yes, master. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can you not meow? Cats cry like that. Meow, Han Fei, Fei. For some reason, Han Fei felt that the dog was looking at him weirdly. Why was there a gleam in its eyes? He was probably not ordinary. Swish. In the next moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. He watched the magnificent heavenly dog rush to him and rub its head against his hand frantically. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. Gosh, you're such a serious-looking dog. Can't you give yourself some respect? Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his hand was sticky, and he saw that this guy was licking his hand frantically. Fuck, are you a pervert? Can we be a decent heavenly dog? Even if you can't, don't be a lapdog. Han Fei quickly raised his hand and pushed the dog's head away. Don't move. The heavenly dog squatted on the ground and looked at Han Fei with glittering eyes. Those eyes were golden in the first place, which was a perfect fit for the word, titanium dog eyes. It turned out that this thing did exist. Han Fei kept a straight face and thought to himself, I don't need to do anything but to feed, and feed it, and the effect must be extraordinary. Han Fei asked, Are you hungry? The heavenly dog nodded quickly. I'm hungry. Han Fei grunted and took out a horizontal fish. This fish was meaty, and dogs usually liked meat. The horizontal fish was more than 20 meters long. Han Fei thought that he should observe how the heavenly dog ate. Han Fei waved his hand and threw the fish to the ground. However, at the next moment, a huge dog head appeared. Damn, with a single gulp of this dog, the fish was gone. Fuck. Han Fei's hand trembled. That's it? However, Han Fei didn't panic. Among his contractual spiritual beasts, not only Heavenly Dog had a big mouth. Little Black and Little White also had big mouths, and Lurenquang's sky-swallowing technique had even bigger mouths. This was a Heavenly Dog after all. It was normal that its mouth was big. Han Fei thought for a moment. Do you want more? Meow, meow, yes. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. You are not a cat. Where did you learn the sound of a cat? Han Fei thought to himself. Anyway, it was an omnivorous creature. Immediately, he kept throwing out crabs, sea conches, and lobsters. Anyway, these creatures were no longer useful to him now. As someone with a level 9 spiritual heritage, he didn't need such a mess of creatures to occupy the space and forge the universe anymore. Of course, he would keep the delicious ones for himself and the bad ones for the Heavenly Dog. Crunch, crunch. At this moment, Han Fei saw it clearly. When the Heavenly Dog ate, it was eating like Lurenquang, who had activated his sky-swallowing technique. When it opened its mouth, a black hole formed, and then the creatures were sucked into its mouth. Han Fei muttered, he's so fierce even at meals. He must be good at fighting. Han Fei had been curious. How could a synthesized creature speak? Where did it get its memories? Immediately Han Fei asked, Heavenly Dog, why can you talk? The Heavenly Dog swished and rubbed against Han Fei's hand. I don't know. Han Fei pushed the dog's head away and thought to himself, maybe the demon purification pot is too magical, similar to genetic engineering. It extracted the characteristics of different creatures and then created a new species. Han Fei immediately waved his hand and canceled the array. However, the Heavenly Dog bit the corner of Han Fei's clothes. I want more. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. More? You've eaten 8 creatures. Aren't you afraid that you'll die of indigestion? Han Fei was speechless. By logic, these creatures contained a lot of energy and spiritual energy. Even if the Heavenly Dog was an ancient exotic species, it should have a limit. Otherwise, if this thing kept eating, wouldn't he be unable to afford it? And he would have to catch fish for it to eat every day. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately said, that's all. Get lost. The leafless tree said in an old voice, what kind of creature is this? Immediately, a bolt of lightning flashed and dashed to the leafless tree. It licked the tree and rubbed its head against it. The leafless tree's old face distorted. What's this? Go away, Itchy. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Gosh, this is just a lackey. Do you know him? Why did you just lick him? Han Fei shouted, Lapdog, stop. Hearing that, the Heavenly Dog thought that Han Fei was calling him. With a swish, it turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at Han Fei. Collect. Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and with a flash between his eyebrows, the Heavenly Dog failed to lick him, but turned into a blue light, rushing into Han Fei's body. Huff! What the hell is this? Can't there be a normal creature? In Han Fei's body, the old turtle was unusually silent. If Han Fei were in his sea of consciousness at this moment, he would have seen the old turtle's expression. The old turtle thought to himself, why am I still seeing this damn creature? Chapter 168. Is it from Yin Yang World? Translator, Henye Translations Editor. Henye Translations, what was the Waterwood world like? Han Fei knew nothing about it. However, since old Han had set this trap many years ago, either he was confident in himself or he was confident in the Waterwood world. They were both heavenly palaces. If he guessed right, there should be a king-level powerhouse in the heavenly palace of the Waterwood world. After walking through the Age of Doom, although he hadn't seen a king, the Beast King was the one most likely to become a king. In the end, he didn't know if he had become a king or not. However, as far as Han Fei knew, in the Age of Doom, the king was actually not in the City of Justice, and his strength could only be limited to the City of Justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains. It was impossible for him to explore the further worlds. Then, in this world, the Yin-Yang world was special, which attracted the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, so there was no king here. What about the Waterwood world? The heavenly Tao Dharma Eye couldn't be looking there either, right? At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to ask, if the Yin-Yang world was so close to the Waterwood world, wouldn't a venerable level powerhouse be able to go to the Waterwood world by crossing the 8 million kilometers of sea? Even an explorer would be able to go to the Waterwood world in this case, wouldn't he? He hadn't considered this question before, but now he had no one to ask about it. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree and asked, Senior Tree, are you with me? The old face of the leafless tree shook a few times. I'm going out too, but I need to guard this place for the time being. After you go out, give my branch to Queen Life. The Queen will arrange for a new guardian to come in. Then I can go out. Han Fei asked in surprise. Queen Life? The leafless tree trembled and said, You will find out when you meet her. I'm going to open the passage now. Remember, with my strength, I can only open the passage for 10 seconds. Once you miss it, you'll have to wait another year. Han Fei turned serious. Open it. He only needed 1 second to pass the passage, not to mention 10 seconds. He had enough time to pass it. On an extremely thick tree trunk, in front of a big tree stump full of yellow wrinkles, a group of unusually handsome boys and girls were standing in a circle. On a closer look, one would find that there were not only boys and girls, but also birds listening on the branches. On the leaves, there were strange insects lying on them. Around them, lush leaves were swaying as if listening too. The reason was that in front of the big yellow tree stump there was a thick book. At this moment it was open. An old and withered branch was shaking slightly and flipping the book. If one took a closer look, he would find that it was not a tree stump at all. He had the shape of a human torso, except that his legs were thicker and bigger. His feet were in the shape of a round wooden stake, and some of his roots were stuck to the trunk. The upper half of the stump had arms that looked like human hands. However, there were always a few small branches extending out of the trunk, and occasionally 2 leaves hanging on the branches. His head looked more like a human's. Except that he had no eyebrows, ears, or nose, he had everything else. His eyes were particularly big, with thick double eyelids. Oh, no hair. Above the tree man's head, there was a yellow-green branch, which looked a bit like a weed. At this moment, the tree man's old voice was slowly reciting, "In ancient times, there was a place called land in this world. There were people, flowers, trees, insects, birds, ferocious beasts, and rivers there. However, in the Age of Doom, the ferocious sea clan swept across the land. The strong masters of our demon plant race, allied with the beast clan, the sky clan, the insect clan, the mountain giants, the giant court, and the human race, there were as many as 300 races resisting the enemy together. In that battle, the creatures were plunged into misery and suffering, and one race after another was wiped out. However, there were also a few races who survived with difficulty. Alright, let's start asking questions. Which race is the strongest?" Instantly, a young tree face appeared among the lush leaves. I know, the demon plant clan is the strongest. Queen Life has protected all lives." A big round bug with 2 tentacles on its head said indignantly, "No, we are ranked first together. Legend has it that the Queen of Bugs protected the million-mile sea area, and no sea demons dared to set foot in it." A little fiery red sparrow said, "The Sky Clan ranks first. Our ancestor, the big Leviathan, swallowed billions of sea demons." The handsome youths and girls in front of the old tree said, "Grandpa Tree, what about our human race? Do we have any ultimate powerhouses?" Some youths looked disappointed. Other people had Queen Insect, the giant Leviathan, and Queen Life. "But what about the human race?" The old tree laughed. "Don't be hasty. Human race. Of course, you have strong masters too. There are a lot of strong masters in the human race. In the history of the human race, there has been a human king. In Yin-Yang world across from our Waterwood world, it's said that the strongest human powerhouse there is called Sea God." A girl said in surprise, "Sea God sounds terrible. He sounds like a sea monster." Little Red said, "The human king ran away." The human king drove away in a big ship. Otherwise, he would definitely have an honorific. A youth said angrily, "The human king didn't run. He just went to find a new place of survival." A fat worm said, "They just ran away. If the human king doesn't run, we can definitely beat the sea clan." For a moment, there was a flurry of chattering. A little tree man asked, "Grandpa Tree, what about the sea god across from the Waterwood world? Has he run away too?" Everybody fell quiet, full of curiosity. The old tree man laughed. "I don't think so. Look, the passage I'm guarding is said to lead to the sea god's domain. However, it has been sealed for too long. I heard that the sea god over there is very powerful. He conquered a large territory and protected billions of humans." "Wow," a youth said excitedly. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? We humans have strong masters too. They are right next to us." "Then why have we never seen them?" the red sparrow said. "I heard from Grandpa that a person has been here before. Grandpa Tree, has any human been here?" The old tree man laughed. "Yes, but he left soon. That's all in the past. Nobody knows why he came," a youth said. "Grandpa Tree, why don't we open the passage and let them come over?" The old tree's weary voice sounded leisurely. "That's because there's also a battle over there." It's said that the battle was very fierce. When the passage was sealed, it was said that even the kings had joined the war, and the impact was too great. Therefore, we blocked the passage. A little tree man said regretfully, "But we also often have wars. But we never heard that Queen Life joined any war." The old tree man laughed so hard that the branches on his body trembled. "Because we have the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Besides, what kind of strong master is Queen Life? How can you brats know that?" "Ah!" Suddenly, the red sparrow screamed. The fat worm snorted. "What are you shouting for?" Oh, a human girl pointed at a tree not far behind the old treeman in surprise. There, a misty light shone. Grandpa Tree, the door is open." The old tree man let out a cry of surprise, and the face facing the youths disappeared and appeared on his back. At this moment, he was also staring at the teleportation array that hadn't been opened for countless years in surprise. As soon as Hanfei came out of the teleportation array, he saw a group of strange creatures looking at him. Some red birds were shrieking, and a fat big worm was howling. A group of little treemen was shaking their branches with widened eyes, and an old tree man seemed to be as old as the leafless tree. At that time, Hanfei immediately focused his eyes on the group of youths. Fuck, so good-looking? Hanfei was shocked. In the past, he felt that Zhang Xuanyu was already very handsome. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone more handsome than Zhang Xuanyu. Even Diwu Weiguang felt a little inferior. However, now he saw a group of children who were as handsome as Zhang Xuanyu, although they were still children. Besides, he had seen a lot of beautiful women. He Xiaoyu was the girl next door type, Xiaoshan was the barbarian girlfriend type, Zhu Yinling was the gentle and cute type, and Shimin Linglin was the big sister type. Good lord, the girls in front of him all looked like they came from a painting. They were all good looking, but he couldn't tell their type. Innocent girl type? While Han Fei was still in a daze, he heard cries from the opposite side. Grandpa Tree, is this guy from the next door? He's so ugly. Ah, Grandpa Tree, are the humans on the other side all so ugly? Then I don't want to go to the other side. This person looks so rough. Grandpa Tree, is he a strong master? The fat worm shouted. Grandpa Tree, is this a human? Can a human look like this? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. What do you mean? What do you mean? Although I'm not super handsome, I'm still normal, looking and masculine, okay? Even if you don't give me 100 points, you should at least give me 80 points, right? How can you call me ugly? The old tree man scolded slowly. Don't be rude, don't judge others' defects, it will be a heavy blow to their hearts. One Han Fei was lost for words. Mr. Tree, are you helping me or insulting me? The old tree man asked amiably, Sir, are you from the yin-yang world? Chapter 169, Cloud Sea Divine Tree Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Cough, Cough, Cough. Han Fei certainly couldn't argue with a group of children. He immediately nodded at the old treeman. I'm Han Fei from the yin-yang world. Although Han Fei was surprised by what he saw, he didn't panic at all. After all, the scene before his eyes seemed quite harmonious and wasn't as terrifying as he imagined. Before coming here, Han Fei had thought that this place would be as vast as the sea grassland. He thought that the people here also lived on floating islands. But now, Han Fei subconsciously spread out his perception and was shocked to find that everywhere his perception passed, there were branches. Hiss, what a big tree! Where is the trunk? Yes, Han Fei's perception range could reach thousands of miles, but he failed to perceive where the trunk of this tree was. However, when Han Fei released his perception, many perceptions swept back. Someone shouted, Huh, where is this human kid from? A big spider that was full of eyes suddenly opened his eyes and aimed at where Han Fei was. A 100-meter-long serpent, entangled on a tree, stuck out its tongue and looked at Han Fei with its eyes that seemed to be able to see through space. In the giant bird nests in the bushes, a big red bird chirped and somewhat impatiently shattered Han Fei's perception. At that moment, Han Fei was stunned. Where was he? The old tree man said leisurely, Sir, it's rude to perceive other people's living areas at will. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm new here. Please forgive me, senior. Seeing Han Fei retract his perception, the old tree man wasn't too bothered. Instead, he said leisurely, Is Leafless dead? Leafless. Leafless tree? Han Fei replied. Senior Leafless tree is still fine, but he only has 3 branches left. With that said, Han Fei took out the branch that the Leafless leaf gave him and said, May I ask to see Queen Life? Although Han Fei didn't know what kind of existence Queen Life was, however, since she could be called a queen, she was definitely the strong of the strong, and was very likely the current lord of Waterwood World, a true king. The old treeman extended a vine and took the branch from Han Fei. On a small branch next door, the fiery red bird said softly, Human from that side, have you won the fight over there? Why can you come over? Why can't we go over? A girl said, Big brother, will the humans over there come over? Hearing that, Han Fei smiled. The other side is still fighting, so they won't come over. At present, in the yin-yang world, a war between humans and sea demons is about to break out. The red sparrow seemed a little disappointed. So you're fighting too? Han Fei's heart did a flip. What does she mean? Are they fighting a war here too? The old tree man nodded solemnly. Yes, it's Leafless's branch. However, human, if you come to ask for reinforcements, don't speak. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He simply refused it. Shui Ch1151 stopped him on the way and probably asked him to ask for reinforcements. Although he didn't say it, if Han Fei thought he was the lord of the yin-yang world, he would probably ask for reinforcements. However, at this moment, Han Fei shook his head and said indifferently, I'm not here to ask for reinforcements. I'm here in the Waterwood world to seek tribulation. Oh? The old tree man was briefly stunned. A tribulation? Wow. The fat worm hummed and said, Tribulation? Are you going to become an explorer? A youth said in surprise. Are you already a peak-level law enforcer? A little tree man was stunned. You don't look very old. The creatures over there don't have the grace of Queen Life, nor are they good-looking. How can they be so powerful? The old tree man shouted softly. Be quiet. After the children calmed down, the old tree man took out a wooden sign that emitted a faint green light and said, Red Falcon, please come here. The old tree man said, Sir, please wait a moment. If you don't mind, can you tell the children about the yin-yang world? Han Fei thought to himself, I can't reveal too much information now that I don't know who the enemy is. Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he grinned. Sure. Immediately, the boys and girls, the red sparrow, the little treeman, and the worm all quieted down and looked at Han Fei with their beady eyes. Han Fei smiled and said, The yin-yang world doesn't have as many races as the Waterwood world. In the yin-yang world, there are only human beings for now. Wow, all humans? A girl exclaimed as if she found it amazing. A youth's eyes widened. Are the Cloud Sea Divine trees in the yin-yang world all human? Han Fei frowned. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Therefore the place where he was now was a big tree called the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? The old tree man said with trembling leaves. Be quiet and listen to the guest's lecture seriously. Han Fei's lips twitched. What lecture? Did I become a lecturer the moment I came? Han Fei smiled helplessly and said casually, there is no Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the yin-yang world. Humans live in the air, and there are large floating islands flying in the sky. Humans have to take fishing boats to fly into the sky and enter the sea. The little red bird shouted, I know, it's the floating stone island in the story. It turns out that it does exist. Han Fei was puzzled again. It seemed that there was no floating island here. But why did these people know about floating? And what kind of existence was this Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Han Fei said tentatively. The yin-yang world governs the floating city, the Thousand-Star City. The Thousand-Star City has 36 towns, each with a radius of thousands of miles. Each town and 8 villages are also composed of floating islands. The scale is magnificent. Han Fei felt that he should brag about the area of the yin-yang world. Such a large city, so many towns, and so many villages meant that the human beings in that world were powerful. However, before Han Fei started bragging, he heard the fat insect sigh. Yin-yang world is so small. The group of boys and girls also nodded. Yes, big brother, why is yin-yang world so small? Was it beaten so small by the Sea Clan? Small? Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? You call this small? The old tree man said leisurely. Don't be noisy. Listen to the guest's lecture. Han Fei asked in confusion. Senior, is the Waterwood world very big? A little tree man said. It used to be big, but it's smaller now. The coverage of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree is not even 500,000 miles now. Puffed! Han Fei almost fell over. Fuck, what do you mean? What do you mean by the coverage hasn't reached 500,000 miles? Han Fei couldn't help raising his head and looking around, his heart pounding. Is this tree so big? A girl said, 490,000 miles is about 500,000 miles. Han Fei almost blacked out. Fuck, what kind of tree is this? A coverage of 490,000 miles? Do you want to grow into outer space? No. Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Although a tree could cover a large area, it also meant that the tree was very high. He had just scanned 1,000 miles, but he didn't reach the end. What did this mean? It meant that the sky was very high. Besides, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree couldn't be only thousands of miles high. According to this theory, it should be at least tens of thousands of miles high. Then how big was this world? In the past, Luo Xiaobai said that she saw a huge tree tens of thousands of feet high. Hihi. If Luo Xiaobai came to the Waterwood world and heard about the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, what would her reaction be? Cough, cough. Han Fei coughed and said, it's just a human settlement. Why do we need to be so big? Let's talk about battles. We humans have many strong masters. For example, a few years ago, I just participated in the war between humans and sea demons and deployed more than 5,000 hidden fishers, hundreds of law enforcers, dozens of explorers, and even venerables. It can be seen that we humans have been fighting fiercely without stopping. A little tree man shouted in surprise, then this battle is quite fierce. It's just like our fierce battlefield. We have to fight once a year with countless casualties. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Fight once a year? Fuck, kid, are you kidding me? Fight once a year? Won't people all die? However, Han Fei couldn't admit defeat. Immediately, Han Fei sighed and said with pity in his eyes, exactly. Not long ago, another battle took place. More than 10 venerables were deployed, and even peak-level venerables joined the battle. Han Fei certainly didn't dare to say that this was a human civil war. However, it could at least show that there were still many strong masters in the yin-yang world. Hiss! This time, the old tree man was a little moved. Even a peak-level venerable has been deployed? It seems that the battle in the yin-yang world is very fierce. Our Waterwood world hasn't fought such a battle for many years, Little Red said. Yes, we only have 72 venerables. They're very precious. Cough. Han Fei felt his vision go dark. How many venerables were there? 72? Han Fei felt terrible. From this moment on, he was sure about one thing. He couldn't let the people here know the situation of the yin-yang world. Fuck, the big clans from the Thousand-Star City were already very difficult to deal with. If the people here knew that there was no king in the yin-yang world, they might have other thoughts. They had 72 venerables. If 72 venerables were deployed at the same time, they could wipe out the Thousand-Star City in a minute. At this moment, an array flashed not far away, and a giant red falcon appeared with a swish. Han Fei was immediately relieved. That's great, I can't brag anymore. It's too scary. Chapter 170, A Battle of Speed Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Unlike the creatures that were obviously still kids, as soon as this red falcon appeared, Han Fei could tell it was an intermediate explorer. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, Han Fei had seen many SkyClan members. This red falcon, also known as the Red Life Heavenly Falcon, was one of the few fire-type creatures among birds. Its strength was very balanced, its physique was not weak, its sharp claws were sharp, and its beak was comparable to a high-quality divine weapon. When the red falcon saw Han Fei, it tilted its head. Senior Qianmu, is he from that side? The old tree man shook his head and said with a weary voice, "It was Leafless who let him in. He came alone, not to ask for reinforcements." The Red Falcon looked at Han Fei up and down. "A peak-level law enforcer shouldn't be slow. In that case, follow me. The journey is relatively far, but I'm not sure if you can see Queen Life." Han Fei nodded with a smile, thinking, I can even meet a king now? He didn't know if old Han had left any trump cards here, but in any case, the creatures of the Waterwood world didn't seem to treat him badly. At least, they were not hostile to him. Han Fei then cupped his hands at the old treeman. "Senior, I'll take my leave first." A boy shouted, "Big brother, are you coming back?" Han Fei smiled. "Maybe." Swish! The Red Falcon flew straight up without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the obstacles. Huh? Does he do this on purpose? Han Fei had seen that the Red Falcon came on a teleportation array. Besides, the Red Life Heavenly Falcon was obviously not the fastest in the Sky Clan. However, every falcon was quite fast. Han Fei smiled. "Then let's compete. Schwa." The phantom glass wings spread, and before the youths were surprised, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. The Red Falcon just wanted to test Han Fei. After all, coming with the Leafless Wood, Han Fei could be counted as a guest. However, not all guests could see the real Lord of Waterwood World. This person was at the peak of the Law Enforcer realm and was weak. If he couldn't even pass his test, how could he meet Queen Life? However, when Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings, the Red Falcon was slightly surprised. Can humans also have wings? Below, the youths and the Red Sparrow were surprised. "Grandpa Tree, he has wings. That person has wings." The Red Sparrow screamed, "Grandpa Tree, that Han Fei is so fast." The old tree man's eyebrows twitched and he laughed. How could he have come from the yin-yang world to the Waterwood world without any strength? Okay, let's continue the class. Where were we? The Red Falcon was stunned. This human was so fast, he only had the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. Although he only used 30% of his speed, it wasn't something a human could compare to. At this moment, Han Fei was following the Red Falcon with a smile. He was about 2 or 3 meters behind the Falcon and seemed to be handling it with ease. Humph! Let's see how fast you are. The Red Falcon continued to accelerate, raising its speed to 50%, like a red light rushing into the sky. Besides, there were tree trunks and barriers along the way. Under such rapid flight, it was almost impossible for ordinary people to catch up. However, at the next moment, the Red Falcon was surprised to find that Han Fei was still 2 or 3 meters behind it. At this moment, the Red Falcon withdrew its contempt. That was true. After all, over the endless years, there were only a handful of people who could come to the Waterwood world from the yin-yang world. It was almost impossible for him to do that if he wasn't an unparalleled heavenly talent. Since this human was here, he must be something. The Red Falcon accelerated crazily, 60%, 70%, 80%. When the Red Falcon ran at full speed, it found that Han Fei could still follow it. It gasped in shock. Is he only a peak-level law enforcer? Besides, the Red Falcon found that Han Fei's eyes were wandering. He had the time to observe the environment at such a high speed. Han Fei was as surprised as the Red Falcon. What surprised him was that the Cloudsea Divine Tree was too tall. There were really many creatures living on it. He saw legendary spiders hanging in the air, giant moths lying on the branches, and thick branches with many tree houses on them. Of course, when the Red Falcon and Han Fei were racing, many creatures sent their perceptions over. A giant serpent was surprised. Human? How can there be such an ugly human being? A big centipede supported its body and muttered, "Are you sick? You're already an explorer. Why are you still flying?" It's better to tear the void or use a teleportation array. Han Fei even exchanged a glance with a human cultivator. It was an adult woman, with her long hair tied up and wearing a green battlesuit, was also looking at him with a longbow in her hand. At this moment, the Red Falcon asked telepathically, "Boy, can you be faster?" Han Fei smiled. "I think so." The Red Falcon asked, "Then can you also tear the void?" Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He could tear the void, but that was different from the Heavenly Void Divine Movement after all. The moment he tore the void, his speed would be slower than a real explorer. If he was in combat, it was not suitable to be used. Furthermore, the two had different ways to enter the void. The explorer tore it open directly, and Han Fei used speed to find a weak point in space and enter it. These were two completely different concepts. The Red Falcon roared, "Rip the void with me. Chila." The Red Falcon disappeared, but Han Fei didn't panic. The Heavenly Void Divine Movement was different from the simple tearing of the void. He could capture some changes in the void, but the lacquer was different. Chila. In the darkness, Han Fei was only a little slower than the Red Falcon, but this little distance could actually be nearly 500 miles away. Therefore, Han Fei activated the agility of wind. Seeing that Han Fei had caught up with it, the Red Falcon immediately confirmed Han Fei's strength. Not a single human in the Waterwood world could be so fast and even tear through the void at the Law Enforcer realm. The Red Falcon thought to itself, sure enough, those who can come from the yin-yang world are not ordinary people. In that case, I'd better take him to see the Queen. In fact, the explorer's tearing of the void was not omnipotent. When they walked in the dark void, they were actually just setting an anchor point for themselves. Before reaching this anchor point, they couldn't see the real situation outside. But if it was a chase, they could position the target as an anchor point and appear with the target. At the moment they appeared, they could choose to leave or not. If the outside world was dangerous, they could continue to walk in the void. Of course, Han Fei felt that when he reached the peak of the explorer realm, this rule might no longer apply. People in that realm were much stronger than ordinary advanced explorers. They could see the outside world in the dark void. About half an hour later, the Red Falcon said, "Prepare to go out. Shwa, shwa." The Red Falcon stopped in the air. At that moment, the Red Falcon's sharp claws tore the sky, and a white light appeared. Han Fei's eyes flickered slightly. He rarely entered the void, so he had some experience when he saw how the Red Falcon operated. He condensed all his power into one point and then shook it, cutting open the void. Han Fei looked as casual as if he had known it all along. The Red Falcon glanced at him. "Let's go out." Swish, swish. The moment Han Fei appeared in the air, a few perceptions swept over. Han Fei was shocked. Venerables? He was too familiar with this feeling. When a venerable's perception swept over, it inevitably produced a sense of threat and oppression. On the contrary, even a peak-level explorer didn't give Han Fei such a feeling. When Han Fei looked around, he found that he seemed to be in a square. If it weren't for the wooden branch under his feet, he would have suspected that he was on land. And in front of Han Fei, what had the greatest visual impact was a sky-reaching wall that he couldn't see the end of at all. Looking up, he found that there seemed to be a ceiling at an extremely high height. Hiss! Main trunk? Han Fei's eyes moved slightly. This could only be the main trunk, which was like a fucking city wall, and the thing above his head was probably the other branches. On the main trunk, there were complicated patterns. Han Fei certainly knew that it was a teleportation array. Little Red said softly, "Master Venerable, an envoy of the yin-yang world, came holding a leafless wood, requesting to see Her Majesty." Buzz. In front of the teleportation array, a big golden bird appeared. Wait! Han Fei's pupils were constricted. That's not a bird, but a bat? The bat didn't reveal much of its body. It folded its wings and turned into a human, a cold man in a golden battlesuit. However, the cold man's eyes were covered in a golden mask, making him look extremely cold. Wait, Chila. The Venerable didn't even move as he stepped into the teleportation array. Han Fei was a little surprised. A Venerable could tear through the void. Wasn't it faster than using a teleportation array? The Red Falcon said, "Although the Heavenly Palace is indeed at the top of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, since you are from the yin-yang world, you should know where the Heavenly Palace is. It's in a space crack, which is invisible in the real world." Han Fei didn't know that the Heavenly Palace was built in the void crack. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. Immediately, he had an idea. "I'm just surprised that this senior can take human form." Seeing that Han Fei was surprised, Little Red immediately said, "It seems that there are indeed no other races in your yin-yang world. To become a venerable, it's actually up to your own will whether transforming into a human or not. It's not difficult to find a way to transform into a human." Han Fei was shocked. No wonder he saw the Water Immortal and Tianqing in human form in the Grand Myriad Mountains. As he expected, the stronger one was, the more tricks he would have. In the venerable realm, one could even be reborn with a drop of blood. This method was as magic as Little Fatty's resurrection method. The two waited here for a full half an hour. The teleportation array slightly flashed, and the Bat Venerable observed Han Fei carefully before he said leisurely, "The Queen said that she can meet you." Chapter 171, Queen Life Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei couldn't help being a little excited. The Heavenly Palace. This was a place that countless strong masters in the Thousand-Star City dreamed of entering. And just because he passed the demonic plant channel and came to the Waterwood world, he had a chance to enter it. The Bat Venerable looked at Han Fei. "What's your name?" Han Fei cupped his hands. "Han Fei." The Red Falcon tilted his head and looked at Han Fei angrily. "How can I not respect the Venerable?" Han Fei smiled. "I walk the path of invincibility. I can be polite, but I really can't call him master." There was no telling if the Bat Venerable cared or not. "Go in. It doesn't matter to me, but you need to respect the Queen. Kings cannot be underestimated." Han Fei smiled and nodded. Han Fei passed the Venerable, took a breath, and stepped in without hesitation. After Han Fei went in, the Red Falcon said, "My lord, this person," the Bat Venerable said casually, "he's extraordinary. A real powerhouse is always proud. Don't take it to heart." In Han Fei's view, the 36 heavenly palaces were built at the same time, but they were divided and ruled by the strong. Therefore, as long as he had seen the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, he should be able to know what the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace looked like. Shua! Han Fei leaned forward slightly, as if he had been pushed back by a gentle force. He subconsciously looked back, only to find that no one was there. It must be the power of the teleportation array itself. The moment Han Fei came in, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The spiritual energy was abnormal. As a spirit gatherer, he could easily feel abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Palace was too abnormal. To be honest, the spiritual energy in the Waterwood world was more intense than in the Yin-Yang world. It might be because of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, but it was not many times higher. But in the Heavenly Palace, the moment Han Fei came in, his level 9 spiritual heritage automatically began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and multiple vortexes of spiritual energy appeared on his body. At least 10 times more than the outside world. Han Fei was shocked. This was fucking unbelievable. What did it mean that the spiritual energy was more than 10 times denser? Even if a person didn't cultivate here, his strength would grow by leaps and bounds just by breathing. Feeling the difference in spiritual energy, Han Fei looked around and found that there were all kinds of spiritual grasses and fruit gardens here. Looking around casually, he saw a spiritual fruit. Information popped up in his eyes. Today, a Naaman agility fruit. Introduction. It grows in places with extremely rich spiritual energy. It has a magical effect of improving physique and speed. A level xuanhuan quality, low quality contained spiritual energy, 5,6,000 points. A 5,6,000 points. Effect increase a large amount of spiritual energy and contain a small amount of chaos energy. It cannot be taken below the law enforcer realm and is ineffective against creatures above the venerable realm. It can be eaten repeatedly. Han Fei's eyes widened. A heaven-level spiritual fruit could be eaten repeatedly? The water immortal had once told him about the agility fruit, saying that this kind of fruit was extremely difficult to grow. Its main effect was the trace of chaotic energy, which was a power that was effective even on venerables. Han Fei glanced around and saw 7 or 8 such spiritual fruits. In addition to this spiritual fruit, there were various other fruits. For example, Han Fei saw an old ginseng that was originally outside the ground. It seemed to have sensed Han Fei's arrival and drilled into the ground with a swish. Han Fei looked around and found himself in a super large orchard, and at the center of this big orchard there was a lush tree extremely thick. In front of the tree, various branches and vines twisted into pillars or fell from the sky. While Han Fei was stunned, he saw a young girl in colorful clothes step in front of him in a few steps. The girl blinked and looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei couldn't see any suppressing power from this girl, who was like an ordinary person. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Queen, life?" The girl couldn't help but smile. Then she hurriedly pursed her lips and said meticulously, "Sir, I'm just the queen's maidservant. Sir, please come with me." He came fast, but he didn't go fast. The tree seemed to be not far away, but when Han Fei started to walk, he realized that there was something wrong with this journey. There seemed to be a space law attached to him, and a special technique had stretched the journey into thousands of miles. The girl glanced at Han Fei. "Did you come from the yin-yang world?" Han Fei nodded with a smile. "Yes." The girl asked again, "Has yin-yang world's heavenly Tao Dharma eye disappeared?" Han Fei's expression suddenly changed slightly as he looked at the girl. Did she know that the yin-yang world was now being monitored by the heavenly Tao Dharma eye? The girl smiled and said, "Others might not know, but this is the Waterwood Heavenly Palace. The queen knows everything." "Ginger, shut up. Adjust that array." Suddenly, Han Fei heard a particularly gentle voice. The voice was very soft. From the sound alone, Han Fei felt that queen life should be a very gentle king-level powerhouse. The girl named Ginger smiled and waved her hand. Han Fei keenly noticed that the space seemed to have changed. As he expected, after that, he walked a long way with one step. Han Fei even keenly noticed that some mud on the ground beside the road was trembling slightly. Universal array? Huh. Ginger was slightly surprised. "You look young, but you're quite good at arrays." Han Fei blushed. "My ass." To be able to draw an universal array, her control must be simply inhuman. "It's not something I can draw at all. Even old Jing didn't have this ability. This kind of array required extremely high control of the soul." When Han Fei was 1,000 meters away from the tree, he found that some tree men were either standing still or gently turning the soil as if they were tending to flowers and grasses. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Corpse puppets? Ginger looked at Han Fei curiously. "Do you even know that?" Han Fei smiled. "I had seen some before. Needless to say, these corpse puppets should be dead tree men and insects who were refined into corpse puppets. However, in terms of strength, these corpse puppets were at least at the explorer level." This was not what Han Fei felt, but what he saw from their bodies. Ginger said, "Ordinary people are not allowed to enter the Heavenly Palace. You are the first person to enter the Heavenly Palace who is not a venerable. You're lucky." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Only venerables could enter the Heavenly Palace? Did it mean that venerables had the ability to enter the Heavenly Palace? Han Fei didn't respond. Passing through the vines and the artificially twisted vines and trees, he moved to the main trunk of the tree. But when Han Fei reached the main trunk, his pupils constricted. Is this still the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Yes, it could be seen that it was the root of a tree. However, the trunk in front of him seemed to be half buried in the soil. In other words, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had passed through the spatial rift and grown into the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei was a little shocked. Gosh, what kind of tree was this? It was too awesome. Ginger said, "What's there to be surprised about? The Cloud Sea Divine Tree itself is a king-level creature. Okay, don't be surprised. Be good when you meet the queen. You look a bit." Han Fei, Jing. Before Han Fei, Jing jested the news. He was hurt by what Ginger said. "What's wrong with my appearance? I don't look ugly, okay?" However, when Han Fei thought of the humans he saw just now, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Were the genes here all good? Why was everyone so beautiful here? In any case, Han Fei had learned that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was also a king-level creature, which was terrifying. In other words, there were 2 king-level creatures in the Waterwood world. After taking a few more steps and passing through the tree barrier, Han Fei suddenly raised his head and saw that there was a misty glow surrounding the 100-meter high altitude. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a tree palace. It was like a particularly elegant and beautiful palace was built on the branches of a tree. Jinger bowed and said, "My queen, the guest has arrived." Above, the extremely gentle voice said gently, "Okay, come up, gulp." Han Fei swallowed, and Jinger waved her hand in front of his eyes and said, "Don't be in a daze. The queen wants you to go up, but you dare not disrespect the queen." Huff, Han Fei took a deep breath. He was going to meet a king. He was a little nervous. While Jinger was chuckling, Han Fei stepped in the air, trying to balance himself and calm down. With a faint smile on his face, he slowly disappeared into the misty glow. But when Han Fei passed the sunset, he was surprised to find that there was no palace here. This was clearly a quaint open courtyard with an elegant garden. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small spring with green liquid flowing out. At that moment, Han Fei sensed infinite vitality, and a word popped up in his head, Spring of Life. In a corner of the courtyard, a slender, almost perfect-looking woman in an emerald-colored cloud silk dress with her hair casually thrown to one shoulder had her back to him. Gulp! Han Fei swallowed and immediately cupped his hands. Yin-Yang World. Han Fei greets the Queen. Chapter 172, the Queen's Deal translator, Henye Translations editor, Henye Translations. Han Fei stood there and waited for a while, only to see that Queen Life was fiddling with the mud and watering it. Wait, Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. What was she watering with? It was a Dao rune? The Dao runes and the Spirit Awakening fluid were 2 completely different things. If it had to be related, it was that if the mysterious Dao runes were diluted, a large amount of Spirit Awakening fluid might be produced. The Queen of Life didn't ignore Han Fei. Although she didn't look back, she said in a stammer, "Still no one can enter Yin-Yang World?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. However, the other party was a king. He could brag in front of a group of children, but in front of a king, he had to have the courage to be slapped to death. Han Fei said calmly, "Yes, for the time being, no one can enter." The Life King said again, "The Waterwood world is quite close to the Yin-Yang world. The venerable level war you mentioned a few years ago should be true. 3 venerables died? Did humans start a war with the Sea Clan?" Han Fei was shocked. How did she know that? Han Fei bit the bullet and said, "It's not that human beings and the sea demons are at war, but that some greedy venerables are stirring up trouble, so a few of them were killed." Killed? Queen Life slowly turned around, and Han Fei was a little dazzled by her beautiful face. If one had to describe it, it would be that her skin was fair and smooth, her breath was enchanting, her hands were soft, her body was charming, and her eyes were tranquil and soul-stirring. When their eyes met, Han Fei's brain slowed down and he was a little stunned. Right then, Han Fei felt that someone knocked on his heart, which finally woke him up. The old turtle's voice reminded him, "Your strength is too low. Unless the king is willing, you can't look straight at the king." Huh, Queen Life was slightly surprised. Han Fei seemed to be shaken by some force and came back to his senses. However, Queen Life wasn't too bothered. She just said casually, "Young man, you spoke as if they were killed by you. As I expected, the human race has always been like this. Although you are the most suitable creatures for cultivation, you have the most complicated minds. I think this matter has something to do with you, right?" Han Fei lowered his head, not because he wanted to keep his head low, but because he couldn't look straight at the queen. Han Fei smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't hide anything from a king-level powerhouse. Seeing Han Fei's reaction, Queen Life continued, "Your father came once and asked for 2 things and a promise from me. However, the price fell on you. Listen." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "What? I'll return what old Han asked for?" Han Fei's expression remained unchanged as he listened attentively. Queen Life said, "The promise he asked me to make is that if anyone comes from the Yin-Yang world in the future, as long as it doesn't harm Water-Wood world, we must help him unconditionally. And the price is that this person needs to help Water-Wood world completely resolve the threat of the Sea Clan." Han Fei's heart flipped. Old Han had probably thought it through before setting up the trap. He had long known that if Han Fei was to become a king, he would definitely stand against the big clans. Therefore, he had planned a retreat in the Waterwood world in advance. However, this price was to help Waterwood world completely resolve the threat of the Sea Clan. This was a little difficult for him now. He hadn't even settled the 10,000 Demon Valley in the Yin-Yang world yet. Perhaps he still had to solve the Royal City in the future. What about the Waterwood world? Han Fei couldn't help asking. "Queen, are there any sea demons on the Waterwood world side?" Queen Life chuckled. "There is at least one deep-sea giant demon guarding the 2 royal cities." Hiss! Han Fei was stunned and subconsciously raised his head. He even forgot why he could look at the king directly this time. Anyway, he was shocked. Deep-sea giant demon? Queen Life nodded, clasped her hands, and looked at Han Fei. "Once the 2 royal cities are destroyed, the other troubles will no longer be troubles." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What do you mean? Apart from the deep-sea giant demon, are there other troubles? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Is old Han setting me up? A deep-sea giant demon? That's equivalent to a king-level powerhouse. If I had this ability, why would I come to the Waterwood world to make a breakthrough? As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, Queen Life smiled. Don't worry, I don't need you to take action now. You just need to agree to this matter now. Your father bet that you will become a king, so as long as you dare to agree, you must keep your word. Otherwise, you will never be a king. Gulp. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked in confusion, do you believe that I can become a king? Queen Life said indifferently, I only heard your father's plan earlier, but now that I've met you in person, I think I can take the risk. Anyway, what your father wants is not difficult for me. Han Fei understood. It meant that old Han knew very well that if he could really become a king, the return he would give would be far greater than what the Waterwood world offered. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Now that things have come to this point, I agree. It was not up to him anyway. Old Han had taken the things he wanted, and he had come to the Waterwood world. The other party had basically done all three things. There was no room for him to go back on his word. Queen Life continued to fiddle with a red flower in front of her. The flower swayed its body, and she said casually, how long can you stay in the Waterwood world? Han Fei thought for a moment. 3 years at most. Queen Life nodded slightly. I'll give you 3 years. During this period, you can become an explorer freely and blend into any domain in the Waterwood world. However, Waterwood world won't participate in the battle in the Yin-Yang world in 3 years. That's your own business and also a test for you. Han Fei nodded. Okay, Jinger. The maidservant who had just led the way appeared beside him silently. My queen. While tending to the flowers and plants, Queen Life said indifferently, take him to the human race's territory and give him a venerable token. He can go anywhere he wants in the future, but you don't have to help him. After that, Queen Life thought for a moment and said to Jinger, protect Han Fei when he transcends the tribulation. Jinger was shocked and looked at Han Fei in shock. Who is this person? A peak-level law enforcer with a venerable token? Why does he need my protection to transcend the tribulation? However, Jinger immediately replied respectfully, yes, my queen. Okay, go. Jinger looked at Han Fei. Let's go. After leaving the courtyard, Han Fei glanced at this place. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to see the entire Waterwood world. However, Han Fei could confirm that there were definitely many strong masters here. Besides, Waterwood world used corpse puppets, as did Yin-Yang world. Why? Jinger asked, what are you looking at? Han Fei smiled. Nothing. I'm just curious about how to refine corpse puppets. Jinger chuckled. Refine corpse puppets? Think about it after you become a king. Han Fei was not in a rush to know the answer. What he really wanted to ask was why so many corpses were arranged in the Heavenly Palace. What was the purpose? However, since it involved the Heavenly Palace, he had to wait until he got the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. Before this, everything was bullshit. Shua, shua. When Han Fei and Jinger came out together, the Bat Venerable was slightly surprised. The Red Falcon's eyes widened. What's going on? The Red Falcon quickly folded its wings and said respectfully, Messenger Jing. The Bat Venerable also bowed slightly. This shocked Han Fei. Efk, wasn't she just a maidservant? Why did a Venerable bow to her? Jinger looked at Han Fei gloatingly and then said with high airs, okay, I'll take over the matter of Han Fei. From now on, just treat him as a member of the Waterwood world. He can do whatever he wants here. The Bat Venerable looked at Han Fei curiously and asked casually, can he enter the Heavenly Palace freely? Jinger said, no, not unless I take him in. The Red Falcon glanced at Han Fei a few more times, a little jealous. This kid can enter the Heavenly Palace as soon as he comes. I wonder where he got his luck. After asking the Bat Venerable and the Red Falcon to leave, Jinger handed Han Fei a square token with a bright red fruit engraved in the shape of a drop of water. He wondered what the token was made of. As soon as Han Fei took it, he felt refreshed. If he guessed right, this thing seemed to be able to promote soul cultivation. Jinger said, there are only 73 venerable tokens in the entire Waterwood Heavenly Palace. They're as good as sea-quelling bizarre treasures and can only be destroyed by kings. Well, do you know what a sea-quelling bizarre treasure is? Han Fei thought to himself. Not only do I know it, but I also have some. Han Fei nodded. I do. Jinger smiled and said, that's good. This thing can acknowledge you as its master, but you'll have to give it back 3 years later. It's good for you to wear it now. However, don't use it rashly, and don't use the venerable token to order the creatures of the Waterwood world at will. Got it. Only then did Jinger urge, let's go, follow me to the human race. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, Jinger seemed to be in a good mood and took Han Fei to another teleportation array on a tree. Only at this moment did Han Fei know that there were many teleportation arrays here. At a glance, there were more than 100 teleportation arrays. Seeing Han Fei's expression, Jinger said, what's there to be surprised about? The Cloud Sea Divine Tree is very large. Of course, it's more convenient to use a teleportation array. Forget it, let me tell you about Chapter 1173, Grand Void Illusionary Realm Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. On the way to the human race, Jinger told Han Fei about the layout of the Waterwood world. It turned out that there were also 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world, which were the Ice Domain, the Fiery Sea, the Dark Warport, and the Cave Sea. Among them, ordinary people usually went to the Ice Domain and the Cave Sea to gain experience and hunt. The Fiery Sea and the Dark Warport were the most dangerous places in the Waterwood world. It was said that people fought sea demons there all year round. In the Fiery Sea, there was a flame wall, which was a barrier to divide the battlefield. In the Dark Warport, there was a place called the Fearless Barrier, which was said to have many strong masters guarding it. Han Fei was not very curious about this. He was here to seek a breakthrough. There was no need to cause trouble on the battlefield. It was better to find a place to make a breakthrough quietly. Shua, when the teleportation array flashed, Han Fei fell directly on a thick tree trunk. In the distance, the trees were dense, and the sun couldn't shine in completely, so it seemed a little dim. As far as Han Fei could see, in addition to the relatively open area, there seemed to be various strange tree houses in the distance. Some houses were hung on the trunks by vines, and some were built on leaves. Few people could be seen. As soon as Han Fei and Jinger appeared, they immediately sensed something. Huh? Messenger Jing? Shua? Someone appeared in the square. The man asked in surprise, Messenger Jing, why are you here? As he spoke, the man's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared at Han Fei blankly. His first attention was Han Fei's face, and then he was stunned by the venerable token hanging on Han Fei's waist. Hiss, human, Jinger held her head high and said, Lu Lehan, where are Wushang Shui and Yi Yuchen? The handsome Lu Lehan quickly came back to his senses. Oh. Venerable Shui and Master Chen went to inspect the human beings. Shall I call them back? Jinger nodded. Call them back. By the way, inform all peak-level explorers to come. Shocked, Lu Lehan looked at Han Fei again, wondering what had happened. Lu Lehan said solemnly, Messenger Jing, please wait a moment. Shua. After Lu Lehan left, Han Fei asked in surprise, Are the people here also good-looking? Jinger tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Good-looking? But it's the first time I've seen someone as ugly as you. Han Fei almost wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to bring that up? He was just looking for a beating. Jinger chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Water and earth support different people. People in the Waterwood world live on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all year round, so it's normal for the human race here to be a little different from the human race on your side. When you become an explorer, it'll be very easy for you to become more handsome. You should be able to do that now, right? Han Fei muttered. I think I'm fine now. Pfft. Where do you get your confidence from? Han Fei rolled his eyes. He felt no pressure chatting with Jinger. However, chatting with Queen Life would be too much pressure. Jinger said, By the way, you can familiarize yourself with the Cloud Sea Divine Tree first. When you need to transcend the tribulation, you just need to call me through the venerable token. This is because it's my venerable token. Cough, 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 cough. Han Fei staggered. Fuck, is Jinger a venerable? Han Fei felt terrible again. She looks like a little girl, but she's actually a venerable? Are you kidding me? Han Fei tried to keep calm. Okay, am I supposed to leave the Cloud Sea Divine Tree when the tribulation comes? Jinger said, Of course. Who dares to transcend the tribulation on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Do you want to die? You don't know the outer sea area of the Waterwood world well, and other people won't protect you from the tribulation. After you understand this place, you can choose where to transcend the tribulation. Swish, swish, swish. As the two talked, they saw a cold, beautiful woman suddenly appear in front of them. Then, with swishes, handsome men and beautiful women appeared one after another. Some people walked through teleportation arrays and some tore through the void. Looking at those faces, Han Fei felt inferior. Jinger smiled. Shui, I've brought you a person. The beautiful woman who appeared first looked like an elf in a movie. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, short shoulder-length hair, watery blue eyes, and normal ears. Cold, beautiful women usually looked valiant. She looked a bit like Ximin Linglin, or to be exact, even more beautiful than Ximin Linglin. Han Fei thought to himself, this must be Wushang Shui that Jinger mentioned, the venerable Shui of the human race. As for the others, they didn't conceal their auras, which was definitely the standard for peak-level explorers. However, there were only 10 people here, 1 venerable and 9 peak-level explorers. There didn't seem to be many of them. After all, there were 72 in the Waterwood world. Logically speaking, there should be more than 1 human venerable. Sure enough, Wushang Shui said, Jinger, what do you mean? Why do you always come to me? Are the others all dead? She sounded a little impatient. It seemed that Jinger had brought him here specifically. Jinger jumped to Wushang Shui's side and held her arm, saying, Oh, I have the best relationship with you. Well, his name is Han Fei. He's from the Yin-Yang world. He'll stay in the Waterwood world for 3 years. I brought him straight to you. Before Jinger said anything, Wushang Shui and the others were already looking at Han Fei up and down. Wushang Shui was surprised. Yin-Yang world? Is that road open? Jinger said cutely. No, he's special. That's why he's here. Wushang Shui looked at Han Fei in confusion. A peak-level law enforcer? Why did you give him your venerable token? Jinger said. The queen wants me to give it to her. Wushang Shui's pupils were constricted. Are you saying that this person has been to the Heavenly Palace? Yes. Han Fei cupped his hands. Nice to meet you, Master Snow. Someone asked in confusion. Messenger Jing, did this person come all the way here just to stay here for 3 years? Jinger said casually. Han Fei is here to transcend the tribulation and familiarize himself with the waterwood world in advance. He will come to help us in the future. Him? What? A peak-level law enforcer? Everybody frowned as they didn't think Han Fei was strong enough. Wu Shangshui said, "What do you need me to do? Take him with me?" Jinger shook her head. "No, Han Fei can go anywhere in the waterwood world. Just arrange someone to tell him about the waterwood world." Han Fei was a little embarrassed. "These people don't seem to take me seriously. How can they look down on me? I'm just not as pretty as you. Do you have to despise me like this?" Wu Shangshui narrowed her eyes and said, "Oh, he can go anywhere? Is he very strong?" Jinger looked at Han Fei. "He should be very strong." Wu Shangshui glanced at a handsome young man beside her. "Yi Yushin, suppress your strength to the peak of the law enforcer realm and fight him." When Jinger heard that, she immediately exclaimed and said, "That's not good, right? Yi Yushin is about to become a venerable." Wu Shangshui said lightly, "It doesn't matter. There must be something special about him since the queen treated him so specially. If he can't even compare to Yi Yushin, how can he help the waterwood world?" The handsome man smiled and said, "How do we fight? Do we fight on the spot or go to the Grand Void Illusionary Realm?" Wu Shangshui glanced at Han Fei. Grand Void Illusionary Land. Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, Jinger immediately said, "The Grand Void Illusionary Realm is also called the Dream Trial Ground, which is a special ability of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. As long as you press a leaf of the Cloud Sea and sink your mind into it, you can appear in the Grand Void Illusionary Realm." Han Fei grinned. "Well, can I say something?" Everyone looked at Han Fei, thinking, what else do you need to say? "Are you scared?" Han Fei smiled and said indifferently, "A peak-level law enforcer might not be able to beat me. You'd better suppress your strength to the explorer realm, an intermediate one." Han Fei was just telling the truth. These people had no idea how strong he was now. After 4 years of precipitation, his perception had reached more than 1,200 kilometers, and his strength had increased from 54 waves to 76 waves, which increased by more than 20 waves. Sure enough, everyone reacted differently and was very astonished. "Hiss, what?" a woman said with an ugly expression. "Han Fei, right? You have to know that the one you are facing is a powerhouse who is about to enter the venerable realm. It's okay for young people to be arrogant. We know you have some talent, but don't be too arrogant." Wu Shangshui glanced at the woman, who shut up hatefully. Only then did Wu Shangshui look at Han Fei and say seriously, "In the Grand Void Illusionary Realm, everything is true. Even your body feels real. If you are really seriously injured, your soul will also be shaken and injured. You'd better be clear of it." Han Fei sneered in his heart. In a sense, he represented the future king of the yin-yang world. It wouldn't be outrageous to call him the strongest in his realm in the yin-yang world. How could he disgrace the yin-yang world at such a moment? Han Fei smiled. "No, I'm used to fighting like this." Yi Yuchen, on the other hand, smiled and said in a warm voice, "Okay, then let's fight this way." Jinger blinked curiously and thought to herself, the guy who can win the queen's favor must be capable. There are many people in the Grand Void Illusionary Realm. If Han Fei can fight Yi Yuchen without being defeated, it will be enough to awe the big clans of the waterwood world. Wu Shangshui looked at the leaves of the Cloud Sea and said, "Pick a random one to sit on. I'll wait for you in the Grand Void Illusionary Realm." Swish, swish, swish. Almost with a swish, the people in front of him disappeared and each of them sat on a leaf. Han Fei grinned. "I'm never afraid of a fight." Then, Han Fei appeared on a leaf, focused his mind, and put his perception on the leaf. Instantly, an extremely strange feeling appeared. When he reappeared, he found himself standing in an enormous square. But when he looked around, he could still see the huge branches, and he was still on the tree. It's rather magical. Is this in the soul of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Not far away, in addition to people like Wu Shangshui and Jinger, there were other creatures. A few big bluebirds, some spider monsters, and a few big-horned beetles were looking at them curiously. Chapter 174, Human Clan Battle Bow Technique, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As he had already been to the Ideal Palace, Han Fei wasn't surprised by this illusion realm, but he was very suspicious of the so-called absolute safety here. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Jing'er. "If the soul is destroyed here, will there be any danger in reality?" Wu Shangshui asked in surprise. "Are you talking about soul skills?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Be it the Void Lines or the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, they were not weak. They were both great killing weapons that could kill the soul. What if he really used them in the intense battle? Jinger said, "Don't worry. I'll tell the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." "Don't worry." Jinger closed her eyes and seemed to be communicating with something. After more than 10 seconds, she opened her eyes. "Okay, when necessary, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree will take action. So, don't worry about any accidents." Han Fei thought to himself, from the looks of it, it's not that safe in this Grand Void Illusionary Realm. Once one's soul is destroyed, even if he's not directly killed, he will definitely be seriously injured. Yi Yuchen was still smiling, but he no longer underestimated Han Fei. Since the other party said so, it meant that Han Fei had a soul attack method. The soul attack technique that even the Grand Void Illusionary Realm couldn't resist certainly couldn't be underestimated. Not far away, the big beetles that had been colliding with each other couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? Messenger Jing? Ah, why is Venerable Shui here? Chirp." Come on, there's a big battle here. Suddenly, Jinger shouted from a distance, "None of you are to approach within 10 kilometers of here." The yell of Jinger attracted some creatures from various races who were in the Grand Void illusionary realm. Yi Yuchen flipped his hand and a long bow appeared in his hand. Different from the common big bows, the long bows in the Waterwood world seemed to have a special shape. The long bow was as sharp as a blade, and there were blades on its sides. Han Fei keenly noticed that there was a sense of attachment in the middle of the long bow. If he guessed right, the long bow could actually be pried open, forming two knives. Interesting, Yi Yuchen smiled. Most of the Waterwood world humans are manipulators. The evolution of the warbow technique has almost reached the peak. Therefore, many people are both manipulators and soul warriors. As it happens, my dual elements are very strong. Han Fei thought for a moment and decided to say something. Han Fei took a step forward and condensed an array. The 6 spirit armor and the coiled turtle array were the simplest. Han Fei even set up a tide array. At that moment, a huge wave rose behind Han Fei. He said leisurely, "Due to the restrictions of the area, I'm both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior. But I'm more versatile and know a thing or two about arrays, rods, swords, and seals. Because I walk the path of body refinement, my fist techniques are stronger." Next door, Jinger, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but clap her hands. "Wow, Shui, look, this kid is quite capable, isn't he?" Wushang Shui frowned slightly. "Don't you think he learnt too much?" Someone shook his head slightly. "He looks very young. It's very difficult for him to be proficient in so many techniques at the same time, right?" In the distance, a group of birds, insects, and humans gathered around. Some young people exclaimed, "Isn't that Master Yi Yuchen? Huh? Who's the guy fighting with Master Yi Yuchen? He's so ugly." A big spider was astonished. "Why is that human only a peak-level law enforcer? Why didn't Lord Yi Yuchen suppress his realm?" A big snake said, "Suppressed, an intermediate explorer." Hiss, he jumped levels to challenge Master Yi Yuchen. "Is he kidding me?" A girl descended holding a bow. "The person opposite doesn't seem weak. Look at the tide. There seem to be countless blades flying." Voila. Han Fei activated the devil change and the phantom glass wings extended. He didn't intend to fuse with Little Black and Little White. The appearance of the yin-yang divine eyes would be too strange. Besides, he planned to keep some trump cards. After all, he was in their territory. If he revealed all his trump cards, wouldn't he seem too showy? Wusheng Shui shouted in a low voice, "Yi Yuchen, if you lose, go to the fearless barrier and kill a great demon at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm before coming back." Hearing that, Yi Yuchen immediately shouted, "Han Fei, go all out." Of course, swish. In the field, the two disappeared almost at the same time. In the void, an arrow shadow shot across, like a big fiery bird with red wings spreading out. On Han Fei's side, in the tide, tens of thousands of knives flowed like a stream. In an instant, they broke out of the water and shot out dazzling knife lights. In just an instant, the knives and arrows collided, and the knife stream of million knife art, like a cone, was shot through by the arrows. And the bird-like arrow was also minced by the million knife art. Ding ding ding! In the void, their figures appeared in multiple places. Chila, he launched the draw technique, and the saber beam tore through the void. At the same time, a terrifying spike pierced through like a sharp arrow. On the other side, a large number of vines rose. Yi Yuchen agilely shuttled through the vines and extended his long bow. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 arrows shot out one after another, shattering the void and bombarding the draw technique. Clang, 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 crack. The 10,000-year demon thorn was cut apart by Yi Yuchen with a backhand slash. Shua, shua. This battle only lasted for 2 seconds. At this moment, the two of them stepped on the void and stood on one side. Jinger's eyes glowed. Wow, not bad, right? Han Fei's knife skills are very good, and Yi Yuchen's arrow flow is faster than before. Wushang Shui nodded slightly. Yes, he is very strong. A peak-level law enforcer fighting an intermediate explorer. To be able to fight like this, he must be a top genius. Next to Wushang Shui, the other peak-level explorers looked serious. He is indeed strong. Although it was a tentative fight, Han Fei was not at a disadvantage. This made them have to treat him seriously. The creatures who were watching the battle not far away, on the other hand, were exclaiming non-stop. Wow, it's too fast. I can't see them at all. A beetle's eyes kept rolling. Who's stronger? Someone responded. Neither of them is stronger. They are evenly matched. A human youth was shocked. Who is this person? He, a peak-level law enforcer, can fight Yi Yuchen, who is in the realm of an intermediate explorer? If there is such a person in Waterwood World, how can I not know him? More and more people gathered around, and Yi Yuchen smiled. No need to test me. Come on. Han Fei nodded slightly. Just now, he only used 50% of his strength. As for Yi Yuchen, he had only used a small part of the power of an intermediate explorer. If he used his full strength, he could kill the other party in an instant. 17 Dao querying arrows. Yi Yuchen disappeared into the spiritual plants. Han Fei activated the eyes of true vision and saw nothing but shadows of vines. Suddenly, a fiery serpent pounced at him like a dragon. A locking technique? Han Fei frowned, stood in the air, and pointed his finger. 10,000 knives in one. The knife light, like snowflakes, condensed into a knife and slashed through the void, causing the void to tremble. Bang! The fiery serpent was instantly torn apart. In the next second, 16 fiery pythons pounced out in a row, each more powerful than the last. Bang, 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 someone sighed. Although this person is very strong, it's impossible for him to withstand it. Lord Yi Yushen's last 3 arrows still have the power of Tao. Wu Shui and the others were expressionless, watching the sparring seriously. Han Fei grinned. What a powerful bow technique. I'm a little surprised. Roar! Han Fei roared, and his invincible will appeared. In the golden shadow, Han Fei raised his fists, and the arrays in his hands were overlapping. Sacrificing punch, crack, the 10,000 knives in one was shattered by the 5th arrow. At this moment, the void trembled, and a terrifying power erupted from Han Fei. Boom! A fist mark rumbled, and a blood-red light burst out. A fist mark collided along the way like a savage behemoth, shattering all the arrow shadows. Bang, 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 9 fiery pythons were punched through in a row, unable to resist Han Fei's terrifying blow. This scene stunned everyone. What a powerful fist mark, someone exclaimed. He's so strong. This ugly man is so strong. A big bug shrank back. This fist can easily penetrate my carapace. Even Wu Shui said in surprise, ordinary physiques can't withstand such an extremely powerful fist mark. This guy's physique is probably terrifyingly strong. Jinger's eyes widened. Although she was a venerable, she had been staying in the heavenly palace. It was not her place to fight. Therefore, she liked watching these scenes the most. However, Wu Shui said, but it's still not enough. On the battlefield, the last 3 arrows raised flames hundreds of meters high, and the serpent roared, making many people flinch. Han Fei clearly felt that when the last 3 arrows appeared, the sacrificing punch couldn't hold on anymore. Roar! With a dragon roar, the 9 mansions dragon seal erupted, and Han Fei smashed out. Bang! The arrow shadow containing the Tao runes shattered, but the next arrow shadow burst out. The terrifying blow shattered the sacrificing punch and the 9 dragon seal at the same time. Swish! Han Fei didn't have time to react, and the last arrow had already burst out. At this moment, twisting the void was useless, and the locking technique wouldn't stop shooting at him just because he had run away. Vajra Demon Suppression. At that moment, another golden man rose from the ground. Amidst the cries of countless people, Han Fei clasped the arrow with both hands and was sent flying more than 300 meters away with the arrow. The deafening explosion echoed in the raging flames. Hiss! That person actually dares to take an arrow bare-handed? Is he crazy, or am I crazy? He's doomed to lose. What a fierce person. This is too fierce. However, at the moment when Han Fei caught the arrows with his bare hands, the strong masters such as Jinger and Wu Shui were all shocked. Others didn't know, but at that moment they saw it very clearly. The golden giant blocked the Tao runes with a palm, and Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. He held an arrow barehanded, looking extremely domineering. At that moment, countless sharp vines that looked like chains stabbed Han Fei in the fire. Han Fei's lips curled. It seems that I underestimated my enemy. However, this is good. Let me realize that there is a limit to the peak of the law enforcer realm. Han Fei's voice echoed in the fire. Yi Yushen's pupils constricted, and he immediately shouted, "Fateful arrow!" A large number of vines gathered, and a big bow floated in the air. There was a big void hand holding an arrow, and endless energy poured into the arrow. Someone shouted, "Retreat! This is the arrow annihilation technique. Roar!" While these people were crying in shock, they heard a furious roar. From the flames, a huge figure more than 50 meters tall suddenly appeared. When everyone saw it clearly, they were stunned. What kind of creature is this? Chapter 175, A King Candidate Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Before the Battle. Han Fei never thought that he would use the Beast King technique. This was not a quick battle, so Han Fei didn't have to be extremely domineering at the beginning. He didn't even want to show much strength and still wanted to reserve it. However, when Yi Yuchen shot out that terrifying arrow, Han Fei knew that he had underestimated his opponent. How could a strong master who had a chance to become a venerable be so simple? Furthermore, the other party's strength was only suppressed to that of an intermediate explorer, and he was actually a peak-level explorer. At this moment, Han Fei activated the Beast King technique, and his strength surged. In the heavenly palace, Queen Life, who was feeding a spiritual fruit, was briefly stunned and asked in confusion, "The Beast King technique?" On the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded by Han Fei's transformation. Jinger jumped and exclaimed, "Is this an ancient beast, ape?" Wu Shui was also astonished. "Beast race? The one that has already disappeared in the river of history?" Jinger nodded quickly. "Yes." Could it be that there are still beasts in the yin-yang world? However, the moment they talked, Han Fei extended his hand and the embroidery needle appeared. Han Fei held the rod with both hands and held it in the air. Roar! After an extremely domineering roar, Yi Yuchen grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, everyone saw the illusion of 100 beasts, trampling the air, galloping and roaring. Swish! A huge firebird with 3 gorgeous long tails swept across the sky. Bang! 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 The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks were launched. At that moment, void cracks appeared and then shattered. In an instant, hundreds of terrifying attacks were launched. They were ferocious. Before the 100 rods arrived, the fire phoenix was shattered. Although the remaining half of the arrow was shot at Han Fei because it was too fast, the giant ape clenched its hand and squeezed them all. Such a terrifying attack didn't even break the skin of Han Fei, who had turned into a big ape. The 100 beasts roared, and Yi Yuchen vomited blood, half of his strength gone. Huff! He opened his mouth that was full of sharp teeth and swallowed all the energy around him, including the raging flames. The horror of the war body was revealed. The Monkey King's 3000 stick was still beating, and the chains and vines blocking it were shattered one after another. At that moment, Wu Shui shouted, "Yi Yuchen, release the power of an advanced explorer." The latter perked up and grabbed the air with his 5 fingers, shooting 5 sharp arrows without using a long bow. Bang, bang, bang! The 5 arrows instantly shattered. But it bought some time for Yi Yuchen, so that he could launch a series of arrows again. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang! Han Fei grinned in disdain. You want to last longer than the Monkey King's 3000 stings? That's impossible. Is the 3000 layered waves a joke to you? Sure enough, after more than 200 arrows, Yi Yuchen found that even with the strength of an advanced explorer, he couldn't resist Han Fei's continuous outburst. In battle, all the energy around would be snatched by Han Fei. Buzz, Yi Yuchen disappeared, and 7 or 8 vines cracked, revealing him. Han Fei clutched the embroidery needle with one hand. Grow, grow, roar, roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar erupted again. The embroidery needle swept across, and all the vines exploded. No one could resist it. Because the battle was too shocking, countless people cast their eyes over. Many people had never seen such an explosive battle. They didn't expect a person's physique to be so strong, nor had they seen a terrifying creature like a prehistoric giant ape, so their blood was boiling. Wu Shui shouted, "Okay, that's it. Yi Yuchen has been defeated." When Han Fei heard that, he immediately swung his big stick and carried it on his shoulder, his eyes cold and terrifying, as if he was despising the world. Yi Yuchen walked out of a demonic vine with a smile. What kind of monster am I fighting? Han Fei put the thick embroidery needle on the ground, and his body shrank quickly, turning from a big ape into a human. In the end, he even twisted his neck, full of fighting intent. Wu Shui was speechless too. She couldn't help but look at Jinger, who was still excited. She tugged at her clothes and said, "Withdraw that stupid grin." "Who is this guy exactly?" Jinger replied casually. "Ah, he should be a king candidate from the yin-yang world." Pfft. Yi Yuchen, who had just finished the battle, vomited a mouthful of blood. "Why didn't you fucking say so earlier? A king candidate? You asked me to suppress my realm to fight him? I was almost killed." Wu Shui looked at the carefree Jinger speechlessly and covered her head with a hand. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Under countless shocked gazes, Han Fei put a hand on the embroidery needle that resembled a huge pillar. The latter shrank with a swish and disappeared into Han Fei's body. Wu Shui patted Jinger's head. "He even has a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Why didn't you tell me that too?" Jinger was stunned. I don't know." Wu Shui. Han Fei smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for going easy on me." Yi Yuchen felt terrible. "Forget it, all right. You want me to go to the Fearless Barrier to kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, right? I'll go." In the distance, cries rang out. "Wow, this person won. So cool. What kind of creature was that just now? It was horrible. His mouth was so big and his teeth were so sharp. His muscles are bulging. Ugly but cute." Han Fei staggered. "What the hell is that? Isn't it hideous? Cute?" Wu Shui looked around, thought for a moment, and said, "His name is Han Fei, from the yin-yang world. He will stay in our Waterwood world for 3 years. Hiss, yin-yang world, can the people over there come over? Ah, he's from the yin-yang world? A large beetle shook its head. Yin-yang world, the legendary yin-yang world. A big bird asked curiously, "Are there many beasts in your yin-yang world?" A human asked curiously. Han Fei, what's the yin-yang world like? Jinger finally came back to her senses and said to the crowd, "Don't ask too many questions. We'll find out later. Okay, dismiss." Han Fei glanced at Jinger. "How can I get out?" Jinger said. "Just communicate with the Grand Void illusionary realm with your mind." A moment later, when Han Fei opened his eyes, he looked at the big leaf under him in surprise and thought to himself, "This Cloud Sea Divine Tree is really unbelievable. It actually created a place comparable to the ideal palace." Suddenly, Jinger shouted, "Han Fei, why are you still sitting there? Come down." Han Fei saw that they were already waiting for him, so he flashed and appeared in front of them. However, at this moment, the peak-level explorers looked at Han Fei in a different way. This was the first time they had seen a peak-level law enforcer fight an advanced explorer. However, when they thought that Han Fei was a king candidate, they were finally relieved. If everyone in the yin-yang world was like this, then the yin-yang world was too terrifying. Wu Shui looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. "Okay, as expected of a king candidate. Come back to the city with me. I'll ask someone to tell you about the current situation in the Waterwood world." Jinger wanted to follow him, but suddenly heard Wu Shui say, "Aren't you going back to the Heavenly Palace?" Jinger was stunned for a moment. I want to stay for dinner before going back. I want to eat fish pie." Jinger thought to herself, it's not easy for me to come out. Do you think it's easy for me? Human beings cook so delicious that I'm drooling just thinking about it. Han Fei asked in surprise. Huh? Do you eat here too? Wu Shangshui was stunned. People from Yin-Yang world don't need to eat? Han Fei immediately had an idea. No, of course we have to eat. In fact, what I want to say is that compared to my strength, I am also the strongest in one thing. I am said to be the strongest in the Yin-Yang world in that matter. The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. Are people from the Yin-Yang world all so shameless? I know you are very strong, okay? Why do you still want to show off? Jinger asked curiously, do you have any special abilities? Han Fei held his head high and said proudly, my culinary skills are unparalleled in the world. I won't cook for ordinary people, however, I have to do it today. Jinger's eyes widened. Really? Is it more delicious than humans' fish pie? Queen Life, who was in the heavenly palace, sighed. Why did she find such a stupid maidservant? She's really stupid. Han Fei hasn't even tasted fish pie, okay? A short explorer among the peak-level explorers was unconvinced. That's impossible. Our fish pie is unparalleled in the world. All races like to eat it, especially those shameless golden turtles. They always come to freeload. Han Fei grinned. Not necessarily. As he talked, Han Fei took out a box of crisps and bit one of them. To be honest, I've already mastered the Great Tao in culinary skills. Jinger hurriedly reached out and grabbed a piece, saying a little disgustedly, it's so little, it's not enough for me. Then she bit into it too. Suddenly, Wu Shangshui and the others found that Jinger was stunned in place. Wu Shangshui said with a black face, do you have to be like this? Wu Shangshui glanced at the box in Han Fei's hand, suspiciously pinched a piece, and took a bite. Under the watch of the peak-level explorers, Wu Shangshui glanced at them, stuffed the crisps into her mouth, and grunted. Let's go back to the city. Yi Yuchen hadn't left yet. He looked at Jinger and then at Wu Shangshui thinking, is it delicious? Although at their level, they were no longer tempted by external things, it was normal for them to have a feast. Just as Yi Yuchen was about to reach out and squeeze a piece, he found the box had disappeared. At some point, Jinger had already held the box in her arms. Han Fei, look, I've led the way for you. This is mine. By the way, let's go back to the city quickly. My time is limited. I have to go back after dinner. Han Fei, everyone, 1, quote, chapter 1176, a Heavenly Talent Guide translator, Han Yi Translations editor, Han Yi Translations. It turned out that there were cities on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree too. However, this city was completely different from the kind of city Han Fei was familiar with. It was more like a primitive village than a city. Even the venerable Wu Shangshui had only built a yard on a tree without setting up any arrays. However, it made sense. No one would be stupid enough to use their perception to see the home of a venerable. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would risk being slapped to death. Wu Shangshui brought a group of people directly to their courtyard. Along the way, they walked through teleportation arrays. Han Fei's only feeling was that it was really troublesome to walk on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. There were teleportation arrays everywhere, and one could easily get the wrong path. If he took the wrong path and didn't know that he was on the wrong path, he might be in danger of getting lost. In the Venerable's yard, there was a grill and a big pot cooking. The enticing aroma made everyone subconsciously swallow. Jinger was eating a garlic prawn and looking at Han Fei curiously. Why are the ingredients you use so cheap but so delicious? Han Fei said with a smile. Everything in the world has its own uniqueness. As long as we see the nature of things through phenomena, we can discover what's behind them. Wu Shangshui's eyelids twitched, and she held a roasted clam meat in her hand. Hearing Han Fei's words, she was a little surprised. What he said seemed to make sense. Someone said, Han Fei, what pot is this? Are you done? Han Fei said, please wait a moment. There are still some supplementary materials left. Wu Shangshui said helplessly, it's just a meal. You've already added more than 20 materials. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. This is just like cultivating combat skills. There are many technical considerations. The same is true for cooking. At different times, the amount of fire used, the seasonings used, the amount of water used, and the taste produced are all different. Jinger nodded quickly and secretly grabbed a skewer of grilled squid from the grill. A moment later, when the hot pot was ready, the aroma of food spread in all directions. However, with a thought from Wu Shangshui, the entire yard was sealed, and the intense fragrance couldn't spread out at all. For the first time, Han Fei discovered that venerables could be like this. It was just a hot pot and barbecue. Jinger didn't care about her image at all. Han Fei thought to himself, aren't venerables supposed to enter the Tao? Why do people who can enter the Tao act like idiots? As for Wu Shangshui and the peak-level explorers, although they were also amazed, they only praised him once from the beginning to the end. Then, although the hot pot was very delicious, they still ate it in small mouthfuls. Han Fei smiled in his heart. Food could bring people closer. This method seemed simple but was extremely practical. In a sense, the more delicious the food was, the more the other party would think that you had paid a huge price. To put it bluntly, it should be easy to exchange a meal for a combat skill here. However, Han Fei was not short of combat skills. As a newcomer, he just needed to feed them. They would be touched more or less if he kept feeding them. The more he ate, the better it would be for him. Halfway through the hot pot, Wu Shangshui suddenly stopped eating. After all, it's nothing but food. It's very easy to hinder cultivation. Jinger, don't come so frequently in future. Why? Jinger, whose mouth was full of food, suddenly widened her eyes, thinking, why would it hinder cultivation? Wu Shangshui glanced at Han Fei and said, since your purpose here is to transcend the tribulation, don't hang around in the city every day. I'll get someone to take you around and take you to the battlefields. Your strength has reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, so you should be making a breakthrough soon. Don't delay. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, it didn't matter. However, Venerable Shui's restraint was quite strong. She actually managed to hold herself back the first time she ate hot pot. Back in the Scattered Stars prison, even old Han couldn't hold himself back and asked him to cook for him every day. Jinger suddenly said, I can show him around. Wu Shangshui glared at Jinger. Don't even think about it. Be careful of the queen catching you back. Jinger snorted and secretly transmitted a message to Han Fei. Remember to make more noise. I'll help you. Han Fei sweated. Are you here to help me? You're here purely for dinner. However, the method worked again. Jinger was a venerable after all. If she had the help of a venerable, the trip to Waterwood World would be smooth. There shouldn't be any problems. After dinner, Jinger still wanted to eat more barbecue. However, suddenly, a pink flower bloomed in front of her. When the people saw this flower, Wu Shangshui gave her a gloating look, and the others looked as if they were trying to hold back their laughter. Jinger bowed to the little flower pitifully. My queen, I'm going back now. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Oh, it's Queen Life? Han Fei wondered if he should bride Queen Life with food when he had time. He should definitely get some high-level ingredients. The combat level in the Waterwood world was even higher than that in the Yin-Yang world. It probably didn't lack legendary creatures here. Before Jinger left, she glanced at Han Fei. Remember to call me when you're transcending the tribulation. Han Fei smiled. Sure. As soon as Jinger left, Wu Shangshui immediately said, let's disperse. Yi Yuchen, go find someone to familiarize Han Fei with the Waterwood world and then go to the Fearless Barrier yourself. Yi Yuchen smiled helplessly. Okay, Han Fei, come with me. When the others left and only Han Fei and Yi Yuchen were left, the latter smiled. Han Fei, are there still beasts in the Yin-Yang world? Han Fei thought to himself, so she is still thinking about that. He immediately said, it's difficult to find a beast. I only obtained some inheritance in an ancient secret realm. Wu Yushen hummed and suddenly changed the topic. Well, do you want to make your face look better, Han Fei? Wu Yushen thought to himself, in terms of potential, I am not as good as you, but you are too ugly. It's really eye-hurting for you to hang around here. Han Fei shook his head. Actually, people in the Yin-Yang world think I'm quite handsome. Yi Yuchen froze and smiled awkwardly. Oh, really? I didn't expect it. After a few steps, he heard Yi Yuchen suddenly shout in a low voice, Xiaoman, come here. Yi Yuchen was a half-venerable, so he certainly wouldn't go easily to the towns with a large population. He simply scanned with his perception and found that there were only a few heavenly talents in the city who hadn't entered a state of cultivation, so he called the strongest one over. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei saw a vigorous woman in a green fashionable battlesuit shuttling among the branches. Beside her, an eagle-winged longbow followed, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Women were the most appreciated creatures. Their flexibility and perfect curves, coupled with their good looks, were really worthy of appreciation. However, Han Fei, who had seen too many beauties, was not interested in this at all. He looked calm. Compared to Queen Life, Jinger, and Wu Shangshui, this girl seemed a little immature. The girl's face was exquisite. She had some baby fat, but she kept a straight face as if she wanted to look colder. But her cute face couldn't support her cold temperament. When the woman landed in front of Han Fei and Yi Yuchen, she first bowed. Nice to meet you, Master Chen. Then the woman frowned and looked at Han Fei as if thinking, why does this person look like this? Has he never received the grace of Queen Life? However, she was immediately shocked. She stared at the token on Han Fei's waist and took a deep breath. Messenger Jing's venerable token? Yi Yuchen said indifferently, this is an honorable guest from the Yin-Yang world, Han Fei. It can be said that he is the strongest heavenly talent among his peers in the Yin-Yang world. I am no match for him in the same realm or even above. From now on, Han Fei will stay in the Waterwood world for 3 years in our Flying Feather division. Han Fei is here to transcend the tribulation. Before that, you can follow him. By the way, introduce the terrain and battlefield of the Waterwood world to him and show him around. Yin-Yang world, the strongest heavenly talent? The woman took a deep breath. An existence that even Master Chen didn't think he could defeat? Was he really so strong? Yes, Master Chen. Yi Yuchen patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Shu Xiaoman is a heavenly talent of the Flying Feather division and is very familiar with the battlefields. She can tell you in detail later. Thanks to you, I have to go to the Fearless Barrier. I hope you haven't left when I come back. Shu Xiaoman asked in surprise. The Fearless Barrier? Yi Yuchen smiled. If you lose the fight, you'll be punished. Shu Xiaoman couldn't help looking at Han Fei, who was smiling. Is this person really so strong? Han Fei grinned. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Yi Yuchen nodded slightly, tore a void rift with a finger, and stepped in, leaving Shu Xiaoman and Han Fei behind. Han Fei smiled. Hello, xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Did you really beat Master Chen? Han Fei smiled. I used a secret method. Xuanhuan was finally relieved, but her eyes were provocative. Sir, can I have a fight with you? Han Fei was a little surprised. This girl was obviously unconvinced. Han Fei shrugged. How? Xuanhuan said. To the grand void illusionary realm. In the waterwood world, no matter what the reason is, even if there is a conflict, it will be resolved in the grand void illusionary realm. On the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, fierce battles are not allowed. This can easily damage the leaves of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei said. If it's just a spar, it should be soon. Xuanhuan, we can't destroy the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, not even the leaves. Han Fei chuckled. If there's any damage, consider it my loss. Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with anger. This person was too arrogant. Although you have got the venerable token, you are only a peak-level law enforcer. I'm also a peak-level law enforcer. Why should I surrender to you? Just because of Master Chen's casual words, I have to follow you? What if I have to follow you for 3 years? Xuanhuan was immediately angry. Remember what you said. Chapter 177, How Can a Human Be So Shameless? Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations Little Shu was very unhappy with Han Fei's contempt. She flipped over and jumped away. In midair, an arrow turned into a rain of arrows, with 100 streaks of light. Han Fei smiled. When he was fighting with Yi Yuchen, he could lock onto his enemy with a targeting technique. It was meaningless to rely on speed, but you were different. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei turned into a phantom and picked the arrows with his bare hands. In an instant, all the arrows shattered. At the moment they exploded, the energy was swallowed by Han Fei before it could escape. Buzz. Han Fei disappeared from the spot and appeared beside her before Xuanhuan could react. When fighting separately, the power is not enough. Xuanhuan was shocked. She turned her body and a blade-like leaf appeared, protecting her body. However, at the next moment, she was stunned. Han Fei twisted his body and appeared in the storm of algae, still standing beside her. Besides, in order to prevent him from destroying the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, a defensive array appeared at some point. Her blow failed to break the array. Xuanhuan still wanted to use other combat skills, but with a snap of her fingers, countless chains appeared in the void and instantly locked down her range of movement. In the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan wanted to use the death substitution art to escape. However, as soon as she moved away, a circle of void chains wrapped her again. This time, it directly clasped her, giving her no chance to resist. While Xuanhuan was still shocked, Han Fei retracted the void chains and said with a casual smile, "Thank you for letting me win." Xuanhuan, it was the first time that Xuanhuan saw such a way of fighting. Receiving arrows with his bare hands, swallowing energy, instantly condensing arrays, twisting space, and the speed so fast that no one could react in time. How could there be such a person in this world? Although Xuanhuan didn't think she was the strongest among her peers, she was confident that she wasn't weak at all when she used her full strength, or to be exact, she was very strong. However, when facing Han Fei, she discovered, to her shock, that she didn't even have a chance to exert Ang strength. How could she fight in that case? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I've lost." Han Fei smiled. Your reaction speed is already very fast, and your combat awareness is not bad, but if there's a chance, you can increase your strength. Little Shu pursed her lips helplessly. You are strong, so I'll listen to you. Xuanhuan didn't think it was a big deal. Even Lord Yi Yuchen had lost. Wasn't it normal for her to lose? She said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Flying Feather Division first. However, I guess many people are curious. Does everyone in Yin-Yang world look like you?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He said with a black face, "You are discriminating against us. Let me tell you, in our yin-yang world, I'm one of the good-looking ones." Xuanhuan tilted her head and said, "Okay, our Flying Feather Command is on the west side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, close to the Ice Domain. The city is about 50,000 kilometers in radius, but the residents live relatively scattered, and there are still 8 large units like our Flying Feather Division on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. These are all the humans in our Waterwood world, with a population of billions." Han Fei immediately understood. That was right. It was impossible for there to be 72 venerables and only 1 human venerable. It seemed that humans were divided into 9 units. In this case, there should be 9 human venerables. However, Xuanhuan said, when Master Yi Yuchen becomes a venerable, human beings can have 1 more division. By then, there will be 10 units. Han Fei said in surprise, "Every additional venerable can create a division?" Xuanhuan nodded. "Of course. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree is very big. Even if we humans have 10 divisions, we won't occupy a great space." Han Fei wondered, "Aren't there other races here?" Xuanhuan said solemnly. "There are the Sky Clan, the Demon Plant race, and the Insect race, but they don't actually occupy a lot of space. For example, the Sky Clan likes to live outside the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The insect race lives in the tree holes of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in groups. The demon plants usually live at the bottom of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Generally, except for powerful demon plants, ordinary demon plants won't fight. Well, tree demons are an exception. Overall, they are scattered. Han Fei asked in surprise, what if a war breaks out? How can you quickly gather all the major races? Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei as if she were looking at a fool. The Venerables can gather everyone via voice transmission. As long as the Venerable gives the order, we only need to gather in a specific location. Because the creatures of the various races live too scattered, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree has many teleportation arrays, which is to facilitate the gathering of people quickly. Han Fei nodded. In conclusion, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was very large and more than enough to accommodate the various races here. Because they lived very far away from each other, they needed all these teleportation arrays. As they talked, Han Fei and Xu Xiaomeng had already come to the human settlement. After walking out of the teleportation array, Han Fei immediately saw a large area that looked like a market. All kinds of shops scattered in a mess. Some were hung on trees, some fell on trunks, and some were in a circle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Han Fei saw teleportation arrays everywhere on the tree trunks behind him. From time to time, someone appeared from the arrays. The bustling crowd was endless among the shops. In addition to humans, there were also tree demons. All kinds of things were being sold. Someone shouted, "Do you want the ice silk that I just got from the ice domain? If you want to change your bowstring, hurry up." Someone sat in front of the stall on the ground. "I've just cast a divine feather bow. I want to exchange it for the black dragon bone and dragon tendon." A large spider web hung in the air. On the spider web, various spiritual fruits and crystals were hanging, and a big spider was looking at the crowd. The big spider said, "Don't miss it. These are all good spiritual fruits." A big beetle with a huge horn was carrying an identical beetle, shouting, "Junior law enforcer level insect molting. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 10 years. Immediately, someone ran over. "I want it. What do you want?" The big beetle hummed and said, "I want the black tortoise wondrous stone, dragon essence grass, and purple pole fruit." The person who asked smiled bitterly. "I don't have dragon essence grass, but I do have the black tortoise wondrous stone and purple pole fruit." The big beetle's eyes lit up. "Fire element grass will also do." The man was delighted. "I have this." Han Fei looked at this scene blankly, feeling a little incredulous. This was like a human going to an alien society, where creatures of different races lived together in harmony. Xu Xiaomeng said proudly, "Such a large market is only available to human beings. Therefore, countless creatures gather here every day just for shopping." In addition to this large market, there were also various kinds of gossip here. A little treeman said, "Have you heard? Someone from the yin-yang world has come. He is extremely powerful and even defeated the human half-venerable, Master Yi Yuchen. Are you bragging? How can anyone come from the yin-yang world?" "That's right. Even if someone comes, how can he defeat Lord Yi Yuchen? Lord Yi Yuchen is going to be a venerable soon." The branch of the little treeman trembled. "I saw it with my own eyes. That person is very ugly." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "No, we are just from different worlds. Is it necessary?" Han Fei turned his head, only to see that Xu Xiaomeng was trying to hold back her laughter, her face red. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei coughed and secretly used the power of beast roars. Instantly, many people looked at Han Fei. "Wow, is there really someone, from the yin-yang world? Ah, isn't that Lord Xiaomeng? Why is she with the guy from yin-yang world? Shushu, did he really defeat Lord Yi Yuchen?" A human being was stunned. "So, this is how the people of the yin-yang world look." A bird circled his head. "I think he looks fine. Don't all humans look like this?" Hearing someone talking about his appearance, Han Fei immediately said, "All men in our yin-yang world look like this. This is called masculinity. In our yin-yang world, there is a story. In ancient legends, there was a peerless powerhouse of the human race called the Divine Emperor Pangu. The breath he breathed out became the wind and the floating clouds in the 4 seasons. The sound he made became rumbling thunder. His left eye became the sun shining on the earth. His right eye turned into the moon. His torso became the mountains and rivers. His blood became rivers and seas. His hair became lush flowers and trees. And his sweat became raindrops that moistened everything. This is not the key. The key is that he looks similar to me. Puff! Cough! Cough! Bang! In the heavenly palace, the water bottle in the hand of Queen Life fell to the ground. The grilled squid that Jinger had just brought to the heavenly palace was spewed out of her mouth. Wu Shangshui was sitting cross-legged cultivating. She stumbled and the spiritual energy in her body was messed up, almost blowing up the courtyard. Xu Xiaomeng looked at Han Fei in shock. Can humans be so shameless? The little tree man waved its branches. Wow, that divine Emperor Pangu is so powerful. A single-horned sky bull's tentacle whipped him. Don't listen to him. A strong master like him must have big horns. Only the insect race can be so excellent. In an instant, a large group of people, treemen, insects, and birds looked over. Someone said, "Can I fight him?" A girl asked. "I know he's bragging, but what's his name?" "It's the first time I've seen such a person." A big bird exclaimed, "Look, he has a venerable token." Ah, it's really a venerable token. Where did he get it? xuanhuan said to Han Fei. Because you may have to live here for the next 3 years, so you'll have to meet the various races sooner or later. Why don't you introduce yourself to them today? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Was he being watched like a monkey? Han Fei thought to himself, there are billions of creatures in all these races. If I socialize with them every day, I won't have to do anything. Immediately Han Fei said, no rush. It's fine as long as they know that I'm here. xuanhuan nodded. Okay. Then she said to everyone, Han Fei has a lot of things to do in the Waterwood world, so he doesn't have much time to talk to you all. You can do whatever you want. We're leaving. Wait a moment, I want to fight him. Someone was inviting a battle, but Xu Xiaoyu tilted her head. Go away. Come to Han Fei when you can beat me. As they talked, Xu Xiaomeng beckoned Han Fei to enter a teleportation array. After passing through several teleportation arrays in a row, Han Fei found that the surrounding branches were getting thinner and thinner. They must be walking towards the periphery of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At this moment, the two of them were standing on a huge branch that was empty. Xu Xiaoman, there have always been legends about the yin-yang world in the Waterwood world. Therefore, when they know that you are from the yin-yang world, they will be curious. You don't have to worry about it. But Master Chen said that you are here to transcend the tribulation. Is it urgent? Han Fei thought for a moment. The tribulation wasn't to deduce void fishing, so there shouldn't be much noise. Han Fei thought for a moment. I can do it any time. Xu Xiaoman was taken aback. Ah, you can transcend the tribulation now? Have you prepared everything? Chapter 178, Secrets of the Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. During the 4 years in the Windrain village, Han Fei had already adapted to his own strength. Although he hadn't cultivated for 4 years, his level 9 spiritual heritage could naturally absorb spiritual energy and energy, which couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Han Fei's transitions to the peak of the Law Enforcer realm were very smooth. As for what he prepared, Han Fei knew that transcending the tribulation was not something extremely difficult to handle. He actually wasn't quite scared of the power of the tribulation. Han Fei walked the path of invincibility. What Shimin Linglin said before was right. Even heavenly tribulation was an enemy. Besides, Han Fei planned to make use of the power of this tribulation to break through to the 4th level of the indestructible body. Xu Xiaoman pondered for a moment and said, in our Waterwood world, we can't transcend the tribulation on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, so every tribulation here basically represents a battle. If you transcend the tribulation, I need to find some strong masters to protect you. I can't protect you, Han Fei said bluntly. Well, Jinger may come. Jinger? Xu Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Han Fei in shock. You mean Messenger Jing? Xu Xiaoman was shocked. Venerable Jinger was the most special venerable in the Waterwood world and was the queen's personal maidservant. If Venerable Jinger personally protected him, wouldn't it mean that even the queen would pay attention to Han Fei's tribulation? Han Fei nodded slightly. If the battle on the Waterwood world side was fierce, the sea demons definitely wouldn't sit idle. After all, every tribulation meant that the Waterwood world had another explorer. Although explorers couldn't compare to venerables, they weren't as common as cabbages. There wouldn't be people transcending tribulations every day. Even if there were billions of people, how many explorers could there be? Even if the Waterwood world was much stronger, how many people could transcend tribulations in a year? Based on Han Fei's experience in the City of Justice, it was already impressive that 3 or 5 people transcended the tribulation in a year, and that was when resources were crazily supplied. Normally speaking, there were 1 or 2 people transcending tribulations a year, which showed that this city had a deep heritage. Xu Xiaomeng said with a complicated expression, Then I'm afraid you'll have to wait even longer. I originally thought that if you want to transcend the tribulation, you should choose the ice domain, because it's relatively safe there. But if Messenger Jing takes action personally, you might have to consider your transcending place again. Han Fei, right? First Yao Mang said, You don't know. Although there have been constant battles between the Waterwood world and the 2 big royal cities, every time someone transcends a tribulation, the battle of a tribulation is secondary. Do you know that after becoming an explorer, you need to seek the Great Tao? First Yao nodded. Of course. Explorers sought the Great Tao, while becoming a venerable represented the confirmation of the Great Tao. As for the venerable realm, the Water Immortal had once told him that it was a process of continuous repair of the confirmed Great Tao. Only when one confirmed that his Great Tao was flawless would he become a king. The Great Tao was different from the law enforcement path. That was a goal to fight for all his life. Once he confirmed it, it would depend on how far he could go on this Tao. Xu Xiaomeng said, If you're looking for the Great Tao, you can't make it incomplete. It's best if you get rid of all distractions before the tribulation, severing many mortal causes, etc. Han Fei nodded again. The reason why Patriarch Thug turned Lin Miao Miao into an undead creature was probably to mend the knot in his heart and help him resolve this kind of obstacle. Otherwise, why would a venerable care about the life of an ordinary great fishing master? Xu Xiaomeng continued. However, here comes another problem. The Sea Clan has billions of creatures, which are much more than the creatures of the other races in the Waterwood world. Therefore, every time someone from the Waterwood world transcends a tribulation, the Sea Clan will send many sea demons to transcend the tribulation together and then provoke us. Under such circumstances, if you don't fight because you need to consolidate your cultivation, then, watching countless creatures die because of your tribulation, this will become a big knot in your heart. Therefore, whenever someone transcends the tribulation in the Waterwood world, there is basically a war. Many people die in these tribulation battles. No one who survived is weak. The Sea Clan also planted a knot in the hearts of our explorers in this way, Han Fei asked in surprise. Really? xuanhuan nodded. Of course. On the path of cultivation there are thousands of disasters. What you pursue is the more perfect self and the ultimately pure great Tao. The Sea Clan certainly won't ignore the tribulations of our human race and other races. Although you can also transcend the tribulations in the ice domain, those who usually choose to transcend the tribulations in the ice domain aren't too strong. The Sea Clan might not care too much, but they will also pay attention to it. But you are so strong that even Lord Yi Yuchen is no match for you. You shouldn't transcend the tribulations in the ice domain. No wonder no one had asked him when and where he would transcend the tribulation. This was fucking for him to choose. As a member of the yin-yang world, he was a guest here. If he were to transcend the tribulation in the ice domain, he would definitely be despised. And if he transcended the tribulation elsewhere, he might be able to counter the Sea Clan, which would be meaningful. Han Fei nodded and said casually, got it. In that case, let's not be hasty. How difficult are the battlefields in the Waterwood world? Only then did xuanhuan calm down. She stroked her hair and replied solemnly, there are 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world. There is the Cave Sea in the south, which is the most convenient place for the daily trial of the various races. It's the easiest battlefield. There is the Ice Domain in the north, which is not only used as a trial ground, but also where strong masters fight and die. Ice walls are erected in the Ice Domain, where guardian battles often break out, ranking 3rd. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It didn't sound simple. A wall guarding one side must have been hit a lot. xuanhuan continued. The most heated battle is the Fiery Sea in the west. Although the Sea Clan is in the sea, there are also creatures who can cultivate in places of extreme coldness and extreme heat. There is a saying that they are as irritable as fire, so the battles in the Fiery Sea are the most heated and fierce. But in terms of fighting, the most difficult battlefield is the Dark War Port in the east. There are venerables guarding there all year round, at least 5 of them. From time to time there will be venerables coming there to patrol. When the battle is fiercest, almost every 100 years there will be a venerable dead. Up to today in the Waterwood world, it is said that as many as 100 venerables have died in the Dark Warports, while less than 10 people died on the other battlefields. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. 100 dead venerables? Han Fei wondered how many venerables there were in the Thousand-Star City. Sure enough, having a king and not having one were completely different. From the looks of it, didn't it mean that he had to thank the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye for watching the Yin-Yang world? Otherwise, if the Yin-Yang world could have a king, it might be a different outcome. Han Fei couldn't help asking, where did Yi Yuchen make the breakthrough? Xu Xiaomeng frowned slightly, a little unhappy that Han Fei directly called Master Chen's name. However, thinking that Han Fei was also a strong master, she replied, the Dark Warport. It said that he killed 3 explorers of the other party in the battle back then. Han Fei didn't give an answer immediately. He knew that his heavenly tribulation probably wouldn't be weak. As for where to transcend the tribulation, it depended on the situation. He couldn't just listen to what xuanhuan said, he had to go there and take a look. Han Fei couldn't help but say, let's go to the Ice Domain first. Then, go to the Fiery Sea, and finally go to the Dark War Port. What do you think? Okay. Although she really wanted to see Han Fei kill countless sea demons after the tribulation, the Dark War Port was indeed very dangerous. Han Fei was a guest, and his identity shouldn't be simple. Messenger Jing had even given him her venerable token. Unlike Xu Xiaomeng, Han Fei instantly understood why Queen Life asked Jinger to give him the venerable token. Heh, was there anything easier to attract the Sea Clan's attention than this thing? Once he put on the venerable token, everyone in the Sea Clan would look at him. He didn't know if Queen Life was testing him or if she wanted to see his abilities. Xu Xiaomeng, shall we go to the Ice Domain now? Han Fei said. My time is limited. I only have 3 years. Let's go now. Little Xu was taken aback for a moment. What can you do in merely 3 years? As far as she knew, it was already fast enough if one could become an explorer in 3 years. If he could even have the time to stabilize his base after the breakthrough, it would be the limit. However, although it was extremely dangerous to break through to become an explorer in the Waterwood world, as long as he didn't die, he would be rescued no matter what. After all, the queen would give him a drop of like spring water. However, since Han Fei wanted to go, just let him go. After a while, Han Fei followed Xu Xiaomeng and took a few teleportation arrays. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, well, Xiaomeng, can I ask if there is a map of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? I feel that I'm going to get lost, Xu Xiaomeng exclaimed. Oh, I almost forgot that the main routes of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all have route maps. I forgot to give them to you. Immediately, she took out a jade slip and handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei looked at it with his perception and was stunned. There must be hundreds of thousands of teleportation arrays, xuanhuan said. This is the main route map, which is available to all races. However, there are always some people who don't like living in groups. Therefore, the teleportation arrays they established aren't listed on the map. Han Fei searched for a long time. Then, where are we now? Shu Xiaomeng pointed at the 2 string of numbers above the teleportation array and said, "We are now in the 39/6th teleportation array, 1,500 miles high in the north, which can lead to the 11/23th teleportation array, 800 miles high in the north." Han Fei was stunned and thought to himself, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a representation of longitude and longitude. Han Fei glanced at the map and found that he would be able to leave the Cloud Sea Divine Tree after another 6 teleportation arrays. Immediately, Han Fei sighed. This must be difficult for you. Chapter 179, Ice City Wall Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After only 3 teleportation arrays, Han Fei had already found people coming and going. At first, it wasn't much. However, the more outward the teleportation array he took, the more people he encountered. These people, well, most of these people or creatures were hidden fishers. Few hanging fishers appeared, and the frequency of law enforcers appearing wasn't very high. Walking down this main road, Han Fei discovered that in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, various races were living together. There were all kinds of creatures here, especially the insect race. Some of them looked exactly the same, so it was difficult to distinguish them. For example, spiders were insects, so were centipedes, golden turtle beetles, and the big worms. Of course, for some reason, there were mostly golden turtle beetles in this place, which were of all shapes and sizes, except that pure gold bugs were very rare. There were also those big worms with all kinds of weird horns on their heads. The horns on the heads of these big worms were in the shape of spears, pincers, shovels, blades, and half-moon. Han Fei was almost dazzled. Every human, bird, insect, or tree demon would look at Han Fei in shock when they saw him. Then, they would look at the venerable token on his waist. Han Fei was speechless and said with a black face, "I was forced. Shu Xiaoman, read?" Then she saw Han Fei's face begin to change. In the next moment, Zhang Xuanyu's handsome face appeared on Han Fei's face. Knowing. After seeing Han Fei's new face, Shu Xiaomeng was surprised. Although you're a bit different from the human beings of our waterwood world, this face looks good. So, which of your faces is real? I knew it. Human beings can't be so ugly. Seeing that Han Fei was about to go on a rampage, Shu Xiaomeng realized something and shut up. Han Fei snorted and thought to himself, fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu didn't come to the waterwood world. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Wushang Shui in less than 3 days. After all, the people from the waterwood world were too good-looking. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Shu Xiaoman couldn't help but say apologetically, "Well, actually your previous face is good too. It's quite fierce. Well, yes, very fierce." Han Fei rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "If you don't know how to compliment others, just shut up," Han Fei said solemnly. "You will find out how popular a man like me is in the yin-yang world. Forget it, you won't understand. I use this face just to avoid trouble and to avoid wasting my time." Fuzz. When Han Fei walked out of the last teleportation array, he found that the surrounding temperature had plummeted. What he saw was a white glacier, on which there were a large number of ice jars. Han Fei gasped. "Bone jar plain?" Shu Xiaoman nodded. Because there is no land on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree within the range of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree's roots, it becomes the Bone Jar Plain. Of course, some people only have a sign and then hang it somewhere on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei couldn't help being a little moved. This bone jar was vast and there was no end to it. He didn't know how many there were. It seemed that too many creatures had died in battle, Shu Xiaoman said. Actually, it's just a memento. There's only a sign in this bone jar. Sometimes, when the ice jar is broken, it means that this person has obtained the final resting place. Then, new bone jars will be placed on it. This process repeats over and over again. Han Fei nodded slightly. Where is the battlefield? Do we still need a teleportation array? Shu Xiaoman shook her head. In the Bone Jar Plain, there are no teleportation arrays. People all fly over to admire the brave heroes who sacrificed themselves. We can fly directly from here. With that said, Shu Xiaomeng was about to take Han Fei to fly to the Bone Jar ice field, but when he turned his head, he found that Han Fei didn't move. Not only did he not move, but Han Fei also took out a boat. Shu Xiaoman was surprised and looked at the strangely gorgeous wind god boat. Is this a boat? Han Fei patted the boat and said, Come up, don't you have any boats in the waterwood world? Little Tree was a little puzzled. Yes, but we don't usually use boats, nor have we seen such a boat, and how can a boat sail on the ice? Buzz. The wind god boat floated in the air and flew across the sky. Little Tree immediately exclaimed, Ah! Boat, how can a boat fly? Han Fei frowned slightly. That's not right. Doesn't the waterwood world have a floating stone? Although the Heavenly Palace is supported by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, does the Heavenly Palace not need a floating stone? Or is the yin-yang world the only special one? Han Fei said, This is a fishing boat unique to the yin-yang world that can fly. My boat is quite ordinary. It can only fly for more than 60,000 kilometers a day. After taking out the Wind God boat, Han Fei wondered if the Wind God boat should be upgraded. With his current array skills, he could easily make the Wind God boat's speed reach 80,000 kilometers. If he upgraded the materials and refined the Wind God boat into a semi-divine weapon, it shouldn't be a problem to double the speed. Of course, this didn't seem to make any sense. Even if the Wind God boat's speed doubled, it was actually not as fast as his flying speed. Besides, he had to refine it into a divine weapon first. After flying hundreds of kilometers, Han Fei looked back at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At that time, he was deeply shocked, because up to now, he still couldn't see the top or bottom of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. As the Wind God boat rushed forward, one perception after another swept over. There were even law enforcers chasing along, curious about what this thing was. However, when someone saw the venerable token on Han Fei, they immediately shouted in shock, "Venerable token? Sorry for offending you, master." A large swarm of big-winged flying insects chased after the Wind God boat and exclaimed, Did human beings invent a new divine weapon? It looks like a ship. This ship looks so weird. Why can a ship fly? The swarm of insects rambled on for a long time, and there were even 2 ladybugs that landed on the Wind God boat, not paying much attention to Han Fei's venerable token. Once there was one, there was another. At first, there were 2 ladybugs, then a red-winged demon worm, and then a purple white-haired sparrow. Han Fei said, Hey, everyone, stop standing on my ship. If you continue to do so, the ship will collapse under your weight. The big beetle asked, Human, you look a bit strange. The bug couldn't tell what was strange about him, but this guy felt a little different. However, in their eyes, humans all looked the same. But the bird said, That's not right. When I came, I heard that someone came from the yin-yang world. However, everyone says the person is powerful but a little ugly. Han Fei's face turned black. Xuanhuan was still trying to hold back her laughter. Han Fei immediately shouted in a low voice, Hey, I'm in a hurry. Take your time chatting. Then, with a swish, the Wind God boat disappeared. Xuanhuan was about to say something when Han Fei stopped her. With a swish, the 2 of them disappeared. Xuanhuan had never seen the heavenly void divine movement before. She exclaimed, So fast. It's at least the speed of an intermediate explorer, Han Fei said. Is the insect race all talkative? Xuanhuan nodded. In a sense, a little bit. The Sky Clan is much better, usually cold and restrained. As they spoke, the 2 had already passed the Bone Jar ice plain. At this moment, Han Fei found that on the ice, a large number of humans, insects, tree demons, and giant big birds were fighting. Xuanhuan said, after crossing the Bone Jar ice plains, it's the land of the cold winter. This is just an ordinary battlefield, where there are mostly hanging fissures and hidden fissures. When you become a law enforcer, it's usually in the depths of the land of the cold winter. Han Fei saw that the giant beak rolled its beak on the ice and immediately dug out a hole. Then, a little tree man dug out the thick ice. Then, a mess of creatures emerged from the holes. There were sea demon plants, sea worms, crabs, and weird fish in the shape of snowballs. Although they knew that someone was passing by in the sky, they were already used to it and didn't take any precautions. They just thought that an explorer was passing by. Half an hour later, Han Fei saw a huge wall of ice and snow far away. He knew that this was the Ice City Wall that Xuanhuan mentioned. In his perception, there were large and small battles happening outside the city wall. However, the intensity wasn't high. Most of the battles were between law enforcers and there were no explorers. Han Fei asked in surprise, Is that all you've got, Xuanhuan? You can't expect there to be battles every day. Otherwise, the Waterwood world would have long been wiped out in the war. The strong need time to develop. This is just the 2 parties training. Occasionally, there will be a big battle, which is to consume the strength of our Waterwood world. They intend to slowly devour our strength in this way. Shua. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan landed on the city wall, they saw the city wall was thousands of meters thick and looked like a super huge block of ice. On the outside of the city wall, dense arrays were engraved. It could be seen how much effort the Waterwood World powerhouse had put into this ice wall. At this moment, many law enforcers were walking on the city wall. There were also creatures from various races setting up booths here, but there were not many booths. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan arrived, many people scanned them with their perceptions. However, although Xuanhuan was a heavenly talent, there were many creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It was impossible for everyone to know her, so no one cared about them. In short, the ice domain, in a sense, was a training ground. Under normal circumstances, few people died here. Xuanhuan pointed outside the ice and snow city wall and said, Some people will cross the ice and snow city wall and enter the deep sea. To see a real battle of the strong, you can only see it outside. Many special resources can only be obtained in the outer sea. Han Fei smiled. Do you dare to go there? Xuanhuan was briefly stunned. Within 100,000 kilometers, anything beyond this range is unpredictable. Han Fei thought for a moment. Why don't you wait for me here while I go out? Xuanhuan asked in surprise. Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you feel the battle on the ice wall first? Looking at the battle in the distance, Han Fei shook his head slightly. Too weak. It's meaningless. Seeing Han Fei licking his lips, for some reason, Xuanhuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What does this guy want to do? Chapter 1180. Am I not gaining experience here? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations different from the people on the Waterwood World side. Han Fei had felt that something was wrong when he heard about the 4 realms of the Waterwood World. In the yin-yang world, humans were actually the ones who took the initiative. They were usually tough. For example, when he was on the Scattered Stars Island, there were often battles, led by strong masters. However, in the Waterwood world, the ice domain was protected by ice city walls. The Dark War port was protected by the Fearless Barrier, the Fiery Sea, the Flame Wall, and there seemed to be an endless trench in the Cave Sea. In this case, in fact, the combat style of the Waterwood world was focused on defense, as if they were defending a city. He couldn't say that it was wrong. In different times and battles, different combat styles had their advantages, but the Waterwood world had been guarding for countless years, but had it never taken the initiative. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Xuanhuan, has any strong master in the Waterwood world ever attacked the royal city? Huh? Attack the royal city? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Who would attack the royal city? Since it was called the royal city, there must be a deep-sea giant demon guarding it. Xuanhuan shook her head quickly. She had never thought about that before. Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, if the yin-yang world had a king, according to Shui Shenqi's personality and the style of the Thug Academy, they would definitely try it. They might not be able to kill the other party, but they would definitely have a try. Besides, since the ice domain was only used as a training ground most of the time, wouldn't there be very few battles in the outer sea area? In other words, wouldn't the outer sea area have been robbed? Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. Over the years, although he had accumulated a lot of resources, he had also used a lot of them. Especially during the reincarnation, he consciously or unconsciously used a lot of resources. Han Fei immediately focused his eyes. How far is the royal city from here? Shu Xiaoman was confused and replied blankly, the royal city is in the direction of the Dark War port and the Fiery Sea. Han Fei almost laughed out loud. He coughed and said, Xiaoman, as you know, I came to the yin-yang world to transcend the tribulation and to gain more experience. Now that the ice domain is here, I can't just take a look at the ice wall and go back, right? Shu Xiaomang said. If it's not too far away, I'll go with you. I've been instructed by Master Chen. Han Fei waved his hand. Well, I may have to walk very far, more than 100,000 kilometers. Little Tree said in surprise. That's dangerous. There are often great demons at the Tao-seeking realm there. Han Fei grinned. Well, in fact, I'm just going to find a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm. Ordinary peak-level sea spirits are no longer enough for me to gain experience. Therefore, I may be in danger. If you stay here, I'll come back quickly. It'll take me half a month at most. No, Shu Xiaomang said firmly. As long as you go out, I have to follow you. You are not familiar with the Waterwood world at all, and you want to go out alone for half a month? Besides, you are about to transcend the tribulation. Why do you still need to gain experience? Han Fei was dumbfounded. I just want to experience it more and experience how it feels to fight a powerful demon in the Tao-seeking realm. Shu Xiaomang glanced at Han Fei's venerable token and took a deep breath. I'll follow you. Anyway, you have the venerable token. If anything goes wrong, you can come quickly. Han Fei glanced at his venerable token and quickly stuffed it into his pants. He couldn't expose it for the time being, or he would feel that the other party was looking at venerable tokens more than him. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, you can follow me, but you'll have to listen to my command. Shu Xiaoman nodded. I won't participate in your training. Besides, I am not an ordinary peak-level law enforcer. My spiritual beast is an electric fish. When I have to run, I can run very fast. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. In his opinion, as long as he didn't encounter 2 advanced or peak-level explorers at the same time, he could escape. If he really encountered a peak-level explorer, he would immediately call Jinger and then flee at full speed. Han Fei nodded. Okay, you said that. With that, Han Fei leaped into the air and flew out of the sea. When Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman left the Ice City wall, someone was slightly surprised. You've just come and you're already going out? However, most people didn't take it seriously. As long as he didn't run far, there was no problem. At most, he would attract some sea spirit level sea demons, 3,000 kilometers away. Han Fei perceived 3 sea spirit creatures, an ice dragon, and 2 half-mermen following him from a distance. Shu Xiaomang looked nervous. Shall we kill them? Otherwise, they will call more people over and try to surround us. Han Fei responded, No, fly slowly. Let them follow us for a while and wait for them to initiate an attack. Shu Xiaoman thought to herself, who would wait for others to attack him? She didn't know if Han Fei was extremely confident or arrogant. This was the outer sea, not the ice city wall. If anything happened, no one would immediately come to help him, 5,000 kilometers away. Han Fei perceived 7 peak-level sea spirits. He even heard a half-merman's voice. Shall we do it now? The person who was asked said, Let's not move first. This place is too close to the ice city wall. Besides, the humans who dare to come to the outer sea area are definitely not weak. Call 2 more people and try to kill them. 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei suddenly said, They're going to attack us. Follow me down. With that, Han Fei quickly descended and landed on the ice. Han Fei broke the ice with a punch and looked around carefully. Seeing that nobody was around, he secretly took out a fishing pole and caught a squid that had just entered the sea demon realm with the hook. In the distance, a half-merman asked in surprise, "What is this guy doing?" The ice dragon's eyes were cold. "Did he come here just to hunt a sea demon-level squid?" a half-merman shouted. "I can confirm that he's a peak-level law enforcer. Whatever he does, kill him. Swish, 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 xuan." Fei casually squeezed the squid to death and stuffed it into Forge the Universe, smiling. "xuanhuan, how is it? How many in total?" Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. "Only 9. "xuanhuan." Before xuanhuan asked, Han Fei murmured, 3, 2, 1, xuan, xuan, shrine, fran, shrine, murmured, 3, 2, 1, xuan, xuan, xuan. Suddenly, Xu Xiaomeng found that Han Fei was gone. At the moment Han Fei disappeared, a half-merman suddenly shouted, "Not good, this person is so fast, he doesn't look like a peak-level law enforcer, quickly retreat." However, within a second after the half-merman shouted, suddenly, with a bang, a cold light appeared in the water. Then, the ice dragon was beheaded. Buzz, a big black fish that was the fastest, was about to use a secret technique. However, when half of its body turned black, the shadow of a sledgehammer fell, and its head was suddenly torn apart. "Explorer, he's an explorer." The space was twisted, and 2 half-mermen who were escaping were chopped into pieces. From beginning to end, they didn't even see how Han Fei attacked. The remaining 5 half-mermen shouted in unison, "Sea King descends." Bang, bang, bang! The ice exploded, and in an instant a huge waterman appeared, a tooth-grinding shark appeared, and an octopus swept around. The moment Han Fei took action, Xu Xiaomen had already rushed towards Han Fei. She thought that Han Fei was strong, but the other party had 9 sea spirit powerhouses, so she should be able to deal with 2. However, after she just ran 100 kilometers, a roar burst out in the void. In an instant, 100 beast phantoms charged at the bottom of the sea, and the ice within dozens of kilometers cracked. Puff, puff, puff. Seeing the waterman collapse, the teeth of the teeth-grinding shark were broken. When she arrived, she saw that Han Fei was holding a total of 9 sea-swallowing seashells, a pile of semi-divine or low-quality divine weapons, and he was throwing them on the ground like garbage. Han Fei, on the other hand, was muttering, "They're not rich. The sea demons in the ice domain are a bit poor." Gulp. Xu Xiaomu swallowed and looked at Han Fei in shock. She felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were raging in her heart. "I haven't run away yet, and your battle is already over? Also, how can you claim to be poor when you're holding 9 sea-swallowing seashells in your hand?" Han Fei shook his head and rummaged through the sea-swallowing seashells in disgust. After only a minute or so, Han Fei said with a dark expression, "I think that although the sea demons in the ice domain are a bit poor, judging from the composition of the resources they have, most of the resources are spiritual fruits and mystic stones. This shows that in the outer waters of the ice domain, there are actually many resources." Xu Xiaoman asked blankly, "Aren't you here to gain experience?" Xu Xiaomu pointed at the semi-divine weapons and low-quality divine weapons on the ground. "These are low-quality divine weapons anyway. Can you just leave them here?" Han Fei hummed a response and put away the weapons on the ground. He said solemnly, "Am I not training here? I snatched the resources of the Sea Clan to replenish thousands of creatures of other races. That makes sense, doesn't it?" But Xu Xiaomeng was speechless too. Why does it seem to make sense? But for some reason, she felt that Han Fei's trip this time was more like a robbery. But something was not right. Xu Xiaomeng pointed at the sea demons. "How should we deal with them? 9 sea spirit realm powerhouses have died at the same time. There must be a Tao-seeking realm sea demon coming to investigate. What should we do now? Shall we return to the Ice City Wall?" Han Fei immediately tilted his head and looked at Xu Xiaomeng, thinking to himself, "Why is this girl so stupid? If I don't want to be discovered, I'll definitely take these sea demons' bodies away." "I must have a purpose to leave their bodies here," Han Fei said. "Don't panic. At such a critical moment, the only thing we should do is to wait." Little Tree gasped and exclaimed, "Are you really going to wait for a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm?" Chapter 181, There You Are. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Inside the Stealth Array. Han Fei asked, "Well, Xiaoman, if I have too many resources, is there any way for me to sell them quickly?" Xu Xiaoman said, "Don't you want to repay thousands of creatures?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "If I repay them, they should repay me too, right? I don't ask for much. It doesn't matter if I suffer a loss." Xu Xiaomeng felt that she had seen through Han Fei's mind. This guy was here to rob. However, up to now, even Xu Xiaoman was shocked by Han Fei's combat efficiency. It was really too fast. Just now, there were 9 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses. If ordinary law enforcers encountered them, they would be lucky to be able to escape. However, in Han Fei's hands, the tables had turned. At this moment, Xu Xiaoman had a rough idea of why Master Chen lost to him and why Han Fei dared to explore the outer waters of the ice domain alone. Xu Xiaomeng said leisurely, "If, in fact, you're not afraid of losses, there are 2 ways to sell your resources. One is the human market, the other is to exchange with Venerable Shui. However, most people can't afford what xuanhuan has. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Oh, really? Han Fei thought to himself, there are only two situations where I can't afford it. Either the quality is not enough, or the quantity is not enough. I should be able to afford it. Worst comes to worst, I'll just grab more. This is my old profession. Under the cover of the array, Han Fei waited for a full hour. Except for the sea spirit creatures passing by, most of them were sea demon realm creatures who would cry that something happened here. However, none of the Tao-seeking realm powerhouses appeared. Han Fei grew impatient. Is the royal city so capricious? Sea spirit creatures are nothing in their eyes. They don't even bother to send someone over to take a look? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said, maybe this place is too close to the ice city wall. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me wait for so long. Immediately, Han Fei removed the concealment array and the breath-concealing array and said, let's go. Let's continue heading to the outer sea. Little Tree frowned and reminded him, Han Fei, I know you are very strong. However, 9 sea spirits almost died at the same time. It's impossible that no one noticed it. Someone must have guessed that an explorer on the ice city wall took action. Han Fei glanced at her silently. Why don't you go back? I always like to act alone. You are too slow. Shu Xiaomu felt that she was despised. She must be despised. But she still shook her head firmly. No, I want to follow you. Han Fei was speechless. The people of Waterwood World are a bit simple-minded. Why are they so simple-minded? Han Fei immediately said, it's fine if you want to follow me. Then, no matter what happens in the future, listen to me. Shu Xiaomu nodded and thought to herself, if you're not afraid, I can't disgrace the Waterwood World. The two set off again. Because they were both peak-level law enforcers, the sea demons didn't notice them at all. After 50,000 kilometers away from the ice city wall, Han Fei discovered that there were mines and spiritual fruits under the ice in the outer sea area. There were also many creatures here. However, the creatures here usually had one thing in common. Except for some special species, most of them were conchs and carapace. Besides, they were mostly ice blue and white and had basically sharp blades or spikes on their bodies. There was no telling if they evolved like this to break the ice. Several times, Shu Xiaoman said, Han Fei, I found spiritual fruits. Han Fei was unmoved. Just ignore it. You don't even want spiritual fruits. We only need a little time to get them. Han Fei curled his lips. A few spiritual fruits are not worth the time. By the way, which part is remote in the ice domain? I mean, where the creatures in the Waterwood World don't usually go. Shu Xiaoman pointed to the west. Go west. The fiery sea is to the west side of the ice domain, so the temperature and environment there are better. However, it's usually more dangerous there. At this moment, Shu Xiaomang no longer resisted Han Fei's question. She felt that Han Fei was not the kind of person who would risk his life easily. Han Fei said, let's go west. An hour later, Shu Xiaoman saw Han Fei slow down. She sensed many sea spirit creatures. Besides, these sea spirit creatures were relatively more concentrated. Although there were no peak-level sea spirits, 3 sea spirit creatures appeared within 1,000 kilometers, which meant that this place was getting more and more dangerous. Suddenly, one of the crabs raised its eyes. Shua! In an instant, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. Without even breaking the ice, he appeared directly in front of the cave. Smack! Under Shu Xiaoman's perception, Han Fei set up a breath-concealing array. Immediately afterward, the crab suddenly lay on the ground and was cut into halves. Han Fei said to her via voice transmission, your soul power is too weak. Don't perceive anything beyond 300 kilometers. If you are discovered and the other party cries for help, I won't be able to arrive in time no matter how fast I am. Shu Xiaoman, Han Fei emptied the crab's den, dug out 3 spiritual fruits, grabbed a sea-swallowing seashell, and then stuffed the whole crab into Forge the Universe. Gulp, Shu Xiaoman swallowed. She couldn't imagine what she would do if she met an opponent like Han Fei on the battlefield. She had a rough judgment. If Han Fei launched a sneak attack within 500 kilometers, she might not even be able to use her law enforcement ability before she was killed by Han Fei. What frightened Shu Xiaomang the most was that Han Fei's control of space ignored the ice and he could appear directly under the ice without a sound. Those sea spirit creatures probably couldn't imagine it at all. Han Fei didn't come up. Instead, he set up a breath-concealing array and a stealth array and went straight in. Shu Xiaoman didn't dare to release her perception anymore. She simply put her perception on Han Fei. In less than 10 seconds, 3 sea demons of the sea spirit realm were killed before they could react. When Han Fei reappeared on the wind god boat, he said casually, these sea demons are relatively weak. I'll set up a stealth array, and a breath-concealing array on the boat. Act according to the situation. I won't be on the boat. If he were in the 10,000 Demon Valley, he wouldn't have encountered such a situation, nor would there be a sea spirit cultivating within a mere 100,000 miles from the human camp. Therefore, Han Fei's confidence was greatly increased at this moment. As long as he was fast enough, he could rob the other party before they could react. In just 2 hours, Han Fei had secretly killed 27 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses, including 6 who were at the peak of the Sea Spirit Realm. At this moment, Han Fei was digging an undersea cave of a half-merman. From the man's sea-swallowing seashell, he found more than 300 spiritual fruits, more than 10,000 caddies of spirit-awakening fluid, a mid-quality divine weapon, 6 low-quality divine weapons, and a few high-quality ores. Tusk, nothing is more profitable than robbing, Han Fei exclaimed. Suddenly, he perceived that a half-merman in a dark blue battlesuit was tearing the void more than 800 kilometers away. It was a cave that Han Fei had just robbed. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew that some strong masters couldn't sit still anymore. So many sea spirit powerhouses had been killed in a row. The other party couldn't be unconcerned. Han Fei immediately said to xuanhuan via voice transmission, "There is a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm. Don't do anything. Hold your breath. Don't move." Xuanhuan's heart trembled. Has a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm finally come? In Xuanhuan's view, Han Fei's robbing speed was too fast. If there were hundreds of abnormally strong masters like Han Fei in the Waterwood world, the Sea Clan would definitely not be so unscrupulous. According to Han Fei, Xuanhuan didn't dare to move at all. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm. Han Fei looked very casual. When the half-merman in the Tao-seeking realm appeared, Han Fei knew that he didn't have much time left in this robbery. However, he didn't panic at all. Just now, he had sent a voice transmission to Xuanhuan just to see if the half-merman at the Tao-seeking realm could perceive it. If he was at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, the other party didn't, which meant that the other party's perception wasn't enough to know what happened thousands of kilometers away in an instant. In that case, Han Fei was naturally relieved. Even if the other party was an advanced explorer, even if he couldn't beat him, he could escape easily. Han Fei pretended that he didn't notice it at all, put away the things, and slightly loosened his breath-concealing array and stealth array. Immediately, the half-mermaid looked in Han Fei's direction. "Humph, I finally found you, huh? A peak-level law enforcer?" The eyes of the half-merman who was at the Tao-seeking realm narrowed. Could it be that those sea spirit sea demons were all killed by this peak-level law enforcer? How could a person who could kill a sea spirit at such a high frequency be merely a peak-level law enforcer? But after sensing it again, he confirmed that it was only Han Fei here. Besides, there was blood flowing on the ground of that cave. It must be him. A human heavenly talent? Humph, don't even think about leaving. The half-merman tore through the void and disappeared more than 900 kilometers away. Buzz. At the moment when the half-merman at the Tao-seeking realm tore through the void, Han Fei sneered. "You dare to come alone? To deliver a package?" Chila. The void was suddenly torn apart, and Han Fei pretended to shiver in horror and ran away. The half-merman roared, "Can you run away?" The half-merman appeared in front of Han Fei and thrust a harpoon at him. But at the next moment, Han Fei suddenly turned his head and grinned. There you are. Chapter 1182, Escape into the Void. Han Fei's smile gave the big demon a shock. What did he mean? His first reaction was that there was an ambush here, so he hurriedly retreated. But the moment he tried to perceive his surroundings, he heard a deafening roar. At that moment, 100 beasts charged forward and roared. Humph! The half-merman felt as if his head was exploding, and he immediately grunted and blood erupted into his throat. When he managed to come back to his senses, he suddenly felt a life-and-death crisis. Not only was someone fighting with him for control of his body, but he also felt a strong sense of danger. He even felt that his vitality was being crazily devoured. He felt that his skin was tightening and his strength was weakening. Han Fei was very calm at this moment. This time, he specially waited for a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm to test his sky-stealing technique. The 6th level of void fishing was called the sky-stealing technique. Its predecessor was called the luck-stealing technique. In terms of name alone, the luck-stealing technique might be easier to understand, but when the sky-stealing technique was used, Han Fei knew how powerful a powerful technique could be. The so-called sky-stealing technique wasn't really to steal the heavenly Tao or anything, but to steal other people's luck and fate. It could be intuitively understood as stealing life, stealing other people's fate. Different from the time law was to control time within a small range, making time accelerate or slow down. The strong could make time flow crazily in a certain area, killing people. But the sky-stealing technique was different. It directly stole the life of others and forcibly absorbed their life potential. The old turtle said leisurely, "Your technique is not weak, but unfortunately the vitality you can transform is not much. In addition, your body is extremely young, so this trick doesn't mean much to you. Even if you suck him dry, I'm afraid it won't increase your lifespan by 10 years. This has to do with your age." This was the first time Han Fei had used the sky-swallowing technique on a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm. He could control his soul with the void lines before, but now he could use the void lines to devour vitality. Besides, the void lines didn't seem to be so sensitive to soul treasures. Han Fei responded, "So this technique is useless to me?" The old turtle said, "It's useful. Maybe after another 1,000 years, when your body becomes old, you can use this technique to keep yourself young. For example, in the venerable realm, perhaps others have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Then, if you have this technique, you can extend your life to 20,000 years or even longer." Han Fei was shocked. In that case, this sky-stealing technique is definitely a divine technique. Other people need life fruits or something to maintain their life, but I can just steal others' vitality, the old turtle chuckled. "However, I'm afraid you will definitely be treated as a monster." Han Fei curled his lips. "I don't care about it at all." The main reason is that my goal has never been the venerable realm, but the king realm. Then I can easily live tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Han Fei didn't feel much about the sky-stealing technique. He didn't intend to devour anyone's vitality at this moment. He'd better keep the sky-stealing technique to himself first. On the other side, the Tao-seeking realm demon was horrified. He still wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Then he saw a sword light that could tear the sky and the earth suddenly light up. Before he died, the half-merman still didn't understand who killed him. He didn't believe that a brat at the peak of the law enforcer realm could be so strong. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything now. Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the wind god boat, watched this scene in shock, his mouth open and his eyes widened. A Tao-seeking realm powerhouse had died just like that? He had just come out. Having witnessed the whole battle, Xuanhuan didn't know how to describe such a battle. After the Tao-seeking realm demon tore through the void, he only had time to take a step forward and shoot out a spear. Then, he was inexplicably killed by Han Fei's sword. Who wouldn't be horrified? Not to mention whether or not the half-merman had fully revealed his strength. His battlesuit aside, he probably couldn't be seriously injured even if she shot with all her strength. However, under Han Fei's attack, the battlesuit that was at least at the divine level and the strong physique of the Tao-seeking realm was as fragile as paper. At this moment, Xuanhuan felt that she had underestimated Han Fei's strength. The Tao-seeking realm and the sea spirit realm were on completely different levels. Under normal circumstances, a peak-level law enforcer, no matter how talented he was, could at most match a cultivator who had just entered the Tao-seeking realm. He could fight the latter, but probably lose. But Han Fei had completely exceeded her understanding of power. Han Fei directly took out the sun moon shell of this half-merman. Yes, ordinary sea demons used sea-swallowing seashells, but this guy used the sun moon shell. However, before Han Fei checked it, he heard a voice in his heart. Boy, why aren't you running? I feel the smell of a peak-level Tao-seeking realm powerhouse. Han Fei was stunned. A great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm has already appeared? Shua. Han Fei appeared on the wind god boat, put away the wind god boat, and grabbed Xuanhuan, who was in a daze. Let's go. Xuanhuan, Han Fei, decided that he would definitely not take this burden with him when he went back this time. If Xuanhuan was not around, with his abilities, he could definitely snatch a lot more if he disguised himself as a sea demon. However, as soon as Han Fei ran for 100 seconds, the old turtle reminded him, "Enter the void. Someone has caught up with us." Buzz. Han Fei used the phantom glass wings and the heavenly void divine movement, and Xuanhuan suddenly saw brilliant colors appear in front of her eyes. At the next moment, before Xuanhuan could react, with a swish, she saw nothing but the boundless dark void. Xuanhuan was shocked. "A law enforcer can tear the void?" Han Fei said. "I can't, but I can break into the void when I'm extremely fast." More than 5,000 kilometers away, the void trembled, and a strong master who looked like an inferior manfish broke out of the void. If Han Fei saw this person, he would definitely discover that he was an Azure Sea Blue demon. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, it was said that it was extremely difficult for Azure Sea Blue demons to cultivate to a high level. If Han Fei saw this sea demon, he might have other thoughts about the ice domain. "Humph! You want to run after killing so many members of the Sea Clan? I'll wait for you at the Ice City Wall." A long conch appeared in the Azure Sea Blue demon's hand, and a bubbling sound echoed. In the next moment, he tore the void again. It was not that he didn't want to chase and fight in the void, but he was afraid of being ambushed. Han Fei rushed forward and shouted in a low voice, "I told you not to follow me, otherwise it would be much more convenient for me to run alone." Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and said, "You are a visitor from the yin-yang world. Master Chen instructed me to follow you." Han Fei was speechless. Stupid. About half an hour later, the old turtle in his heart suddenly said, "You can't go back. Someone is blocking your way." Buzz. Seeing that Han Fei suddenly changed his direction, Xuanhuan asked in confusion, "Isn't this the way to the Ice City Wall?" "Han Fei, the way is blocked. Let's go to the Fiery Sea." Relying on his memory of the map of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, Han Fei changed his direction and went straight to the Fiery Sea. As for the Ice Wall, Han Fei wasn't worried at all. There were strong masters there. Since the Ice City Wall had been erected there for thousands of years, it was definitely not something a few great demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm could break through. Otherwise, the ice domain would have long been broken through. Outside, within 10,000 kilometers of the Ice City Wall, 7 or 8 peak Tao-seeking powerhouses broke through the void and came over. A half-merman asked grimly, "Green Demon, where is he?" The Azure Sea Blue demon frowned and said, "He ran in the direction of the Ice City Wall. By logic, he should be arriving soon." Someone looked back at the Ice City Wall. "This place is too close to the Ice City Wall. We can't stay long." Someone roared, "It's been a long time since a large-scale war broke out on the Ice City Wall. The Waterwood world is provoking us by slaughtering as many as 50 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses at once. We must teach them a lesson." Toot, toot. On the Ice City Wall, a loud horn suddenly sounded. A peak-level explorer shouted, "Prepare for battle! Tweet, tweet! Swish, swish, swish!" Buzz. The creatures that were setting up stalls on the city wall immediately cleaned up their stalls and stood on the city wall. In an instant, the sky was occupied by the Sky Clan and the Insect Clan. Little treemen's roots were stuck to the city wall, some were hanging on the city wall, and some had their bodies parallel to the ground. Several peak-level explorers crossed the city wall and stood in mid-air. Someone shouted, "Does the Sea Clan want to start a war?" Someone was puzzled. Huh? No more sea demons are coming. There are only a few great demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. They seem to be blocked outside. Someone pondered and said, "How many people have gone to the outer sea recently?" Humph, no matter what, wait a moment. When everyone is here, just drive them away. At this time, someone from the Sea Clan shouted angrily, "Waterwood World, don't you know what you've done? You sent people to plunder the outer waters and slaughter our sea spirit realm powerhouses? This matter can't be over." On the Waterwood World side, many creatures were dumbfounded. "When did we slaughter your Sea Clan members? We didn't even send anyone out, okay?" A big bird asked telepathically, "Could it be that a powerhouse passed the outer sea and destroyed a sea demon's lair?" Some tree demons shook their branches and leaves. Those who dare to kill people in the outer sea area are at least peak-level explorers. Once they are surrounded, they will suffer a great loss. A bug buzzed. Could it be that a venerable passed by and casually crushed some sea demons? Someone was speechless. What's wrong with your brain? If it's really a venerable, why would they dare to chase him? The venerable's battlefield is never the ice domain. Someone shouted in a low voice. No matter what, just wait a moment and then drive them away. While the ice city wall was preparing for battle, Han Fei was quarreling with the big turtle. The big turtle said, "Idiot, there aren't many strong masters in this damn place. Now that those people have gone to block you, can't you go rob their home?" Han Fei said. "You damn turtle, I can tell that you're up to no good. I don't believe that they don't have anyone guarding their base camp in the ice domain. Old turtle, do you want me to die? Then you can come out again and try to steal my soul." The old turtle scolded, "With this calabash, how can I attack you? Sometimes you're bold, but sometimes extremely timid. You stupid turtle, you are the timid one. Your whole family is timid." "Roar! I'm just kindly reminding you, you ingrate." After bickering with the big turtle for a moment, Han Fei thought quickly. Actually, what the old turtle said wasn't impossible. However, he had a burden with him. He didn't want that kind of thing like Lin Meow Meow to happen again. Besides, if he really wanted to rob a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm, he had to wait until he became an explorer. The old turtle definitely didn't have any good intentions. The old turtle's eyes glittered. This human being is so greedy, but why is he not greedy now? He is not tempted by such a good opportunity. Has he really seen through me? The old turtle looked up at the demon purification pot, horrified. If he didn't think of a way to escape from Han Fei's body now, when this kid really became an explorer, his strength would probably double. At that time, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Han Fei didn't panic. This was only the first day he came to the Waterwood World. He had 3 years to cause trouble here, so he wasn't in a hurry. Han Fei turned his head and asked, "What should I know about the Fiery Sea?" Xuanhuan was stunned and said blankly, "The Fiery Sea is similar to the ice domain. However, the wall of fire in the Fiery Sea is just a way to select the strongest. If you want to pass the wall of fire, you have to be at least a peak-level hidden fisher. Therefore, the wall of fire is close to the ultimately fierce battlefield. There are battles there all year round, so there are venerables from both human beings and sea demons side-guarding there." Han Fei was surprised. "Are there venerables guarding there all the time?" Xu Xiaomang replied. "Venerables usually don't take action. To be more precise, the ultimately fierce battlefield is more like a life and death arena. Explorers fight explorers, and law enforcers fight law enforcers. It's a strategic location where the Sea Clan intends to continuously consume our Waterwood World's combat power." Han Fei's eyes glittered again. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Do they carry resources with them?" Xu Xiaomang shrank her head and looked at Han Fei in shock. "What do you want to do again?" Chapter 1183, Fiery Sea Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's speed was so fast that it frightened Xu Xiaomang. For the first time, she felt that speed was so important under the same realm. After running for more than an hour, Han Fei didn't know how far he had run. According to his own estimation, he had probably flown more than 200,000 kilometers away. When he was still a hidden fisher, he didn't even dare to imagine that he could run so far in only 1 hour. Therefore, the Wind God boat was no longer useful. Of course, he was only in the law enforcer realm at present. He just relied on his speed to forcefully rush into the void. Otherwise, with the explorer's knowledge of tearing space, his speed would be faster. On the surface of the sea, where there was no ice, a single-horned red shark was biting the corpses of unknown creatures. All of a sudden, a sword light cut out of the void. With a swish, the shark that was already at the initial sea spirit realm was cut in half. From the beginning to the end, the big shark didn't even have the time to respond. He was just having a meal. Who did he piss off? Why was he killed? Han Fei and Xu Xiaomang walked out of the void rift. Xu Xiaomang looked at the shark that was killed by Han Fei in shock and asked, "How do you know that there are sea creatures outside?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Believe it or not, I rely on my senses." Xu Xiaomang immediately shook her head. "The sea area is so big. How can you kill sea demons so easily? Then why don't you do that every day?" Han Fei unhurriedly put the shark into Forge the Universe and said, "Don't be surprised. It's just a sea spirit shark that just made a breakthrough. The temperature here is indeed a bit high. I think we will arrive at the fiery sea soon." This time, Han Fei took out the wind god boat because he didn't want to rush to the fiery sea. Besides, this was the border between the ice domain and the fiery sea. He wanted to see if there were any sea demons' nests nearby that he could rob. On the wind god boat, Han Fei lay on the big sofa and said lazily, "Tell me more about the fiery sea. Are they here just for fighting? Will they carry their sea-swallowing seashells with them?" xuanhuan said with a black face. "Of course they will, but there won't be many good things in them. Think about it, they must have used all the good things and felt that they were very powerful, so they went to the fiery sea to ask for a battle. No one will bring all his treasures to go to a battle, right? If they die, wouldn't they give them away for nothing? Therefore, if there is really good stuff, they must have used it immediately." Han Fei frowned. "That's true. If that's the case, fighting alone won't mean much." However, xuanhuan added, "However, among the sea demons fighting in the fiery sea, there are many special marine creatures, and half-mermen only account for a small proportion." Han Fei was puzzled. "Why?" xuanhuan explained, "because although the half-mermen can resist the high-intensity flames, they are not very adapted to it. Except for a few half-mermen who specialize in this, the fiery sea has restrictions on their abilities, as well as on human manipulators and tree demons. They generally don't want to go to the fiery sea." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Then who will go there? The insect clan, and the fire attribute sky clan. As for the sea demons, the creatures among them that are extremely heat-resistant or have similar attributes usually like to go to the fiery sea." Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "So there are only monsters there? There aren't many humans there, right?" xuanhuan, "The insect race members are not monsters. Most of the insect race creatures are very cute." Han Fei curled his lips. He really couldn't associate the insect race with cuteness. xuanhuan hurriedly said, "Han Fei, don't be racist. The queen insect is guarding the fiery sea. Be careful not to let her hear you." "Puffed." Han Fei was shocked. He asked in surprise, "Queen insect? Is there a queen insect?" "Is there a queen insect?" Han Fei thought to himself. "If my memory is not bad, when I first came to the Waterwood world, I heard a child mention the queen insect. Even if she's not a king, she should be at least a peak level." xuanhuan quickly waved her hand. "No, queen insect is a designation. The growth of the insect race has no obstacles before the king realm. They all develop towards the queen insect. There are 28 insect venerables in the Waterwood world. Except for one king insect, the rest are all queen's insect." Han Fei was stunned. He took a deep breath and said, "There are so many venerables in the insect race? Why didn't he know about the insect race before?" They were quite strong. Apart from Jinger, there were only 72 venerables in the Waterwood world. The insect race alone accounted for 28 of them. In other words, the insect race was the race with the most number of venerables. Their venerables outnumbered the human race, the sky race, and the tree demons. While controlling the wind god boat to fly to the fiery sea, Han Fei asked, "How many queen's insect are there in the fiery sea?" xuanhuan said, "No more than 5. They are all around the fiery tree, rotating once a year." Han Fei asked in confusion, "What about the other queen's insect? Are they all in the Dark War Port?" xuanhuan shook her head. "No. Half of them are in the Dark War Port, and most are in the Cave Sea in the south." Han Fei frowned and said, "Didn't you say that the Cave Sea is a place for ordinary creatures to gain experience? Why are there so many venerables in the Cave Sea?" xuanhuan also sighed. "The insect race is good at soldier explosion, so it's the strongest race in the Waterwood world. Their venerables are only responsible for the soldier explosion." Wait a moment, let me ask you, what do you mean by soldier explosion?" xuanhuan hurriedly explained. "Well, you are not from the Waterwood world. It may sound a little surprising. Queen's insect can devour energy and give birth to various low-level insects, or they can directly give birth to peak-level law enforcers at a high price. It's said that the current strongest queen insect can give birth to more than 300 hanging fisher-level insects a day, more than 50 hidden fisher-level insects, or less than 5 law enforcers. If the time is enough, some queen insect will spend nearly half a year or more giving birth to a law enforcer-level insect with high potential." Hiss! Han Fei was stunned. This was too much. What kind of race was this? He had to fight so hard to become a hanging fisher. However, one queen insect could give birth to 300 in a day. How could there be such an unreasonable race in this world? So this was the so-called soldier explosion? Damn it. If it were in the yin-yang world, it would only take 3 or 5 years for these worms to blow up the 10,000 Demon Valley. It was simply terrifying. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed and looked around. No matter whether the queen insects had noticed him or not, he said, "The insect race is good." "Pfoofed," xuanhuan said with a smile. "Actually, it's not that serious. The insect race occupies the Cave Sea mainly to train their soldiers. Although the insect race reproduces very quickly, like the creatures of other races, they also need to gain fighting experience. For example, although the strongest queen insect can reproduce 300 hanging fishers in a day, only 1/5 of them can survive to the hidden fisher realm. There are at most 4 or 5 who can survive to the hidden fisher realm and grow to the law enforcer realm, but the remaining few worms are all real strong masters. Xuanhuan rambled on about the growth and history of the insect race, but Han Fei felt like a duck was quacking in his ears. From the beginning to the end, he had only understood that the queen's insect were very fertile. If it weren't for the fact that an explorer needed to transcend the tribulation, there might be queen insect that would directly give birth to an explorer. One day passed. Han Fei and Xuanhuan entered the fiery sea. The so-called fiery sea was really burnt red whether in the sky or in the sea. Have you ever seen a sea surface burning? Han Fei saw it. In Han Fei's perception, the mountains here were undulating and magma was surging in them. But this was not the origin of the name Fiery Sea. The Fiery Sea actually originated from a big tree, which was naturally not as tall as the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, nor could it cover such a large area. In comparison, the tree was only 1/100th the size of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. But even so, it was not small. Han Fei didn't understand. Why was there a tree here? Wasn't the Cloud Sea Divine Tree afraid of heat? There were flames floating even in the air. The temperature here had risen to a terrifying level, probably no less than the temperature of magma. And Han Fei had just entered the fiery sea. Xuanhuan said solemnly, if we want to enter the fiery sea from the outside, we need to break through the wall of flames in one fell swoop. The Sea Clan Venerables won't take action. This is the tacit understanding between the Waterwood world and the Sea Clan. Once the Sea Clan Venerables take action, the Queen's insect will also take action. Han Fei frowned. What about the sea demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said, they may attack us. Therefore, we have to find a relatively weak place to rush in. After all, a peak-level Tao-seeking realm sea demon can't do what a venerable can do. Xuanhuan looked solemn. Although she felt that Han Fei should be able to enter the wall of flames, who could say for sure, she had to be prepared for battle. Han Fei's first thought was to ask the old turtle, but then he thought, what if the old turtle set me up? Shua, with a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Xuanhuan was puzzled. Is this the legendary spirit-swallowing fish? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Legendary? Xuanhuan shook her head quickly. Oh no, I know there are such creatures, but in the waters of the Waterwood world, there are very few spirit-swallowing fish, because it is difficult for them to survive here. Han Fei said, oh, that's right, spirit-swallowing fish are indeed very weak. I usually only let my daughter find the way. Under the puzzled gaze of Xuanhuan, Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, girl, can you feel which side is the most dangerous? Little White circled several times before flying to Han Fei's cheek. Dad, they're all dangerous. Xuanhuan's eyes widened. The book doesn't say that spirit-swallowing fish can talk. And this spirit-swallowing fish can even call you Dad? Han Fei said. Well, relatively speaking, which direction is the least dangerous? Little White glanced at the 30-degree angle to Han Fei's left. There, okay, go back first. Daddy will let you come out to play later. Xuanhuan was stunned. That's it? Han Fei grinned. I trust my daughter. Chapter 184, Charge the Wall of Flame. As a person of the Waterwood world, Xuanhuan had known to guard the Cloud Sea Divine Tree since childhood. She never thought that she could actually rampage in the outer sea like Han Fei. At this moment, the two of them entered the void crack again. After about half an hour, Han Fei found a large number of peak-level sea demon realm and even sea spirit realm creatures. It could be seen that on the other side of the Wall of Flame, resources were extremely abundant. However, he couldn't do anything here. Otherwise, how could the other party's venerables sit idle? After rushing forward for another 100 seconds, Han Fei passed a Tao-seeking realm great demon, a dragon snake who was floating in the water. There was no telling if it was cultivating or doing something. Only 1,000 kilometers away, when Han Fei and the others passed the dragon snake suddenly opened its eyes and lashed its tail through the void. Roar! Han Fei's face changed slightly. Damn it. How could he be discovered? Beast King technique. Han Fei turned into a Sky Survey Golden Hawk, grabbed Xuanhuan, and began to run at full speed, which was almost 5 times faster. Hiss! Xuanhuan was dumbfounded again. Han Fei had become a member of the Sky Clan, and his speed had increased so much all of a sudden, Xuanhuan discovered, to her shock, that she was shocked all the time today. Every time, she felt that she already knew the limits of Han Fei's strength. However, every time, Han Fei broke her understanding. Chila, hiss! Han Fei, who was racing, suddenly saw 2 rays of light appear in the infinite darkness almost at the same time. Subconsciously, Han Fei pinched his fingers to calculate and found that the light on his left front was not dangerous. A voice echoed in the void. When the juniors are fighting, venerables shall not interfere. Humph! There's something wrong with this Sky Survey Golden Hawk. How can a peak-level law enforcer enter the void? The voice on the other side said, even so, it's not something a venerable like you should ask. Racing under the watch of a Sea Clan venerable, he was quite bold. He was ready to send a message to Jinger at any time. Once the other party attacked him at all costs, he didn't know if Jinger could arrive in time. However, the Sea Clan venerable didn't take action but closed the void rift. Immediately afterward, rays of light appeared, which were all the Sea Clan's Tao-seeking realm powerhouses. Han Fei thought for a moment. At this moment, he could see 17 cracks, which probably didn't include the big demons in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. In the dark void, Han Fei shouted, "Hold on tight." Like an arrow of light, Han Fei looked at the void crack in the front and rushed out frantically. Some peak-level explorers were even faster than Han Fei and tried to block him. Chirp. In Han Fei's eyes, an array appeared, and with a swish, Han Fei disappeared. Han Fei's stealth array and breath-concealing technique were not very powerful before, but he had learned the breath-concealing technique from the Tiger King for a while. After all, cats were naturally good at this. In terms of breath concealing, they were no weaker than human powerhouses. Therefore, Han Fei's current performance stunned the other party who was at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Humph, do you think this is useful? Devour. In the void, a terrifying suction force suddenly burst out. It was the power of the other party's law. If it was the other party's Dao, it would become invisible and its strength would be boosted. At this moment, even if Han Fei was invisible, it was useless. After all, the devouring technique didn't care about invisibility. However, Han Fei grinned. I know the devour art too. Absorb. After 2 seconds, Han Fei finally saw the full appearance of the big demon in the Dao-seeking realm. It turned out to be a shrimp soldier. However, unlike ordinary shrimp soldiers, this one seemed to be cooked. Buzz. Seeing that the opponent's spear hit the void, Han Fei twisted his body and suddenly disappeared. Huh, the shrimp soldier shouted. This Sky Survey Golden Hawk knows a space secret technique. When he passed the shrimp soldier, Han Fei grinned. Speed up! Buzz, buzz, buzz! One speed array after another was attached to him, and Han Fei's speed increased a bit more. Seeing that the other peak-level Dao-seeking realm demons probably couldn't catch up with him, Han Fei laughed. I'm only a peak-level law enforcer. You sea demons are shameless bullies. Nonsense. How can a peak-level law enforcer be so fast? You are at least an advanced explorer. A purple fish that looked like sharp knives dashed at him with a secret technique. But immediately, space trembled, and Han Fei twisted his body and dodged again. Han Fei sneered. In terms of running, the star teleportation technique was the strongest escape technique he had seen so far. Even if he could sweep across the elites of the big clans in the past, he generally wouldn't attack the Yi family people because he couldn't catch them at all. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, even though he was stronger than the sky-swimming falcon, it still took him more than half a year to touch the sky-swimming falcon. This was the power of star teleportation technique. 10 seconds passed in an instant, and a sea race venerable immediately realized that something was wrong. Several venerables glanced at Han Fei and discovered, to their shock, that this Sky Survey Golden Hawk seemed to have a big problem. It was really a peak-level law enforcer, but its speed was too fast. At that moment, a sea race venerable realized that this might be the heavenly talent of the Waterwood world, Qila. A claw mark stabbed into the void, trying to kill Han Fei. Han Fei's heart suddenly chilled. He immediately activated the venerable token, and a phantom suddenly appeared in the void. Jinger shouted, "Who dares to touch the people of the Waterwood world?" Rumble. A sea race venerable immediately shouted, "Not good, it's Ningjing. Kill this person." In the blink of an eye, Jinger's phantom collided with the venerable in the void. But the phantom didn't disappear. She immediately shouted, "Queen's insect, attack." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void was in chaos. Han Fei was extremely close to the flame wall. When he was only less than 5,000 kilometers away, he saw a flame spider suddenly rush into the void. The long silk in the void grabbed at Han Fei. At the same time, 4 spider phantoms rushed in all directions. Boom, 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 the void exploded. Han Fei didn't expect that the Sea Clan venerables would still attack him even though the Queen's insect had issued a warning. Why? According to his understanding of the Sea Clan, they shouldn't be the kind of people who would start a venerable level battle easily. If they really fought, would they be able to take the upper hand of the Queen's insect? Jinger shouted, "If anyone from the Sea Clan attacks again, the Fiery Sea will start a war." When facing Han Fei, Jinger was like an ignorant girl. However, when faced with these Sea Clan venerables, Jinger showed her strength. She declared war at the slightest disagreement. This was kind of like the style of the yin-yang world. Swish! Han Fei was pulled to the other side of the ultimately fierce battlefield by the spider venerable. Han Fei vaguely heard a cold snort in the air. At the moment when the venerables attacked, the Waterwood world creatures and the Sea Clan on the ultimately fierce battlefield stopped at the same time. The powerhouses quickly gathered, and the two parties were ready to fight at any time. xuanhuan was stunned and confused. As a heavenly talent, she only had 3 feelings at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? When Jinger came back to herself, she found that Han Fei was staring at the fiery tree in a daze. Little Tree hurriedly said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Han Fei, are you scared silly? Thank the Sky Spider Venerable for saving you." Han Fei came back to himself and looked at the gigantic spider that was burning with fire, whose claws were like red spears, and who was wearing fiery armor. "Thank you, Venerable Sky Spider." The Sky Spider asked, "Are you a human or a bird?" "Chila." The void was torn apart, and Jingher appeared in midair with her cheeks puffed out. "Han Fei, change back. Buzz." Han Fei's bird body changed, and he revealed his original human form. The Sky Spider looked at Jingher. "One? He's a visitor from the yin-yang world, Han Fei. The sky spider venerable stared at Han Fei's waist with its multiple big eyes. Is he the yin-yang world's messenger who met the queen? Isn't he here for the first day? Jingxi looked at Han Fei helplessly. Yes. Isn't it your first day here? Why did you come to the fiery sea? Xiaomeng stood respectfully on the side, not daring to speak, but in her heart she thought to herself, he came to rob people. Han Fei smiled innocently. I was going to the ice domain to test the strength of the Sea Clan, so I killed dozens of Sea Spirit Realm Sea Demons and a Dao-seeking Realm Sea Demon, by the way. Then, I was hunted all the way to the fiery sea. Jinger rolled her eyes at Han Fei. You're truly bold. You might as well choose the Ice City Wall rather than the fiery sea. Who gave you the idea? As Jinger spoke, she looked at Xiaoman, who trembled. Han Fei quickly said, It's not her. I thought it would be more convenient to come to the fiery sea from the ice domain. Han Fei was actually briefly stunned. The old turtle was really up to no good. He was trying to trick him into digging the sea demon's den in the ice domain, that old beastard. If it weren't for the old turtle, so what if a few peak-level explorers blocked the way? He could just rush into the Ice City Wall. The Sky Spider Venerable said casually, Do you know why the Venerable attacked you? Han Fei shook his head. Why? The Sky Spider Venerable narrowed their eyes. Because they can see that you are a peak-level law enforcer. A peak-level law enforcer comparable to an advanced explorer. If you were him, would you kill that person? Jinger also said, Before I came, the queen said that if you're too impulsive this time, you'll be punished not to be allowed to become handsome. Also, don't hide the Venerable token. Han Fei was stunned. Can I be punished like this? The Sky Spider Venerable, on the other hand, was stunned. It seemed that this kid had an extraordinary identity. The queen punished him? This was the first time ever. Xiaomeng looked at Han Fei dumbfounded. He saw the queen, and the queen even wants to punish him? What an honor it is. However, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Of course, he didn't know that being punished was also an honor, and this punishment was a bit harsh. It seemed that the queen life was determined to use his appearance to make him sad. Huh! How can I, Han Fei, succumb to a mere pretty face? Han Fei didn't care and changed the topic. Well, can I ask if this tree is called a parasol tree? Chapter 185, Han Fei, the Invincible Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Han Fei was rescued, he was shocked by this tree at first glance. Compared to the Cloudsea Divine Tree, this tree looked like a parasol tree, which made his imagination run wild. It was said that a phoenix would nest in a parasol tree. He had seen a dragon before. Would a phoenix appear? However, to Han Fei's disappointment, Jinger said, This is a fire tree. As for what kind of tree it is exactly, that was a long story. The queen said that a natural spiritual fire swept this tree, causing the flames here to burn for 10,000 years. Don't change the topic. The queen said that you are not allowed to go to the cave sea to cause trouble. Since you have reached the peak, you should go to the Dark War Port quickly. Han Fei was speechless and thought to himself, This is my first day in the Waterwood world. I didn't cause any trouble. The Sky Spider Venerable said, Wait a moment. Since you are strong enough, why don't you have a fight on the ultimately fierce battlefield first? Tell me how strong you are first. Is it appropriate for me to say that? Jinger said, Just tell me if you can kill an advanced explorer or not. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No, but I can easily kill anyone below this level. The Sky Spider Venerable looked at Han Fei in surprise. How many intermediate explorers can you defeat? Han Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He thought to himself, if I kill a batch of them now, will a lot of people come at me when I transcend the tribulation? Wouldn't it be a waste of my time? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Can I fight them after the tribulation? The Sky Spider Venerable shook his head. It will only benefit you if you challenge them now. Just now, you broke into the wall of flame. Although you didn't show it in your current appearance, if you show your speed in battle and kill a few Dao-seeking realm demons first, they might be afraid of you and won't send anyone to challenge you when you transcend the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei's eyes glittered. This will do. Han Fei's purpose in the Waterwood world was to transcend the tribulation. Endure it for a while and everything will be fine. After transcending the tribulation, he could fight as he pleased. Han Fei looked back and asked hopefully, How should I fight? The Sky Spider Venerable said, You can try provoking them. Do you know how to provoke them? Han Fei nodded. Let me try. Jinger said, Don't worry. The queen asked me to watch over you until you succeed in transcending the tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, you can do whatever you want. Han Fei staggered. Jinger will watch over me? A listener might perceive an unintended meaning in what was said. The Sky Spider Venerable couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down again, thinking, Is this person so important? Does the queen want to communicate with the yin-yang world? Xiaomeng was full of jealousy. Oh my god, the queen actually asked Messenger Jing to personally protect Han Fei from the tribulation? How honorable is that? Han Fei thought to himself, In that case, I'd better directly transcend the tribulation after finishing the battle. Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable being watched by a venerable every day. A moment later, on the ultimately fierce battlefield. Hiss, hiss, the powerhouses of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were ready to fight at any time. They were just waiting for the Venerable to give the order. At this moment, Han Fei flew over. Xuanhuan didn't follow him because Han Fei needed to pretend. Before he arrived, Han Fei heard a group of insects buzzing as if they were cursing at the sea demons, and the Sky Clan were chirping, seeming to be quarreling with the sea demons too. As he expected, in front of the array, a bald, long-necked monster was roaring, "You soft, fuzzy bugs, come here if you have balls. I'll swallow you in one bite." A bunch of insect clan members were buzzing. "Baldhead, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to gnaw on your bones. I want to crawl into your body and gnaw on your internal organs. I'm going to tear your head apart." All sorts of curses were heard. All of them were buzzing non-stop like a swarm of flies buzzing in everyone's ears. In such an intense situation, no one noticed Han Fei at all. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei Plus was standing on the back of a single-horned fire sky bull, hiding among the thousands of insects and joining the scolding battle. Han Fei's voice was not loud, but it spread far away. Han Fei shouted, "The Sea Clan is a pile of fish shit, especially the venerables of the Sea Clan. They are the fish shit among fish shit." Huh? All of a sudden, the voices in the battlefield became softer. Who was so bold as to insult venerables? Why was he so bold? However, how could a group of insects and birds be afraid of such a war of words? After all, the other party had venerables. They had some too. Anyway, the venerable battle couldn't affect them. Therefore, a group of insects buzzed. The Sea Clan venerable is just a pile of fish shit. Fish poop, fish poop. For some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt that the insects didn't seem to be so scary. They seemed gullible. On the opposite side, a fire turtle shouted, "Smelly bugs, what are you shouting for? Come to me if you have balls. I'll burn you to ashes." Han Fei made up his mind. Since he didn't like turtles recently, he immediately shouted, "Shut up, you silly turtle. The venerable of the Sea Clan are silly too." Many insects were taken aback. What he said seemed to make sense. Immediately, a large swarm of insects buzzed, "Silly, silly." In the distance, the sky spider venerable was lost for words. Why do I feel that this brat is a bad guy? Jing'er was also a little stunned. I don't know either. The fire sky bull under Han Fei tilted its body, trying to see what the person standing on it looked like. The two long whiskers on its head flicked, and it thought to itself, "Why is a human being here?" Han Fei stomped. "Stand firm." Then Han Fei shouted again, "I can kill 7 sea demons of the same level as me with one slap." Suddenly, a lobster soldier pointed its spear at the insect swarm. "That human, hey you, how dare you speak so arrogantly? You said you could kill 7 or 8 sea demons with one slap. You're just a peak level law enforcer. Do you dare to fight me?" Many insects and birds looked at him in surprise. Was this person shouting? However, a bug immediately roared, "Come on, smelly shrimp, let me stab you to death with my big horn. I, xuanhuan, can stab you to death." A fire gull flapped its wings and shouted, "Damn you, shrimp soldier, let me fight you." However, Han Fei stomped and the fire sky bull under his feet stumbled. Han Fei rushed to the front of the array with a swish. Han Fei pointed at the lobster soldier and then at the other sea demons on the opposite side. "I'm not pointing at you. I'm saying that all of you here are fish poop. Roar. I'm going to tear you apart. Did you see my pincers? I'm going to cut you into halves." The sea demons immediately roared. Countless insects and the people of the sky were speechless. "Human, do you know how fierce the battle in the fiery sea is? How dare you provoke them?" A bug said to the bug beside him, "This person is not only ugly, but also not as smart as ordinary insects." In the void, a cold snort echoed, "Kill him." Han Fei realized that it was the voice of the venerable who attacked him just now. Immediately, Han Fei added, "Why? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Even your venerables are fish poop." The lobster soldier shouted, "Human, don't waste your breath. Come up and fight me if you have what it takes." Han Fei raised his middle finger at the lobster soldier. "Who do you think you are? I can stab you to death with one finger. I can beat a dozen sea demons like you with one hand." In terms of provocative postures, magical arrogance, and exaggerated acting skills, how could these sea demons be a match for Han Fei? Immediately, a crab was so infuriated by Han Fei that its shell turned purple. The crab crawled out horizontally. "Human, I'm going to smash you." Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "Who the hell are you? I can beat up 70 or 80 of you." Behind him, a large group of insects rolled their eyes and the birds were speechless. "Come on, you are only a peak-level law enforcer. What can you brag about?" An insect reminded him. "Human, don't overestimate yourself. There are no rules here." The sky spider venerable was also lost for words. Doesn't he know that the insect race often fights in groups? Jing'er, however, said carelessly, "Well, it's just 70 or 80 crabs. What's so difficult about it?" Xuanhuan put it aside, not daring to speak. He thought to himself, "You are a venerable, so of course it's not difficult for you. But let's see what would happen if you were an ordinary person." It would be extremely difficult for one to fight 2 opponents at the same level as him, let alone 70 or 80. With her capabilities, if she were to fight a legendary creature, she would be able to beat one at most. Hardly had Han Fei shouted that when more than 30 crabs crawled out and waved their pincers. "Human, come and fight me if you've got balls. Human, come on. Don't retreat. Human, if you dare to come, I'll kill you." "Ha ha ha!" Han Fei, however, laughed. Do you think I'll be afraid of dozens of stinky crabs and shrimp? Don't you Sea Clan have any powerhouses? Han Fei's face suddenly changed. I'm going to fight 100 of you alone today. I don't care if you are a legendary creature or a legend one. As long as you dare to come, I dare to accept your challenge. I have been seeking defeat all my life, and I am invincible among my peers. My nickname is Han Fei, the Invincible. If you can't even find 100 strong masters, how can you be my opponent? You pieces of fish shit, get the hell out of the wall of flame. The insects and birds on the side of the waterwood world were stunned. Invincible in the same realm? Han Fei, the Invincible? Never heard of him. The Sky Spider Venerable's lips twitched. Jinger, is the queen sure she didn't choose the wrong person? Jinger blinked. He sounds quite domineering. Immediately, some sea demons felt that something was wrong. Some explorers glanced at Han Fei. Indeed, he was a peak-level law enforcer. But no matter what they thought, they didn't think that Han Fei was really capable of fighting 100 alone. Immediately, a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm shouted, "Okay, since this human is so arrogant, let's satisfy him. Come on, tear him apart alive." Chapter 186, Good Show. Han Fei secretly chuckled. Great, I'm gonna make a fortune. I should have come to the fiery sea earlier. I had only killed 50 sea spirits back in the ice domain, but he could fight a whole gang of sea demons here. Although these creatures might not have any good treasures on them, if they were used to make hot pot, they must be highly nutritious. It would be best if he could hunt 1,000 of such creatures. If he ate one every day, he would be unbelievably strong in 3 years. Behind Han Fei, the strong masters of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were puzzled. 1 against 100? Is this person crazy? Only a few people knew that Han Fei came from the yin-yang world. Were people from the yin-yang world so powerful? When more than 100 sea demons roared and rushed into the battlefield, Han Fei took a step forward, his eyes fierce. Let me make it clear that this battle will not end until one of us is dead. If any of you escapes, the Venerable of the Sea Clan is nothing but a piece of garbage. The sea creatures all wanted to rush up and tear Han Fei apart. However, the Tao-seeking and the Venerable level powerhouses were puzzled. What was this kid's background? Immediately, the Sea Clan Venerable shouted in a low voice, Sky Spider, Ningjing, if you, Waterwood world beings, want to fight, then don't use any abnormal things. Don't borrow force from others, and don't use weapons that don't belong to you. Han Fei shouted, There's no need for the Venerable to agree. I, Han Fei, have been cultivating hard for more than 300 years, believing that I am invincible in my realm and can defeat all law enforcers in the world. Why do I need to use external help? I'll handle this matter myself. Han Fei? Many creatures looked puzzled. Defeat all law enforcers in the world? This human is too arrogant? The Venerable on the opposite side snorted. That's bullshit. I can see that you're not even 30 yet. Han Fei was speechless. Had he been seen through at a glance? However, I'm not panicking at all. I was just bragging. The Sky Spider Venerable shouted, Okay, enough chit-chat. Let's start the battle. We'll fight to the death in this battle. The Venerable frowned. Was the Sky Spider really confident, or was he sending this human to death? However, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for Han Fei to win. Even if the other party was an intermediate explorer, it was not easy to win against the combat power condensed by 100 peak-level law enforcers. Furthermore, if he didn't become an explorer, his spiritual energy was limited. Even if he had a way to recover in combat, it was impossible for him to do it in time in that kind of intense battle. The Sea Venerable felt that his analysis was very accurate. He could feel that this person wasn't weak. The Waterwood world probably wanted to kill dozens of sea demons at the same level as Han Fei to boost their strength. In fact, it was just that the Sea Venerable didn't know Han Fei's background or what he had done in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a stupid decision. In the field, under the surprised gaze of countless people, Han Fei walked step by step to the battlefield on the burning sea. Behind him, the strong masters of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were shocked. The Sky Spider Venerable actually agreed. Is this human very strong? Is this a war of attrition? All the powerhouses in the Fiery Sea knew the purpose of the Sea Clan. They wanted to consume the powerhouses of the Waterwood world. However, they couldn't figure out how Han Fei could survive the siege of 100 sea demons. In the sky, the Red Falcon and the other strong masters all speculated. It wasn't easy for a person to come from the yin-yang world. Why did the Venerable send him to death? If not, how strong was this person? On the battlefield, Han Fei looked at the more than 100 creatures, but instead of taking out the embroidery needle, he took out Snowmorn. These were all food. If they were smashed, how would he eat them? When Snowmorn was taken out, the Sea Clan Venerable shouted, A sea-quelling bizarre treasure? How can a law enforcer subdue a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? A sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Immediately, the sea creatures on the opposite side were shocked too. How could a law enforcer have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Was he kidding? On the Waterwood world side, the group of insects cheered after the initial shock. Han Fei threw Snowmorn into the air, and the ladder revolved around him. This shows that I'm talented. You are a Venerable. If you mind, I don't have to use it. Then Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife. I can use this. Then Han Fei withdrew Snowmorn. He didn't want to scare these people away. A big bird shouted, "Why? Use it." A bug buzzed. "You tamed it with your own abilities. Why don't you use it?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Don't panic. Wait until I can't beat them." Han Fei immediately smiled. "Has the battle started? I'm going to attack." As he said this, the void lines had already been split. He activated Devil Change, the Phantom Glass Wings, and the War Body. Bang! It exploded under Han Fei's feet. He hadn't used the Heavenly Void Divine movement yet, but his speed was extremely fast, completely exceeding the speed of a normal peak-level law enforcer. Sky-splitting spear, sea-shattering cuts, primordial chaos demon shield, fire element impact. All of a sudden, all kinds of strange techniques were used. The ultimately fierce battlefield was brightly colored. A spherical creature turned into a fireball and rolled over first. It seemed to be conceited of its strong physique and wanted to ram Han Fei to death. Han Fei smiled and extended his hand. The infinity water wrapped his arm and condensed into a cone-shaped spear. Bang! Fuffed! At that moment, Han Fei clearly felt a terrifying rebound force. However, so what? The golden light of the art of invincibility flashed, and with a puff, the ball exploded. The void lines buckled. Even if the other party had an immortal seal, it was impossible for him to have the time to use it. Hiss! A unicorn bull said in shock. He punched through the fish of the mist. A big bird was surprised. He penetrated it. What is that golden light? A beetle shouted, "Good job." Under this blow, dozens of creatures had surrounded him. All kinds of power of law seemed to be trying to tear Han Fei apart. There was a black armored turtle who had mastered the law of gravity. With a flip of Han Fei's hand, terrifying gravity descended. Under the irregular heavy pressure, dozens of creatures staggered. However, Han Fei seemed to be completely unaffected. Wherever the blade passed, sparks flashed. Pooh, 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 clang, clang. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. There were 3 creatures that blocked his attack comparable to that of a junior explorer. However, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 sea demons at the peak of the sea spirit realm had died. This had stunned all the creatures present. All the explorers were shocked. What a strong body. The black shell turtle turned into a black shield and shouted at the same time, "This person's physique is astonishing, comparable to my hard armor. Let's attack him together." Immediately, the powerhouses who were about to charge at him behind stopped. On their bodies, white light flashed and they integrated into one. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and shattered the incoming black shield with a golden fist mark. At the same time, he flashed into the air and shouted, "I have a knife that can defeat 1,000 soldiers." In Han Fei's body, the terrifying spiritual energy was suddenly sucked dry. He activated the draw technique and slashed at the white array. Chiliu, the terrifying attack only caused the white light to dim slightly. However, the attack failed and was easily blocked. Ha ha ha! A Tao-seeking realm sea demon laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, human, is this the power of your knife that can defeat 1,000 soldiers?" Han Fei looked solemn. From the fish tide, one spear after another shot through the air. Each blow was extremely powerful and seemed to be a full blow. Han Fei roared and charged at the fish tide, punching out golden fist marks one after another. The terrifying spears were all shattered by Han Fei's punch. However, when the golden fist mark hit the fish tide array, it could only create a big hemispherical pit before it was blocked. Han Fei's face was grim and he seemed to be shocked by the fish tide. Countless insects and the Sky Clan roared, "Use the sea-quelling bizarre treasures now. Don't resist the fish tide head on." The Sky Spider Venerable frowned slightly. Did he do that on purpose? There was no worry on Jinger's face. He acts as if he really can't beat them. Xuanhuan looked at this scene dumbfounded. He was already very strong. Except that Han Fei didn't use his speed advantage, the fist marks were extremely terrifying. However, when she thought that Han Fei could kill 9 sea spirit powerhouses in the blink of an eye, and how terrifying Han Fei's roar was, it seemed that Han Fei was indeed pretending. Han Fei shouted as he sprinted, "I am invincible among my peers. A mere fish tide wants to stop me? Then I will tear this fish tide apart." In an instant, the two sides were within a kilometer of each other. However, at that moment, the void distorted, and Han Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. "Where is he? Where is he?" A sea demon roared. "Has this guy run away?" A bug was dumbfounded. "What technique is this?" Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar blasted a big hole in the fish tide. All the creatures saw a group of strange creatures with huge bodies trampling the void and roaring. "Puh! Puh! Puh! Puh!" At that moment, Han Fei twisted the space and went into the fish tide. All the sea creatures within a kilometer of Han Fei were bleeding. In the white light that was shaken off, Han Fei's afterimage filled the sky. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, more than 50 ordinary peak-level sea spirits were killed one after another, and the part between their eyebrows was cut open by the knife. In Han Fei's view, the so-called peak-level sea spirits were all ordinary. Roar. This person is the Sky Survey Golden Hawk from just now. On the Sea Clan side, a Venerable was furious. Following that, a Shark Man appeared in the void. However, the Sky Spider Venerable and Jinger were faster than the Sea Clan Venerable. The Sky Spider Venerable said coldly, "This is a bet and the battle has already started. Do you want to interfere?" The Insect Clan, the Sky Clan, and the countless creatures of the Sea Clan were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a weird technique before. They were all at the peak of the Sea Spirit realm, but half of them were killed in an instant. Many insects fell into the water. Is he really a human being? He's so strong. Idiot, the Venerable of the Sea Clan said that he is a Sky Survey Golden Hawk, not a human. So he's a bird. As for the Sky Clan, they were also dumbfounded. What? A bird in the Law Enforcer realm can become a human? Why didn't we know that? A big bird shouted, "That's impossible." "We don't have a Sky Survey Golden Hawk like Han Fei, the Invincible," the Red Falcon shouted. "He is originally a human, but he somehow used a technique to become a member of the Sky Clan." The Venerable of the Sea Clan shouted angrily, "Good, very good. Sky Spider, Ning Jing, you set me up. Is it because there is no big battle in the Fiery Sea for a long time that you've become arrogant?" Chapter 187, I just want to transcend the tribulation peacefully. In the face of the Sea Clan Venerable's question, Jinger said proudly, "Who told you to be stupid? If Waterwood World really had such a peerless genius, why would we let him come here to die?" Roar. The remaining sea creatures on the field all launched their strongest attacks. A crab shattered its pincers and condensed half of its life into a strike, trying to tear Han Fei apart. Buzz, a golden man, stepped in the air, clasped his hands, and violently launched a peak strike that condensed all his blood essence. Some spears, like blood arrows, shattered the void, trying to pierce Han Fei. The void twisted, and Han Fei appeared beside a lobster soldier. The white knife went in, and the red knife was drawn out, killing it in one blow. Poo, 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 poo. On the field, it was a one-sided slaughter. All the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan members were dumbfounded. This battle was too violent. A sky bull touched its horns with its toes. It felt that Han Fei could break its horns barehandedly. Some hawks couldn't help retracting their sharp claws. They felt that if their claws were to touch Han Fei, they would very likely break. The fire element giant turtle tried to ram Han Fei with its huge turtle shell, but as soon as it hit Han Fei, it froze. With a bunch of void lines attached to it, how could it still move? The Sea Clan Venerable was horrified. This human is so strong. He's only a peak-level law enforcer, but his physique is outrageously strong. His means are complicated, and he has mastered the power of space, gravity, and speed. More importantly, how could a peak-level law enforcer endlessly absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and energy from the void? In the field, as soon as Han Fei opened his mouth, billowing spiritual energy and energy were swallowed by him, which seemed extremely easy to him. Therefore, as long as his realm was in place, it was no longer necessary for him to absorb spiritual energy from fish. Han Fei had infinite spiritual energy now. Puff, puff, puff. When there were only 7 or 8 legendary creatures left, a sea demon shouted, "Self-destruct yourselves at any time." Han Fei certainly wouldn't pretend not to hear him. He activated the agility of wind. However, Han Fei wasn't fighting at all. He was picking up all the creatures that had been killed. "All the creatures?" Han Fei shouted angrily. "You sea demons want to destroy my ingredients? Go to hell. Hiss." A large number of sea demons took a deep breath. At this point of time, this human was still thinking of food. For a moment, many sea creatures were horrified. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to the peak of the sea spirit level. How horrifying it was if they were eaten like this. After all, they were no longer the ignorant and ordinary sea creatures. After picking up the ingredients, Han Fei suddenly looked back and grinned. "Are you going to blow yourselves up? Let's see who's faster." Hearing this, the creatures were horrified. Some creatures intended to blow themselves up, and some attempted to let a wisp of their soul escape. As the void twisted, Han Fei had already attacked at full speed. His speed was comparable to that of an intermediate peak-level explorer. How could these law enforcers compare to him? The void constantly distorted, and with bangs, a terrifying wave of explosions swept in all directions. However, among the more than 100 peak-level sea spirits, only 3 of them successfully detonated themselves. The rest were taken into Forge the Universe as storage for ingredients. Han Fei thought to himself, "After this battle, I'll sell the large number of ordinary creatures I collected before. In the future, if I want to eat, I'll only eat peak-level sea spirits. Once upon a time, how powerful were the 8 wings of Blue Feather?" But at this moment, the creatures of this level had already become Han Fei's food. Only 5 years had passed since then. A sudden silence fell. The insects stopped buzzing, and the Sky Clan was a little frightened. Is there going to be a heaven-defying powerhouse among human beings? Those who knew Han Fei's background were amazed. What kind of place was the Yin-Yang world exactly? It was said that there was only one human race there. Could it be that the people there were all as cruel and ruthless as Han Fei? The Yin-Yang world was too terrifying. The Sea Clan Venerable seemed to be on the verge of erupting. 100 peak-level sea spirits had all died in this battle. This was the first time in hundreds of years that the Fiery Sea battlefield suffered a great loss in such a short period of time. A Shark Venerable shouted in a low voice, "I don't care who this person is. He's not going to become an explorer in this life. Either that, or he's going to transcend the tribulation at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in this life." Ning Jing suddenly said, "Han Fei, hang up the Venerable token." Han Fei was briefly stunned. Was this also part of the plan to awe the crowd? He couldn't help but smile. That bucktooth venerable? Yes, you. Let me tell you, I'm going to transcend the tribulation in a few days. The place of the tribulation is at the Dark War port. You're welcome to visit it. When Han Fei was done, under the watch of countless people, a token appeared in his hand. At this moment, Han Fei finally put the venerable token on his waist. Hiss! When the venerable token was activated, the Sea Clan venerable's pupils suddenly constricted. Venerable token? Ningjing's venerable token? Ningjing was an extremely special existence among all the venerables in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. How did her venerable token appear on Han Fei? While the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were shocked, Ningjing smiled slyly. You're right, Han Fei is the next king's attendant that the queen wants to nurture. Wow, king's attendant? Hiss? Who is Han Fei? Why haven't I heard of this person before? God, is the queen recruiting a king's attendant? For a moment, the members of the Waterwood world were in an uproar. Everybody in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree knew that Ningjing was the only king's attendant. And now, the queen was recruiting another king's attendant? Didn't it mean that the queen was very interested in Han Fei? When these words fell into the ears of the Sea Clan Venerable, it sounded like thunder. Others might not know, but how could they not know? In the entire Waterwood world, Ningjing rarely participated in the battle, but in terms of the combat power, this woman was probably the strongest venerable in the Waterwood world. Han Fei looked at Ningjing in shock, and the latter chuckled proudly. So, now you know, if I don't have any ability, how can I serve the queen? In a few days, let's see who you dare to send to the Dark War port. Although Ningjing seemed to be simple-minded, being a venerable, she certainly wasn't a fool. Han Fei would be the king's attendant? Come on, the queen was a woman. How could Han Fei, a man, be the king's attendant? That was completely impossible. However, the Sea Clan didn't know. Han Fei had the venerable token, and Han Fei had slaughtered more than 100 sea spirits in such a domineering way. This battle record was bound to shake the royal city of the Sea Clan. Han Fei thought to himself, what the hell is this king's attendant? Didn't they say that I could intimidate my opponents only as long as I came to fight today, and then I can safely transcend the tribulation? What does this king's attendant mean? Even the Heavenly Spider Venerable looked at Ningjing in surprise. Didn't they say that they would help Han Fei transcend the tribulation? Why did you mention the king's attendant thing? Now the royal city would definitely send top geniuses to ambush Han Fei. However, Ginger pretended not to notice anyone's gaze and even asked with a smile, Han Fei, do you still want to fight? Instantly, many sea creatures shrank back. The queen chose him as an attendant and he could easily kill 100 powerhouses of the same level? Do you think we're stupid? Ningjing said leisurely. Those in the junior or intermediate Dao-seeking realm can try fighting him. Right, Han Fei? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. There was a saying that beautiful women couldn't be trusted. Who the hell pretended to be innocent and vowed to help him transcend the tribulation just now? The venerable's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, everything made sense. The so-called provocation was fake. Queen Life just wanted to test Han Fei. Since it was a test, it meant that Queen Life attached great importance to Han Fei, believing that he could withstand the attacks of the heavenly talents for the royal city. Immediately, the venerable snorted. In that case, I'd like to see if he can survive the tribulation in the Dark War port in a few days. Let's retreat for now. The sea creatures retreated. As for the hundreds of peak-level sea spirits who died, under the stimulation of this news, they were temporarily put aside. If they could kill a figure like Han Fei in the Dark War port, so what if 100 peak-level sea spirits died? In a sense, Han Fei's value alone far exceeded that of countless peak-level sea spirits. Once Han Fei successfully transcended the tribulation, if he hid in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and cultivated to the Venerable Realm, the Sea Clan would definitely welcome a new fatal enemy. Besides, Jinger had already given Han Fei her Venerable token. In a sense, Queen Life had already treated Han Fei as a Venerable. It was worth it if such a person could be killed no matter how many sea spirit creatures died. After the sea demons retreated, Han Fei was about to ask Jinger what she meant. However, a large number of insects surrounded Han Fei with buzz. Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei. The sky race landed one after another and looked at Han Fei curiously. A bug asked, Han Fei, how did you become so strong? A big bird asked, Han Fei, why can you turn into a sky survey golden hawk? We can take human forms, but I've never heard of a human being turning into one of us. A bug buzzed. Han Fei, is your body sturdier than my horn? Han Fei, as for xuanhuan, witnessing Han Fei easily killing 100 enemies with her own eyes, she felt her heart was already set ablaze. When they were in the ice domain, Han Fei hunted the sea spirit powerhouses with sneak attacks. However, today's battle was a real head-on one. But Han Fei could still win in a head-on clash, which showed how strong he was. At this moment, Xu Xiaomeng felt that it was a fair loss for Yi Yushen. Even Venerable Shui might not have had such combat power in the past. Xu Xiaomeng even wondered if the queen was really going to make Han Fei her attendant. Half an hour later, when Han Fei crawled out of the pile of worms with disheveled hair, the Sky Spider Venerable and Jinger were nowhere to be seen. Only Xu Xiaomeng was standing there in a daze. Han Fei immediately asked, "Where's Jinger?" Xu Xiaoman's heart sank. Sure enough, Han Fei had already regarded Messenger Jing as an equal and even called her by her name. This should be the pride of a top genius, right? Xu Xiaoman said with a sullen face. The messenger said that she was going back first and she would wait for you to come back to cook. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Cook? This woman only knew food. Damn it, why can't I be at peace wherever I go? I just want to transcend the heavenly tribulation peacefully. Chapter 188, Immeasurable Fruit. When Han Fei returned to the Flying Feather Division, it was already night. As soon as Han Fei returned, Jinger said to him via voice transmission, "Come on, come cook for us." Still in Xuejue's yard, Han Fei said to Xu Xiaoman, "I'm going to cook." Of course, Xu Xiaoman didn't receive his voice transmission. After all, as a peak-level law enforcer, she didn't have the opportunity to have a meal with Messenger Jing. Xu Xiaoman, "Okay, I'll go back first. Do you remember the way back?" Yes, there is a map." In the courtyard of Wushang Shui, this time there were only Jinger and Wushang Shui. Han Fei came to Wushang Shui's home. When Wushang Shui saw him, the corner of her mouth twitched. Should I leave? However, the hot pot and barbecue were indeed delicious. Seeing Han Fei, Jinger's eyes lit up. Come on. Didn't you catch many creatures today? Get me some of the best quality ones. I want hot pot and barbecue. Gloomily, Han Fei took out a grill and a big pot, pondered for a moment, and chose a legendary lobster, which was still burning with flames. As soon as the lobster appeared, Wushang Shui pointed her finger and a layer of frost condensed on the lobster. Holding back her fury, Wushang Shui said, "Why did you take out a 20-meter-long lobster? Do you want to burn the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? It's just a meal." "This lobster is too big for you two." Jinger chuckled and hugged Wushang Shui's arm. "Ah, being big means that it has a lot of meat, and it's legendary. Its meat must be delicious." Han Fei quickly shelled the lobster and said leisurely, "Jinger, I've been sold too thoroughly, haven't I? I feel an ominous aura surrounding me." Jinger said carelessly, "The queen said that you're going to be a king. How can you be afraid of a mere tribulation? Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll protect you and help you get more delicious ingredients." Han Fei thought to himself, "I had planned to make a delicious meal to reward you with at least dozens of dishes after the tribulation. But now, humph, you can only eat hot pot and barbecue. I won't make you any other dishes other than hot pot and barbecue these 3 years. The two venerables watched Han Fei's saber flow like water. Han Fei had almost known this ingredient to the hilt. The two couldn't help but secretly record in their heart, thinking that there would be another great delicacy in the waterwood world from now on. While cutting the translucent meat, Han Fei said, "Venerable Shui, I have a lot of materials here. Do you want them?" Wushang Shui was stunned. "What materials?" Han Fei immediately threw out a pile of hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells and said, "This is all the resources I've accumulated over the years. There are all kinds of cultivation techniques, combat skills, and materials in it. I can't count them all. I just want to exchange for something good." Looking at the hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells, Wushang Shui was a little stunned. How many things had this guy looted? He must have done a lot of similar things in the yin-yang world. Jinger asked in surprise, "Is there food in it?" Han Fei shook his head quickly. "No, they're all materials that can't be eaten." Jinger immediately lost interest. "Then I'm not interested. You can sell it yourself." Wushang Shui scanned around with her perception and then felt terrible. She found that many sea-swallowing seashells were filled with the sea demon's various weapons, such as golden harpoons, golden battlesuits, etc. Of course, in addition to those sea demon weapons, there were also various ores and materials, as well as a large number of demonic stones, combat skills, etc. There were thousands of them. Wushang Shui froze for a moment and then grabbed a sea-swallowing seashell. As she waved her hand, a big red trunk more than 10 meters long appeared in her hand. Jinger didn't even bother to look at the materials, but when she saw the big red trunk, she was stunned. The big red trunk? Han Fei was also stunned. Do they know this thing? This material was not high-leveled. As for why this section was in the sea-swallowing seashell, it seemed to be used to build a house, and then he randomly threw a leftover piece into the sea-swallowing seashell. Wushang Shui couldn't help looking at Han Fei. "Where did you get this tree?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong with this tree?" "It's just a material used to refine ultra-quality spiritual weapons. It shouldn't be too precious, right?" Wushang Shui immediately said, "You don't understand. You don't understand the layout of the Waterwood world. There are 2 royal cities here, but in fact the other royal city is called the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The tree is the city, and the city is the tree. The layout is a little similar to our Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, the way it grows is slightly different. The Blood Sea Divine Wood is not that big, only extending for more than 300 kilometers from the sea. However, its seed can grow this kind of big red trunk. Therefore, more than 300,000 kilometers near the Blood Sea Divine Wood, it's covered with this kind of 10,000-year-old big red trunk. There, a fish named Millennium Snapper lives. Well, it's also a cultivation holy land for fire attribute creatures." Han Fei's pupils were constricted, and he suddenly remembered a name, Yang Ruyun. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Then what's the use of this tree? I have a whole tree here." "Huh? A whole tree?" Seeing that Wushang Shui and Jinger were a little stunned, Han Fei scratched his head and said, "Actually, not entirely. I've used some parts of the tree, such as building houses or making weapons. Build houses? For a moment, Wushang Shui just wanted to slap Han Fei to death. 10,000-year big red trunk? You fucking used it to build houses? Han Fei asked blankly, is there a problem with trees being used to build houses? Jinger extended her hand and said, hand over the big red trunk. Han Fei thought to himself, wait, is there any value in the big red trunk that I haven't discovered? Immediately, Han Fei said, let's talk nicely. Robbery is not allowed. Jinger was speechless. It's not me, but the queen. Han Fei didn't notice it either. Perhaps because no one had ever robbed him, he immediately said, even the queen has to pay. Bang! Han Fei fell to the ground with a thud. It was not Wushang Shui and Jinger who attacked him, but a force that appeared naturally in the void and pressed him to the ground. Ouch, 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 ouch. Then, the queen's voice echoed in the yard. As a body refiner, you lack nothing more than energy baptism. I'll give you an immeasurable fruit in exchange for your big red trunk. Han Fei felt no pressure on his body, so he shivered and jumped up. He looked around, but didn't see Queen Life. However, he was shocked. The immeasurable fruit? The water immortal seemed to have told him about the immeasurable fruit. The universe was infinite and powerful. In the void chaos, it produced a spiritual fruit called the immeasurable fruit. This was definitely good stuff. Han Fei immediately nodded. He had really made a fortune this time. Before, he had thought that the big red trunk took up too much space and almost used all of it to build ships. If he had known this earlier, he would have dug up all the big red trunk in the level 3 fishery. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 large trees more than 500 meters tall were carried by him side by side. He had to fly above the yard to carry them, or there wouldn't be enough space in the yard. The void trembled, and the 2 pieces of the big red trunk were gone. Then, Queen Life asked, what else? Han Fei chuckled and took out 2 small pieces, which were about 300 meters in total. He didn't know that this thing was so valuable. If he had known that a 10,000-year big red trunk could be exchanged for an immeasurable fruit, he would never have used half of its branch. The big red trunk that was more than 300 meters long was swept away by the void. Han Fei immediately patted his chest and said, my queen, don't worry. I'll find a chance to visit the Bloodsea Divine Wood and give you a few more. This fruit can't be used in the law enforcer realm. Otherwise, you will die. After that, Queen Life fell silent. In the void, a red-green fruit descended. Han Fei happily grabbed it and was stunned. Isn't this fucking a flowerless fruit? Wait. Han Fei's pupils were constricted and information popped up. One name's immeasurable fruit. One name's immeasurable fruit introduction. Produced by sea establishment level demon plants. It gathers the energy of the world and contains a wisp of chaos energy that contains a trace of Dao runes. It can't be eaten before you grasp the Dao runes. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. A level, none. Quality. Ultra quality, chaos energy. 1 wisp effect. Eating it directly can increase a large amount of spiritual energy and obtain a huge amount of natural energy. It is ineffective against creatures above the king level and can be eaten repeatedly. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. This thing was definitely of a high level, but it seemed that he couldn't use it now. Although the supreme yin-yang wheel seemed to have some Dao runes, it was a combat skill and had nothing to do with comprehension. Anyway, he still didn't know what Dao runes were. Besides, what was chaos energy? Was it an energy 1 level higher than spiritual energy? Whatever. Han Fei felt that he had already made a fortune from this wave of gains. Although he couldn't use it now, it meant that this fruit was very advanced. Ordinary things weren't very useful to him now. He just lacked such top treasures. However, Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Didn't they say that the immeasurable fruit was born from the chaos? Was the water immortal tricking him? No, the water immortal didn't have any reason to deceive him. Or could he add that it was something produced by a sea establisher in the chaos? There were only 2 sea establishment powerhouses in the Waterwood world. One of them was the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, but the Cloud Sea God didn't seem to grow fruits. Then, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is it the fruit of Queen Life? Is Queen Life a plant? Han Fei immediately confirmed this thought. The water immortal was also a plant. Who said that plants couldn't become humans? Oh my god. Han Fei thought to himself. Although he didn't know the use of this big red trunk, it was definitely good stuff. If he had a chance, he would definitely dig a few more. Anyway, he had enough space in Forge the Universe now. Chapter 1889, Debt After the transaction with Queen Life was completed, Han Fei chuckled. Well, Venerable Shui, do you still want to buy these resources? Wushang Shui said leisurely. You're late. I've given most of my resources to Yi Yuchen. He's about to enter the Dao and needs resources. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Jinger, who blinked. I stay in the Heavenly Palace every day. I don't need resources. Han Fei, hi. However, he heard Wushang Shui say, you want to transcend the tribulation, so you want to quickly settle the resources on you in exchange for something really useful, right? Han Fei nodded quickly. Of course, if it weren't for the tribulation, I wouldn't have sold them now. This was the Waterwood world, and resources were wasted here. After all, they were used in other people's territory. Wushang Shui said lightly, well, since this is a deal, you can ask for what you need first. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He immediately said, What I want is actually very simple. For example, this candle dragon blood, destiny holy grass, level 3 soul crystal, ultra quality energy fruit, and the flesh and blood of venerable level sea monsters. Stop. When Han Fei was counting, Jinger looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. Stop it. The queen said that the most terrifying thing about heavenly tribulations is the terrifying energy that can obliterate vitality. Therefore, it's useless for you to ask for energy fruits and candle dragon blood. Leave everything here. The queen can give you 10 drops of spring of life. Han Fei, Wu Shangshui, looked at Jing'er in shock. Are these things worth 10 drops of spring of life? Han Fei wanted to ask. What the hell is the spring of life? Do you know how many years it took me to accumulate these resources? Only 10 drops? However, after hearing Wu Shangshui's question, he immediately understood something, Queen Life, just from the title. He could tell she was related to life. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Jinger, what's the effect of the spring of life? Jinger was also a little surprised. Effect? A drop of the spring of life can extend one's life for 100 years and have the ability to revive the dead. Of course, it's only when the soul is still intact. In addition, life can repair the spiritual heritage and polish the foundation. Therefore, strictly speaking, all the materials here can only be exchanged for about 5 drops of the spring of life. Han Fei was shocked. So awesome? However, he was quite conflicted. It took him so many years to have accumulated so many things, but in the end, he only got 10 drops of life water. Seeing that Han Fei was silent, Wu Shangshui said, The queen takes you very seriously. This is a blessing for you, Jinger said. Well, the queen said that each of the extra 5 drops can be counted as 10 Dao-seeking demons. In other words, you owe the Waterwood world 50 Dao-seeking demons. That's really a bargain. 50 Dao-seeking demons can be exchanged for 5 drops of life spring water. If others knew this, they would probably go crazy. Han Fei was a little dumbfounded. Am I that lucky? However, Han Fei didn't really have anything he needed now. Weapons? He had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures and an ultra-quality divine blood drinking knife. His fishing pole was a high-quality divine weapon, so he certainly didn't lack any. He didn't take out the spirit awakening fluid. He still wanted to let Ninetails and his other pets make a breakthrough as quickly as possible, especially the lapdog. He had plenty of spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. However, since he had become a level 9 spiritual heritage and learned the war body, his demand for spiritual energy and energy wasn't very strong. However, just in case, he still had to reserve them. In the future, if he had more, he could sell them to others. However, now that things had come to this point, how could Han Fei not exchange for it? Han Fei thought to himself, in these sea-swallowing seashells, there were more than 300 low-quality divine weapons and more than 60 mid-quality divine weapons. All the materials added up. If he had the 100 War Divine Hammer to refine them, he could refine about 30 mid-quality divine weapons and more than 300 low-quality divine weapons. Just this part alone was an astronomical figure, which couldn't be exchanged with money at all, not to mention Han Fei's ultra-quality materials that could almost arm thousands of people. Of course, Han Fei still chose to exchange for it without hesitation, because from the reaction of Wu Shangshui and Jinger, the value of the Spring of Life was more than all the resources he had. When a small bottle shining with crystal-clear brilliance suddenly floated out of the void, Han Fei felt a little regretful. At least 80% of his belongings were exchanged for 10 drops of life spring water. He suddenly became poor. Han Fei immediately took the bottle. This thing is very precious. In the future, I'll use it drop by drop. I won't use it unless I have to. He glanced at it but didn't see any information, but Han Fei didn't panic. At least it could be used as a life-saving treasure. A moment later, Jinger was eating the hot pot happily, while Han Fei was counting in his heart all the resources he had left. First of all, he hadn't taken the heavenly heart pill that Old Bai gave him yet. It was said that it could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation by 30%. It should be good. Secondly, he had exchanged 80% of his belongings for 10 drops of the Spring of Life. 1 drop could extend his life for 100 years, which was very precious. It was even more expensive than the heavenly heart pill. Apart from these two, Han Fei found that he only had the spiritual spring, spiritual fruit, and spirit awakening fluid left in the evening. When Han Fei returned to his residence, he was a little absent-minded. After walking a few times, he felt that he seemed to have taken the wrong path. Confirming with the map several times, Han Fei scanned with his perception and then saw xuanhuan, who was cultivating. However, at this moment, xuanhuan was walking on the vines of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The long bow in her hand was like a butterfly, revolving around her. Swish, swish, swish! The arrow flow was extremely fast, and Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. What a familiar archery technique. Shadowless arrow stream. Han Fei's eyes widened. Wasn't this Diwu Weiguang's shadowless arrow stream? Suddenly, Han Fei's body stiffened, and he had an extremely bold guess in his heart. Diwu Weiguang was very handsome, almost of the same level as Zhang Xuanyu. Could it be that guy is from the Waterwood world? If Diwu Weiguang was from the Waterwood world, when did they go there? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes. The leafless tree was guarding the gate, and the leafless tree was a demon plant from the Waterwood world. Originally, Queen Life was his queen. Then, wouldn't it be very simple for the Waterwood world to arrange for someone to go to the Yin-Yang world? Why did he feel that the Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world had always been separated? With a thought, Han Fei summoned the longbow in his hand. Quish, swish, swish, swish. The War Soul art was also a bow technique. Although it was not as good as the archeries in the Waterwood world, it was definitely not weak. However, it was not so fast. At this moment, when it was used by Han Fei, it immediately made Little Tree vigilant. Who? Swish, swish, swish? In Han Fei's perception, xuanhuan was shooting arrows extremely quickly. The arrows had almost turned into a line, and her hand even had after-images. Unfortunately, xuanhuan's strength was much weaker than Diwu Weiguang's. She was weaker in the strength of every arrow she shot. In Han Fei's opinion, xuanhuan couldn't be ranked on the genius list of the Thousand-Star City. However, even if she couldn't, she was probably within the top 100. After he broke the War Soul art, xuanhuan looked at Han Fei in surprise and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Do you know archery?" Han Fei said indifferently, "As a soul warrior, isn't it natural for me to know archery? However, what kind of bow technique is this? It does look powerful," xuanhuan said. "This is one of the ultimate bow techniques of our Waterwood Heavenly, called Shadowless Arrow Stream. In fact, the arrows you shot just now were very powerful, but they were too slow." When Han Fei heard it, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Diwu Weiguang, he's from the Waterwood world. Then he thought about the Sea Cloud Tower, which ranked last among the 7 major academies in the Thousand-Star City, Sea Cloud Tower, Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the people from the Waterwood world had already infiltrated the Yin-Yang world, and they even became one of the 7 major academies. No wonder the Sea Cloud Tower had always been low-key. It was probably not that they wanted to keep a low profile, but that they didn't fit in with the people from the Yin-Yang world. However, did Old Han and the others know that the Sea Cloud Tower had repeatedly helped him and the Thug Academy? Whether they knew it or not, he had to be careful and not trust them too much. Han Fei, hearing that, Han Fei came back to his senses. "Oh, you are fast, but you can't crush my arrows that are slow." xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment and said in confusion, "Because you are strong." Han Fei smiled. "So, what's the use of only practicing speed? If your current strength is stronger, your overall strength will definitely increase by 30%. But even if your speed is doubled, it's still not very useful against body refiners." This was just like the Ye family in the Thousand-Star City. They had the Heavenly Void divine movement, so their speed was unparalleled. However, their real combat power was really worrying. Hearing Han Fei's words, xuanhuan trembled slightly. "What I lack is power." Han Fei curled his lips. "What you lack is energy, and the physique, with which you can burst out with stronger energy. In essence, your physique is too weak." Seeing that xuanhuan was stunned, Han Fei thought to himself, "This girl has been with me for at least a day. She's quite dedicated." Therefore, Han Fei reminded her, "If you can't get started with body refining now, try to find spiritual fruits that can change your physique. Although they can't double your physique, it shouldn't be a problem to increase it by 20% or 30%. Think about it. I'm going to bed." Chapter 190, Dark Warport. The next day, when Han Fei got up, he found that xuanhuan was sitting on a leaf not far from his house. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, xuanhuan pulled a long vine and landed in front of Han Fei agilely. Han Fei asked in confusion, "Huh? Haven't you understood what I told you?" xuanhuan said seriously. "I know what you mean. However, there's no rush. I'll cultivate to the peak of the law enforcer realm until I'm powerless. Then, I'll transcend the tribulation." Han Fei shrugged and said, "If you don't temper your body, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to transcend that tribulation." xuanhuan asked curiously, "Did you sell all the treasures you got to Venerable Shui yesterday?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Didn't I sell it to Queen Life? However, Han Fei thought that it sounded a bit embarrassing for a king to make deals with him. Therefore, Wushang Shui played the role of the buyer. However, Han Fei asked in confusion, "How do you know that?" xuanhuan said, "The news has been spread. Venerable Shui said that the Flying Feather Command has obtained a large amount of resources and is going to set up a large trade fair in the Flying Feather Command. When the time comes, all the creatures of the various families in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree will come." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "But my things are not enough to sell to so many people. At most, they are enough for thousands of people." "Why will all the creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree come?" xuanhuan's eyes widened and the corner of her mouth twitched. "You sold things that could be sold to thousands of people alone?" Han Fei said. Just barely. After only one day, xuanhuan had learned that Han Fei was definitely rich. He had never missed a single penny from the ice domain to the fiery sea. Even in combat, he didn't forget to collect the corpses. However, xuanhuan didn't expect Han Fei to be so rich. The resources of one person were enough for thousands of people. This was too unbelievable, xuanhuan reminded him. "I'm here to remind you that you won't want to go to the large fair. When the time comes, thousands of creatures will fill up the 1,000-mile radius of the Flying Feather Command. In addition, Messenger Jing said that you need to go to the Fearless Barrier yourself, so she won't wait for you." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Has she already been there?" Xuanhuan shook her head. I don't know. I think she must have gone there. Han Fei asked. What about Venerable Shui? Xuanhuan continued shaking her head. How can I know what the Venerables are doing? So, are you going to the Dark Warport today? If you want, I can go with you. Although Han Fei still wanted to see what the large fair was like, however, no matter how much he wanted, he had no money left. Except for the necessary resources, he had almost bankrupted himself overnight. On the second day after he came to the Waterwood world, everything went surprisingly smoothly. It could be said that on this day, Queen Life had contacted him almost 3 times. He didn't know why. Now, Han Fei only had a few treasures left. Except for those, he almost had no properties left. However, this also made Han Fei realize a problem. The good treasures in this world were far more advanced than he imagined. Once upon a time, an intermediate divine weapon was a life-threatening weapon. When he broke into the Demon Forest channel, a few mid-quality divine weapons scared the other party away, but the era was over. Han Fei didn't even know what was good and bad anymore. The worthless big red trunk was exchanged for a top spiritual fruit, the immeasurable fruit. 10 drops of Spring of Life in exchange for his bankruptcy, and he still owed the other party 50 heads of Tao, seeking realm sea demons. Han Fei immediately made up his mind. Let's go to the Dark Warport. The Dark Warport was the most chaotic battlefield in the Waterwood world. Its main composition was the sea grassland. It was said that a thick layer of seaweed stretched out for more than 200,000 kilometers. Han Fei stood at the eastmost end of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, looking into the distance at the huge sun floating in the sky. However, the spiritual energy here was unstable, and demonic energy was spreading. Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. Xuanhuan, go back. I'll go there by myself. You can go to the Fearless Barrier yourself. I'm going to the Guardian Alliance. Han Fei, follow me. After another teleportation array, Han Fei and Xuanhuan came to a seaborne prairie. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that there were many thick roots at the bottom of the sea. Some of the roots even surfaced. Under the seaborne prairie, everything was dark. Human beings, the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan, and the Tree Demons were scattered everywhere. There were various big seagull-like birds flying in the air. Occasionally, a big bird would stand on the thick seaweeds on the surface of the sea and hunt. Then, they would continue to fly out of the sea. Some insects were digging in the pits at the bottom of the sea. These insects that were digging nearby were not strong, and most of them were not at the level of hidden fishers. In Han Fei's perception, there were very few humans within 1,000 kilometers, only a few hundred. This meant that human beings should be thousands of miles out in the ocean. Even the tree demons were moving forward slowly. Although they weren't fast, the scene was quite impressive. It was like a forest moving underwater. Xuanhuan, go forward. The Guardian Alliance is composed of 4 races. Normally, most of them will stay here. Today, something is wrong. The 2 of them flew for about 5,000 kilometers, and Han Fei had already perceived a large number of creatures of various races, who seemed to be in an intense battle. Swish, swish, swish! Countless people shot out with their bows, and the arrows exploded in the water. Seagulls and hawks flew across the water from time to time, grabbing a big fish or squid and tearing them apart. Compared to humans and the Sky Clan, the fighting style of the Insect Clan was quite unreasonable. The dense swarm of insects were all at the level of hidden fishers. Wherever they went, nothing grew. At this moment, it seemed to be the beginning of a round of war. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan arrived, they saw that a large number of sea demons were retreating, and only a few were still struggling at the bottom of the sea. However, their fate was obvious. They would either be dragged away and eaten by the Insect Clan or captured and eaten by the Sky Clan. Xuanhuan said, the Sea Clan is not stupid. In the Guardian Alliance, the defense line of the Insect Clan and the Tree Demons are the most difficult to break through. Therefore, those who cross the Fearless Barrier need to accumulate enough numbers to launch a big fish tide before they charge. At this moment, someone shouted in front of them, assemble. Sea spirit creatures can already cross the Fearless Barrier and pass through the dark waters. It means that something is wrong ahead. Everyone, gather quickly. Tweet, just as that person shouted, a falcon flew back from afar and shouted, in the Fearless Barrier, a large-scale explorer-level battle is about to break out. The rear line, prepare. A single-horned bug shouted, the spiked beetles, stay in the front row. The razor centipede, walk from the bottom of the sea. The other insects, eat. The sky was densely packed with the Sky Clan. A human cultivator shouted, get ready. We'll take care of the upper waters. We can't let any sea spirit creatures pass. Han Fei perceived that the branches of the slowly moving tree demons had already begun to grow frantically. Behind the battlefield, they almost formed a wall. In other words, even if the human beings, the Insect Clan, and the Sky Clan ahead of them were defeated, there were still the tree demons. Han Fei didn't expect a large-scale battle to break out on the second day he came to the Waterwood world. This seemed to be related to him too. Han Fei wondered if he should participate in this battle. Someone suddenly shouted, Han Fei, here. Han Fei looked at the source of the sound and saw a group of people he didn't know. Most of them were wearing blue clothes and didn't seem to be from the Flying Feather Division. Xuanhuan. They're from the Blue Smoke Division. They're good at creating illusions and have extremely strong spiritual power. Let's go over. I don't see anyone from the Flying Feather Division. They shouldn't be here. As soon as Han Fei and Xu Xiaomang landed, countless people looked at them. The person who shouted just now looked at Han Fei with a smile. Sure enough, seeing is better than hearing. Just now, I recognized Brother Han at a glance. Haha, Han Fei's face turned black. How did he recognize me? Han Fei twisted his head and looked ahead. What's the situation now? Someone said. This is mainly because you killed too many sea demons yesterday. Your identity as a candidate for the king's attendant was exposed too, and you said that you were going to transcend the tribulation. Therefore, from today on, the Sea Clan has responded by charging twice. Someone interjected, it's said that some heavenly talents from the royal city have been deployed. A battle has already begun on the fearless battlefield. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. Because of me? Han Fei was speechless. Just because he was about to transcend the tribulation, the Sea Clan directly launched a war. Someone from the Blue Smoke Division smiled and said, it doesn't matter if it's you or not. As long as someone transcends a tribulation, there will be war. Especially for those who choose to transcend a tribulation in the Dark War port, the Sea Clan will treat them more seriously. Han Fei said solemnly, should I go to the Fearless Barrier first? Xu Xiaoman, the Fearless Barrier is still far away. Someone from the Blue Smoke Division said, you'd better wait for a while. The seaborne prairie between the Fearless Barrier and the Guardian Alliance is also called the Dark Waters. There's no telling how many sea demons are hiding there. If you go there now, there will be a lot of sea demons blocking you along the way. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter. I've killed more than 100 sea spirits anyway. Why should I care about killing more? Everyone, Evelk, a falcon flew over. Wow, this is Han Fei. Han Fei, do you need me to give you a ride? Han Fei laughed. No, I won't participate in the battles in the rear. You can fight however you want. I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Then, ignoring the shouts of Xu Xiaoman and the others, Han Fei swished away and disappeared from their sight like a flash of light. Someone from the Blue Smoke Division sighed. The strong are indeed strong. He chose to cross the dark waters with no hesitation because no one can defeat him. Xu Xiaoman shook her head. Yes, after reaching a certain level of strength, the number of enemies is meaningless. Even all the sea spirit level creatures in the dark waters are no match for Han Fei. Chapter 191, Fearless Barrier Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's speed wasn't very fast. The so-called dark waters were actually because of the large geographical area and the extremely complicated undersea forest layout, so there could be many sea demons lurking here. Or rather, because of the Fearless Barrier, many sea demons would choose to cultivate in the dark water to break through to the sea spirit realm after crossing the Fearless Barrier. Similarly, in addition to the human race and the sky race, the insect race and the tree demons would also take root in the dark waters. The two sides often fought in secret. Therefore, in the dark waters there were actually abundant resources and it was very suitable for training. This was the tacit understanding between the Sea Clan and Waterwood World. This was a trial field for sea spirits or law enforcers on both sides. Puffed. 7 sharp spears thrust at him from multiple directions. It was a sea spider. Seeing that Han Fei was alone and not fast enough, it attacked him. Buzz. Han Fei twisted the space around him and disappeared. Huh. The sea spider immediately shrank its claws, knowing that it was in danger, and hurriedly tried to escape. You want to run after attacking me? Aren't you too disrespectful? Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, a large amount of poison spewed out of the spider's back. However, to its horror, Han Fei didn't even dodge, but circled to its front with a smile. Wait, my body can't move anymore? Han Fei chuckled. Thank you for your poison. Just at that moment, Han Fei felt that the Heaven Spirit Detoxifying Insect moved and officially entered level 50. From this moment on, the Heaven Spirit Detoxifying Insect was equivalent to a hidden fisher level insect. Unfortunately, in Han Fei's view, this level was still a little low. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. It was not that Little Gold and Ninetails were growing slowly, but that he was growing too fast. The second purpose of this trip to the Waterwood World was to raise Ninetails and the others to the Law Enforcer realm. At that time, a group of Law Enforcer legendary contractual spiritual beasts could give a full play to their talent. However, the spider's body was trembling, and its soul was terrified. After its soul was controlled, it felt that its vitality was rapidly disappearing. Han Fei stared at the spider for a while. Seeing that its body was rapidly shrinking, he immediately stopped stealing its vitality. After killing the sea spider, Han Fei slightly frowned. The sky-stealing technique? Why did it become the life-stealing technique? More importantly, I don't know how long my life is. Anyway, the conversion rate doesn't seem to be very high. Han Fei was a little helpless. He didn't want to suck people dry like Li Daxian did. God knew if anyone was watching him at this moment. In his heart, the old turtle's voice sounded, "Boy, this is a great technique. Although it doesn't seem to be of much use to you for the time being, this is a life-extending technique anyway. Why are you hiding it?" Han Fei sneered in his heart. Heh, don't you know what I'm guarding against? Han Fei had discovered that these reincarnated powerhouses could swallow the vitality of others. For example, the patriarch Thug had forcibly swallowed the vitality of the second patriarch of the Zhang family, raising his strength to another level. For example, when the old turtle first appeared, peak-level explorers could only be at his mercy, and most of their vitality was instantly taken away. It could be seen that the stronger a person was, the more unconventional methods he had. Although this sky-stealing technique was extremely powerful, he didn't have a clear perception of vitality at the moment. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know where the stolen vitality was. If it was eaten by the old turtle, wouldn't he put himself in danger? Han Fei said, "Shut up, don't even think about stealing vitality, otherwise don't blame me for trying to kill you." The old turtle said in a low voice, "Why would I covet your little vitality? I'm indestructible." Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Shut up, damn you." On the way, after killing hundreds of blind creatures, Han Fei finally saw the first tree demon 100,000 kilometers away. It was a weird tree demon that was rooted in the dark waters. It was more than 300 meters tall. Its leaves were not many, and its body was dark green. Because its branches were twisted, it looked scary. Information popped up in his eyes. One name, Fearless Tree Demon. Introduction. An intelligent spiritual plant, bred from the remnant roots of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It has an inherited combat skill, Void God Stab. It's extremely destructive and comparable to a high-quality divine weapon. When encountering an enemy, it can unleash its only soul skill, Soul Parasitic. Once it succeeds, it can devour the soul of the possessed and die with the possessed. 2. Level 76. 2. Exotic, A Spiritual Energy. 1436, 64T. 46, 64T, A60, A6, DA Seeking, Bottle Techniques, Void God Stab, Soul-Eating Demonic Vine, Soul Parasitic, Absorbable E, ACACPY, First E16. R2AX46TPYZ, R2PX214, Prestifear Storty, RT Teens Triachal Quote, There's 2Ks the Sexty Fearless. Barrier was understood when Han Fei saw this fearless demon tree. In Han Fei's perception, there were 8 such fearless demon trees within 1,000 kilometers. How many were within 10,000 kilometers? Within 100,000 kilometers? Therefore, the so-called barrier was referring to these fearless tree demons. If a Tao-seeking cultivator dared to barge into the dark warport, it was very likely that these tree demons would make him die with them. Of course, except for the cultivators in the same realm, the fearless trees probably wouldn't care about creatures below the Tao-seeking realm. For example, even if they saw a sea spirit creature, they would probably turn a blind eye and leave it to the creatures of the Waterwood world to gain experience. Han Fei even wondered if there was a venerable level fearless tree demon in this fearless barrier area. If so, the Sea Clan Venerable probably wouldn't allow him to die with the tree, right? Han Fei immediately asked telepathically, "Senior, where is the battle ahead?" An old face appeared on the fearless demon tree and a vine extended in a direction. Over there. Swish. Han Fei moved as fast as he could this time. There was no need to stay here. He would have to transcend the heavenly sooner or later. Since he was going to transcend it, he might as well do it as soon as possible so that the war wouldn't continue. At the forefront of the fearless barrier was the end of the Seaborn Prairie. At this moment, the sun was floating in the sky, and a storm was raging thousands of kilometers away on the Seaborn Prairie. Terrifying explosions and explosions were echoing non-stop. When Han Fei arrived, countless perceptions swept over from all over the void. Huh? Is this Han Fei? He came quite fast. Is he the new king's attendant? But he looks so ugly. Roar. Die. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a spear beam penetrate the void. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and was full of red cracks. On the tip of the spear, a big blue lightning-patterned bird was pierced through, with flashing electric sparks on its body. Someone shouted, "Is there no one in the Waterwood world? How can he be qualified to fight on the battlefield? I can kill him with one hand." Han Fei perceived that a green half-merman was standing proudly in the air, wearing a blue and silver scale battlesuit. However, unlike the half-merman he had seen before, this half-merman had turned into a human and had legs. Except for the characteristics of the merman, he was basically no different from a human. On the front battlefield, hundreds of explorers from different races were standing in the void. In the field, there were a few people from the Waterwood world and the Sea Clan. They seemed to be in a gambling battle. At some point, Yi Yuchen suddenly appeared beside Han Fei. "You're here so quickly?" Yi Yuchen was speechless. "This beastard had just fought with me yesterday, but I was punished to come to the fearless barrier yesterday. Just one day later he came too." Han Fei smiled at Yi Yuchen. What a coincidence. Yi Yuchen didn't know Han Fei well either. He looked at the battlefield. "Do you know who the challengers are today?" Han Fei looked puzzled. "How would I know?" Yi Yuchen took a deep breath. "Some people from the royal city have just arrived today. The sea demons you see now are all the top heavenly talents of the royal city. They're here to force you to fight." Han Fei asked in confusion. "Forge me to fight?" Yi Yuchen nodded. "Yesterday you killed more than 100 sea spirit sea demons in the fiery sea and vowed to transcend the tribulation. It is said that you are a candidate for the king's attendant. The royal city must take you seriously. Han Fei frowned. How's the battle going? Yi Yushen shrugged and said, as you can see, the Waterwood world has already been defeated twice in a row. The Thunder-Patterned Sparrow, a junior peak-level explorer, was killed by the enemy with a single spear. Han Fei took a breath. How strong is that person? Before Yi Yushen could answer, the half-merman stepped in the air holding a blue spear and looked down at the people from the Waterwood world. I heard that there is an unparalleled heavenly talent in the Waterwood world who is said to be invincible among his peers. He killed more than 100 sea spirits with a single blow. I, xuanhuan, the 89th place on the genius list of the Whiteshell Royal City, am here to challenge this self-assumed first heavenly talent of the Waterwood world. Bang! A big 6-legged worm blasted the water surface. This worm had a strange shape. It had 6 limbs, stood like a human, and carried 2 irregular sledgehammers with its 2 limbs. The insect shouted, "Bastard from the royal city, watch me, Chongdachui, smash you with my sledgehammers." As he spoke, he jumped into the sky and spun frantically. There seemed to be an azure dragon absorbing water, and seawater was sucked into the sky like a pillar. The clouds rolled in all directions, and in the middle of the glowing mist, Han Fei saw a spinning mountain seem to fall from the sky. The power was so strong that although it was not as strong as the sacrificing punch, it was much stronger than the 9 Mansions dragon seal. The power of this blow could reach 100 waves. However, xuanhuan smiled contemptuously. I told you that I'm on the genius list in the royal city. On the genius list, everyone can jump levels to fight. How dare a peak-level law enforcer come fight me? Are you looking down on me? Dai, Chapter 192, Who can withstand a single finger of mine? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, looked calm. He had already judged the strength of the so-called xuanhuan. He was good at spear technique and had a certain amount of armor-piercing power. However, he didn't master the time law, so he wasn't very strong. If they were at the same level, this person would not be a match for Zhang Xuanyu. Of course, this was not the time to speculate. No matter how Han Fei evaluated him, this person's true combat power was still very strong. On the Waterwood world side, someone frowned. Dachui's defense power is so strong, Yuang Shui might not be able to defeat him. A bug clamored, Dachui, as long as your strength is big enough, anything can be smashed through. On the sea demon's side, someone laughed contemptuously. The insect race is the insect race. Their brains are never enough. Even if they have strength, they should be able to use it. With such powerful momentum, they think they are practicing a locking technique? Yuangyu grinned and chuckled in a low voice. How dare you be so arrogant with such little strength? His spear stabbed into the sky, and a tide rose around him. Under the huge wave, it seemed as if a long spear of water condensed in the sea and pierced the sky. However, in Han Fei's eyes, this was just a kind of array. This sea demon could use arrays? Bang! A terrifying collision and a violent explosion set off surging waves within 100 kilometers, and water splashed all over the sky. While the tide was roaring, Yuangyu stepped in the air, and a big black seal appeared on the spear in her hand. He thrust the spear out, and 2 spear shadows penetrated the wave and the void, attacking the soul. Puffed! One small hole after another exploded on Chong Dachui's body, and dark green blood was spraying out. Dachui, be careful. Yuangyu appeared in front of Chong Dachui contemptuously. He waved his spear and turned it into a 100-meter shadow in midair, directly piercing Chong Dachui through and smashing him to the sea surface. Ashhole, I'm going to eat him. Damn you. Come and fight me if you got what it takes. On the Sea Clan side, someone chuckled. Yuangyu, may I fight in your place? As if not hearing him, Yuangyu shouted proudly, Where are the heavenly talents of the Waterwood world? Where is Han Fei? If you're really scared, junior explorers will do. A member of the Sky Clan shouted in a low voice, It doesn't need a heavenly talent to deal with you. I'll tear you apart with one claw, someone shouted in a low voice. Don't be impulsive. This guy's true combat power has reached the level of an explorer. He's provoking us just to consume our strength. Yuangyu grinned. Let's be honest. If we hadn't heard that a heavenly talent appeared in the Waterwood world, how could we have rushed all the way here from the royal city? In the distance, a woman said lazily, Tusk, if there is no one coming out in Waterwood world, let's kill them one by one. I heard that Han Fei fought 100 alone. Why don't I have a try too? The person who spoke was wearing a colorful dress and looked gorgeous. Han Fei realized that this was not a half-mermaid, but a legitimate mermaid. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. There are mermaids in the royal city? Yi Yushen nodded slightly. Yes, but there aren't many of them. Do you want to fight them? They are here to seriously injure you before you transcend the heavenly tribulation. In fact, they won't underestimate you at all. Han Fei's lips curled. Yes, why not? These people want to seriously injure me? They do underestimate me. On the Waterwood world side, the various factions roared and wanted to fight. Some insects dragged the remains of Chong Dachui, angry and agitated. A bird shouted in a low voice, The battle has already begun, but why aren't there any top heavenly talents coming here? In the human camp, a middle-aged woman in a red battlesuit and holding a longbow was about to step into the battlefield. This battle is probably not small. The rear is preparing for war. Let me first, before the woman finished speaking, a roar burst out in the sky. I heard that there are top geniuses from the Sea Demon Royal City seeking a battle. How can I, Han Fei, not accept the challenge? Bang! Under the public gaze, above the sea, 9 dragons came out of the water, and Han Fei stood proudly at the top of the water dragon in front. Behind him, 8 dragons followed, roaring and diving into the water as vividly as real dragons. Han Fei, on the other hand, was shining with golden light. Facing the scorching sun, he looked like a god of war. Yi Yuchen was lost for words. He had just asked Han Fei if he was going to fight, and this guy had already rushed out. The problem was, why did he have to be so dramatic? Seeing Han Fei rushing over from the sea, the human beings, the powerhouses of the Sky Clan, and the Insect Clan at the forefront couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Is this guy Han Fei? On the Sea Demon's side, when Han Fei appeared, the void trembled. One after another, Dao-seeking powerhouses walked out of the void. There was even an extremely huge mantis shrimp appearing from the bottom of the water. It was 10,000 meters long and had a shiny carapace. It appeared more than 800 kilometers away. Hualala, Han Fei narrowed his eyes, only to see waves rising above the sea. A huge, terrifying, yellowish-red creature emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its body was so huge that it was more than 10,000 meters long. Its front limbs were like axes, its claws were like silver spears, and its 16 long limbs looked extremely heavy yet sharp. Its huge blade made Han Fei's scalp tingle. Information popped up in his eyes. Anam Insect King. Introduction. An insect grown up in an abnormal environment incompatible with the traditional insect race. Every strong master who can grow into an insect king has extraordinary talent and extremely high intelligence. Because of the myriad of insects, it is impossible to judge this insect king's talents and combat skills. Level 86. Quality. Legendary Realm / Battle Techniques 1. Collectible insect limbs, insect cores, insect eyes, insect carapace, insect origin, absorbable eye. Remarks 1. It's easy to produce an insect queen, but hard to produce an insect king. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Of the 28 venerables of the insect clan, there were 27 insect queens, but only 1 insect king. From this ratio, Han Fei knew how terrifying this thing was. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the demon purification pot could now read the information of venerable level creatures. Although some of the information still couldn't be shown, at least he could see the level of this insect king. 86 levels. According to this level, wasn't it at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm? In an instant, Han Fei's 9 water dragons were like 9 jumping fish. Compared to the huge and ferocious insect king, they were not beautiful at all. Han Fei was speechless. Wait, why is a venerable here? Venerables are trump cards, aren't they? Now that you come out, who will dare to fight you? However, the insect king twisted its head, and its 2 fly eyes like eyes that were hundreds of meters long seemed to be looking at him. Han Fei, the insect king said, I'll guard the sea. The insect king said, I'll guard the sea. You, go kill them. In fact, both the Sea Clan and the Waterwood world were waiting for Han Fei. Han Fei was the star of the show. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei appeared, the people on both sides who should show up appeared one after another. The Insect King had expressed his thoughts clearly. Since the other party had venerables, he would show up too. However, the Insect King didn't know that his appearance accidentally ruined the image that Han Fei deliberately created. Seeing the Insect King steal his thunder, he immediately thought of the terrifying image of the sky-dissecting finger. Immediately, the infinity water fused with the sacrificing punch, turned into a finger in the air, and pointed at Yuangyu. This finger contained all of Han Fei's energy and spiritual energy. It was so powerful that wherever the finger marks passed, the void was shattered inch by inch. Han Fei shouted, I heard that in the royal city of the Sea Clan, there are countless heavenly talents. I wonder who can withstand a single finger of mine. As he spoke, Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. The 4-sided energy and spiritual energy enveloped him, causing his body to flash with fluorescent light, which looked very scary. However, most of the powerhouses were speechless. Who the hell did you learn this from? Why do you have to point your finger at your opponents? More importantly, when you point your finger at a person, it's the power condensed from your finger. But why is your finger so huge and almost 1,000 meters long? Who the heck do you want to kill? Yu Wangyu was shocked by Han Fei's high-handedness. However, when he saw the big finger that spanned thousands of meters, he couldn't help but be speechless. This big finger seems to be useless except for being big. Ha ha ha, is this the Han Fei who fought 100 alone? Huangyu laughed out loud, his face full of ridicule. I've never seen anyone with such poor control of energy. How can such a person be my opponent? Even the creatures from the Waterwood world were stunned. An insect creature was speechless. Such a big finger, it looked shocking but useless. A white-headed seahawk was lost for words. Are you sure this person is Han Fei? Can this blow kill anyone? A human powerhouse shook his head. In terms of energy and spiritual energy, this giant finger is indeed shocking. However, his control ability is too poor. This won't do. Can this Hanfei really kill 100 people alone? Yu Wangyu shook her spear, which was sharp and green, and left a big hole on Hanfei's big finger. Yu Wangyu stood proudly. It turns out that the so-called heavenly talent is just like this. In that case, die. Just as the momentum of Yu Wangyu was soaring and he was about to attack, Hanfei raised his finger and tapped Yu Wangyu's forehead. Yu Wangyu? Suddenly, a peak-level explorer frowned. Something is wrong with this big finger. Behind the sea demons, the mermaid shouted, "Retreat." Someone keenly noticed that in the huge finger mark, 3 meters in front of Yu Wangyu, a small finger suddenly condensed. Yu Wangyu was shocked. Where did this little finger come from? However, before he could think further, the little finger exploded. Rumble. The huge mushroom cloud and the big hole in the deep sea covered an area of more than 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of the explosion swept hundreds of kilometers around, raising a huge circular wave and a tsunami. In such a violent explosion, Hanfei chuckled cruelly and stepped into the tide. The self-destruction of the infinity water at such a close range would even injure Hanfei, let alone a genius from the Sea Clan's royal city who couldn't even rank among the top 10. In the tide of explosions, Hanfei even saw Yu Wangyu, who was dragging his broken shell, trying to escape despite his heavy injuries. Shua. Hanfei appeared beside Yu Wangyu, activated the law of gravity, and a huge hand in the void clenched. Bam, 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 bam. The big void hand kept slapping Yu Wangyu on the surface of the sea like slapping a fly. However, after only a few slaps, the conch, which had already been shattered, was reduced to dust. When it was calm again, the void chain grabbed the dead fish like Yu Wangyu and appeared in front of everyone. Hanfei sneered. The so-called top heavenly talent from the royal city is actually a waste who can't even withstand a single finger of mine. Fine, let me ask again, who can take a punch from me? Chapter 193, Thunder Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At this moment, everyone was stunned. On the Waterwood World side, the creatures who had thought that Hanfei was weak just now all widened their eyes. What was going on? Someone asked in confusion. If he could have used such a terrifying finger at the beginning, why did he create such a gigantic finger? A bug sighed. Is it for the sake of looking good? Hearing this, all the creatures were dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the only reason to explain. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Of course, the sea demons had a different opinion. Immediately, someone yelled, "Hanfei, you human, how can you be so despicable? Let go of our heavenly talent and have a fair fight." Huh? Release him? Hanfei was surprised. He glanced at the half-merman who spoke, and then at Yu Wangyu, who was almost smashed to death by him, and said leisurely, "Release him? Okay, but I don't believe that such a heavenly talent is not worth 100,000 spiritual fruits. As soon as you pay the money, I'll release him." The sea demons, an insect laughed out loud. "Yes, pay 100,000 spiritual fruits and he'll be released." Someone shouted. "They should add some ultra-quality divine weapons." A Tao-seeking great demon snorted. "Hanfei, right? Don't make the wrong decision." As soon as the Tao-seeking realm demon said so, Snowmorn slashed at him. Under the surprised gaze of countless people, Hanfei cut Yu Wangyu into 2 pieces. Hanfei pointed his sword at the big demon and scolded, "If you don't pay, how can you expect me to let him go?" "Oops, he's dead now." An insect instantly shouted, "Alas, why didn't you wait for a while? They will give us money." Hanfei glanced at him. "Oh, really? That's a pity. Don't panic. Let me catch another person." In the distance, a group of peak-level sea spirits stared at him resentfully, but they didn't rush up to fight Hanfei. Yu Wangyu's original purpose was to test Hanfei's strength. However, now they failed to sound out Hanfei's real strength yet, but their morale was sapped. Hanfei couldn't have looked more awful. Why? Didn't they say that the heavenly talents from the royal city are very strong? Why aren't any of them strong? As he talked, Hanfei took out the sea-swallowing seashell of Yu Wangyu and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Hanfei pointed at the thousands of Sea Clan powerhouses opposite him, and his gaze wandered and finally fell on several peak-level law enforcers. If he guessed right, this group of people was very likely to be the strong masters who were going to stop him from successfully transcending the tribulation or transcend the heavenly tribulation with him together. In this case, Hanfei felt that he should take the initiative to kill these people first. He could transcend the tribulation tomorrow. On the sea demon's side, Hanfei heard someone speaking in the sea demon language. Hanfei's real strength hasn't been found out yet. That finger just now doesn't seem to be his own strength. Shall we test him again? Shall we test him again? It's best if Hanfei can be injured or even killed before the tribulation. However, this person is definitely not weak. We can't fight him alone. We have to find a way to make him provoke us again. Or, let a Tao-seeking master take action and forcibly suppress him. A woman said via voice transmission, "Let me fight him first. I'm going to transcend the tribulation this time. If I lose, I'll transcend the tribulation in battle and kill him." Hanfei's eyes suddenly flickered. "Do you think I can't understand you just because you use the sea demon language? Fortunately, I have been in the 10,000 Demon Valley." Hanfei shouted, I heard that the heavenly talents on the opposite side are all from the royal city. Today, I, Han Fei, would like to challenge you all. The strong masters at the same level as me come up together. Yi Yushen, En, the insect king, all the creatures. Han Fei, don't underestimate these people. They are really strong. Among all these people, the only one who had fought Han Fei head-on was Yi Yushen. He knew how terrifying Han Fei's full-strength attack was. Yi Yushen said telepathically, "Don't be careless. The heavenly talents from the royal city are not that weak. The mermen and mermaids are even stronger. Both their bloodline and heritage are not weak." Han Fei smiled. Got it. In the eyes of the sea demons, Han Fei was humiliating them. They were all heavenly talents. How dare he challenge all of them? A half-mermaid came over on a green shark holding 2 cone-shaped spears. This weapon looked very strange. With a tip half a meter long, the spear was slender and smooth. The woman shouted, "Bei Ying from the White Shell Royal City, a peak-level sea spirit." Han Fei, do you think you're invincible just because you beat Yu Wangyu by a fluke? Han Fei pretended to frown. Isn't this woman the one who plans to kill me during the tribulation? However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Wasn't this an opportunity for him? Since the other party had already made a plan, he might as well go with the flow and kill her first. Han Fei held his head high and said contemptuously, "Just you? Who gave you the confidence to challenge me alone?" With that said, Han Fei pointed at the Sea Clan powerhouses in the distance. "I gave you a chance, but you couldn't grasp it. What a bunch of salted fish, cowardly as crabs. How do you have the cheek to call yourselves the top heavenly talents in the royal city?" someone shouted, arrogant and conceited. Bei Ying once killed an explorer and killed heavenly talents of the insect race in the fiery sea 7 times in a row. How can you insult her like this? A strong master of the insect race immediately shouted angrily, "Nonsense! How can the heavenly talents of our insect race be defeated?" The powerhouses of the insect clan were enraged. Killed their heavenly talents 7 times in a row? That's too humiliating. However, a bug's eyes flickered. This woman is indeed not to be underestimated. The shark under her feet is called the Thunderfire Green Shark. It can swallow clouds, spit out smoke, and summon thunderbolts. It's quite powerful. Han Fei didn't care at all. He stepped out. "Since no one is coming, I can only kill you first." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei flashed like a bolt of lightning. In less than 0.1 seconds, the draw technique had been launched against the wave that Bei Ying was standing on. Bang! However, a mass of green mist dispersed, and within a radius of 3,000 meters, the mist steamed. Bei Ying's figure appeared in all directions, in midair, above the water, at the bottom of the sea, and in Han Fei's ears. Bei Ying giggled. "I know you are fast, so I was fake from the beginning. Now that you've entered my blue thunder illusion, let's see how you can get out." Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck Han Fei's head. Outside, everybody saw an enormous mist cover more than 3,000 meters above the sea. Someone said solemnly, "It's the power of a domain. This woman not only mastered an illusion domain, but also has a thunder technique." Crack! Crack! Ice blue lightning and fire erupted in this illusory domain, and the sound rumbled without stopping. Every time the lightning struck, the eyelids of many strong masters of the insect clan would twitch. The heavenly talents of the insect race were most afraid of transcending tribulations. In their opinion, no one who could master the power of lightning was weak. However, in the green mist, when Han Fei sensed the first so-called lightning, he almost laughed out loud. "Is this thunderbolts? Are you out of your mind? If this is thunderbolts, I can fucking sit in these thunderbolts for an entire day without running away." Of course, on the surface, Han Fei seemed to be attacking in all directions, and his golden fist marks were extremely violent. Han Fei shattered the void and cut the sea apart. Both the Waterwood World people and the sea demon's eyes flickered. Everyone guessed that the battle inside must be very fierce. After all, it was the domain ability of a peak-level sea spirit and the talent ability of the Thunderfire Green Shark. Even an explorer couldn't see through it. Roar, roar. Han Fei was roaring, and his body was cracking as if he was struggling to resist the lightning hell-like bombardment. And among the countless clones, Bei Ying held 2 spears piercing through the void. The sky was full of spear shadows, and it was difficult to see clearly. However, when Bei Ying launched this move, she suddenly saw strange array patterns spreading under Han Fei's feet, who was bathed in the lightning and fire. After Han Fei set up the breath-concealing array and the concealment array, he looked up and smiled. "Have you had enough fun? It's my turn." Hiss, how is it possible? Buzz. Bei Ying was trying to flee with her clones, only to find that she couldn't fuse with any of her clones. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "You think you can control a clone with a little bit of your soul in front of me? You must be dreaming." Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of clones shattered in an instant, and Han Fei's figure had already disappeared. Roar. With a deafening roar that sounded like a dragon roar, the green mist shattered. Everybody saw that Bei Ying was cut off from the waist down, and she had escaped by burning her blood. Instantly, many heavenly talents of the insect clan buzzed. "Good job. Haha. What heavenly talents from the royal city. They can't even withstand a single blow." As expected of the top heavenly talent of the Waterwood world, On the other side, many people's faces turned cold. Someone said in a low voice, "Not good," then Han Fei's strength. Han Fei raised his knife and stood in front of Bei Ying. "Do you think you can run away?" Han Fei was not in a hurry. He thought to himself, "Didn't you plan to transcend the tribulation in battle? Come on, transcend the tribulation now." Bei Ying gritted her teeth, and a thunderfire shark attacked from the void. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Ying looked at the sky and roared. At that moment, Han Fei could feel that Bei Ying was frantically increasing her strength. However, Han Fei had seen many such cases in reincarnation. Bei Ying was too seriously injured to transcend the tribulation. Therefore, she tried to use this temporary power to fight another battle against him. Rumble, buzz. Black clouds swept across, thunder and fire burst out, and electric arcs began to disperse in the sky. Someone shouted, "Not good, Han Fei. This person is transcending a tribulation. Kill her quickly." Several explorers shouted in a low voice, "This is a method of mutual destruction. Han Fei, come out quickly." Han Fei's hands tore the thunderfire green shark apart, and blood splashed in the sky. Han Fei, drenched in blood, grinned ferociously and pointed at the sky. "It's not my own heavenly tribulation. What can a small tribulation like this do to me?" Everyone was speechless. "Why are you still pretending at this moment?" Bei Ying dragged her half-body and rushed over, shouting coldly, "Let's die together." Han Fei smiled, glanced at her casually, and punched out. The sacrificing punch was completely activated, which Bei Ying couldn't resist at all. After only one punch, Bei Ying was crushed. However, although Bei Ying died, the lightning did not stop. Crack, Chapter 194, Fire and Ice Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Crack. Amidst the cries of shock, a blue electric arc fell from the sky. Han Fei stood on the sea as if he didn't notice it, letting the lightning strike him. At that moment, on Han Fei's arms, in his eyes, and all over his body, electric arcs flashed. Huh! Huh! Both the people on the Waterwood World side and the Sea Demon's side heard heavy panting sounds. Someone exclaimed, "Oh, is he swallowing the power of the heavenly tribulation?" An insect said in shock, "Heavens, can heavenly tribulation be swallowed?" A big bird was horrified. "He's crazy, he's a lunatic." On the Sea Demon's side, they were all solemn. Sure enough, Han Fei was definitely not weak. Although Han Fei's performance was too fancy, the strong were still the strong. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle's voice sounded. The so-called lightning is just a test for cultivators. Since it's a test, of course there are benefits, which is that the lightning itself is the purest kind of energy. Unfortunately, this lightning bolt you snatched is too weak. In the future, if you are strong enough, maybe you can get a real supreme lightning bolt. Under that lightning bolt, your body can be greatly strengthened. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Then let's talk about it later. Boom! Another thick lightning bolt struck down. With a crack, Han Fei's body was suddenly full of cracks, and pale golden blood oozed out. Han Fei was still crazily absorbing the power of lightning. At this moment, there were electric arcs in his limbs, flesh, blood, and bones. Han Fei didn't care at all. He pointed at the heavenly talents of the Sea Clan and cursed under their stunned gaze. "What can a mere heavenly tribulation do to me? Who dares to enter the arena and fight me again?" Boom! Another lightning bolt struck down, making Han Fei's body soften, and he almost sat on the sea. However, among the lightning pillars 7 or 8 meters thick, Han Fei bent his back and chuckled creepily. "So, this is how it feels to transcend a tribulation. Is this the power of a tribulation?" Everyone. In the void, the corner of Wu Shangshui's mouth twitched. "I really want to slap him." Jinger asked in surprise, What's going on? Has he transcended someone else's tribulation? Does this count as him transcending a tribulation?" The Insect King's voice sounded here. "Of course not. It's not that he transcended other people's heavenly tribulation, but that he forcibly swallowed other people's heavenly tribulation. This child practices an extremely domineering body tempering technique just to temper his body." Jinger, while thousands of creatures were dumbfounded here, in the Waterwood Heavenly Palace in the sky, Queen Life looked at the void mirror and muttered, "War body, Beast King technique, heavenly void divine movement. When have the yin-yang world people ever learned these techniques?" The old turtle reminded him just now that heavenly tribulation was also a kind of power. Since he was a body refiner, he wouldn't be afraid of heavenly tribulation. This was indeed the first time Han Fei had transcended a lightning tribulation. Oh no, swallowed a lightning tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation of an ordinary person. However, Bei Ying's third lightning strike was indeed rather powerful. Han Fei's body went limp, and in an instant 100 cracks appeared on his body, making him bleed. Han Fei didn't feel that his physique was better. Instead, he felt that if he were to transcend the tribulation, it would be best if he could push the war body and the indestructible body to a new height. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the power in his body had expanded to the point where he had no place to vent. His whole body was flushed and dripping with blood. Han Fei didn't sit cross-legged but stood on the surface of the sea, panting hard. Every time he took a breath, it was like thunder rumbling and his blood was surging. On the Sea Demon's side, someone shouted in a low voice, "Not good. This person is a pure body refiner. He is borrowing Bei Ying's heavenly tribulation to cultivate. This shows that he hasn't reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. Quickly stop him. Humph. The Sea Clan Venerable frowned and looked at a group of peak-level sea spirits. These people had been arranged in advance, and their task was to injure Han Fei as much as possible before Han Fei transcended the tribulation. At this moment, these people felt a chill down their spines. They looked at each other and stepped out simultaneously. A half-merman shouted in a low voice, "Han Fei, don't you want to fight? Then come and fight me." A shrimp soldier screamed, "Kill!" A 1,000-foot-long dragon roared, "Human, do you dare to fight me?" At this moment, the creatures on the Waterwood World side had just reacted. Han Fei had just endured someone else's heavenly tribulation, and now there came 7 peak-level sea spirits. This was too much. A winged insect stood up. "Thieves of the Sea Clan, do you dare to fight me?" A giant green gull set off tornadoes. "Come and fight me if you got balls." Hehehehe. All of a sudden, above the sea, the tide of blood caused by Han Fei's breathing began to subside. Han Fei grinned. "Didn't you want to stop me from transcending the tribulation? I'll give you a chance today. I won't refuse anyone in the same realm. You can come together." Buzz. Instantly, countless people's faces changed. There were really heavenly talents here. On the sea demon's side, there were some peak-level sea spirits who were about to make a move, but they were forcibly stopped. A sea race powerhouse shook his head. "No rush. No matter what path he takes, it is impossible for him to transcend the tribulation today." Roar. The 7 peak-level sea spirits all rose at the same time. The big dragon slapped its tail and gathered the law of gravity on it. A bright red light bloomed on the shrimp soldier's spiral, and a strange power stirred the blood and chi in Han Fei's body, trying to devour Han Fei's vitality. A half-merman held a green blob in his hand. When the green blob bloomed, Han Fei's heart trembled. Is this the bone-dissolving spiritual lamp? The kind of strange power that can dissolve blood and bones? Han Fei twisted his body and avoided the area illuminated by the bone-dissolving spiritual lamp in an instant. However, even so, half of his skin had been removed. At the moment Han Fei flashed out, a piece of frost enveloped thousands of meters. Han Fei felt that his soul was slightly frozen. This frost seemed to have the power to freeze his soul. At this moment, a huge tail was thrown at him and a long spear thrust at him. Han Fei grinned. "Is that all you've got?" All of a sudden, Han Fei stepped in the air and threw out a sacrificing punch. Wherever the fist mark passed, the giant tail and spear marks were all crushed. Waterluster, fire seed, chirp. With a clear phoenix cry, the ice 30,000 feet high spread in the void. The ice just now was frozen by the more condensed ice. Buzz. A sea of fire burned the sky, and the surrounding temperature soared by more than 1,000 degrees in an instant. The space was burnt and distorted, and a large amount of white mist was burnt out on the sea. Aha! It was obvious that a sea cucumber was burnt out of the icy mist and was twisting its body. Puffed! Under everyone's stunned gaze, a huge flame mouth opened, chewed the air, and swallowed the sea cucumber. The 7 heavenly talents of the Sea Demon Royal City had just attacked, and one of them had already died. Furthermore, the way he died was so strange that both the Waterwood World people and the sea demons were a little frightened. What kind of method was this? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the sky, a strange rhythm vibrated. The sound was faint and celestial. However, the dragon snake roared and spewed black venom. Its sharp teeth tore the sky, and its tail, like a gold chain, whipped at Han Fei. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Not good. Quickly seal your perception. That sound is weird." Han Fei grinned. "You just figured it out now? Don't you think it's too late?" Han Fei twisted his body and stood in front of the head of the flood dragon. As he clasped his hands, the 100-meter-long body of the flood dragon was torn in half by Han Fei. For a moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Han Fei looked like a butcher walking out of a slaughterhouse, his eyes terrifying. He had learned all this from the Tiger King, who called this momentum. When the 9 sounds vibrated, the shrimp soldier roared and brandished his spear, sky-stabbing forbidden technique. Faced with this spear, Han Fei held the blood, drinking knife in his hand. With a swish, the knife light bloomed a kilometer in the air. Roar. Immediately afterward, the phantom of 100 beasts appeared and their feet stomped on the void. Only a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm could withstand the roars of 100 beasts. The shrimp soldier paused in midair and seemed to be stunned. Han Fei unhurriedly stabbed him through, injected spiritual energy into his body, and his body instantly exploded. 3 of the 7 heavenly talents of the Sea Demon Royal City had died. It was not until this moment that the creatures of the Waterwood world were amazed by Han Fei's strength. A powerhouse of the Sky Clan sighed. "What kind of creature is that? It can directly freeze the soul?" An insect creature asked in surprise, "Where did the fireball come from? Is it an unusual flame from the fiery sea?" Waterluster and fire seed spiraled out like red and blue lights, besieging the half-mermaid who could control the bone-dissolving spiritual lamp. How could the so-called heavenly talents from the royal city compare to legendary creatures in the same realm? The fire seed trembled, and the sea within 10 kilometers turned crimson. Waterluster's true talent was water, not ice. At this moment, the sea was rising, and a cage appeared. Including Han Fei, everyone was surprised to find that both Waterluster and Fire Seed had disappeared, only turning into two pieces of light. Fire and water were intertwined, and the red and blue light enveloped them. The half-merman was so frightened that it tried to defend itself, but to no avail. In the perceptions of the strong masters, the surface of the half-merman's body quickly dried up. He didn't become old, but dried up. The water in his body seemed to have been extracted, and he turned into a mummy. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen Waterluster and Fire Seed fight in cooperation. It was so terrifying that it directly drained the enemy's body. Of course, Han Fei also knew that 3 others had already retreated when the 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated. Perhaps they knew that Han Fei was extraordinary, so when the 3 of them attacked again, they surrounded Han Fei in a triangle and triggered their heavenly tribulations at the same time. At that moment, the 3 of them looked at each other and their strength soared. Someone roared, "Han Fei, try swallowing all our tribulations." Chapter 195, Tribulation Transcendence Battle Translator, Hunye Translations Editor, Hunye Translations. Perhaps the Sea Clan had long made a plan against Han Fei. These 3 people didn't plan to attack Han Fei at the beginning. In order to show off, Han Fei intended to sweep his opponents domineeringly, so he didn't win with speed, which gave these 3 people a chance. Of course, it was impossible for Han Fei not to see them. He just wanted to see what the 3 of them were up to. However, what he didn't expect was that these 3 people, like Bei Ying just now, took the tribulation as a means of attack. Han Fei immediately sneered. "Is this all the heavenly talents from the royal city have? You want to kill me by transcending the tribulation?" However, in Han Fei's mind, Wu Shangshui said to him via voice transmission, "Why don't you run? You're facing tribulations of 3 people. Do you really think you are invincible?" In the void, a voice scolded, "Wu Shangshui, this guy wants to fight. Why are you so nosy?" Although all this happened very quickly, the others thought that Han Fei had enough time to escape, so they didn't remind him. However, Han Fei had no intention of escaping at this moment. At this moment, an explorer shouted, "Han Fei, escape quickly. The 3 tribulations will be superimposed. These people are not heavenly talents from the royal city at all. They're here to die with you." Someone shouted, "Han Fei, run. The combination of the 3 tribulations can't be underestimated. If you're careless, you'll be annihilated." A sea creature shouted, "Han Fei, you little thief, didn't you use the lightning tribulation to temper your body? If you have the ability, don't flinch. If you flinch this time, none of the heavenly talents in the White Shell Royal City will respect you." A half-merman sneered, "Humph, the #1 genius of the Waterwood world. In my opinion, he's probably trying to escape despite his serious injuries." A bug buzzed. "Han Fei, don't listen to them. Run. Buzz, buzz, buzz." For a moment, everyone was talking. In the sky, thunder rumbled, waves surged in all directions, vortexes appeared, and arcs kept cracking. Amidst the mocking and anxious voices, Han Fei suddenly grinned. "Tribulation is the power of the heavens. 1 more person will cause changes. Since you pulled me into this trap, you 3 have already achieved your goal. Anyway, you will die sooner or later. Let me send you off." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Han Fei's speed that was comparable to that of an advanced explorer was completely unleashed. Unable to dodge at all, the void lines dug into their souls. Han Fei grinned coldly. "Let me borrow your vitality." At the moment when the lightning tribulation had just condensed and the other party was about to reveal it, Han Fei had already attacked. The 6th level of void fishing was originally called the luck stealing technique. After being deduced, it was called the sky stealing technique. At present, the most direct effect Han Fei could use was to steal their vitality. Boom! The faces of the 3 immediately turned dark. The center of the crab shell suddenly turned black. A venerable was surprised. "Huh? The death aura on them suddenly became intense? Hiss! Their vitality is rapidly disappearing." Boom, boom, 4 lightning bolts struck down. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation felt that there were creatures fighting the lightning tribulation together, so when the first lightning struck, the tribulation clouds became thicker. Ka ka ka. Han Fei trembled under the attacks, and more than 100 cracks appeared on his body. However, these cracks disappeared in an instant. Someone was shocked. Han Fei is forcibly taking other people's vitality. Wu Shangshui frowned. "It's not the time law. He's really just snatching others' vitality," Jing'er said in surprise. "Taking other people's vitality by force. Is this a demonic technique?" Wu Shangshui shook her head slightly. "Probably not. Otherwise, how could the queen not know?" On the sea demon's side, a venerable had already shouted, "He's really evil. No wonder he's so monstrous. It turns out that he has fallen into the demonic path and forcibly takes others' vitality." Jing'er shouted, "Stinky shrimp, shut up. Whether Han Fei is evil or not is the Waterwood world's business. It has nothing to do with the White Shell Royal City." That being said, the creatures of the Waterwood world felt a little strange. "Has Han Fei really taken the demonic path?" the Insect King said in a low voice. "We can tell whether Han Fei has taken the demonic path or not when he transcends the tribulation. If he really has, the heavens will punish and kill him. Ordinary people only had a 3-layer tribulation, which was often called a minor tribulation. As the old turtle in his body said, the minor tribulation was very weak. He could pass it after a nap and couldn't even feel it at all. However, for ordinary people, this was the most dangerous disaster since they started cultivating. Normally speaking, ordinary people could at least survive one lightning bolt, but after Han Fei absorbed their vitality, rumble. When the second lightning struck, he saw that the two of the three had lost all their vitality and their bodies were shattered. The other big crab's carapace was shattered, but it wasn't dead yet. As for Han Fei, his body was cracked like a porcelain doll. He sat cross-legged and activated the indestructible body. Before the third lightning bolt struck, the crab's soul shattered with a crack and was sucked to death by Han Fei. However, although these three had already died, their heavenly tribulations were still there. Their vitality had been swallowed by Han Fei. If the heavenly tribulation didn't target Han Fei, who could it target? Boom! The third lightning struck down, and Han Fei's flesh and blood were blurred. Seeing this scene, the people of Waterwood World were horrified, while the sea demons were overjoyed. Boom! When the fourth lightning struck down, someone exclaimed, "Why is there still lightning? Haven't there already been 3 lightning strikes?" Someone sneered. "Are you stupid? The vitality of those 3 guys was swallowed by Han Fei alone. So, to a certain extent, none of these 3 guys died. When the heavenly tribulations of the 3 of them stack up, isn't it 9 bolts of lightning?" Someone was stunned. Oh my god. In the blue lightning, half of Han Fei's body was charred, but everyone could see that his body was wriggling and recovering at a terrifying speed. Jinger said in slight disgust, "The little vitality he swallowed can at most help him resist 2 more bolts of lightning. After that, he'll have to rely on himself." Wu Shui glanced at Jinger. "Don't you think very highly of him? Don't forget, these are others' heavenly tribulations, not his own. Therefore, this kind of heavenly tribulation can't hurt him." Han Fei swallowed the power of lightning and the electric arcs in the air hard. Han Fei could feel that the indestructible body and the war body were almost at the bottleneck. However, this energy was not enough. As soon as it entered his body, it was obliterated into unknown elements by the indestructible body. If it weren't for the upcoming heavenly tribulations, Han Fei would have used energy fruits. Boom, boom. Under countless gazes, Han Fei's flesh and blood were melting, being burnt, peeled, and growing. Whether on the Waterwood World side or the Sea Demon side, countless people were shocked. This was the first time they saw someone cultivate by swallowing heavenly tribulations. Besides, Han Fei's body tempering technique was too terrifying. He seemed not to take his life seriously at all. Of course, the price of this cultivation method was too high. Someone frowned. "This cultivation method seriously injured him first, right?" A great demon at the Tao-seeking realm said, "Although this guy uses the heavenly tribulations to temper his body, how can the heavenly tribulations be so easy to withstand? His vitality fluctuates and his flesh melts several times. Even if he survives this tribulation, he will definitely be seriously injured." Boom! When the last thick lightning struck Han Fei, amid the blue lightning, a creepy and terrifying laughter was heard. Han Fei grinned. "Anyone else want to fight me?" The lightning dissipated, and a burnt figure was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea. His chest and abdomen bulged, and his breathing was like a tide. Not only was the surrounding energy and spiritual energy constantly being absorbed, but there was also rich vitality in Han Fei. Huh? Where did he get such strong vitality? Someone was puzzled. Theoretically speaking, the vitality of the 3 people couldn't support Han Fei through the 9 bolts of lightning. However, not only did Han Fei survive, but he also had some vitality left. Jinger and Wu Shui looked at each other. Did Han Fei use the Spring of Life? This was the only possible explanation. A drop of the Spring of Life was enough for Han Fei to survive the 9 bolts of lightning. Crack. When the charred flesh on Han Fei's body shattered, the new flesh was still full of cracks. At this moment, Han Fei's breath flickered. "Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? I've given you a chance. This is the best time to kill me. If you miss this chance, it will be my turn to hunt you." The mermaid who had been clamoring at the beginning fell silent. She was a heavenly talent, but it didn't mean that she didn't know her limits. At this moment, Han Fei's killing intent was at its peak, so she had no confidence in going up now. A great demon in the Tao-seeking realm seemed to have noticed this too. Although Han Fei's body was full of cracks, he had swallowed more than a dozen bolts of lightning. If he died easily, he wouldn't be so arrogant. A great demon at the Tao-seeking realm shouted in a low voice, "Don't fight him. Although he is seriously injured, his strength is still unknown. In that case, all soldiers attack and force him to transcend the tribulation now. Toot, toot." A conch tooted and a sea demon shouted, "Army, press on." On the Waterwood World side, the Sky Clan immediately flew around and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle, a big insect in the water." A big insect in the Waterwood World shouted, "The Tribulation Transcendence Battle begins." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The so-called Tribulation Transcendence Battle Xiaomeng had mentioned to him. In order to prevent human powerhouses from transcending their tribulations, the Sea Clan would launch a war during their tribulation transcendence with the attempt to shake the determination of the transcendence with the death of many creatures. The sooner he transcended the tribulation, the better. Otherwise, the more tragic things he saw, the more upset he would be, which would affect the success rate of transcending the tribulation. The sooner he transcended the tribulation, the sooner the battle would become a normal battle, and their attention would be returned to Han Fei. They would try to cast a shadow on Han Fei's great Tao after Han Fei's tribulation, giving birth to inner demons, and prevent Han Fei from seeking his Tao. Jinger said telepathically, okay, transcend the tribulation quickly. After all, the battles before the tribulation had always been tentative. This time, it was also because they heard that Han Fei was an unparalleled genius that so many sea demons tried to stop him before his tribulation. But what they heard was true. Han Fei was indeed as strong as he was said to be. How could a true genius from the royal capital attack so easily? It was unwise to fight someone at the peak of the law enforcer realm. They would have other chances in the future. Kill. At that moment, cries of killing sounded, and the battle was extremely intense. Chapter 196, Transcend the Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In Han Fei's perception, hundreds of kilometers away, they were already fighting. Behind him, the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan who had been watching the show dispersed like a tide and attacked in all directions. The battles in the Dark War Port were divided into 3 types. One was between the strong, one was between the life and death lines of the Fearless Barrier, and one was chaotic battles in the Dark Water. During the tribulation, the army of the Waterwood World's guardians had already rushed into the Dark Water realm. As for the sea demons, all the creatures below the Tao-seeking realm rushed into the Fearless Barrier. When they really started fighting, they would have to face all kinds of opponents. The goal of the Fearless Tree had always been great demons in the Tao-seeking realm. As soon as the battle started, Han Fei looked back, only to see that the Insect King was still lying on the sea. The Insect King shouted, "Transcend the tribulation." Han Fei's heart stirred, and Waterluster transmitted a message to him. Master, we can also transcend the tribulation. Fireseed's voice sounded, Master, once we transcend the tribulation, we can remove some restrictions of the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei frowned. Waterluster and the others were only trapped by the sea-quelling painting. Otherwise, they would have succeeded in transcending the tribulation long ago. Han Fei was thinking, this time, the tribulation for me alone has already caused such a huge uproar. If the number of tribulations suddenly change from 1 to 6, who knows what will happen? However, it seemed that Punishing Saber and the others could only transcend their tribulations in the Waterwood world. Once they returned to the Yin-Yang world, if the 5 of them went through tribulations in a row, it would be strange if they weren't discovered. At that time, as long as the big clans discovered that, they would definitely know that he appeared and would definitely cause trouble. Han Fei gritted his teeth and replied, I have my own considerations. I'll transcend my heavenly tribulation now. Han Fei certainly didn't dare to ask Punishing Saber and the others to come out to transcend the tribulation together. After all, they were 5 real legendary creatures. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Insect King, please guard me. Buzz. Han Fei stood proudly on the surging sea, looking at the sky, and his aura began to rise crazily. He had seen tribulations and helped others transcend tribulations more than once. Han Fei knew very well how strong an ordinary person's 3-layered tribulation was. As long as he had enough time, a mere 3-layered tribulation was nothing to him. Besides, during the 4 years he stayed in the Windrain village, he had done a lot of things. He had painted more than 100 large arrays. Han Fei wasn't afraid of heavenly tribulation at all. Of course, Han Fei planned to break through to the 4th level of the indestructible body in one fell swoop. The indestructible body was gradually improving his physique, first refining the body, then refining the flesh and then the bones. Now his bones were glowing and his blood even turned faintly golden. The 4th level was the level of mastery of the indestructible body. The difficulty of the breakthrough could be seen. Come on, as Han Fei roared, spiritual energy swept crazily within 300 kilometers. As if feeling that he didn't have enough spiritual energy, Han Fei waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of caddies of spiritual spring flew into the air, turned into billowing spiritual energy, and swept into his body. Boom, buzz. Above the sky, the tribulation clouds were dense, and within 300 kilometers, it instantly turned from day to night. The black clouds pressed against the sea like a black dragon turning over, blocking most of the light. Hiss! Beside the Insect King, many insect explorers exclaimed, This tribulation cloud is so big. On the sea demon's side, a venerable shouted, Transcend the heavenly tribulation. At that moment, a total of 5 sea race heavenly talents transcended the tribulation together. In an instant, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. Just now, the tribulation clouds were only 300 kilometers away, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced by half. Someone frowned. The bigger the tribulation clouds are, the more powerful they seem to be, right? However, they chose such a close place to transcend the tribulation this time. Are they trying to snatch the thunder tribulation? Jinger sneered. What are you thinking about? Someone even took the initiative to snatch the lightning tribulation? Wu Shangshui frowned slightly. Wait, if the other party's heavenly talents are not weak and really snatched half of Han Fei's thunder heavenly might, is he considered to have completed his tribulation? Jinger's face stiffened. She pinched her fingers, calculated, and looked up at the void. Suddenly, Jinger said to him via voice transmission, Han Fei, don't let them snatch your tribulation. You are different from others. You walk the path of body refinement. Although you can still become an explorer after breaking through the tribulation, without enough baptism of heavenly tribulation, it won't benefit your cultivation. Han Fei turned his neck. Snatch my heavenly tribulation? Can they? Roar. At that moment, a golden giant stood proudly on the sea. The golden giant pointed its finger at the air, and the invincible fighting intent was fully activated. The golden light dazzled and pierced the soul. You want to snatch my heavenly tribulation? Don't you know what you are? With that, Han Fei held the blood-drinking knife and roared in a low voice. Today, I, Han Fei, have a knife that can kill the heavenly tribulation and annihilate all my enemies. Can anyone here be my enemy? Boom. When the path of invincibility was revealed, the tribulation clouds in the sky rolled thousands of kilometers away. The blue electric arcs, like dragon shadows, roared non-stop. What? The path of invincibility? On the Waterwood world side, the insect king suddenly raised its head. It was guarding the area, but it was also shocked. Wu Shangshui exclaimed, "Does this guy take the path of invincibility?" Jingjie was also a little surprised. "Yes, I just found out too." On the sea demon's side, a venerable shouted, "Not good, the path of invincibility. We can't resist this heavenly tribulation. Retreat." The 5 powerhouses of the royal city who had just triggered the heavenly tribulation were all shocked. Are you kidding me? The heavenly tribulation is already here. Where can I retreat to now? This heavenly tribulation spread thousands of kilometers, and the 5 Sea Clan powerhouses still wanted to retreat when they heard the sound of thunder. Not good. I can't run away. Block it. Ha ha ha. Han Fei opened his arms, and his flesh and blood were cracking inch by inch. Boomsy. At that moment, in the lightning hell ranging thousands of miles, infinite electric arcs streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Han Fei was enshrouded by a pillar of lightning that was 100 meters thick. Electricity flashed around him. On the other side, 4 of the 5 peak-level sea spirits who failed to escape in time were crushed in an instant, without even a wisp of smoke left. Only the mermaid had 3 green scales blocking in front of her. However, even though the defense power of the 3 scales was shocking enough to withstand such a terrifying lightning tribulation, they were still full of cracks. Ha, ha, ha! When Han Fei appeared again, his flesh was blurred and his skin could no longer be seen. One could even see the white bones on his hands. However, Han Fei's chest was heaving and his terrifying vitality was recovering. His veins and flesh were recovering at a visible speed. Han Fei was also horrified. Wasn't his heavenly tribulation a little too strong? He had thought that his heavenly tribulation would be difficult at most to the third one, but the first ones shouldn't be so difficult. But who could have known that even the first lightning tribulation almost killed him and destroyed his body? At this moment, Han Fei remembered the heavenly heart pill. Old Bai said that this thing could increase the success rate by 30% when one was breaking through to the explorer level. Shua, Han Fei didn't hesitate. He knew how strong the lightning tribulation was. He decided to eat it first. As soon as he swallowed the heavenly heart pill, a lotus leaf appeared on his head. Jinger, who was watching from a distance, said in surprise, "Huh, isn't this the heaven heart lotus?" Wu Shangshui said in surprise. "Is this a natural spiritual creature? I didn't expect him to have such a spiritual treasure." Jinger shook her head slightly. "It's a pity that the heaven heart lotus isn't that powerful. For ordinary people, it can help them block a heavenly tribulation, but for Han Fei's lightning tribulation, it can't even block half of it." But Han Fei didn't feel it. He felt the vitality in his body suddenly burst out. His body was still broken a moment ago, but now his flesh and blood had been regrown and his skin had regrown. Shua. Han Fei didn't forget to cast the divine healing technique on himself to speed up his recovery. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his body was full of explosive power. Every drop of his blood seemed to be swallowing energy. Rumble. The second lightning struck. However, this time, everyone was surprised. The lightning this time actually carried some redness. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 green scales in front of the mermaid exploded. When the lightning struck her, she still wanted to block it with her divine weapon, but with a bang, even her divine weapon was shattered and turned to ash. This was the heavenly tribulation of the path of invincibility. Ordinary people wouldn't even have a chance to withstand it. The heavenly tribulation seemed to know that it had killed the uninvited guests and slowly began to gather and shrink, from more than 1,000 kilometers just now to about 900 kilometers. Han Fei, who was also struck by the second lightning bolt, wasn't any better than before. The petal turned completely blue, as if it had absorbed infinite lightning. It floated above Han Fei's head, and Han Fei's flesh was blurred again. Electric arcs were dancing inside and outside of his body non-stop. Han Fei discovered that the so-called heavenly heart pill was only to block more than 30% of the power of the single heavenly tribulation. It didn't increase the success rate of the tribulation by 30% like old Zhang said. In fact, Han Fei had really wronged old Zhang this time. The heavenly heart pill could block an entire heavenly tribulation for ordinary people, but was Han Fei an ordinary people? But was Han Fei an ordinary person? Of course, thanks to the heavenly heart pill that dispersed more than 30% of the power of the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei continued to breathe and quickly swallowed the second bolt of lightning's energy. At that moment, Han Fei felt his bone marrow liquefied. On his bones, there were spots of golden light, which could be seen with the naked eye. However, in the sky, the lightning was getting more and more intense, but no lightning tribulation came down. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. The heavenly heart pill didn't help him digest the energy, but helped him temporarily absorb more than 30% of the heavenly tribulation. Immediately, Han Fei raised his head and the petal fell into his mouth. Crack, crack. Dozens of cracks appeared on his body that had just recovered, shaking Han Fei's internal organs. However, the second heavenly tribulation was digested in 2 parts, and he passed it safely. Chapter 197, 49 King Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the 2 heavenly tribulations, both the Waterwood world and the sea demons had a plan. At this moment, at least 1,000 pairs of eyes from both sides were staring at Han Fei. They all saw Han Fei's tribulation clearly and were shocked. When the first lightning struck down, they discovered that the first lightning of Han Fei's heavenly tribulation was probably much stronger than other people's last one. After only 1 attack, the 4 heavenly talents of the royal city were killed. Even the heavenly talents of the royal city were killed by a bolt of lightning, which showed how talented Han Fei was. There was still a mermaid left, trying to block the lightning with her life essence green scales, but she only managed to resist the first lightning bolt. When the second lightning bolt came, her body was completely shattered. At this moment, Han Fei had swallowed 2 lightning bolts of the heavenly tribulation in a row and felt that his war body had been pushed to its limit. Through breathing techniques, the energy he swallowed had reached the limit of transformation. At this time, all the energy in Han Fei's body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes, as if his body was being remodeled. Not only was the energy demand too high, but the spiritual spring infused the universe had also begun to consume spontaneously. All in all, the power of the 2 lightning bolts of the heavenly tribulation was swallowed by Han Fei. It seemed to have reached its limit, but it was actually not enough. Han Fei's body was working at full capacity, but his digestion speed still didn't keep up with the speed of his physique's transformation. At this moment, the shadow in the sky had turned blue and purple, and many tribulation clouds had begun to change color. Wu Shangshui's expression changed drastically. It's coming. If the law enforcer is strong enough, the purple tribulation will come. If Han Fei doesn't die today, he will definitely become a venerable someday. Purple tribulation? On the sea demon side, the venerable level powerhouse's expression was solemn as he thought to himself, no wonder this person is favored by Queen Life. However, why hadn't I heard of this guy before? Logically speaking, the sea race should know more or less about the powerhouses, heavenly talents, and subordinates of Queen Life. However, where did Han Fei come from? How did such a genius suddenly pop up? At this moment, Han Fei was still calm. The higher the talent, the stronger the strength, the greater the heavenly tribulation. In history, there had been purple tribulations, but Han Fei's purple tribulation cloud hadn't completely condensed. Could he survive it? It was still a question. Han Fei was also a little stunned. Han Fei had helped many people through their tribulations. Han Fei was already proficient in transcending tribulations. Han Fei had seen people have special colored heavenly tribulations before, but he had never seen a purple one. Just now, the cloud was still fucking blue. How did it suddenly turn purple? In his heart, the old turtle's voice sounded, "Boy, if you have the ability, try to survive this heavenly tribulation. If you can transcend it, your golden body will be half complete. Then, in this desolate land, there should be no one among the explorers who can shake your body." The cracks on Han Fei's body were recovering, his vitality was strong, and his blood was surging. He looked at the sky and said, "A half-complete golden body? What do you mean?" The old turtle chuckled. "This is a sublimation of the level of life. After crossing this realm, as long as you cross another realm, you'll be out of the category of human beings. Your body can be called the golden body." "Golden body?" the old turtle said frankly. "As for cultivation, in the end, all roads lead to the same destination. It's fine to build a golden body through body refinement. However, a golden body belongs to a king. If you can create a king-level golden body in the explorer realm, the benefits will be obvious. Understood?" As Han Fei absorbed the energy around him, the energy fruits and spiritual spring inforged the universe were still shattering, and these powers were being transformed frantically. Han Fei had thought that this was the process of a peak-level law enforcer transforming into an explorer. However, hearing what the old turtle said, it didn't seem right. Was this the process of his body's evolution? Crack! Boom! 7 or 8 purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky, which startled Han Fei. He thought to himself, why are there so many lightning bolts? However, at the next moment, multiple lightning bolts gathered and struck down. Pooh, 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 crack, ka, ka, ka. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his flesh and blood were exploding. Almost every cell in his body was exploding. The moment he vomited blood, his blood was vaporized by the lightning, his battlesuit and hair disappeared in an instant. Huh, huh! Swish, 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 swish! Vitality surged crazily, but it couldn't keep up with the collapse of his body. At the moment the lightning struck him, Han Fei immediately understood why Queen Life used the Spring of Life to exchange resources with him. Even if he wasn't dead, it would take days for him to recover from such a lightning strike. However, under such circumstances, how could he have a few days to slowly recover? Click. In the purple lightning, a drop of green liquid instantly shattered, circled around, and was sucked into Han Fei's body. All of a sudden, a tremendous amount of vitality gushed out. Han Fei felt that the golden light spots in his bones and blood began to multiply. At the moment of the lightning strike, Han Fei felt that at least 1/10 of his blood turned golden. His bones changed more, and golden spots appeared on his crystal-clear jade-like bones. Roar! A low roar came from Han Fei's throat. Han Fei felt that every part of his body was trembling. However, this didn't stop him from being excited. Han Fei thought to himself, this Spring of Life is too powerful. Just a drop of it has helped me pass the most difficult obstacle. At this moment, he could still feel the infinite vitality in his body. The feeling was countless times faster than the natural-born vitality of the indestructible body. This feeling was the same as when he swallowed the Destiny Holy Fruit. However, the Destiny Holy Fruit could only be encountered by chance, but he had 10 drops of the Spring of Life. As long as he survived the Heavenly Tribulation and became a peak-level explorer, he had plenty of ways to obtain resources. However, Han Fei was seriously injured. Before he had the time to feel excited, the old turtle's voice suddenly sounded, "Boy, use the remaining 9 drops of spring water together." Han Fei, huh? Han Fei's face was gone. At this moment, only his flesh and blood were left. What do you mean? This time, before the old turtle said anything, a big octopus suddenly intended to tear open the void and attack Han Fei. Get lost. Wu Shangshui's cold voice echoed, "Who wants to force me to kill today?" Jinger said to him via voice transmission, "Han Fei, don't be stingy with the Spring of Life. You still have 1 lightning bolt to withstand. No matter what, you must survive it." Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Aren't there only 3 layers of the Heavenly Tribulation? Han Fei's flesh had just been regrown and his skin had just been reborn when he saw Jinger take a step in the air and whip out a long whip. The Insect King shouted, "Han Fei, this is the 4th Tribulation, commonly known as the 4-9 King Tribulation. This shows that the Heavenly Tao recognizes that you have the talent to become a king, so this last tribulation is extremely difficult." Han Fei was horrified. 4-9 King Tribulation? I've never heard of it before. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said indifferently, "What's there to be surprised about? I had already guessed that there would be such a tribulation. My only surprise is that you seem to have a smooth journey. Transcending this tribulation means that you have infinite potential. As long as you don't die, there is a high chance that you can become a king." Han Fei took a deep breath. "You're telling me, I knew it long ago." The old turtle was lost for words. "Just keep showing off. Not everyone can withstand the 4-9 King Tribulation. You were lucky enough to survive 3 lightning strikes because of your strong foundation and physique. However, if you forcibly resist the 4th lightning, even a heavenly talent is very likely to be killed. But you are different. You have the Spring of Life, which can extend your life by 900 years and forcibly swallow the 4th Tribulation." Han Fei's face that hadn't fully recovered couldn't be seen even if it was dark. He had just traded all the resources he had earned for the Spring of Life yesterday, but he had to use them all now? 5 minutes later, Han Fei's eyes grew again. He didn't notice that his appearance seemed to have become better after this tribulation. It was not that his appearance had changed, but that his skin had become whiter, and there was even a faint sheen on it. His temperament seemed to be more like old Han's. Of course, this was not the time to study his appearance. This was because the tribulation clouds in the sky had changed. The 3rd tribulation cloud was still purple. But at this moment, the tribulation clouds had turned red. Fortunately, the coverage of the tribulation clouds had changed from 1,000 miles to about 500 miles. However, the range for the lightning tribulation to absorb energy was beyond thousands of kilometers. Hiss! On the battlefield, a member of the insect race shouted, "Why haven't you finished your tribulation yet?" "Why is there a 4th one?" a human exclaimed. "Oh my god, is it the legendary 4-9 King Tribulation? The tribulation of a king? Anyone transcending it can be called a half-king." "What? Waterwood World is going to have a new king?" A heavenly talent of the Sea Clan's expression changed drastically. How was it possible? This was probably a heavenly talent that only appeared once in 1,000 years. A human powerhouse shouted angrily, "Messenger Jing also transcended a 4-9 King Tribulation." As expected, Han Fei is someone the Queen values. Everyone, kill the enemies. The fearless battlefield was in an uproar as the great demons of the Tao-seeking realm and the fearless tree demons fought to the death. Sea spirit creatures fought in the dark water. Peak-level explorers fought on the battlefield not covered by the heavenly tribulation. Some peak-level Tao-seeking powerhoused attempted to step into the heavenly tribulation's range, forcing it to change. However, the powerhouses of the Waterwood World all rushed out. "Swish, swish, swish, swish," Yi Yushen shouted. "If you dare to provoke us again, believe it or not, I'll become a venerable today." The Insect King hadn't moved at all, and its voice resounded. I'd like to see who can touch a single hair of his under my watch. People were fighting fiercely 1,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, and he couldn't be distracted at all. The red lightning was about to strike. Chapter 198, a brand new power translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Rumble. The red lightning clearly exceeded ordinary people's understanding of heavenly tribulation. At the moment this tribulation fell, Han Fei had already soaked himself in a massive spiritual spring. Because he was still a little stingy, Han Fei gritted his teeth and only threw 8 drops of the spring of life to himself, not daring to use the last drop. Even so, Han Fei was almost struck stunned in an instant. He didn't know if he was alive or dead. When the last tribulation came, the only thing Han Fei had time to do was to throw Little Fatty into the seabed. He thought that he probably wouldn't die, but what if he died? He summoned Little Fatty first. If he died, someone would save him. Han Fei had been prepared for his possible death. Sure enough, as soon as the red lightning tribulation came, he was knocked over. It wasn't that he lost consciousness, but that his flesh and blood began to disperse. The indestructible body was still running, and the absorption technique was still frantically absorbing the energy in the lightning. However, Han Fei could only subconsciously absorb the energy. He found that he couldn't feel his face and mouth anymore. Not only that, he also felt that his body was sticky and blurred, as if his broken flesh was recombining. Terrifying energy kept pouring into his body. Han Fei's perception at this moment was limited to his own body. At that moment, Han Fei's bones were full of spots of golden light. However, every time Han Fei felt his vitality swell to the extreme and was about to repair his broken body, the terrifying energy burst Han Fei's meridians in an instant. Han Fei didn't know or feel the repeated collapse of his veins and flesh. He didn't even know where his limbs were. Han Fei felt that he was recovering. He felt that his hands and feet were intact, but he couldn't get up. He seemed to be squatting on the ground and squeezed into a ball. He speculated that some parts of his body were collapsing and exploding. However, he didn't panic at all. 8 drops of spring of life, which was almost all his properties. If he still died in such a case, what else could he do? However, what Han Fei didn't know was that after the terrifying energy of the red lightning washed over him again and again, his originally crystal clear meridians were completely shattered again and thoroughly stopped growing. Instead, the seed that had been hanging in his dantian was enveloped by a black mist for some reason and shattered. Hiss! The pupils of the old turtle who had been deep in Han Fei's sea of consciousness were constricted, and his heart trembled. What's going on with this guy? Why did he take 2 paths? Before the path of invincibility, he had taken another one? At this moment, the old turtle smacked his lips and said, "It's quite rare to see someone with 2 spiritual heritages. One is a heavenly heritage, and the other is a level 9 spiritual heritage. Both of them are unparalleled spiritual heritages, but one hasn't awakened yet, and the other has been broken. Doesn't that mean that he has no spiritual heritage to use now?" The old turtle was a little surprised to find that the seed that Han Fei had just shattered didn't seem to be weak. Otherwise, it couldn't have survived under the oppression of the invincible path until now. But at this moment, Han Fei was transcending the tribulation. This naturally born spiritual seed was broken, so was his level 9 spiritual heritage. The old turtle thought to himself, if it's broken, won't Han Fei become a big meatball in the future? He probably won't even be able to keep the parts of his body together. However, at the next moment, the old turtle was furious. Roar! Damn it, no, my great Tao, my Tao, thief, don't use my great Tao. In the old turtle's roar, it saw that a golden path was crushed inch by inch. Shameless, robber, you're stealing. You shattered my great Tao just to help a brat rebuild his meridians? The old turtle was furious, but the demon purification pot didn't listen to him. All the energy fruits, spiritual springs, and the black bead, as well as the bodies of the creatures, the seasonings that Han Fei planted, and the last drop of life spring water that Han Fei secretly kept in the demon purification pot, all crumbled at this moment. The demon purification pot seemed to be extremely short of energy and had used up all the resources available in Forge the Universe. In the mass of flesh and blood, a clear blue vein began to slowly be born. As the vein became more and more complicated, a brand new spiritual heritage was born. Trembling, the old turtle said, "I see. It's not that he can't make it through this tribulation, but that you forcibly attracted an insurmountable tribulation to destroy his Tao seed and spiritual heritage. What the hell are you?" The 3 small vines of the demon purification pot swayed gently as if nothing had happened. However, in the eyes of the old turtle, he was already dumbfounded. Where did this calabash come from? If it was a top-notch treasure, why had he never heard of it? Han Fei felt that everything was very natural. Earlier, he felt that he must have been dizzy from the lightning strikes, so he didn't feel his limbs. When the endless energy was swallowed, he finally felt his limbs. Although they were still a little soft, he didn't panic. As long as he could feel them, it meant that his limbs were still there. After another moment, Han Fei felt that he should have made it through. He could already see his bones, which had turned golden. However, the color wasn't deep enough. This made Han Fei a little unhappy. Didn't they call it the half-golden body? I thought it would be half golden and half white, but it turned out to be faintly golden. Han Fei didn't pay much attention, but then he realized that something was wrong with his meridians. Why can't I feel my meridians? Well, aren't they still there? Have I not fully recovered? Wait, why is my blood golden? Does being golden mean it's very expensive? I can't bleed easily in future, can I? Hey, suddenly Han Fei was shocked. My seed. Where is my seed? Han Fei looked inside only to see that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was spinning with the demonic origin. As for his seed, it was gone for some reason. Did something just happen that I don't know about? When Han Fei's flesh, skin, eyes, and hair all regrew, he raised his hand and felt it. Bang! As Han Fei clenched his fist, the void exploded. Shoot! Why have I become so strong? Han Fei subconsciously looked at the demon purification pot. What he saw shocked him. Owner, Han Fei level, 70 Junior Explorer, 70-2041, 20-2041, 20-20-44, 20-21, 20-21, 20-20-20-20, 40-20-20-21, 20-21, 2001. Perception range, 1,668 kilometers. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra strength, 19.8 waves, first spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Level 59. Second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky stealing technique. Level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality, hiss. Han Fei was stunned. Of course he knew that it was a huge leap from the peak of the law enforcer realm to the explorer realm. It was an improvement in the level of life. To put it bluntly, no matter how weak an explorer was, ordinary law enforcers were definitely no match for him. Of course, Han Fei was an exception. After all, when Han Fei was still a law enforcer, he wasn't an ordinary law enforcer, but a law enforcer with the qualifications to become a king. In the past, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin had calculated that even the weakest law enforcer who transcended the tribulation to become an explorer had more than 50 waves of strength. Usually, most of them had more than 70 or 80 waves of strength, but very few could have 100 waves of strength. As for the peak of the law enforcer realm, when Han Fei was at the peak of the law enforcer realm, his strength was only 54 waves. Even after 4 years of precipitation in the Wind Rain village, his strength was only 76 waves. In terms of strength alone, even an abnormally strong genius like him could barely defeat a junior explorer without using a secret technique. As far as Han Fei knew, the limit of his strength after this breakthrough was about 120 waves. He didn't estimate it out of thin air, but based on the experience he gained on the Avenger. At first, his strength could reach more than 100 waves. Then, when he was a junior peak-level explorer, his strength might be able to reach more than 200 waves at most. Of course, with his conditions, it shouldn't be difficult for his strength to reach 200 waves when he became a junior peak-level explorer. However, the terrifying thing was that he had only transcended a heavenly tribulation, but his strength was approaching the 200 waves mark. This number had even reached the level of the most ordinary intermediate explorer. Besides, he didn't use any secret technique. Compared with the enhancement of strength, his spiritual power and soul strength didn't seem to be very outstanding. His perception range had only increased by more than 300 miles, not too much. Just as Han Fei was wondering if he should continue to consolidate his strength, he was suddenly stunned. He suddenly noticed something special. Why had his first spiritual heritage become unknown? Where is my level 9 spiritual heritage? Why did it become unknown? Han Fei immediately looked inside and felt it, only to find that his meridians seemed to have changed. In his brand new meridians, spiritual energy and energy shuttled extremely fast without the slightest feeling of obstruction. Why is it so smooth? Wait, what kind of meridians are these? Han Fei suddenly widened his eyes and stopped looking inside. Instead, he looked at his arm and pinched his veins. Gulp. After a long time, Han Fei slowly swallowed. He seemed to have discovered something incredible. Although he seemed to have made a breakthrough in the 4th level of the indestructible body, his meridians seemed to have disappeared. Or to be exact, it became invisible. He couldn't feel them with his finger, but they did exist. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Is my body not fully recovered? Don't panic. I still have a drop of spring of life. But at the next moment, where is my spring of life? Where are my spiritual fruits? Where is my spiritual spring? Where is my food? Chapter 199, A Man Walking Out of Thunder. To be honest, Han Fei was dumbfounded. His first reaction was that it was not true. How could the things he hid in Forge the Universe be gone? Not only were the treasures gone, but even the hot pot that he usually used was gone. The entire Forge the Universe was clean without even a blade of grass. The ultra-quality materials that hadn't been forged, the fish skin array he had once drawn, the black bead that hadn't been used, and even the Sea Demon Evil book he had once obtained were all gone. This didn't make sense. In Forge the Universe, the spirit awakening fluid that he kept for his pets were all gone. He should have used it sooner. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The old turtle? It was definitely the old turtle. This old guy knew the existence of the demon purification pot and might have discovered the secret of Forge the Universe. While I was transcending the tribulation, he secretly stole my resources. Han Fei roared, Old Beastard, come out. Tell me, did you steal my things? The old turtle was licking his wounds alone. His Tao had been forcibly obliterated by the other party. His Tao had been used as the foundation of a little B-star's new meridians. Was there anything more outrageous than this in the world? Suddenly, Han Fei cursed him like crazy. How could the big turtle bear it? Han Fei shouted angrily. I know it's you. Except for you, I don't have another person with me. I can tolerate you stealing my food, my seasonings, and even my pearls. But how do you have the cheek to steal the spiritual fruits and the life-spring water I only have? The old turtle roared. Little B-starred, don't slander me. I stole your things? Who do you think I am? You robbed me of my great Tao. If it weren't for this little calabash, I would have swallowed you. Han Fei bared his teeth. Okay, swallow me? Humph, calabash, suck it to death. However, there was no response from the demon purification pot, which made Han Fei rather embarrassed. The old turtle roared, Little B-starred, just you wait. You used my Tao, and for the sake of this relationship, I can still guide you. But now, humph, I won't say a word. Are you surprised that your level 9 spiritual heritage is gone? Have you discovered that your Tao seed is broken? Have you discovered that you feel everything is wrong with you? Heh, I won't tell you why. Han Fei wondered if he had misunderstood the turtle. Wait, what else did the old turtle know? Han Fei lowered his voice. Hey, do you know what happened? Tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know that you didn't steal anything? Get lost. The old turtle's thunderous voice echoed in Han Fei's head. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This old turtle seems to be really angry. The problem was, why was it so angry? Was it still angry about its Tao? Wasn't that thing snatched by the demon purification pot 4 years ago? Why was it so angry now? Han Fei really didn't understand this turtle. Forget it. Let's go out first. I don't know what's going on outside. When Han Fei broke through the ball of spring that wrapped him, he was suddenly stunned. In his eyes, thunder rumbled, and electric arcs fell from the sky. Boom! As soon as Han Fei came out, he was struck by lightning. However, just now, he was struck by lightning because he was transcending the tribulation. Then, what was this now? Was this still considered a tribulation? Being struck like this, Han Fei didn't find any pain at all. He even scratched his head, only to find that the power of lightning seemed to be mediocre now. Was it because he was already used to it? Releasing his perception, Han Fei immediately discovered that the area where the lightning struck was less than 300 kilometers large. The reason for the lightning was that the thick tribulation clouds had accumulated too much before, so they couldn't disperse for a while. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since it can't disperse, why do I have to make it disperse? Isn't it better to continue transcending the tribulation? Anyway, it had already come to this point. Because of him, the Sea Clan and Waterwood world started a war. There was no such thing as guilt or inner demons that hindered his cultivation. If it were the old Han Fei, even a resource competition in the village could become his inner demon. But now, he didn't even know if he still had a heart demon? Immediately, Han Fei issued an order in his heart. Punishing Saber, Tree Spirit, come out. Buzz. With Han Fei's current strength, he could actually support the 5 of them coming out. However, could they transcend the tribulation together? As soon as Punishing Saber and Tree Spirit came out, with a bang, Tree Spirit was cut through. Then, smoke began to rise on him in an instant. Of course, this was just ordinary lightning, not the so-called lightning tribulation. Of course, it was impossible to kill Tree Spirit instantly. Otherwise, the identity of the legendary creature would be a joke. Tree Spirit was struck stunned and looked up. Master, have you finished transcending the heavenly tribulation? Han Fei said. Take the opportunity to transcend your tribulation quickly. Punishing Saber's blade trembled slightly. Master, we have long reached the peak and have a complementary array. In fact, we can transcend the tribulation together. Han Fei frowned. Oh? Will your lives be in danger? Tree Spirit said leisurely. No, nature-born spiritual plants are blessed by the heavens. Besides, Earth 9's defense is very strong. Han Fei's heart stirred as a mountain and river appeared. Immediately afterward, he saw Fireseed, Waterluster, and Earth 9 appear one after another, floating above the sea. The scene in the lightning tribulation might be able to block the vision of ordinary people, but definitely not the vision of venerables. Good, good. It seems that Waterwood World has been preparing for a long time. They actually want to let 6 people transcend the heavenly tribulation at once. My men smash the area of the heavenly tribulation. Humph. Do you think I don't exist? The Insect King roared, and Han Fei saw that its huge body began to rapidly shrink. In an instant, he successfully turned into a bald young man about 2 meters tall. Han Fei was shocked to see him. This bald man was cold-faced, bald, and his armor was full of sharp blades. His arms, legs, elbows, and even the back of his head were all black sharp blades. Was this the human form of the Insect King? He looked like a murderous killer. However, that was not the end of it. In Han Fei's eyes, the Insect King directly cracked, and a new Insect King appeared. The Insect King pointed his knife at the void and said arrogantly, I don't mind how many venerables come, but if any Tao-seeking realm demons dare to cross the line, I'll kill them all. The mantis shrimp that had been confronting the Insect King also had a human transformation technique, which was even weirder than the Insect King. 2 limbs grew out of his back. It could be seen that although these venerables could turn into humans, they were far from being like real humans. Or rather, they needed this half-human, half-demon state to facilitate their battle. The Insect King shouted, "When has Waterwood World ever been afraid of fighting?" The two of them didn't take action immediately, and the Venerable on the opposite side shouted, "What a battle of tribulation. The Waterwood World has done a lot for this tribulation, hasn't you? In that case, let's see if you can stop our powerhouses in this battle." Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei felt the void tremble. Then, a gigantic crack appeared in the sky 500 kilometers away. Then the Insect King and the Mantis Shrimp Venerable both disappeared. Han Fei took a deep breath. "Nine Tails, you're too weak. Look at this Mantis Shrimp. He is already a Venerable." However, once the Venerables left, the situation outside the Fearless City wall was out of control. Behind Han Fei was the Fearless Barrier, with the fearless trees rooted in the air. A strange green light stabbed into an old turtle. The old turtle's shell that was as hard as a rock was completely useless. Starting from his shell, a piece of green moss that looked like shattered seaweed grew. Ah ha ha ha, in a low scream, the turtle was soon covered by moss. No matter how it struggled, even if it tore the void, it couldn't resist the erosion of his soul and body. Of course, the price to pay for killing a sea race powerhouse was that after the fearless tree launched this strange parasitic strike, its body immediately began to wither. In the end, it became dead branches at the bottom of the sea, which would soon be dismembered and eaten by plankton. Due to the departure of the Venerable, on the Fearless City wall, an old tree soon stuck up from the bottom of the sea. He was also a Venerable, but he was protecting the Fearless Barrier. Seeing that Han Fei had successfully transcended the tribulation, a Tao-seeking creature immediately shouted, "Han Fei, do you dare to fight me?" At this moment, all kinds of perceptions swept over. Everyone discovered that Han Fei was as broken as a porcelain doll and walked out of the heavenly tribulation with a limp. Huh? Yi Yuchen, who had been paying attention to Han Fei, shot an arrow through the air and asked, "Why is someone else transcending a tribulation?" Lu Hanli from the Flying Feather Division, who had met Han Fei once, also shattered the void with her sword, trying to charge at Han Fei. However, a golden-winged flying fish flew in the air, setting up a domain with thousands of scales. A big ball bubble wrapped the two of them in the void again. Someone shouted, "Why are there still creatures transcending tribulations?" At this moment, not only did the tribulation clouds in the sky not disperse, but they also showed 5 colors as if they were rays of light passing through from billions of kilometers away. However, Han Fei was penniless and had no properties at all. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, whoever lends me some resources, I'll pay you back double in the future." Han Fei's cry attracted almost everyone's attention. Someone took a breath. This person's still alive? He survived the 4-9 King tribulation safely? However, Han Fei's miserable appearance was also seen by everyone. How could it be easy to transcend a kingly tribulation? At this moment, Han Fei must have been like a spent arrow and his resources must have been exhausted, so he had to borrow resources from others. A big bird from the Sky Clan rushed over. "Here you are." A sea-swallowing seashell cut through the sky. Swish, swish, dozens of arrows shot over, with sea-swallowing seashells on them. Han Fei was overjoyed, and a phantom hand grabbed at the void. Immediately, intermediate Tao-seeking powerhouses rushed over. After all, Han Fei had never killed a cultivator of this level head-on before. The half-merman was confident that he could beat Han Fei because he was 2 levels higher than him. Besides, he also had a secret method, so he should be no worse than Han Fei. Besides, Han Fei was seriously injured. He must not let him get resources. Although you survived the heavenly tribulation, you still can't escape from death. As soon as this person shouted, there were shouts from all directions. It was mainly because Han Fei was too fierce before the tribulation. The 5 heavenly talents from the royal city were directly killed because of the heavenly tribulation. In head-on battles, Han Fei was domineering. And in the battle over the heavenly tribulation, the Sea Clan lost too. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation had just passed, and Han Fei was obviously seriously injured. If they didn't take action now, when would they? Han Fei, on the other hand, looked ferocious. "Even if I, Han Fei, am seriously injured, do you think you can hurt me? Get lost." Chapter 1200, Tribulation of 5 Elements, in the blink of an eye. The moment Han Fei walked out of the lightning tribulation, many strong masters came from all directions. Some people wanted to protect Han Fei, some wanted to kill him, and some people began to fight on the way. Compared to breaking through the fearless barrier, these sea demons were actually more willing to fight normal people of the same level as them. After all, the old trees guarding the fearless barrier were all determined to die. They were not even afraid of death. On Han Fei's side, the danger seemed to be much less. This battle was originally meant to hunt Han Fei. This purpose was so obvious that there was no need to hide it at all. At this moment, Han Fei looked so miserable that it seemed that he would break into pieces with a gentle push. Of course, countless sea race powerhouses came at him. This was a person who had passed the 4-9 King tribulation. This was a peerless genius whom no people in the same realm as him could defeat. In the void, Ningjing was stopped by 2 venerables. However, she was not in the mood to fight. Instead, she said with disdain, "Do you really think that the person the queen values is weak?" Someone sneered. "How can it be so easy to transcend the 4-9 King tribulation? Let's take the chance to kill him." Outside the tribulation cloud vortex, Han Fei had no weapon in his hand. He looked at the half-merman who was rushing at him, and there was a giant scorpion tail on his harpoon which pierced through the void. Boom, crack. In the next second, Han Fei grabbed the harpoon with both hands and seemed to have narrowly blocked the attack of the scorpion tail, and several cracks appeared on his chest. You stinky fish, you're not worthy of attacking me. The golden fist mark was no less powerful than the sacrificing punch. He shattered the divine weapon-level battlesuit on the half-merman with a punch. Although he tried to resist Han Fei with the law of distortion, in terms of space law, the star teleportation technique was much better than that law. Pff. Han Fei inserted one hand into the half-merman's body and clasped his hands. Chila, a rain of blood fell. Han Fei roared and looked around. Who else? The people from the Flying Feather Division who were about to come to rescue Han Fei were all speechless. You're still being arrogant when you're so badly injured? Are you kidding me? However, Yi Yuchen thought to herself, that's not right. Han Fei doesn't even need half a second to kill an intermediate explorer. His strength seems to have increased a lot. Besides, he knew that Messenger Jing would personally guard Han Fei. But at this moment, neither Messenger Jing nor Venerable Shui was around. What were they up to? If they wanted to leave, could the Sea Demon Venerable really stop them? Yi Yuchen's heart did a flip. Han Fei feigned being weak. He immediately shouted, it's okay, just stop the peak-level Dao-seeking realm sea demons. Han Fei glanced around. Why had all the people who were supposed to guard him retreated? However, he didn't panic at all. Looking at the more than 20 sea demons rushing at him from all directions, he shouted, only these few people? Are you looking down on me? Bang! Bang! Han Fei rose to the sky and his fists were like dragons. Every time a golden fist mark appeared, the waves surged and the void exploded. Someone slashed Han Fei's body, leaving a deep cut. However, as Han Fei turned his hand, a kitchen knife swept across and cut him in half. A big turtle pressed down like a mountain. Han Fei, watch my mystic turtle sea suppressing technique. 100-meter-long turtle shadow appeared in the sky, smashing through the void and falling at Han Fei. Roar! Han Fei's face changed greatly, and one of his arms was full of cracks. His fist glowed red. Break! The punch penetrated the turtle shell and killed the old turtle. It was lost for words, wondering why Han Fei was still so strong. Someone shouted, Han Fei's already a spent force. Everyone, let's attack him together. Han Fei shouted, even if I die today, I'll kill you first. What he said seemed to be true. At this moment, however, Han Fei was thinking, why are there only so few of them? Come more. Bang, 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 bang. In the battle covering 100 kilometers, furious waves surged, golden fist shadows filled the sky, and occasionally saber marks tore the sky, From time to time, Han Fei was hammered away and his body was full of cracks. After killing only 10 people, Han Fei seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Someone shouted, let's try harder and kill him. 100 seconds passed. There were only 3 or 5 people left. Someone was speechless. Why is his body still not broken? However, Han Fei didn't seem to be pretending. Han Fei wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a muffled roar came from his throat. Since I've already made a breakthrough, how can a group of mere Dao-seeking demons kill me? Boom, boom. Suddenly, a second 5-colored lightning bolt fell. The terrifying lightning didn't seem to be much weaker than Han Fei's 4-9 King Tribulation. Punishing Saber and the other 4 were too strong. During the first tribulation, they resisted it with their own bodies together and were completely fine. On the second lightning strike, the 5 of them used their own methods and helped each other. Waterluster froze Tree Spirit as if he were wearing heavy armor. Tree Spirit's infinite branches were injected into Fireseed, whose body burst into flames. Fireseed used Essence Fire as the basis, burning the void, and Earth 9 hid in the void rift. Punishing Saber was half inserted into a strange stone, and the lightning bolt struck Punishing Saber and penetrated the stone. After the lightning bolt, Punishing Saber even slashed the sky and shattered half of the lightning tribulation. The rest of the lightning was swallowed by Waterluster and absorbed. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but feel enlightened. The 5 elements mutually augmented and restrained each other. He wondered if Punishing Saber and the others were caught and thrown in by his mother. This was a bit too fierce. Suddenly someone shouted, let's ignore Han Fei and blast into the heavenly tribulation first. Let's see who's transcending the tribulation inside. Hearing that, Han Fei immediately shouted, Crab, if you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you first. However, the crab simply ignored him. Han Fei was really not easy to deal with. He had just become an explorer, but his physique was too strong. Even if there were cracks all over his body, he was still unshakable. At this moment, the crab's giant pincer extended into the tribulation clouds. Shua! A figure flashed in the air. Han Fei had traversed nearly 500 kilometers in an instant and arrived. Hiss! Not good, he is pretending. Damn it, bang! A huge hammer fell from the sky. Ka-ka-ka! The crab's pincer was shattered, and the crab had just torn through the void and hadn't had the time to escape when Han Fei punched its shell. Then, the crab's vitality declined and its body was full of death aura. Hey, you idiot, I told you not to provoke me. Didn't you hear me? Just die. The so-called cracks on Han Fei's body were recovering at a visible speed. That was just a fake scene caused by him activating the indestructible body just now. In fact, Han Fei was full of energy at the moment. He wouldn't feel tired even if he fought for another day and night. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A group of great demons at the Tao-seeking realm hurriedly retreated. Someone shouted in shock, "Impossible. You just transcended a heavenly tribulation. How can you be safe and sound?" Han Fei curled his lips and laughed. "Do you think I'm as useless as you? What can a mere heavenly tribulation do to me? Now I feel that I can kill a peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse with one punch. Any strong master want to fight me? A sound wave shattered the void and struck in front of Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He stomped, and the Vajra giant appeared behind him. However, a gentle snort was suddenly heard, and Han Fei was pushed back 1,000 meters in the air, his face dark. Han Fei gritted his teeth and grinned. "A venerable attacked me in person? Don't let me find a chance in the future, or I will sweep across your sea spirit realm." At this moment, in the sky, the five-colored misty brilliance was even more dazzling. Many people were actually stunned and had no idea what was going on inside. What surprised them was that since Han Fei had come out, who else was transcending the tribulation inside? Han Fei sighed. Although he had used all his resources in this battle, his comprehensive strength and confidence had indeed become a lot stronger. The 5 legend creatures had become explorers, so had him. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about being hunted by others. In any case, explorers represented the top powers of the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. As long as no venerables appeared, explorers could almost dominate the 2 domains. At this moment, the brilliance unleashed by Punishing Saber and the other 4 dyed the sky 5-colored. Therefore, from the outside, it looked like a 5-colored lightning tribulation. In fact, Earth 9 was covering the other 4 spirits with its own power, and Tree Spirit and the others were trying their best to feed Earth 9 back. That was why there was such a magnificent scene. Humph! Whoever is transcending the tribulation, come out. A peak-level Tao-seeking realm sea demon thrust a spear over. Han Fei sneered. "You think you can see it as you please? Who do you think you are?" Han Fei took a deep breath, activated the Beast King technique, and punched out. The terrifying power and the power of the spear exploded at the same time. Wow! Han Fei took 7 or 8 steps back and felt his strength. There was a blood mark on his fist, indicating that the power of the punch he just gave was still a little weak. However, he didn't panic at all. Just now, he didn't use all his strength. Huh? How is that possible? How can a beginner explorer be comparable to a peak-level Tao Seeker? The explorers of the Flying Feather Division shouted and fought crazily. Especially Yi Yuchen, he shouted in a low voice. "How dare you be distracted under my arrows? Today, I'll kill you to prove my Tao." Chila. In midair, there was a dazzling flash, as if there were stars flashing in front of his eyes. Then, he heard an explosion more than 300 kilometers away. Smack. 1 arrow breaks the barrier, and 2 arrows take the soul. Yi Yuchen appeared out of nowhere and pointed the longbow in his hand. Han Fei could only see 2 black spots in the air. Then, he saw the head of the shrimp soldier who narrowly blocked Yi Yuchen's arrow explode. At that moment, spiritual energy surged within thousands of kilometers. Yi Yuchen stood proudly in the void. He was about to enter the Tao. Rumble. At this moment, the lightning tribulation arrived too. The 5-colored mystic light struck the sky at the same time. Tree Spirit and the others resisted for more than 3 seconds, but they survived unscathed. At this moment, Wu Shangshui took a step forward and threw the spiritual spring and energy to Yi Yuchen as if they were free. At the same time, a drop of like spring water was injected into Yi Yuchen's body. Then, Wu Shangshui glanced at Han Fei with a complicated look.